In contemporary society, university student Leyao tragically succumbed to exhaustion from staying up late, only to find himself thrust into a realm where multiple novels intertwine, becoming the seemingly inept adopted son of the affluent Huo family. The silver lining in this situation is that, aside from him, every member of the family is a formidable figure. Huo is a legendary titan of industry. Huo is a celebrated actor in the entertainment sphere, and Huo is a talented and charismatic esports player and entrepreneur. However, the darker aspect of this scenario is that these illustrious individuals are all villains, each destined for a grim fate. Even more troubling is that upon awakening, he discovers that his overly romantic second brother intends to sever ties with the family to oppose the male protagonist, thus embarking on a perilous path of confrontation. Leyao internally screamed in dismay, exclaiming, "Oh no, could it be that this love-struck fool is unaware that the child his beloved is carrying is not his own?" All eyes suddenly turned towards him, causing Huo to stumble. Years ago, the prestigious Huo family adopted a son, a young boy who was initially dismissed by the family. However, everything changed when they began to hear Liao's thoughts. For instance, when Huo Ba brought a down-and-out friend home, Liao pondered, "Ah, so this is the childhood sweetheart who covets Huo Ba and orchestrated the divorce between Huo Ba and Huo Ma, leading to the family's disintegration?" Huo Ba's pupils dilated in shock. That very evening, before Liao could subtly warn Huo Ma, Huo Ba took it upon himself to cast out the childhood sweetheart. During breakfast, Huo received a video call regarding essential shipping logistics. Liao, listening intently, thought, "I have a faint recollection of a typhoon altering its course towards this shipping route in a few days. This business deal is doomed." Huo promptly switched to a different route, and indeed, just 5 days later, the original route was hit by a typhoon. Subsequently, Huo deposited 5 million into Liao's account, leaving him astounded. Huo, suppressing his excitement, calmly stated, "Here, take this, it is rightfully yours." Huo, who seldom visited home, returned after the league concluded, bringing along new team members for dinner. Upon entering, he found Liao fixated on one of his new teammates. Just as Huo intended to caution Liao against early romantic entanglements, he heard Liao quietly murmur, "He is indeed handsome, but alas, he is an undercover agent." From the rival team, Huo was taken aback. That very evening, he began an investigation, which revealed not only that the new teammate was indeed a spy, but also that his most trusted assistant had been covertly gathering data on their team. A week later, another 10 million appeared in Liao's account, prompting him to exclaim with delight, saying, "You are more generous than Dage." Huo, passing by, could only respond with silence. As an inconsequential character in a novel, Liao harbored the simple dream of saving money to help his family escape when the villains faced their inevitable downfall. However, he never anticipated that his family's antagonists would not only avoid calamity, but flourish, elevating him along with them. The title of the work is "The True Young Master Went Viral After Speaking the Truth Backwards." The synopsis reveals that Yi Inian grew up in a temple, and upon turning 18, was informed by his wealthy parents that he was the true heir of the Lin family, who had been lost to the world. Yet these affluent parents favored the false heir, Lin Shi, who had been pampered at home, sending only the second brother to fetch Yi Inian upon his return to the family. The second brother, dismissive of the temple-raised sibling, warned Yi Inian, "You shall never attempt to usurp Lin Zai's place in our family." Unfazed, Yi Inian sincerely wished his brother well, stating, "I trust that you will have a smooth day, without any mishaps." The second brother, taken aback by Yi Inian's response, began to reconsider his words, only to find himself suddenly falling flat on his face, bloodied and bruised. Upon returning to the affluent household, Lin Fu instructed Yi Inian, "Lin Shi is sensitive, so we cannot reveal your identity. As compensation, we shall provide you with a monthly allowance. Do not be ungrateful." Yi Inian assured him, "Rest assured, I will not disclose my identity, nor will I reveal the secrets you wish to keep hidden." The next day, Lin Fu was caught by Lin Mu while shopping with his mistress, leading to a tumultuous confrontation. Lin Dage, disapproving of Yi Inian, confronted him when Lin Shi was once again in tears, threatening, "If I find you bullying Lin Shi again, I won't let it slide." Yi Inian calmly replied, Rest assured, I shall not be alone with him again, nor shall you. That evening, when Lin Mu attempted to comfort Lin Shi, she opened the door to find Lin Dage entangled with Lin Shi in bed, causing her to faint from shock and plunging the Lin family into chaos. Subsequently, the Lin family unanimously deemed bringing Yi Nian back a grave mistake and proposed a substantial sum to have him move out. Yi Nian, pleased by this turn of events, readily agreed. Soon after, viewers discovered a new live streaming channel, Xinyan Live Room, on a popular platform. Initially dismissed by netizens, the channel gained traction when a mysterious account connected with the host. As viewers began to query the host about their upcoming projects, Yi Yinian's predictions proved remarkably accurate, leading to a surge of viewers eager to hear his insights. The audience soon realized that Yi Yinian's words were to be interpreted in reverse, which catapulted him to internet fame. One day, a user asked, "Host, do you think I'll find a partner?" Yi Yinian replied, "No, hope you will die alone." 6 months later, Yi Yinian, nursing a swollen mouth, vowed never to let a man kiss him again. The man, resting against his neck with a charming smile, teased, "Die alone?" Yi Yinian retorted, "So, does that mean you are claiming me?" The underlying theme is that every individual possesses the right to refuse choices imposed upon them. Continuing from the previous chapter, Chapter 74, Meng Yu repays the debt. Upon learning that Ran Jing had accepted the invitation, aside from Yi Leyao and the Huo family, the most elated was Chu Cheng. Is it true? Did Ran Jing really say he would come? Chu Cheng asked incredulously, seeking confirmation from Yi Leyao. With a smile, Yi Leyao nodded. Yes, he mentioned he is on his way now. Chu Cheng jumped to his feet, retrieving his car keys in haste, and inquired, "Where is he now?" "The transportation to this area is scarce. May I go pick him up?" Yi Leyao hesitated. "While it is acceptable to ask me, what happens if you leave and Meng Yu arrives and cannot find you? If Meng Yu discovers you went to fetch Ran Jing and follows you, then I would miss out on today's excitement." Before Yi Leyao could formulate his thoughts on how to speak, the voice of Qin Yao interjected. "If you go to pick someone up, who will assist you in hosting your friends?" Upon realizing this, Chu Cheng's expression shifted slightly, revealing his dilemma. "That seems to be the case. Cousin, could you possibly?" "I shall send the driver to fetch them," Qin Yao replied, his gaze settling on Yi Leyao. "Leyao, please have Ran Jing send over the location." Yi Leyao nodded eagerly, promptly sending a message to Ran Jing, while internally reflecting. Indeed, Qin Zong is far more reliable. Yi Leyao relayed the message to Ran Jing, informing him that Chu Cheng had sent someone to collect him. Ran Jing, unfazed, swiftly responded with the address. Hearing this, Chu Cheng could no longer contain his joy and approached Qin Yao for an exuberant embrace. "Thank you, cousin." Qin Yao frowned, pushing Chu Cheng away with a hint of disdain. "Keep your distance." Chu Cheng chuckled, releasing Qin Yao and turning to Yi Leyao. Yi Leyao, sensing impending danger, quickly ducked behind Qin Yao. "Please don't come over and hug me." Chu Cheng found himself empty-handed, letting out a sigh of disappointment. Just as he was about to speak, someone in the distance called out his name. Chu Cheng acknowledged and winked at Yi Leyao. "Thanks." With that, he dashed away while Yi Leyao watched Chu Cheng's retreating figure and then glanced at Qin Yao. After a moment's thought, Qin Yao inquired, "Do you dislike physical contact with strangers?" Yi Leyao was taken aback. How could Qin Zong discern that? She nodded, offering a soft explanation. "I've never been fond of physical contact, not just with strangers, but with anyone, including my parents and brother." After a pause, she looked at Qin Yao and added, "Although I dislike it, I should be masking it well, right?" "I have made considerable efforts to improve," Qin Yao replied, "not obvious." A smile crept across Yi Liao's face, filling her with a sense of pride. "It seems I have made progress." However, Qin Yao's dark eyes remained fixed on her, and he shifted the conversation. "Then why do you not recoil from shaking hands with me?" Qin Yao's tone was calm, laced with a touch of curiosity. Yi Leyao lifted her gaze, unexpectedly meeting Qin Yao's profound eyes. In her mind, she pondered, "Indeed, why? I recall not disliking the handshake with Qin Zong during our first meeting." Suddenly, an excited voice erupted from the villa. "Is that Meng Yu?" Yi Liao's train of thought was interrupted. He turned to glance at the villa, his expression brightening. "Has Meng Yu arrived so early? I remember he was supposed to confess at noon. Could it be he came early to prepare?" Leyao quickly checked the time on his phone. It's already 10:30. Qin Yao's gaze fell on Liao's sparkling eyes, and he let out an almost imperceptible sigh. It appeared their conversation had reached its conclusion. Shall we go take a look? Qin Yao suggested. Liao nodded vigorously. If I remember correctly, Meng Yu seemed to be giving Chu Cheng a bouquet as soon as he stepped out of the car. I must hurry to see. Qin Yao extended his hand towards Liao. Without a second thought, she took it. In that moment of intertwined fingers, Qin Yao led Liao outside. Liao's gaze fell upon their clasped hands, and it was then he suddenly recalled why he did not mind shaking hands with Qin Yao. A bit nostalgic, he murmured, flashing a smile at Qin Yao. It's nothing, let's hurry. Qin Yao did not press further, guiding Liao through the villa's grand hall to the foyer. As they entered, a chorus of excitement erupted. Wow, what a grand bouquet. Meng Zong is quite generous. Quick, I want to take a photo. Liao's eyes lit up, a smile breaking across his face. Before them lay an exquisitely wrapped heart-shaped bouquet of roses, spanning 2 to 3 meters, prominently displayed at the villa's entrance. Meng Yu stood beside the bouquet, one hand gripping a custom black cane, while the other held a small bunch of blue roses. The scene astonished everyone present. Some marveled at Meng Yu's generosity, while others sensed something amiss. Such a large bouquet of roses, would friends exchange roses? Is Meng Yu pursuing Chu Cheng? A voice whispered. Indeed, I hadn't heard Chu Cheng mention a close relationship with Meng Yu before. Among the guests were not only elite youths familiar with Chu Cheng, but also many of his middle school classmates, who recognized Meng Yu from their class. Soon, hushed gossip ensued. Could it be that Meng Yu is like Chu Cheng since middle school? Liao shot an appreciative glance at the speaker. Exactly. Meng Yu has secretly admired Chu Cheng since middle school. But there's no need for such astonishment. It's merely 2 bouquets. There are even more exciting moments to come. Qin Yao and Hoi Yin exchanged glances at Liao's words. Does that mean there won't be a confession yet? Hua Ma asked. Hua Ba, focused on the scene at the villa's entrance, nodded. Xiao Yao refers to a grand declaration. While roses have been presented, it does not appear very formal, so we shall not rush. Hua Ma sighed in relief, settling back down. That's fine, that's fine. Having just witnessed such a magnificent bouquet appear at the neighboring villa, Hua Ma nearly succumbed to her curiosity and rushed downstairs. After sipping her tea, her gaze returned to the main characters of the evening, Chu Cheng and Meng Yu. Before Meng Yu's arrival, Chu Cheng had been enjoying drinks with friends in the hall. Upon hearing Meng Yu's name, Chu Cheng momentarily froze, sharing the same confusion as his friend. Why was Meng Yu here? After their brief encounter at the bar, they hadn't exchanged many words before Meng Yu suddenly fell ill. Since then, Chu Cheng had assumed Meng Yu's tolerance for alcohol was lacking. Thus, he hadn't intended to invite Meng Yu to his birthday celebration. Now, if he didn't invite Meng Yu, how awkward would it be if they crossed paths later? Reluctantly, Chu Cheng dialed Meng Yu directly, inviting him to attend if he had time, but secretly hoped he would decline. Oh, he said he had no time. How could someone with no time suddenly appear here? Yet, the expression on Chu Cheng's face revealed all. This surprise, thus far, bore only astonishment, devoid of joy. Liao noticed Chu Cheng's expression and couldn't suppress a laugh. It seems Chu Cheng is quite bewildered. Indeed, someone who claimed he had no time to attend the party suddenly appears, bearing such a grand bouquet laden with implications. Chu Cheng must be feeling quite troubled, especially since Ranjing is also on his way. It is simply unbearable. The more I contemplate, the more thrilling it becomes. Liao's eyes gleamed as they fixated on the 2 individuals ahead. It has been a full 2 minutes since Chu Cheng emerged from the villa and laid eyes on the bouquet of roses. Throughout this interval, Chu Cheng had not uttered a single word. Meng Yu's initial excitement morphed into a slight panic, and now, a palpable sense of unease enveloped him. It was only then that Chu Cheng seemed to awaken from his reverie, realizing that a multitude of onlookers were present. He needed to swiftly navigate this situation, so he flashed a smile at Meng Yu, saying, "Of course I like it. How could one not appreciate flowers from a friend?" After speaking, Chu Cheng turned to summon a few friends, instructing them to promptly carry the bouquet indoors. Witnessing this, Meng Yu exhaled in relief, allowing a smile to grace his features. However, Liao could no longer suppress a grin of her own. Ah, He has already rejected you. What are you still smiling about, Mengyu? Huo Yin was about to depart when these words made him pause mid-step. Rejected? How could that be? Did Chu Cheng truly comprehend Mengyu's intentions? No, he had not perceived such a thing moments ago. Huo Ba and Huo Ma were equally taken aback. Hadn't Chu Cheng directed the flowers to be taken inside? Suddenly, Huo Ba had a realization. Friend. Chu Cheng, just refer to him as a friend. Huo Ma nodded vigorously. Indeed, he mentioned friend. So, does that mean Chu Cheng has recognized Mengyu's feelings for him? Without a doubt otherwise, he wouldn't have uttered those words, declared Huo Ba. Huo Ma grew animated. When can we go witness this in person? She was genuinely eager to observe Mengyu's expression. While Huo Ba and Huo Ma could not see, Leyao and Huo Yin were privy to the unfolding scene. Mengyu was genuinely overjoyed. His typically serious visage was now adorned with a broad smile. As he saw his friends moving the roses inside, he slowly approached Chu Cheng with his cane, saying, I thought you might not like them. The roses were indeed moved, yet the crowd of friends lingering nearby showed no signs of dispersing. Chu Cheng needed to afford Mengyu some dignity, so he chuckled in response. How could that be? Mengyu's smile widened, and he hurriedly offered the flowers he held. These are. Chu Cheng reached out to accept them, then gestured to a friend in the crowd, handing the flowers over while instructing, quickly, find a vase to arrange these for Mr. Meng. Mengyu's smile faltered immediately. Those were meant for him to present to Chu Cheng. Could it be that Chu Cheng did not appreciate them? Leyao could no longer contain her amusement. A smile is not something that vanishes, it merely shifts elsewhere. Qin Yao's lips curled into a smile, acknowledging with a nod. Mr. Meng, please make yourself comfortable. I shall attend to the other guests. Chu Cheng waved at Mengyu and turned to leave. Chu. Before Mengyu could finish his sentence, Chu Cheng had disappeared from view. Qin Yao then turned to Leyao. I shall go greet some acquaintances. Would you care to join? Leyao followed his gaze to Mengyu and quickly shook her head. No. Qin Yao released her hand, pointing toward the kitchen on the first floor. I placed the milk in the refrigerator. Help yourself if you wish to drink. I will greet Mengyu and return shortly. Leyao nodded eagerly and dashed toward the kitchen. Upon entering, she immediately heard a heavy sigh emanating from within. Focusing, she realized it was none other than Chu Cheng. What troubles you? Leyao inquired. Chu Cheng shot her an irritated glance before checking outside to ensure no one was nearby. Your grin is more difficult to suppress than an AK. Do you truly need to feign ignorance? Leyao covered her mouth, unable to stifle her laughter. Chu Cheng scrutinized her for several moments before a realization struck him. So you were aware from the start, Guiking? Liao's eyes widened slightly. How did you know that I am not oblivious to the internet? Chu Cheng sighed. During that night at the bar, Chu Cheng had indeed sensed an odd atmosphere, particularly due to Liao's expression. However, he had not given it much thought, as he was no narcissist. Why would he assume that Mengyu harbored feelings for him? Had it not been for the exaggerated heart-shaped bouquet, he would not have made such connections. After a deep sigh, Chu Cheng appeared troubled. I must find an opportunity to clarify things with Mengyu. With so many people around earlier, I felt too embarrassed to outright reject him. What do you think I should do now? Leyao had no answer and simply shook her head. Do not inquire of me. Chu Cheng sighed again, suddenly recalling something. By the way, I noticed that Ranjing and Mengyu were seated together. Are they to eat tea that moment? Liao's phone rang. She glanced at the screen. It's a call from Ranjing. Chu Cheng. That Liao lifted the milk she had poured herself, exiting while answering the call. Are you almost here? All right, I will have someone meet you. Chu Cheng hurried to catch up. Wait for me, I will accompany you. The two emerged from the kitchen, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Mengyu, who had been seated on the sofa conversing with Qin Yao, stood up upon hearing Chu Cheng's voice. Chu Cheng, would you mind accompanying me to a location? Liao swiftly approached Qin Yao, winking at him and gesturing towards her phone before heading outside the villa. Qin Yao understood her intent and stood to block Chu Cheng, who was about to follow. Let Leyao go, it's fine. Mengyu gazed intently at Chu Cheng. Chu Cheng, isn't it nearly noon? I have arranged a luncheon at the resort's restaurant. Would you like to bring your friends along? At that moment, half of the attendees' gazes were fixed upon Chu Cheng. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, but I have already made a reservation. That a reservation can be adjusted. We can all enjoy the meal together. Mengyu said, feeling somewhat bashful. I have invited a 5-star chef, and all the ingredients were pre-ordered. Chu Cheng felt a bit conflicted. Meng Yu continued, moreover, I have arranged several tables if you all do not come. Wouldn't that be a waste? Chu Cheng, that's so, why did you go to such lengths? However, after contemplating, it seemed reasonable to accompany Meng Yu. It would provide the perfect opportunity to clarify his feelings. Thus, Chu Cheng nodded decisively. All right, please send me the bill later. Upon hearing Chu Cheng's agreement, Meng Yu's smile broadened, and he replied, no need, today is your birthday, and this is my obligation. Yet we are merely friends. It would be inappropriate for you to bear the expense, Chu Cheng remarked. Ah, Chu Cheng has explicitly stated that you are merely friends. Liao's gaze fell upon Meng Yu. She observed as Meng Yu's smile faltered yet again, but this time he quickly regained his composure, and shortly thereafter, a smile returned to his face. Liao found herself wanting to laugh even more, while secretly hoping. Ranjing, you must arrive soon. Having resolved to dine at the restaurant mentioned by Meng Yu, Chu Cheng wasted no time and promptly called upon his friends to set off. Qin Yao suddenly inquired of Liao, should we invite your uncle and aunt? Liao quickly replied, let me call my parents and see if they're coming. Qin Yao nodded in agreement. Following closely behind them, Huoyan raised an eyebrow at this exchange. It was indeed as Huoba and Huoma had said. Qin Yao was meticulous in his dealings. Yet, he firmly opposed the idea of Liao and Qin Yao being together. Qin Yao was already 24, a full 6 years older than Liao, who was born in the same year. As Huoyan trailed behind, he observed the increasing proximity of the two, and his brow furrowed in contemplation. Wait a moment. Had Liao ever stood so close to anyone else before? Lost in thought, Huoyan pondered the tea that moment. Liao finished his call and said to Qin Yao, they said they will come. Qin Yao asked, should we wait for them? No need. Liao shook his head. Huoba said they'll take their time, and we should go ahead. Qin Yao nodded and continued forward. Just as Liao was about to put away his phone, it vibrated again. Looking down, he saw a message from Ranjing. Ranjing. I've gotten off the CAR.Y. Leyao felt a surge of excitement. Ranjing has timed it perfectly. If I recall correctly, just around this corner lies the restaurant, and right at its entrance, there's a vast expanse of lawn. As Liao finished speaking, both Qin Yao and Huoyan looked up simultaneously. Ahead, Meng Yu and Chu Cheng turned a corner, and suddenly, Chu Cheng stopped in his tracks. His friends trailing behind him were momentarily taken aback. Why aren't we moving? Chu Cheng. Hey, what's this? It seems someone is about to confess their feelings. Did we come to the wrong place? Hearing his friend's murmurs, Chu Cheng felt a growing sense of unease. He turned to Meng Yu, ready to speak, when Meng Yu continued walking slowly. It's right here, let's go. Chu Cheng thought, no, something is amiss. This is far too strange. He could not follow Meng Yu into this situation. Liao, upon witnessing this, felt his eyes widen with excitement and hastily moved ahead. Qin Yao and Huoyan followed closely behind. Huoba and Huoma, bringing up the rear, quickened their pace as well. Turning the corner, they encountered a meticulously trimmed and level lawn. Yet at that moment, not a single blade of grass was visible, as the ground was carpeted with a myriad of fresh rose bouquets. From a distance, they could already detect the sweet fragrance unique to roses. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. In the very center of the lawn, there lay a path strewn with rose petals, leading straight to the restaurant. Chu Cheng's face paled. What more was there to understand? Meng Yu had set a trap. Liao covered his face, suppressing laughter. For Chu Cheng, how could this not be a banquet of deceit? Chu Cheng instinctively took a step back. However, quicker than his own reaction, his friends blocked his path. One friend urged, Chu Cheng, let's go. Another chimed in, hurry up. It was clear that this was no ordinary affair. They could not simply let Chu Cheng walk away. They had to witness this spectacle. Chu Cheng was both amused and exasperated by his friends. Gritting his teeth, is this how you treat the guest of honor? Indeed. What if it's another surprise? Let's go. Look at why Leyao found amusement in the scene. Chu Cheng rubbed his forehead. They did have a point. What if it were a misunderstanding? Though he deemed that possibility highly unlikely, he resolved to reject Meng Yu regardless of the outcome. He's coming soon. Liao quickly interjected. Chu Cheng frowned. To be honest, he didn't want Ranjing to witness this spectacle. Yet, since he had intended to interrupt Meng Yu's plans, perhaps it didn't matter after all. Thus, Chu Cheng turned and said nothing more, following Mengyu down the romantic path into the restaurant. The moment Chu Cheng stepped inside, a familiar bell rang out. He recognized it as the school bell from their middle school days. Scanning the interior, he did not see Mengyu, but he noticed a large screen in the restaurant beginning to play a VCR. As Leyao approached the restaurant, his phone vibrated once more. Ran Jing's message arrived. Is the address you gave me correct? Why are there so many roses outside? Leyao's lips curled into a grin. Of course, it's because Mengyu is preparing to confess his feelings to Chu Cheng. Ran Jing replied. No way. How does he have the audacity to confess to Chu Cheng? He hasn't even settled his debts with me. From that brief message, Leyao could discern Ran Jing's fury. Ran Jing. 3 seconds, everyone paused, then looked up to see a figure on stage. A boy, panting heavily, had dashed in and snatched the microphone from the host, his voice booming over the VCR. Mengyu, get out here. The VCR was abruptly paused, and the restaurant fell silent. What was happening now? Some eager onlookers whispered, barely concealing their excitement. Could it be an ex who hasn't moved on? Leyao felt a smirk tug at his lips. That's partially correct. Ran Jing is here mainly because Mengyu hasn't settled his debts. An overdue payment from a domineering boss. How amusing. Leyao let out a disdainful chuckle. Chapter 75. A surprise without joy. After a brief silence in the restaurant, discussions erupted. Who is this person? No idea. It seems he's here for Mengyu. Yet, given his rudeness, could he actually be Mengyu's? Absolutely not. Chu Cheng interrupted the speaker without a second thought, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on Ran Jing, repeating firmly, he isn't. Though Chu Cheng was not yet fully aware of the circumstances between Ran Jing and Mengyu, he was certain that their relationship was not what others speculated. Just then, a voice laced with suppressed anger rang out. Ran Jing, what do you want? Leyao turned in the direction of the voice and discovered that, at some point, Mengyu had emerged from the inner hall, leaning on a cane. Upon closer inspection, Leyao's eyes widened slightly. Wait, did Mengyu change his outfit? Qin Yao and Huoyin quickly turned to look. Indeed, he had changed. When they first met, he wore a black suit, yet in just a few minutes, Mengyu had donned a white suit. Huoyin surveyed the restaurant's romantic decorations and glanced back at Mengyu's white suit, marveling internally. Honestly, it complements the restaurant's decor quite well, though Chu Cheng hasn't even glanced at Mengyu. Ever since the emergence of RNJNG, CH Ching's gaze has been inexorably fixed upon him. And Mengyu, it seems, possesses no self-awareness whatsoever. At that moment, Lyao's voice, tinged with curiosity, echoed once more. Thus, when RNJNG rushed onto the stage, Mengyu was changing his attire in the inner hall. Leyao, unable to suppress a laugh, continued. Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. No wonder Mengyu didn't rush out at the first opportunity. He was busy changing his clothes. Indeed, Mengyu had been preparing for this confession for 2 days in advance. He had meticulously calculated everything. He anticipated that he would arrive at the restaurant before CH Ching, timed the VCR's playback, and of course, allocated ample time for changing. However, Mengyu failed to consider that just as the VCR began to play and he had only just entered, RNJNG would arrive. Look at how flustered he is. He even buttoned his shirt incorrectly in his haste. With Lyao's reminder, Huo B and Huom, who had just arrived, also redirected their attention. Upon glancing at Mengyu, the couple could not suppress their smiles. Indeed, he had buttoned his shirt incorrectly. How anxious must Mengyu have been to make such a blunder? Yet, upon reflection, his anxiety is somewhat understandable after all. Today he planned to confess to the object of his affection for over a decade. It is only natural to feel urgency when the moment is interrupted before it even begins. However, Huo B and Huo M sincerely believed that RNJNG's interruption was quite warranted. After all, CH Ching was celebrating a birthday, and inviting Mengyu was merely a gesture of social courtesy. Yet, Mengyu not only overshadowed CH Ching, but also took it upon himself to reserve the restaurant and planned to confess in front of so many of CH Ching's friends. Was this not placing CH Ching in a compromising position? While Mengyu's confession was indeed meticulously orchestrated, had he truly considered CH Ching's feelings? It is important to recognize that, unless feelings are mutual, confessing in a public setting can feel like emotional coercion. CH Ching had not even recognized MNGU at first glance, let alone harbored any feelings for him. MNGU's actions today, if one were to put it delicately, are self-indulgent. If one were to be blunt, it borders on delusional. Fortunately, it was CH Ching's birthday today, likely leading him to refrain from confronting MNGU. Yet, Huo B and Huo M could not resist a glance back at CH Ching. His gaze had not strayed from RNJNGAT this moment. The attention of everyone in the restaurant was fixated on the two individuals on stage. MNGU's face was ablaze with anger. He leaned heavily on his cane and swiftly approached RNJNG, lowering his voice to hiss. "Did I not tell you to never appear before me again?" With the microphone held close to his chest, RNJNG's words, despite MNGU's hushed tone, reached the ears of all present. Leyao erupted into laughter. "What is this? A loud conspiracy?" MNGU's expression flickered with irritation. RNJNG, however, found MNGU's words amusing. MNGZNG, not only has our contract ended, but I am no longer obliged to comply with you. Furthermore, do you truly not understand why I am here today? Was it not you who compelled me? With those words, MNGU's expression darkened, and even Sage Xing's countenance soured. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Contract? What contract? Some even ventured to speculate. A romantic contract? A marriage agreement? No way. I have not heard any news of MNGU's marriage. Exactly. Moreover, wasn't MNGU planning to confess to CH Ching today? MNGU. He glared at RNJNG, struggling to suppress his rage. What exactly are you trying to say? If you have grievances with me, we can discuss them later, MNGU said in a low voice, but certainly not now. This confession had been long in the making for MNGU, and he wished to avoid any unforeseen interruptions. He then turned to the security personnel who had just arrived, commanding, "Take him away." Leyao instantly grew anxious, but before he could speak, CH Ching's voice rang out. "I dare anyone to try." Unbeknownst to him, CH Ching had already ascended the stage, striding directly towards the pair. He gently pulled RNJNG behind him, his expression cold as he confronted MNGU. "MNGZNG, what do you intend to do to my invited guest?" At that moment, MNGU was left speechless. Meanwhile, Leyao was thrilled. Don't you think CH Ching looks rather dashing making his entrance?" Huo turned to glance at Leyao. Unfortunately, at that moment, Leyao's attention was solely on the three individuals on stage, oblivious to Huo's gaze. Huo could not help but sigh internally, preparing to refocus on the stage when he noticed Huo also observing Leyao. With a furrowed brow, Huo contemplated the implications. On stage, RNJNG was equally bewildered. He had not anticipated CH Ching's timely intervention, placing himself protectively behind RNJNG. RNJNG's previous statement, though somewhat vague, indicated to him that CH Ching had likely discerned the nature of his relationship with MNGU. To convincingly portray a character, one must gather knowledge in advance. Though RNJNG was not intimately acquainted with CH Ching, he possessed a deeper understanding of him than anyone else present. It was precisely this understanding that rendered RNJNG astonished at CH Ching's willingness to stand up for him. Gazing at the towering figure before him, RNJNG's emotions were profoundly complex. Turning his attention back to MNGU, he noticed an expression of genuine panic. MNGU never could have predicted that CH Ching would defend RNJNG at such a moment, and he referred to RNJNG as his friend. When had CH Ching and RNJNG become such close allies? Hadn't RNJNG promised never to appear again? Why then, was he here today? Leyao relished MNGU's expression, a smile playing upon his lips. It is evident that our MNGZNG is somewhat flustered. MNGU, agitated, had no choice but to explain to CH Ching. "CH Ching, I apologize. I did not know you had invited him as well." CH Ching's expression remained indifferent, his silence palpable. MNGU continued, "Moreover, I prepared a surprise for you, but I did not expect it to be interrupted by RNJNG, which is why I was so upset and wanted him to. What you have prepared for me is not a surprise." CH Ching finally spoke, his gaze fixed on MNGU, filled with cold disdain. What you have prepared resembles more of a fright than a surprised. As the words left his lips, Yu's complexion turned ashen. Leyao could not help but smirk. A surprise, by definition, is something the other party anticipates. Clearly, Ching has no expectation of your confession. Do you grasp that, Zng? Hearing Lyao's comment, Huanyo's lips also curled into a smile. The onlookers below began to piece together the implications. So, Ching does not harbor feelings for Yu? What on earth was I doing earlier? I was even pushing Ching forward. Dino not speak further. I already find myself regretting my recent actions. All present were friends and classmates of Ching, initially believing that he had secretly been dating Yu, which explained the elaborate surprise he had prepared for Ching's birthday. However, observing Ching's demeanor towards Yu now revealed a disconcerting truth. They could not help but feel a wave of regret. Had they known better, they would not have indulged in such frivolous, teasing moments ago. The group took a moment to reflect upon their conduct, yet could not restrain themselves from inquiring, "What do you mean?" This was evident without need for elaboration. Their eyes were keen enough to discern the reality. Had Ching held affection for Yu, he would not have shielded RNG behind himself, nor would he have uttered the word frightening. Had they not noticed the pallor of Yu's face? Yu stood in disbelief, gripping his cane tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Ching. Yet, after a prolonged moment, he discerned nothing on Ching's face beyond indifference. In that instance, Yu comprehended the gravity of the situation. Ching was not jesting. He genuinely disapproved of the surprise Yu had orchestrated for him. Yu felt profoundly disheartened and instinctively uttered, but the video hasn't finished playing. You haven't seen the conclusion or the gift I prepared for you. I do not need to see the conclusion. Ching interrupted Yu, his tone tinged with displeasure. I understand your intentions. You wish to confess your feelings for me, correct? Yu's eyes brightened instantly. Ching was aware of his feelings. Did this not imply that Ching might reciprocate? Yu spoke with fervor. Yes, Ching, I.Mr. Have you forgotten something? Suddenly, RNG's voice emerged from behind Ching. Ching glanced back at RNG, surprised. Indeed, RNG was still present. Until his matters were resolved, he would not relent. Yu furrowed his brow and regarded RNG coldly. It was at this moment he suddenly realized the purpose of RNG's visit today. Yu stated, "You came to see me today because you wanted money, right? Please leave. I shall contact my assistant to arrange the payment." RNG's temper flared at this remark. "What do you mean, I merely want money? Do you imply that I am some unreasonable extortionist? Mr. you must recognize that it is you who owes me wages. After numerous attempts to contact you and your assistant without success, I resorted to confronting you in person. If you had not defaulted on my payment, would I be causing a scene here?" RNG grew increasingly agitated. "You have not settled my wages, yet you dare to confess your feelings to Ching?" This declaration shocked everyone present, including Ching. RNG had mentioned a contract implying a professional relationship between him and Yu. Given this contractual bond, how could Yu neglect his payment? The onlookers cast accusatory glances at Yu. While indulging in frivolities was one thing, resorting to the unscrupulous tactics of a scoundrel was entirely another. As Yu turned, his gaze met the astonished look of Ching. A chill ran through him, and he instinctively denied, "I do not owe you wages. You must be mistaken." RNG could scarcely believe his ears. "Not so. Mr. Are you truly intent on feigning ignorance?" Leyao, observing the scene, finally understood. You would never admit the truth. If he acknowledged it now, it would be tantamount to confessing that RNG was merely a kept substitute, especially before Ching. Indeed, after a brief moment of panic, Yu quickly regained his composure. He regarded RNG calmly, his voice steady. "I do not comprehend what you are saying. If I truly owed you wages, you ought to contact my company's finance department rather than me." RNG was genuinely incensed by Yu's demeanor. In the past, he would never have dared to speak to Yu in such a manner. But times had changed. He was no longer the mere shadow that Yu had kept by his side. Thus, RNG let out a cold laugh. Mr. MNG, do you truly require me to lay everything bare before you will relent? MNGU's expression shifted slightly. After a brief contemplation, he turned to glance at CH Ching. CH Ching averted his gaze. MNGU's expression was one of hurt, and he hastily clarified, CH Ching, do not listen to his nonsense. I have nothing to do with him. It's RNG. Leyao could no longer remain silent. At this juncture, did MNGU still believe he could shift the blame onto RNG and portray himself as the innocent party? RNG had not anticipated that MNGU would attempt to deflect all blame onto him, prompting a sardonic chuckle from RNG. That evening, when he encountered CH Ching at the bar, he realized his employment was likely at an end. Coupled with Leyau's warning, RNG vacated the villa where MNGU had housed him that very night. The security guard informed him that all of RNG's belongings had been removed and advised him not to return to that villa. Although RNG felt a swell of frustration, he dismissed the remaining items as inconsequential and unworthy of his attention. However, he could not leave without addressing the unresolved matters. So, before departing, he called MNGU. MNGU answered. During the call, MNGU formally informed RNG of his termination and requested that RNG cease all contact with him, expressing a desire for RNG to avoid appearing before him again. RNG complied, yet simultaneously requested that MNGU settle the wages owed to him before his departure. MNGU agreed during the call, yet since that day, RNG had received not a single cent and could not reach MNGU. In truth, RNG understood that MNGU's delay in providing him with his due payment stemmed from anger over that night, when CH Ching failed to recognize him immediately and instead focused his attention on MNGU. MNGU intended to teach RNG a lesson through this delay. However, this lesson nearly cost RNG his mother's life. Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with CH Ching, who assisted in covering the surgery expenses. Very well, RNG tightened his jaw as he looked at MNGU, suddenly smiling. All right, since that is the case, I shall clarify matters in front of CH Ching. MNG's countenance shifted dramatically. RNG, how dare you? RNG understood all too well that without MNGU, he would never have secured such a comfortable position to afford his mother's medical expenses and repay his family's debts, that he ought to express gratitude to MNGU for the substantial sum he had received. Yet, RNG was more distressed by the thought of CH Ching, such a good person, being deceived by both himself and MNGU. RNG was a villain, and MNGU is no saint either. Thus, RNG wished for a man of CH Ching's caliber to recognize their true natures. He no longer wished to deceive CH Ching and hoped MNGU would never have another chance to approach him. With that, RNG turned and strode towards CH Ching. CH Ching stared at RNG in astonishment, poised to speak when he heard RNG murmur, in a voice only they could hear, I am sorry. CH Ching froze. The stage lights blazed brightly as RNG met CH Ching's gaze directly. You must have noticed, right? We bear a striking resemblance. As his words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Then, an uproar ensued. What? Wait, there's indeed a resemblance. The eyes. I see now. No wonder I felt that boy looked somewhat familiar. Mengyu, upon hearing Ranjing's words, felt as though his eyes would burst with rage. Ranjing, enough! Yet, Ranjing paid no heed to this admonition. He spoke rapidly, divulging the remainder of his thoughts. Indeed, I have a contractual relationship with Mengyu, or rather, President Meng. However, rest assured, our contract is not of an illicit nature. We have merely signed an employment agreement. My role involves portraying you in front of President Meng. This may be a bit confusing, so to put it simply, I am your stand-in. Chu Cheng suddenly shouted, Ranjing, get out of the way. In the blink of an eye, Chu Cheng reached out to pull Ranjing aside. Just as they moved to the side, a black cane fell to the ground with a resounding thud. You scare me to death. Thankfully, Ranjing is unharmed. Leyao sighed in relief, then turned to look at Mengyu, her brows knitting together. Indeed, those who keep stand-ins often have a hint of psychological disturbance. Meng Yu's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Ranjing. Ranjing, silence. Chu Cheng, trembling with fear, stared at the cane on the ground and exclaimed sharply, Meng Yu, are you out of your mind? At that moment, several of Chu Cheng's friends rushed onto the stage. Chu Cheng, are you all right? Meng Yu trembled at the sound, as if finally realizing the gravity of his actions. He looked at Chu Cheng, his face a portrait of confusion. Chu Cheng, I'm sorry, I never intended to harm you. I'm merely enough. Chu Cheng interjected coldly. Is this farce not sufficient? You have utterly ruined my birthday banquet. Are you satisfied now? Meng Yu's pupils constricted. Chu Cheng, it's not like that. He shook his head in disbelief. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Indeed, your surprises today have been plentiful. Chu Cheng released Ranjing, fixing his gaze on Meng Yu as he spoke each word deliberately. You not only kept me by your side, but also owe others money, and now you've ruined my birthday banquet. Are you pleased with yourself? With each word spoken by Chu Cheng, Meng Yu's complexion grew graver. He stood rooted to the spot, shaking his head helplessly. No, Chu Cheng, I did keep a stand-in, but I don't like him. I like you. I have always liked you, which is why you like me. What have you been doing all this time? Chu Cheng asked coldly. Meng Yu was taken aback. Leyao could no longer restrain herself. Chu Cheng merely went abroad. He hasn't moved to another galaxy. If you truly like someone, why not pursue them instead of keeping a stand-in to feign affection? Do you realize your actions have hurt two people? Upon hearing this, the audience could not help but murmur in agreement. Indeed, if you have always liked Chu Cheng, why not tell him? If you truly cared, how could you allow others into your heart? Keeping a stand-in is utterly repugnant. Each word struck Meng Yu's heart like a dagger, and he shook his head in disbelief. No, Chu Cheng, I truly like you. I just miss you too much, that's why. Meng Yu, Chu Cheng's voice softened. Let's end this here. I do not have feelings for you, and it would be best if we avoid meeting in the future. Meng Yu staggered forward on the brink of collapse. Chu Cheng's friends quickly blocked his path. Don't come any closer. He has rejected you. Do you still wish to cling on? Meng Yu, as the head of the Meng Corporation, you surely wouldn't want to escalate this matter, would you? Chu Cheng asked coldly. The threat in his words rendered Meng Yu momentarily paralyzed. Chu Cheng turned away, no longer glancing at Meng Yu, and lowered his gaze to the still-dazed Ranjing. Shall we go? Ranjing looked up in surprise. Chu Cheng smiled at him. Though my mind is somewhat muddled, my birthday is yet to conclude. Ranjing's eyes glistened, and he lowered his head. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have oh, thank you, Chu Cheng replied. Without you, today would have been even more awkward, and you've helped resolve a troublesome situation. Chu Cheng walked towards the audience, and Ranjing followed suit. As they departed, the others naturally dispersed as well. However, being a group of young individuals, they could not resist whispering their criticisms. I've never seen such an idiot. Chu Cheng is truly unfortunate to encounter him. Indeed, as the restaurant emptied, Leyao, having savored Meng Yu's expression, prepared to leave when suddenly a boy blocked her path. Leyao looked at him in confusion. She was certain she had never seen this boy before. Dressed casually with long hair tied into a small bun at the back of his head, he appeared quite adorable. He stood before Leyao, frantically gesturing. Leyao felt increasingly bewildered. Is this sign language? I can't understand it. The boy looked up and, noticing Qin Yao behind Leyao, became even more frantic, gesticulating even faster. Leyao was truly perplexed. What do you want to say? Do you have a phone? Why not text me? After saying this, she extended her phone toward him. The boy stared at her for a moment, then suddenly realized something. He shook his head at Leyao and dashed toward a nearby waiter. At this moment, Huyen had reached Qin Yao's side, glancing at Leyao in the distance with a furrowed brow. Who is that boy? Qin Yao shook his head. I don't know that they spoke. The boy ran back to Leyao, thrusting a note into her hand before sprinting out of the restaurant. Leyao followed his gaze and saw him reach a stranger, who ruffled his hair and took his hand, leading him away. Huyen then called out, Leyao, let's go. Was that boy your fan? Leyao shook her head, opening the note in her hand, which bore a brief line. Have you found a way to save? Leyao read it, utterly perplexed. What does you mean? And those two words in between, why can't I see them clearly? He can't be like my third brother, a typical delusional teenager, can he? Chapter 76. Online romantic interest. Leyao wished to see that boy again, only to discover his silhouette had long vanished outside. Huo Yin called out to Leyao once more. Leyao responded, coming. She casually tucked the note away and hurried to catch up with Qin Yao and Huo Yin. Who was that boy just now? Huo Yin inquired again. Leyao shook her head. I don't know. Perhaps I mistook him for someone else? Huo Yin nodded, opting not to press further. Meanwhile, Qin Yao furrowed his brow slightly and lowered his head to send a message to his assistant. As Leyao pushed open the door, she beheld two boys, close friends of Chu Cheng, lifting him in the center of the living room, singing and dancing with a microphone, as if such antics could erase the earlier unpleasantness. Despite the deafening music that threatened to rupture eardrums, Qin Yao surprisingly did not intervene. Instead, he leaned closer to Liao's ear and whispered, I'll contact the delivery staff. You go inside first. Their proximity made Qin Yao's breath brush lightly against Liao's ear, slightly ticklish, yet oddly pleasant. Liao nodded in agreement as Qin Yao turned to leave. Huo Yin inched closer and draped an arm around Liao's shoulders. Would you like to go to the backyard? Liao pushed Huo Yin's arm away, frowning slightly. No, and don't stay so close to me. Huo Yin raised an eyebrow in disbelief. What? Just because Qin Yao was whispering in your ear, you're fine with that. But you object when I merely put my arm around your shoulders? Huo Yin clenched his jaw silently, feeling a twinge of resentment. The loud music rendered Liao unable to hear him, prompting her to ask, Huh? Huo Yin huffed dismissively and turned away, ignoring her as he walked off. Liao shrugged it off and approached Ran Jing, who was seated in a corner. Though Ran Jing was unfamiliar with most attendees, his recent commotion at the restaurant had piqued some curiosity among the guests. As the gathering consisted mainly of Chu Cheng's friends and peers, Ran Jing found himself greeted by several groups during his brief stay in the villa. Like Leyao, he struggled with social interactions and could only sit and smile awkwardly. Upon seeing Leyao approach, he sprang up as if she were a savior. The noise in the living room was overwhelming, prompting Leyao to suggest, Shall we head to the garden? Ran Jing nodded eagerly, following her into the backyard. Once the door was shut behind them, the thunderous music diminished significantly. Scanning the area and finding no sign of Huo Yin, Leyao pulled Ran Jing to sit on a lounge chair. They tacitly avoided discussing Meng Yu and instead exchanged inquiries about their recent lives. Ran Jing hesitated, instinctively asking, Manager? Leyao rested her chin on her hand and nodded. Yes, aren't you a signed artist with my brother's agency? He mentioned that all signed artists are assigned corresponding managers. Your performance class results are better than mine. Why not consider acting? The deafening music had inexplicably ceased, leaving the backyard in serene silence, with white clouds scattered by a gentle breeze revealing a vivid blue sky. A gust swept through the courtyard, rustling the leaves. Ran Jing unconsciously glanced at Leyao, locking eyes with her bright, clear gaze. Perhaps only a second passed, or maybe an entire minute lingered. Suddenly, a radiant smile spread across Ran Jing's face as he beamed at Leyao, saying, Leyao, thank you. Leyao frowned slightly. Puzzled, why are you thanking me? Before she could ponder further, Qin Yao's voice echoed, Leyao, lunch has arrived. Leyao promptly replied and turned to Ran Jing. Let us go. Ran Jing smiled and nodded vigorously. For the next half day, the group enjoyed themselves at the resort, and as night fell, they remained together, gearing up for a night out at a bar. Qin Yao cast a sidelong glance at Huo Yin, remarking, How can you send him off after drinking? I'll take him. He first drove Ran Jing to the hospital before heading towards the Huo residence with Leyao. As they approached the villa, a wave of inexplicable melancholy surged within Leyao. How strange, Leyao mused inwardly, noticing her furrowed brows and serious expression. Qin Yao felt a flicker of concern, but refrained from asking. However, even as they entered the Huo villa neighborhood, Leyao remained silent, and Qin Yao heard no further thoughts from her. At 8:30 in the evening, the car came to a gentle halt in front of the Huo villa. Qin Yao unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to Leyao, saying, We've arrived. Leyao responded with an "oh" as she leisurely unfastened her seatbelt but lingered in her seat, hesitating to exit. When Qin Yao looked at her again, puzzled, he overheard her muttering softly, Will President Qin think I'm strange? Before he could contemplate her peculiarity, Leyao suddenly asked earnestly, President Qin, may I hold your hand again? Qin Yao froze momentarily. The dim evening light illuminated the interior, with only the street lights outside casting a warm glow through the window and onto Leyao. In that soft light, Qin Yao could clearly see her delicate features. Her expression calm, but her eyes sparkled with emotions, curiosity, confusion, and, above all, anticipation. Qin Yao's gaze darkened slightly. After a long pause, he gently asked Leyao, "Do you understand what you're asking?" Leyao pondered. "Isn't it simply a request to hold hands? Could it be that my words carry ambiguity?" Her eyes widened in realization. Or perhaps President Qin struggles with comprehension. Qin Yao felt a mix of frustration and amusement. "Leyao, I asked you this morning." His gaze lingered on her, revealing a tenderness he had not consciously acknowledged. Leyao blinked slowly. "Is it because I don't mind holding your hand?" Qin Yao nodded slightly. "Until you grasp the significance of his question, I believe it is best for us to minimize physical contact." Liao's eyes widened in surprise. "Why? Is it that important?" Qin Yao regarded her earnestly. "It is significant for both of us." Liao pressed her lips together, her brow furrowing in contemplation. After a brief moment, she grew somewhat disgruntled. "Does that mean if I never figure it out, President Qin will refuse to hold my hand indefinitely?" Qin Yao, feeling helpless, was about to elaborate when Liao suddenly exclaimed in her mind, "You're such a miser." With that, Liao feigned pushing open the car door, declaring, "I'll take my leave then." "Indeed, you even resort to threats," Qin Yao mused, his gaze fixated on her pale fingers poised near the door. After a moment, he conceded, "Then shall we hold hands just once more before you come to your conclusion?" Liao's face lit up with joy, her eyes gleaming brightly. "Really?" Qin Yao unexpectedly found himself ensnared within the depths of his gaze. In just a fleeting second, he awkwardly averted his eyes, his throat bobbing slightly as he began to speak. Yet before he could complete his thought, Liao had already lunged forward, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Standing a half-head shorter than Qin Yao, as he leaned in, his head nestled perfectly against Qin Yao's neck. The boy's soft hair emanated a faint, pleasant fragrance, brushing gently against Qin Yao's skin. "I've got you." In the rearview mirror, the man's fair complexion instantly flushed crimson. With a resigned sigh, Qin Yao covered his face with one hand, his heartbeat racing in the stillness of the night. Even after Liao finally released him and let go of their intertwined hands, the sound of his own heartbeat echoed in his ears like a drum. "Then, President Qin, I shall take my leave," Liao beamed. Qin Yao subtly shifted his gaze away, responding vaguely, "It's a bit warm." Liao looked puzzled. "But the air conditioning is on, right?" He was perplexed. Why is President Qin so fixated on this issue? However, he is so kind to let me. Liao nodded in agreement. "All right, I promise you." Unable to restrain his curiosity, Qin Yao pressed on. "Are you truly capable of that?" Without a moment's hesitation, Liao declared, "Of course. I am capable of anything." Suddenly, he faltered. Yet Qin Yao merely smiled gently. "Very well, I believe in you." Liao bit his lip, clearing his throat before decisively exiting the vehicle. Once steady on his feet, he waved goodbye to Qin Yao. "President Qin, drive safely." Qin Yao rolled down the window, his blush fading somewhat. Gazing at Liao, his eyes twinkled with tender warmth. Good night, le." The pronunciation of the character for joy curled around his lips before transforming into "Good night, Yao Yao." Liao's eyes widened in surprise. Before he could fully process it, Qin Yao had already rolled up the window. In the next moment, the luxury car sped away from the community. Liao stood rooted to the spot for a long while before a smile crept across his face. I must admit, I quite like how President Qin addresses me." Inside the Huo residence, Huiyan's expression turned frantic. "Why are we discussing this again? Didn't we agree not to bring it up anymore? Why is it that every time love is mentioned, his past failures are resurrected? Even corpses feel discomfort." Huo Dad glanced at Huiyan. "That was your own agreement. We never consented." He then chuckled at Huo Mom. Indeed, if only he had a lick of romantic experience, he would understand that once two people are mutually attracted, the progression is rapid. Unlike him, who after months of dating has only managed to hold hands, and now he's being accused of fathering a child. And he actually believes it. "Haha, Huiyan, I can't stand being in this house for another moment." He turned and stormed upstairs. Huo Dad and Huo Mom exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. In the days that followed, Liao diligently attended his performance classes while contemplating the question posed by Qin Yao. Yet after days of reflection, he found himself sleepless the night before the recording. Finally managing to drift into slumber, he experienced a peculiar dream. In the dream, he was the same age as now, and his favorite pastime was basking in the sun on the balcony. The balcony, adorned in a Western architectural style, was spacious, with vibrant roses planted in the corners. However, due to his penchant for sunbathing in the best spot, the roses were relegated to a less sunny corner. Every morning upon awakening, he would rush to this balcony. The lounge chair was arranged to his liking, complete with a soft cushion and a cup of delicious oat milk conveniently placed within reach. Each time he extended his hand, he could grasp the oat milk and take a satisfying sip. One day, however, he arrived at the familiar balcony only to find no oat milk waiting for him. Just a note, all the ingredients are prepared in the kitchen. Could you, the clever and adorable best in the world, please handle it yourself today? Leyao stared at the smiley face on the note for quite some time, before proudly declaring, "Of course, I am capable of anything." At this moment, the dream abruptly ended. Upon awakening, Leyao pondered what exactly he was capable of. After a minute of deep thought, he realized he suddenly craved oat milk again. After all, whether in reality or in dreams, oat milk was undoubtedly the finest. The recording location for this episode of the variety show was set in a renowned wetland park. Huo's dad and Huo's mom had pressing matters to attend to within the group, so they could not accompany him. With Huo's dad and Huo's mom tied up, Huo Jing was also unavailable. Huoze wished to accompany Yi Leyao, but he had been preoccupied with investigating Li Qi and was utterly swamped. Even Hui Yin had departed for a shooting assignment out of town, leaving Yi Leyao to travel alone with his manager, Li Li, and an assistant to the recording venue. Li nodded in affirmation, though regrettably, netizens had yet to guess correctly even once. Reflecting on this, Li couldn't help but remind Yi Leyao a few times. Despite her understanding that after the first 3 recordings, Yi Leyao would likely not slip up again, as his manager, she inevitably worried. Fortunately, Yi Leyao was particularly obedient. He nodded in agreement to everything she said without contradiction. Seeing this, Li let out a sigh of relief. Although Yi Leyao had just debuted and was relatively inexperienced, the fact that he was humorously referred to as Gua by netizens made her slightly anxious. After all, who could consistently avoid being embroiled in scandals? The mere thought of Yi Leyao inadvertently becoming the center of attention sent a chill down her spine. As they spoke, they arrived at the designated area. Li encouraged Yi Leyao, then headed towards the staff area. Yi Leyao waved goodbye before making his way to the bus. President Qin had been observing Yi Leyao from afar, but had refrained from approaching earlier as Yi Liao's manager was deep in conversation with him. Noticing that Yi Leyao had spotted him, Qin Yao was about to quicken his pace, only to see Yi Leyao suddenly release his suitcase and run towards him with open arms. Before his mind could register the oddity of the situation, Qin Yao's body instinctively responded, embracing Yi Leyao as he leapt into his arms. At the moment of their collision, Qin Yao nearly lost control of his expression. How had he ended up hugging Yi Leyao again? Meanwhile, Yi Leyao felt no awkwardness at all. Not only had he embraced Qin Yao, but he also nuzzled his head into Qin Yao's neck, wrapping his arms around Qin Yao's waist. Qin Yao's blood surged, leaving him frozen in place. The onlooking staff gaped in astonishment. Was this something they were permitted to witness? Yi Leyao rushed forward to embrace Qin Yao, and the hug indeed bore a resemblance to that of lovers. Moreover, were they aware that the live broadcast had already commenced? Just moments ago, as Lily settled into the staff vehicle, her eyes widened at the sight, and she let out a shriek. Yi Leyao. The assistant hastily hushed her. Sisterly, keep it down. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the live chat was surging rapidly. Wait, Yi Leyao, what are you doing? This hug, could it be what I'm thinking? Are they getting romantically involved? What, Yi Leyao and Qin Yao together? No way. Are you spreading rumors? The viewers were incensed. Are we the ones spreading rumors? Just open your eyes and see their embrace. The atmosphere is thick with ambiguity. Everyone chimed in, indeed. Qin Yao's face flushed red. Fans echoed, exactly. How can you still claim they aren't together? Newcomers to the live stream were utterly bewildered. So how did they end up together? There were no signs at all. This is so sudden. Not just the viewers, but also the staff members, including the director and producers, were equally puzzled. The glances exchanged, the embrace, the posture, none of it seemed innocent. So, were they truly not together? If not, how could one explain such a hug? An ambiguous phase? Surely not. Could it be that they were the ones now caught in the drama? Strangely, anticipation began to swell. Glancing back at the screen, Yi Leyao and Qin Yao had yet to part. Just as the staff contemplated whether to intervene, 2 astonished voices broke the silence. Li Siyuan exclaimed, Wait, what's going on between you two? Song Jihan was even more direct. Are you two dating? Yi Leyao, feeling slightly displeased, remarked, Why don't you call me Yao Yao anymore? I quite like that name. Qin Yao's flush deepened. Leyao noticed Song Jihan and Li Siyuan leaned into Qin Yao's neck for a gentle sniff, then straightened up to wave at them. You both have arrived. But why do their expressions seem so peculiar? And what did Teacher Gosher mean by that? Song Jihan's gaze darted between the two, and in an instant, he grasped the situation. Li Siyuan was about to speak, but Song Jihan abruptly restrained him, whispering, "Don't say anything." Li Siyuan was perplexed. Why not? This is a golden opportunity to witness the drama. Song Jihan chuckled. Precisely because we want to see the drama, we must not expose it at this moment. Li Siyuan paused, following Song Jihan's gaze to rest on Yi Liao's face. Yi Liao had stepped back from Qin Yao, standing calmly, his expression as usual. Li Siyuan's brow furrowed. Why was Yi Liao so composed? In a flash, Li Siyuan realized something. Turning to Song Jihan in shock. Could it be that he... Yes, Song Jihan's brow arched slightly. This was intriguing. The intimacy of that embrace was too close for mere friends to tolerate. It could only mean that Qin Yao and Yi Liao had crossed the threshold into something more. Yet Yi Liao maintained a facade of innocence. Truly fascinating. Song Jihan saw through it but chose to remain silent. Li Siyuan understood his implication, saying nothing more, but approached with a knowing look directed at Qin Yao. At that moment, Qin Yao finally composed himself, meeting Li Siyuan's gaze without revealing any cracks in his demeanor. Alas, no matter how well he disguised his emotions, the moment had already been captured, and the truth had been laid bare for all to see. Song Jihan's eyes sparkled with mischief as he glanced at the two before heading toward the bus. Li Siyuan followed, shaking his head in disbelief. Yi Liao's expression turned troubled. Qin Yao sighed internally, resigned. It's fine, let us go. The sun is bright here, we should head inside. Yi Liao nodded. Okay. Song Jihan and Li Siyuan had already found their seats. Yi Liao chose a middle seat by the window and waved at Qin Yao as he placed his luggage. This time, Qin Yao hesitated only for a second before moving to sit beside Yi Liao. As he settled in, Li Siyuan couldn't help but chuckle again. Yi Liao, unable to contain his curiosity, pondered, what is Li Siyuan laughing about? Why does it seem like he's particularly cheerful today? Qin Yao felt the warmth on his face persist. His lips pressed together in silence. Fortunately, Yi Liao did not dwell on it. Soon, the other regular guests arrived one after another. Huo Yin was the last aboard. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon Yi Liao, then briefly flicked to Qin Yao, his words caught in his throat. Ultimately, Huo Yin said nothing but chose to sit across from them instead of directly in front. With all the regular guests present, it was time for the guest stars to make their appearance. Ah, it seems they have arrived, Lu Yin remarked. A delicate, high-pitched female voice floated in from outside the vehicle. Hello, did I arrive late? As the words fell, the guests collectively shivered. That voice! Isn't this the legendary Li Siyuan Ninkidat? Observing the newcomer clad in a red dress, with cascading waves to her waist and fiery red lips that unmistakably revealed her identity as a male guest. Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. Is this cross-dressing? Suddenly, Li Siyuan's furious voice erupted from the back. Who the hell invited this monster? The guests were momentarily stunned, turning in unison to stare at Li Siyuan. Wait, why is he cursing at the guest right after they arrive? Hold on, cross-dressing, monster Li Siyuan? Yi Liao pulled out his phone and opened the Notes app. The next moment, he burst into silent laughter. So, it's him. No wonder Li Siyuan exploded. It turns out this is his former online relationship. Qin Yao and Huo Yin exchanged glances, puzzled. Former online relationship? Chapter 77. The cross-dressing sensation. Before Yi Liao could elaborate further, the new guest, using that previously mentioned sweet voice, feigned sadness. It's been so long since we last met, and I never expected that upon our reunion, Siyuan, you'd be so fierce with me. I'm so heartbroken. Instantaneously, all the guests' eyes turned towards him. Admittedly, that voice was rather pleasant. Furthermore, why did this new guest seem so familiar? Had they met somewhere before? Though Qin Yao hadn't participated in this episode's casting, the director and producer had shared the invitation list with him, so he had some familiarity with the new guest. After staring at the newcomer for several seconds, Qin Yao recognized him, and his expression turned complex. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream remained baffled. This new guest doesn't look like a female guest, does he? A cross-dressing sensation? The chat erupted in excitement. So who exactly is he? Previously, Li Siyuan had a reputation for reprimanding others without resorting to profanity. Yet today, he unleashed a torrent of vulgarities. Could it be that he harbors a grudge against the new guest? Observing Li Siyuan's expression, one could hardly conclude otherwise. Is there affection present? Thus, who, pray tell, is this cross-dressing gentleman? I find myself consumed by curiosity. He appears somewhat familiar. Indeed, I too sense a hint of recognition. Yet the source eludes me. It wasn't until a barrage of comments erupted, exclaiming, "What on earth?" that I began to understand. Simultaneously, Leyao gasped softly to herself. There are many who affectionately call one another hubby and wifey, and even more who refer to one another as uncle or aunt, not to mention those who directly address him as master. This master is also a character from Xinxia drama. Upon this realization, Leyao was struck with clarity. Hearing this, Huoyan finally responded, albeit with astonishment. Leyao tilted her head slightly, striving to suppress the upward curve of her lips, but to no avail. After stealing a glance at Li Siyuan's expression, she cleared her throat and softly suggested, "You might want to inquire directly with Li Siyuan." At this, Song Jihan chuckled, his voice not loud, yet audible to everyone in the vehicle. "So, Leyao, you are indeed in the know." With that, Liao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Teacher Gosher, is it truly your intention to ensnare me?" Li Siyuan's furious gaze swiftly turned towards Leyao. She instinctively recoiled, internally muttering, "Teacher Gosher lacks decorum." Leyao glanced back at Song Jihan, who was evidently reveling in his own triumph. She confirmed her suspicion. "It is indeed him." Li Siyuan continued to glare at Leyao, who felt a shiver run down her spine. Yet, as the saying goes, retribution is a dish best served cold. Thus, she boldly took the microphone and, with a voice loud enough for all to hear, declared, "Indeed, I possess some knowledge. Speaking of which, it has been a week since we last met, and I almost forgot to ask, Teacher Gosher, how are things progressing with Zhang Qiran? Is everything going smoothly?" After her declaration, she did not forget to flash a radiant smile at Song Jihan, silently pleading for help. "Save me." Teacher Gosher's gaze is lethal. Qin Yao could hardly contain his amusement. Noticing Liao's apparent fear, he abandoned his earlier principles and gently wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "No witties. Teacher Gosher won't bite," he whispered, adding a playful jest. Song Jihan's smile was devoid of warmth. The remaining guests barely contained their laughter. Liao was indeed audacious. Moreover, this was the first time they witnessed Song Jihan humbled. Remarkably satisfying. Meanwhile, the live stream grew increasingly lively. The audience, still grappling with the first piece of gossip, was treated to the spectacle of Leyao and Song Jihan exchanging barbs, as well as Qin Yao's protective gesture towards Leyao. The viewers' reactions were as follows. Upon learning that Leyao had once again gleaned information from Li Siyuan, they expressed their outrage. "Leyao, why do you always indulge in gossip without us? What is it about these tidbits that fans cannot partake in?" Observing Liao's apparent capitulation as Qin Yao embraced her, they were both amused and astonished. "So, Liao, you surrendered so quickly? If you are so frightened, what emboldened you to provoke Teacher Gosher? Also, why are you so naturally linked to Qin Yao's arm? What is the nature of your relationship?" As the fourth episode commenced filming, Liao and Qin Yao were seen embracing, linking arms, and engaging in camaraderie. Do not dare claim that this is merely platonic. During the first episode, Liao openly admitted that Qin Yao was her ideal type. Furthermore, Huoyan, how can you remain oblivious while Qin Yao has his arm around Liao? As the elder brother, are you truly blind or merely feigning ignorance? Huoyan, you must intervene. Liao is merely 18 years old, while the viewers are still single. Why must he be in a relationship already? If only Huoyan could witness this. As for the suggestion that Huoyan should intervene in Liao's affairs, he expressed his helplessness. It is not that Huoyan is unwilling to intervene. He genuinely believes that Liao is still young and that Qin Yao is too old for her. That would be quite the provocation. The gossip is flowing. The audience resembled excited children in a field of gossip, unable to fully comprehend the unfolding drama. Thus, they redirected their attention to the individuals at the center of it all. At this moment, Li Siyuan's expression had considerably softened, as he regarded the stoic Song Jihan with a bemused smile. A vein throbbed on Li Siyuan's forehead. Song Jihan's icy demeanor melted away. His eyebrows raised as he scrutinized Li Siyuan. "It seems you are not sufficiently anxious, as you still have time to enjoy my spectacle." Duan Tingyan immediately adopted a profoundly sorrowful expression. "It appears that it has been too long since we last met. Your affections have waned." Meanwhile, the perceptive guests and viewers widened their eyes in astonishment. Affection? Had they truly heard correctly? My goodness. Is Duan Tingyin still attempting to charm Li Siyuan with a feminine voice? The playful banter was in full swing. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the harsher the reprimand. It seems that Li Siyuan was genuinely fond of his online romantic partner. Leyao yearned to retrieve her phone to check her notes. Yet at this moment, she was seated too closely to Qin Yao. From this angle, should she open her phone, Qin Yao could easily glimpse the contents of her notes. Although Leyao could shift a bit further away, for reasons unknown, she felt disinclined to do so. Therefore, to err on the side of caution, Leyao chose to suppress her curiosity for the time being. It's all right. I can look later. Upon hearing this, Huiyin could not help but roll his eyes again. He had realized that Leyao was also a love-struck individual. For the sake of romance, she was even willing to forego gossip. Duan Tingyin, perceiving Li Siyuan's heightened reaction, expressed even greater sorrow. How disheartening. However, since you, Siyuan, are unwilling to reminisce with me, I shall refrain from speaking further. At this point, the other guests and viewers were left in doubt. Could it be that he was merely pretending? Although Li Siyuan appeared indifferent, he was concerned that the viewers might delve deeper. Which artist lacks a bit of history? Yet, this generation of viewers seems particularly fond of digging up the past. Oh, and there is Leyao, who is always at the forefront of the gossip. Li Siyuan clenched his jaw. Stay calm. Remain composed in the face of the past. Perhaps he could obscure this matter. If he faltered, it would be his name trending on social media. Leyao was momentarily taken aback. Qin Yao and Huiyin simultaneously furrowed their brows. Upon hearing his explanation, their frowns relaxed somewhat. Huiyin appeared puzzled. The other guests were utterly astonished. Zhou Zijian inquired of Leyao. Is that true? How did I not notice before? Duan Tingyin, being well acquainted with Zhou Zijian, teased. What could you, with your burly physique, possibly discern? Laughter erupted among the group. Who would have thought that aside from Qin Yao, there would be someone capable of recognizing my aversion to physical contact? The final remark was directed at Qin Yao. He smiled and nodded in agreement, smiled as he acknowledged, and then proceeded to greet the other guests. He was quite the conversationalist, having collaborated with numerous artists in the industry due to his profession. Even Liu Yin, who hailed from an idol background, had worked with him. Zhou Zijian had been holding back his curiosity for quite some time, but eventually he asked, So, why are you wearing women's clothing today? Leyao immediately turned at the sound of this question, a smile spreading across his face. Isn't the answer obvious? Why even ask? Huiyin remarked, somewhat perplexed. Obvious? Unquestionable? Yet he could not fathom the reason behind it. Qin Yao furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon enlightenment dawned upon him. Indeed, the reason was quite apparent. Huiyin, still puzzled, glanced at Leyao and, by chance, caught sight of Qin Yao's understanding expression. A wave of confusion washed over him. What was Qin Yao thinking? Before he could ponder further, Song Zhan chuckled and said, Zhou Gu, you truly don't know why? Zhou Zijian was left in a state of bewilderment. Leyao could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. The other guests joined in, filling the compartment with mirth. Only Li Siyuan remained stoic, a look of indifference on his face. Zhou Gu is not wrong. This is indeed one of his many peculiar preferences. The voice was playful, yet carried a hint of flirtation, sending shivers down the spine of those present. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Leyao seized a moment to whisper, Zhou Gu, do you understand now? It is undoubtedly because Li Siyuan has his own principles. Although he is temperamental, he never strikes women. A man dressed as a woman can certainly be considered half a woman. Huiyin's understanding blossomed. Now made sense. Zhou Zijian was equally enlightened. So that was the reason. The comments flooded in, expressing surprise. Who would have thought it was for this? It seems plausible. The onlookers were eager for more revelations. Was it truly the case? They yearned for confirmation. As for why they did not dare to question Li Siyuan, well, that was simply due to their trepidation. Let out a resigned sigh, casting a reproachful glance at Leyao. Leyao, just because I hold you in high regard, you cannot recklessly expose my secrets. This time he spoke in a feminine voice, yet adopted a more mature tone, reveled in the compliments, lifting his chin with a radiant smile. Indeed, I believe my voice is the most enchanting. He caught himself just in time from revealing more. Leyao suddenly comprehended. Oh, so this is the voice Li Siyuan adores most. I can only imagine how Li Siyuan must have fallen for it back then. With this thought, Liao's smile grew even brighter. Our President Qin truly has a knack for inviting interesting people. Hearing this, Qin Yao wore a somewhat helpless expression. Surely, one could not stumble into pitfalls every single time. The conversation did not linger long before the director announced that a guest was about to make an entrance. Had already turned away, but upon hearing Zhou Zijian's words, he abruptly spun around. Zhou Zijian was taken aback. Huh? Why are you? A smile broadened, his eyelids fluttering with the false eyelashes. Leyao, ever observant, immediately sensed something amiss. Why does it feel like there's a mysterious smile in the air? Beamed as he perused the comments, nodding, yes, I have met them and even chatted briefly. The resemblance of his smile to Liao's enigmatic grin was uncanny. Not only did Lu Yin think so, but Zhou Zijian and Wen Xiangyue in the back shared the same sentiment. It was not merely similar. It was as if they were cast from the same mold. Liao was oblivious to Zhou Zijian and Lu Yan's thoughts, for at that moment, he had already stood up, curiosity getting the better of him as he peered out the window. After a fleeting glance, he could no longer restrain himself. Turning to rest his head on Qin Yao's shoulder, laughing heartily. Ha 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 ha. His laughter drew the attention of everyone in the vehicle. What is so amusing? Well, Yin inquired. Song Jihan noticed Yi Liao's glance towards the window, and upon looking himself, he too could not help but chuckle. The bus was divided into two sides. Yi Liao, Qin Yao, and Song Jihan, along with Li Siyuan, were seated on the door side, where the flying guests would also make their entrance. Seeing Yi Liao and Song Jihan laughing, Li Siyuan quickly pulled back his curtain. Being seated further back, the angle allowed Zhou Zijian, Wen Xiangyue, and Lu Yin to see everything clearly. In the next moment, Li Siyuan burst into laughter. No way. Zhou Zijian and Wen Xiangyue's expressions froze simultaneously. Only Lu Yin looked confused, asking, what is going on? What are you laughing at? As soon as he finished speaking, he gasped, covering his mouth in shock. Wen Huai. The comments section erupted in laughter. Ah? Ha 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 ha. Finally, Yi Liao regained his composure and turned, mischievously saying, Zhou Gu, your son has arrived. Aren't you going to go greet him? The compartment erupted in laughter, proving that when it came to roasting, none could surpass Yi Liao. The comments section exploded with hilarity. Well said. After all, Zhou Zijian has wooed Wen Huai's mother. How can Wen Huai not be considered Zhou Zijian's godson? The transformation from good brothers to stepfather was nothing short of a generational leap. If Wen Huai heard this, his expression would surely be priceless. But he likely already knew about Zhou Zijian and his mother-esque relationship and had come to terms with it. Zhou Zijian, call me dad. Wen Huai, I'll make you regret that. Well, it seems I've figured it out. The wit of this generation of netizens is sharper than even Yi Liao's. The netizens merely chuckled in response. Alas, it is all thanks to Yi Liao and teacher Go Shi's teachings. Huh? Ha 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 ha. You truly are a wonderful group of fans. Surely, Yi Liao and teacher Go Shi would be grateful for you all. Unfortunately, at that moment, Yi Liao had no time to check the comments, as all his attention was focused on Zhou Zijian and Wen Xiangyue. Not only him, but all the guests in the vehicle were captivated by their expressions. Zhou Zijian's smile had vanished the instant he spotted Wen Huai. He sat frozen in place, his robust frame betraying a look of desperation. After hearing Yi Liao's teasing remark, Zhou Zijian could only manage a wry smile. Greeting Wen Huai? That was a matter of life and death. Yi Liao merely glanced at Zhou Zijian and instantly understood his predicament. Unable to contain his amusement any longer, he laughed even harder. Huo Yin nodded in agreement. Observing Zhou Zijian's expression, one can easily deduce that had there not been a solitary entrance on the bus, he would have likely fled long ago. Conversely, Wen Xiangyue's countenance is equally captivating at this moment. Clearly, she did not anticipate Wen Huai's unexpected appearance here. Staring outside the window in astonishment for quite some time, she suddenly yanked her hand away from Zhou Zijian's grasp. Yi Liao's shoulders shook with laughter. Sister-in-law, are you preparing to distance yourself? Dan Tingyan, reveling in the unfolding drama, remarked to Lu Yin beside him. Look at Zhou Ji's expression. It resembles a silent inquiry to his sister-in-law. Are you also planning to abandon me? In times of crisis, couples fly apart. This phrase rings true. His adept vocal mimicry of Zhou Zijian's tone made the statement particularly amusing. Dan Tingyan's voice was loud enough for the entire bus to hear. The regular cast members of Together on a Journey, known for their lack of depth, erupted into hearty laughter at the comment. Even Li Siyuan couldn't contain himself, turning away to stifle his chuckles. Among all the passengers, Only Zhou Zijian sank into a profound silence. Wen Xiangyue, despite not uttering a word, conveyed her sentiments to Zhou Zijian. However, had she not subtly shifted her body away, Zhou Zijian might have felt a bit more at ease. Witnessing the shift in their proximity from that of an intimate couple to merely good friends was disheartening for him. He wore a particularly aggrieved expression, gazing at Wen Xiangyue with a pitiful look that seemed to plead, "I understand. But surely you could offer me some encouragement rather than drawing a clear line between us." Wen Xiangyue opened her mouth, intending to offer some comfort, but at that moment, when Huai approached the front of the bus, Leyao was the first to notice, exclaiming excitedly, "He is here, he is here." When Huai has arrived, Qin Yao and Hua Yin turned to look at the bus door, and the attention of the other guests followed suit. Under the collective gaze, when Huai ascended the bus in measured steps and came to a halt at the front, Liao's eyes sparkled with excitement. After glancing at Wen Huai, they quickly followed his gaze to Zhou Zijian, causing a grin to spread across her face. "Zhou Ge, lift your head. If you dare to pry into your brother's mother-s business, why do you shy away from looking your good brother in the eye?" Thankfully, Zhou Zijian was oblivious to Yi Liao's inner thoughts. Otherwise, he would have merely sunk deeper into his self-imposed isolation, wishing he could bury his head in the sand like an ostrich. After her laughter subsided, Yi Liao's gaze shifted to Wen Xiangyue. In contrast, Wen Xiangyue appeared far more at ease than Zhou Zijian. When Huai's eyes fell upon her, she did not flinch. Though their eye contact was fleeting, it was still a connection. Notably, when Xiangyue noticed Zhou Zijian's discomfort and gently nudged him with her elbow, signaling him to greet Wen Huai first. Receiving her unspoken cue, Zhou Zijian momentarily stiffened. After a few seconds, he inhaled deeply, preparing himself mentally before raising his head to meet Wen Huai's gaze, forcing a textbook-like radiant smile. "Wen Huai, it has been a while." Indeed, Wen Huai's deep voice abruptly interrupted Zhou Zijian's words, laced with palpable displeasure. Zhou Zijian's forced smile faltered. Yi Liao covered her face with laughter. Wen Huai isn't even pretending to mask his feelings. I truly appreciate Wen Huai's genuine nature. Emotions are clearly written on his face. The audience in the live broadcast could not help but gasp in astonishment. How could he directly express his displeasure towards Zhou Zijian? This was undoubtedly a bold confrontation. I relish such dramatic moments. Bring it on. Will a confrontation ensue? The enmity over a mother cannot be overlooked. I support Wen Huai giving Zhou Zijian a sound thrashing. Laughter erupted, but if such a brawl were to occur, it was unlikely Zhou Zijian would retaliate. Given the injuries he sustained in the first episode, viewers and fans relished the unfolding spectacle, and the barrage of comments grew increasingly animated. Yet, amidst the excitement, no one dared to shatter the silence, as everyone prioritized subtlety and self-preservation while enjoying the drama. Ultimately, Wen Xiangyue contemplated speaking but chose to remain silent. Facing his own mother, Wen Huai maintained a cordial demeanor, his expression softening as he explained, "The production team had me sign a confidentiality agreement, so I cannot disclose anything in advance." Upon witnessing Wen Huai's expression, Wen Xiangyue felt some of her tension ease, responding with a smile, "Then don't just stand there. Let me introduce you to everyone." Wen Huai shook his head, indicating he did not require an introduction. Yi Liao, surprised, exclaimed, "Is that it?" I expected Wen Huai to challenge Zhou Ge further. Not only Yi Liao thought this, the other guests shared her sentiment. Li Siyuan even whispered, "Is that all?" Hearing this, Song Jihan, seated in front of him, raised an eyebrow, extending his hand to shake Wen Huai's while cheerfully commenting, "It seems Li Siyuan is quite eager to witness you and Zhou Ge clash." Li Siyuan responded with confusion, and Zhou Zijian mirrored his surprise. Yi Liao clutched Qin Yao's arm tightly, bursting into laughter. "Teacher Go, sure, you really have ignited Li Siyuan's ire." The other guests could hardly contain their amusement. Indeed, Song Jihan either refrained from speaking or delivered succinct remarks with great impact. The commentary section exploded with laughter. Li Siyuan has been thoroughly vexed by Teacher Go, sure. This is too amusing. However, Yi Liao, why are you laughing more exaggeratedly than I am? Sure enough, it was evident that Teacher Go Sure was in fine form this episode, even taking jabs at Yi Liao. Could it be that he still harbored a grudge? Thus, was Teacher Go Sure avenging Zhang Qiran? As these thoughts circulated, the focus returned to the bus interior. Upon hearing Song Jihan's comment, Wen Huai's gaze swiftly landed on Li Siyuan, who was clearly radiating an icy aura, indicating his evident anger. It dawned on Leyao that Song Jihan had indeed been particularly sharp-tongued today. The recording had only just begun, yet Song Jihan had already taken digs at both him and Leyao. Realizing this, a smile spread across Leyao's face as understanding dawned upon him. Wen Huai chuckled softly, choosing silence while observing Song Jihan from a favorable angle. A slight tilt of his head allowed him to catch the displeasure etched on Song Jihan's face, mirroring Leyao's earlier expression. Clearly, both had struck a sensitive chord with each other. Leyao was even more direct. Upon hearing Song Jihan's retort towards Leyao, she immediately turned around. Kneeling in her seat, her eyes darting between the two. Noting Song Jihan's sour expression, she eagerly pulled at Qin Yao's arm. Qin Zong, look quickly. Leyao's words have left our history teacher speechless. Qin Yao sighed in exasperation and quietly asked, "Have you dared to provoke Song Jihan again?" Leyao subtly lifted her chin, responding, "I have always dared." The boy's chin was delicately sculpted, and the gentle curve of his rosy lips was just perfect, his slightly raised head adding an adorable playfulness to his demeanor. Qin Yao felt a subtle tightening in his throat, his gaze softening further. Unfortunately, Leyao was entirely engrossed in the spectacle, casting only a fleeting glance before quickly turning away. A twinge of regret flickered within Qin Yao, and in the next moment, he turned alongside Leyao. They observed Wen Huai stepping forward, positioning himself right before Zhou Zijian and Wen Xianyue. Here it comes, it's Zhou Ji's turn. Leyao couldn't contain her excitement, silently exclaiming, "So what will Wen Huai do next?" I'm so eager." Not only was Leyao filled with anticipation, but all the guests and viewers before the screen collectively held their breath. The long-awaited dramatic moment had finally arrived. Under the watchful eyes of many, Zhou Zijian felt a shiver run down his spine. How formal, and that fake smile could be included in the curriculum of a film academy. Leyao couldn't help but whisper her critique. Wen Huai glanced at Zhou Zijian, but hesitated to extend his hand. Zhou Zijian's hand awkwardly hovered in midair. Unable to restrain herself, Wen Xianyue looked up at Wen Huai. Wen Huai spoke in a calm tone, "Please make some room." The last row consisted of 5 consecutive seats. Wen Xianyue and Zhou Zijian usually prefer to sit in the rear of the bus, currently occupying the 2 central positions. Upon hearing Wen Huai's words, Wen Xianyue furrowed her brow slightly, mistakenly thinking he was addressing her. Without further inquiry, she instinctively prepared to shift aside. Unexpectedly, Wen Huai suddenly placed his hand on Wen Xianyue's shoulder, saying, "Mom, I wasn't referring to you." His tone was tinged with a hint of exasperation. Liao's eyes widened in surprise. If he is not talking about Wen Xianyue, then he must be referring to Zhou Ge. No way. Could it be that Wen Huai is planning? Before Liao could finish her thought, Zhou Zijian had already obligingly shifted aside, comfortably settling against the window. At that moment, a space appeared between him and Wen Xianyue. With a slight smile, Wen Huai took a seat between them. Liao burst into laughter. What a delightful arrangement, a family of 3 sitting in a row. Not only did Liao fail to contain herself, but Song Jihan and Leyao also succumbed to laughter. Their collective mirth prompted the other guests to join in, filling the vehicle with exaggerated guffaws. The guests laughed uncontrollably, while the online audience found even greater amusement. This was unbearable. Was Wen Huai a genius? He could conceive of such a situation as sitting between 2 people. Help! Just look at Zhou Zijian's expression. My goodness, he genuinely looked terrified by Wen Huai just now. I laughed so hard I cried. And not only Zhou Zijian, but also Wen Xianyue's reaction was equally priceless. Forget about them. I was also momentarily stunned by Wen Huai's maneuver. How impressive, truly impressive. Ultimately, it was Wen Huai who cleared his throat, prompting the other guests to finally restrain their exaggerated laughter. How to put it? It was an array of colors, brilliantly captivating, and utterly delightful. One could sense from Zhou Zijian's face-covering gesture that he was indeed feeling quite uncomfortable, as if sitting on pins and needles. Regardless of how one looked at it, it was undeniably humorous. Leyao, in front, paid no mind to the unfolding scene. After relishing Zhou Zijian's reaction, she leaned against Qin Yao's shoulder, laughing so hard her whole body shook. Duan Tingyan remarked, I see. Lu Yan's smile abruptly vanished upon hearing this, and after a moment of restraint, she couldn't help but lay her head on the seat, laughing once more. Once she had laughed enough, Lu Yan wiped the tears from her eyes and said with a smile, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Previously, Lu Yin had refrained from laughing out loud, partly due to concerns about attracting unwanted attention, and partly due to her manager's admonitions. Thus, since the third episode, Lu Yin had stopped suppressing her personality, speaking her mind, and laughing along with everyone else. Duan Tingyan elongated his tone, then patted Lu Yan's shoulder, saying, "You must laugh a little longer now." Lu Yan, confused, replied, "Huh? Wait, did he just say that he has met all the guest stars for this episode, and even had a brief chat with them?" Leyao turned to look at the still bewildered Lu Yin and suddenly exclaimed, "No way. Could it be that Lu Yin has some hidden secrets?" Upon hearing this, Huo Yin and Qin Yao exchanged glances with Leyao. Lu Yin has secrets? Hadn't she just debuted not long ago? Could it be akin to the past secrets of Yu by before their debut? At this thought, Qin Yao felt something was off. It was impossible. If Lu Yin truly had secrets from before her debut, even if his background check was flawed, Liao's wouldn't be. After all, prior to the variety show recording, he had shown Liao the list of all the guests. Soon after, Liao herself denied her speculation, stating, No, Lu Yin definitely doesn't have any secrets. The only thing that could be considered a secret about her is her boyfriend from outside the industry." The boy's action was so swift that Qin Yao barely had time to react, feeling a tingling sensation brush past his ear. Instinctively, Qin Yao attempted to cover his ears. But after Leyao made her remark, she did not move away. Instead, she propped her chin, maintaining her distance while gazing at Qin Yao. His ears flushed instantly, and even the temperature of his face seemed to rise considerably. Qin Yao inhaled softly and glanced at the camera ahead, whispering, "Sit properly." Leyao frowned. "Huh? Am I not sitting properly? I believe I am seated quite comfortably in my designated spot." Qin Yao, Huo Yin, he simply cannot bear to look. This is what one calls sitting properly? Leyao was practically leaning into Qin Yao. Huo Yin took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain calm. He must not intervene. After all, this was Liao's affair, and he must absolutely not interfere. Thus, the viewers and fans in the live broadcast watched in disbelief as Huo Yin turned away in frustration. "Viewers, huh? Huo Yin, didn't you see? Liao is practically glued to Qin Yao. Why aren't you speaking up and turning away? Exactly. You are Liao's older brother. Can't you manage her behavior? Why is it that when I was caught in a relationship during college, my brother warned me to break up with my boyfriend, yet Huo Yin, witnessing Liao's cozy interaction with a man, dares to feign ignorance in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers?" In an instant, the comment section was flooded with voices of dissent. The audience and onlookers unanimously agreed that Huo Yin should not turn a blind eye. Even if Huo Yin wished to ignore the situation, he should at least share the details with the viewers. They yearned to indulge in a delightful moment. Unfortunately, at that moment, Huo Yin was entirely oblivious to the barrage of comments, rendering him impervious to the anger expressed by netizens. Qin Yao contemplated for a moment before saying, "Call Shunchong." Shunchong, that name sounds quite familiar. In the next instant, Liao's eyes widened in realization. Isn't that the name of Lu Yan's boyfriend outside the circle? As soon as the words escaped her lips, Huo Yin unexpectedly turned his head. Lu Yan's boyfriend? How intriguing. Truly intriguing. Huo Yin burst into laughter. At that moment, Liao had already turned to glance at Lu Yan in the back seat. Yes, it was just when Huai was about to make his entrance. How intriguing. So very intriguing. Duan Tingyan leisurely stood up, scanning the interior of the vehicle, and then strolled toward Li Siyuan with deliberate slowness. "May I sit beside you?" The response he received was Li Siyuan's playful gesture of two raised fingers. Duan Tingyan let out a soft sigh, displaying his perceptiveness as he made his way toward Leyao, subsequently taking a seat behind her and Qin Yao. Just as he settled down, Leyao quietly inquired, "Shunchong?" Following her gaze, she could hardly suppress a grin. "President Qin, you truly have an eye for talent." Shunchong, tall and graceful, moved swiftly, and in a blink he had boarded the bus, standing at the front with a radiant smile as he introduced himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Shunchong." In that moment, Lu Yan's smile vanished. A fleeting moment of cheer has given way to Lu Yan's entire episode of silence. Chapter 79. I am delighted at this very moment. Leyao was keenly interested in interviewing Lu Yan. "Weren't you just laughing brightly? Why have you fallen silent now? Is it your nature to be so serious?" The permanent cast members of Together on a Journey were all astute individuals, and they quickly sensed the anomaly. What was Leyao laughing about? Song Jahan was the first to follow her gaze and spotted Lu Yan, frozen in place. However, Over the course of several episodes, Liu Yin had surprisingly become more cheerful, evidently having gradually let go of her initial reservations. Even just moments ago, when Huai sat behind her, she could hardly contain her laughter, attracting several glances from him. Yet, why had the once vibrant and joyful person suddenly fallen silent? Song Jihan raised an eyebrow and glanced back at Shen Chong. Shen Chong, with his striking features, had boarded the vehicle and immediately introduced himself with a bright smile. Yet during his introduction, his gaze remained fixed on the rear right side. The guests seated, there were 4 in total, a family of 3 and Liu Yan. Given that Shen Chong was new to the scene, he undoubtedly did not recognize Zhou Zijian or Wen Huai, let alone Wen Xiangyue. Thus, his attention could only be directed at Liu Yan. Duan Tingyan spoke in vague terms. You would have to ask the person involved. The curiously Siyuan rolled his eyes at this remark. Say what you want. Li Siyuan, his forehead pulsating with frustration, raised his voice several octaves. I didn't provoke him. He's just too volatile. He paused for a moment, leaning in to ask, but I'm curious. How did you know about me and him? Duan Tingyan trailed off, leaving the question unfinished. Yet, Yi Liao understood his implication. She innocently blinked. Well, I certainly cannot divulge that. It's a secret. After dropping that phrase, Yi Liao swiftly turned her attention back to Shen Chong, suddenly excitedly shaking Qin Yao's arm. President Qin, look, we were just speaking so loudly. Yet Shen Chong didn't even glance our way. Qin Yao's gaze fell on Yi Liao's fingers resting on his arm for a moment before he nodded slightly. Not only did Shen Chong not look at them, but it could be said that from the moment he boarded the bus until now, his gaze had not strayed from Liu Yan. His eyes were sincere, imbued with an irrepressible excitement, yet tinged with shyness. Now, focusing on Liu Yan, she initially appeared quite taken aback, remaining immobile for a while, yet gradually, a faint blush crept on her cheeks. She attempted to evade Shen Chong's gaze, but quickly found herself looking back at him. How could anyone believe that there was nothing between them? Wen Huai, seated beside Zhou Zijian, noticed that Zhou Zijian, who had been flustered and at a loss, was now somewhat distracted. Wen Xiangyue observed with utmost seriousness, frequently glancing back at Zhou Zijian. Had it not been for Wen Huai's presence beside her, she would have likely leaned over to whisper to Zhou Zijian by now. The guests were keenly aware of the unfolding situation, and the viewers in the live stream were even more perceptive. Subsequently, the audience's attention remained fixated on Yi Liao, observing him as he turned to smile at Liu Yan, then looking back at her reaction, and finally at Shen Chong. The viewers could hardly contain their amusement, echoing Yi Liao's inquiries with laughter. Liu Yan, why aren't you smiling anymore? Could it be that this episode is brimming with surprises? I haven't even finished digesting the revelations regarding Li Siyuan and Zhou Zijian, and now another involving Liu Yan surfaces? I'm already full after just 30 minutes of the stream. What a delightful day. The audience was exceedingly thrilled, while Liu Yan's fans were left in shock. Wait, hold on. How can you all assume that Liu Yan has something going on? Our darling has maintained an unblemished record since her debut. You must provide evidence for your claims. The fans' reactions remained as fervent as ever, while the curious onlookers grinned, remarking, "Why the haste, fans? We're not asserting that Liu Yan is undoubtedly involved in a scandal. It could be a romantic revelation." This statement struck a chord with the fans, igniting an uproar among them. What do you mean by a romantic revelation? Please refrain from spreading baseless rumors. I'm truly at a loss. Have you all lost your minds over this? Fans were indignant. The onlookers, however, chose not to engage further, for they had been around long enough to understand the wisdom in the saying, sometimes one should not speak too definitively. They patiently awaited the unfolding events. Yi Liao couldn't help but chuckle. That rationale seems somewhat tenuous. Just as Yi Liao finished speaking, he heard Song Jihan's voice from behind. So you were just distracted. I thought you were enamored with Liu Yan. Before Yi Liao could respond with laughter, Shen Chong hurriedly interjected. No, you misunderstand. I'm not. I'm just me. Shen Chong stumbled over his words, his face reddening with anxiety, exuding an aura of palpable fluster. Anyone witnessing this would surely believe that there was something between Shen Chong and Liu Yan. Yi Liao could hardly contain herself, resting her head on Qin Yao's shoulder and bursting into laughter. Indeed. Truly worthy of being teacher Go Sure. You've gone absolutely wild today. After her laughter subsided, Yi Liao turned to observe Liu Yan's reaction. She found Liu Yan with her eyes closed, looking utterly disheartened. Casting her gaze upon the other guests, she noticed that everyone wore a smile, their expressions revealing an understanding that remained unspoken. The final words hung on the tip of Shun Chong's tongue. Yet after a moment of hesitation, he chose silence. Leyao doubled over in laughter, exclaiming, "Why, Shun Chong, why don't you finish your thought? Do you perhaps believe that voicing it would bring bad luck? But do you not realize that your hesitance will soon betray you?" At that moment, Duan Tingyan interjected, "All right. We know you're not fond of this, so please find a seat." Upon hearing this, Shun Chong grew anxious. "No, I do not dislike Lu Yan. I actually like her." He nearly let the truth slip, abruptly halting his sentence. The other guests watched him with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Shun Chong blushed deeply. Lu Yan, unable to endure it any longer, resignedly stood up and said, "Please stop talking and quickly find a seat." Her last sentence bore a hint of exasperation. Shun Chong quickly glanced at Lu Yan, his eyes sparkling. However, after several seconds, he still made no move. The fans in the live broadcast room were both infuriated and amused, laughing. "Haha, so you don't dislike Lu Yan, which means you like her, right? Seriously, who are you? Can you stop trying to stir the pot?" Stirring the pot? This hardly seemed like it. Shouldn't they observe Lu Yan's reaction more closely? The fans were indeed observant. They had analyzed the situation so thoroughly that their defenses crumbled. They knew their idol best. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yan would have already distanced herself from any such implications. Yet, not only did she refrain from doing so, but she also extended a helping hand to Shun Chong. Who could withstand such a scenario? Lu Yan's fans were in complete disarray. Moreover, it wasn't just her fans. Lu Yan herself felt utterly drained. And who on earth suggested Shun Chong participate in this variety show? Lu Yan found herself with a sudden headache. Yet when facing Shun Chong, she found it hard to be harsh and could only repeat, "What are you still doing there?" Shun Chong cautiously inquired, "See, can I sit beside you?" Lu Yan thought she might just perish from embarrassment. Did such a thing even require asking? Leyao could not help but tease, "If you like her, just go ahead and sit. There is no one else beside Lu Yan anyway." Listening to their words, Shun Chong eagerly turned to Lu Yan. Leyao couldn't help but whisper, "Don't make your family position too obvious." Qin Yao chuckled. Huo Yin raised an eyebrow and stood up. "All right, since you don't want to sit, I shall." Seeing this, Shun Chong hurriedly walked to Lu Yan and sat beside her. Ah, how eager! After taking his seat, Shun Chong seemed to realize he had acted too hastily and quickly explained, "Teacher, I didn't mean." Lu Yan could no longer contain herself. Seizing his arm and glaring at him, "Can you say a little less?" Huo Yin laughed, waved his hand, and returned to his seat. Shun Chong responded with an "oh." His gaze gradually shifting to the hand Lu Yan rested on his arm, revealing a radiant smile tinged with excitement. Lu Yan thought she was truly at her wit's end. After releasing her grip, she promptly covered her face with her hand. By this time, all the guests had arrived. The director announced their destination and signaled the driver to set off. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yan would have already pulled out her phone to scroll through Weibo. However, today she lacked even the courage to open her device. While Lu Yan hesitated, the other guests were not so restrained. Leyao was the first to pull out her phone. As soon as she opened Weibo and glanced at the trending topics, she could no longer suppress her smile. It is worth noting that contemporary netizens possess a detective's instinct, not to mention the myriad marketing accounts and media outlets that thrive on gossip. Within a mere minute of Shun Chong appearing in the live broadcast, a portion of his information was already public knowledge. Shun Chong, 19 years old, currently a sophomore in college, and also the campus heartthrob. At first glance, this information seemed unremarkable, but any netizen familiar with Lu Yan would know she was a recent graduate. This meant Lu Yan and Shun Chong shared the same alma mater. With such a connection, and him gazing at Lu Yan with the eyes of an admirer upon their first meeting, could this not indicate something more? On Weibo, a wave of Lu Yan's fans were incensed, demanding explanations from her studio and agency. Leyao shook her head at the comments. The fans were still too uninformed. Lu Yan and Shun Chong are not merely alumni. They're also neighbors who have known each other since childhood. Shun Chong has always harbored feelings for Lu Yan. Back in high school, he confessed, but was turned down as Lu Yan prioritized her studies and rejected the idea of an age gap relationship. Yet Shun Chong did not give up. After graduating high school, he applied to the same university as Lu Yan, and once there, he began to pursue her. He pursued her for an entire year before Lu Yan finally consented to be with him. However, it wasn't long before Lu Yan graduated and entered the entertainment industry, leading to their relationship becoming strained. Huo Yin finally grasped why Shun Chong had appeared so excited yet cautious. Although Shun Chong's original intention was to be closer to the person he admired, His behavior had been rather conspicuous. This was a matter between young lovers. What business did he have in it? After observing all this, Huo felt a pang in his chest. The show should be titled Let's Go Travel, but it could easily be renamed Let's Fall in Love. Huo's strong reaction piqued Liao's curiosity. What is wrong with second brother? Liao, catching sight of everything from the corner of his eye, gestured for Liao to look behind them. Lu Yan's fans and Shenchong's fans are currently at odds, and you two are here secretly holding hands. Ah, no wonder Lu Yan could be with Shenchong. It turns out they are both love-struck. However, the revelation of their relationship hasn't significantly impacted their careers. After all, Lu Yan is no mere figurehead. She is a versatile singer-songwriter, capable of forging her own path in the music industry regardless of the idol route. As for Shenchong, Liao could not resist peeking at the notes beneath Qin Yao's watchful gaze. After reading, her smile deepened. Well, although Shenchong cannot sing or dance, he is diligent and eager to learn. His subsequent commendable performances earned him the fans' recognition, and more importantly, Shenchong's genuine affection for Lu Yan eventually won over her fans. With Shenchong's unwavering commentary about Lu Yan during each interview, the duo has effortlessly garnered a significant following, propelling their careers to new heights. Liao expressed his confusion, then poked Qin Yao beside him. Lowering his voice to inquire, President Qin, we both made it to the trending list. Qin Yao slightly averted his gaze, locking eyes with Liao's clear, questioning orbs. He distinctly felt his heart skip a beat, his left hand, which was pressed against Liao's shoulder, clenched subtly, a rare hint of nervousness surfacing. The first Weibo post upon clicking the search term posed a query. Do you not think that Liao and Qin Yao have a thing going on? Liao blinked, perplexed. A thing? Between me and President Qin? What could possibly exist between us? At that moment, upon hearing Liao's inner thoughts, Qin Yao felt his heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, finally drop. Indeed, Liao remained oblivious to the insinuations. Simultaneously across the aisle, Huoyin couldn't help but smirk. See, I told you, Huoba and Huoma must have misunderstood. Liao himself was unaware of his affections for Qin Yao. How could it be perceived as love? In high spirits, Huoyin opened WeChat and shared Liao's inner musings in the group chat. Moments later, his phone vibrated slightly with a message from Huoma. It seems to be progressing. Huoyin, Huoba chimed in, once you start contemplating this matter, it shouldn't take long for Xiao Yao to recognize his feelings for Xiao Qin. Huoyin, no way. Liao was still in the dark. How could he realize anything soon? Suddenly, another thought echoed in Liao's mind. What? I like President Qin? Huh? How was I unaware of this? Surely, the netizens must be spouting nonsense. Huoyan's lips curled up once more. He confidently typed in the group chat. Liao just said that the netizens are talking nonsense. After sending, Huoyin, for reasons unknown, glanced at Qin Yao. He noticed Qin Yao's jawline tighten slightly, his gaze lowered, appearing unexpectedly melancholic. Huoyan's heart sank. What could be troubling Qin Yao? He had not distanced himself from Liao, and his thoughts were easy to decipher. Yet, Liao had not expressed any feelings. So why should Qin Yao be disheartened? Could it be that Qin Yao heard, before Huoyin could ponder further? He heard Liao's thoughts once more. What does it mean to like someone? If I didn't like him, how could I want to be close? Have I been close with President Qin? At this realization, Liao's expression froze. He then incredulously glanced at Qin Yao. Qin Yao's gaze remained fixed on Liao. His eyes cast downwards. Suddenly, their eyes met, and in the next instant, Qin Yao averted his gaze, focusing straight ahead. Liao felt as if some constraint had been lifted, countless images flashing through his mind. Yet, when he tried to grasp them, they dissipated like mist. At once, two voices began to clash in Liao's mind. One urged him to cease his musings. The other insisted he must clarify his thoughts immediately. For reasons unknown, Liao was acutely aware that even if he continued to ponder, he would not arrive at an answer. Thus, he could only focus on Qin Yao beside him. Qin Yao tilted his head slightly. Liao, with a voice filled with confusion and curiosity, posed the question, what does it mean to like someone? Inside the bus, an unusual silence enveloped the space, and as soon as Liao's words fell, every gaze turned toward him. Duan Tingyan leaned forward, resting his head between the two seats, first observing Liao, then Qin Yao, before breaking into laughter. Why the sudden inquiry? Qin Yao's brows furrowed tightly. Yet, Liao was remarkably candid. I I saw on Weibo that they say I like President Qin, so I became curious. Hua, he nearly dropped his phone. What was Yi Leyao doing? How could he directly ask Qin Yao? Duan Tingyan covered his mouth in shock, gasping, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is this something you can just ask outright? In the back, Song Jihan burst into open laughter, unabashedly stating, What this, Yi Leyao? You're so sensitive when it comes to others' affairs, yet when it's your own, you don't understand? You genuinely don't know? Song Jihan raised an eyebrow, his tone sharp and cutting. Or are you merely pretending? Yi Leyao had already turned his head, his clear, innocent eyes fixed on Song Jihan, with a hint of expectation on his face. All eyes were on Yi Leyao at that moment. He rarely displayed such a perplexed expression, resembling a thirsty student earnestly seeking knowledge, gazing intently at everyone. It dawned on them that Yi Leyao was genuinely awaiting an answer. This was absurd. Li Siyuan found it hard to believe. Zhou Zijian was equally astonished, to the point of forgetting the presence of Wen Huai beside him. Exchanging a glance with Wen Xiangyue, Yi Leyao, who usually reveled in gossip, could read the thoughts of guests with a mere glance. Why was it that when it came to himself, he was utterly lost? Emotions are inherently complex, and, at this moment, the guests could do little to assist. He turned away, his fingers unconsciously tightening around his phone. It was then that Qin Yao unexpectedly grasped his other hand. As their hands intertwined, Yi Leyao looked up at Qin Yao, eyes filled with a hint of grievance. Qin Yao's heart softened. With a gentle sigh, he spoke softly, Do not be disheartened, nor in haste. Human emotions have always been intricate. Your confusion is merely a result of encountering such feelings for the first time, which is entirely normal. Yi Leyao stared blankly at Qin Yao, opening his mouth, and, after a moment, asked, So, President Qin, do you like me? Like, Qin Yao replied without hesitation, his expression earnest, as he reached out to tousle Yi Leyao's soft hair. Therefore, I am quite patient. Yao Yao, you may take your time to ponder. Hearing the affectionate nickname once more, Yi Leyao felt his lips curve into a small smile. I rather like that name. Yi Leyao contemplated briefly before stating, Although I remain uncertain about my feelings for you, President Qin, I believe the netizens have a point. Qin Yao's tone remained gentle, his dark eyes twinkling with amusement. What is it? Yi Leyao smiled. It seems that aside from you, I am rather reluctant to accept physical contact with others. Indeed, including my second brother. Huiyan exclaimed. Damn it. Qin Yao's smile deepened. Nodding earnestly, I am pleased to hear that. Huiyan retorted, What are you so happy about? Can't you just go away? Chapter 80. Love Appreciation. The bus continued its steady journey forward, yet the atmosphere within the cabin was unusually quiet, with only the faint vibrations of phones occasionally breaking the silence. Huiyan's phone had been vibrating for an indeterminate time, the group chat's notifications now a staggering 99. Yet he hesitated to open the messages, until a private message from Huo arrived. Second brother, hurry, I am currently under siege by mom and dad. Come help me. Upon reading this message, Yin reluctantly opened the group chat originally titled Yilu Yao Xan Sheng Qi Gua Jianshang, now renamed Yilu Yao Lian Qing Jianshang. Upon entering, he was greeted by a message from Huo Ma. I have always said that it's merely a matter of time before Xiao Yao awakens. Huiyan, do you not agree with me? Following this, Huo Ba chimed in. She has already asked Xiao Qin what it means to like someone. I believe it won't be long now. Huo Jing's message arrived promptly after. However, I still feel that at Xiao Yao's age, engaging in romance is somewhat premature. Huo added, I have no objection to dating, but why does it have to be with Qin Yao? Isn't he nearly the same age as Erge? Too old. Huiyan, already feeling frustrated, found Huo's comment particularly aggravating. Huo, you had better keep your eyes open while you sleep tonight. Huo hastily clarified, It's not about Erge. I'm merely making a comparison. I genuinely believe Qin Yao's age is somewhat excessive. Huo Ma responded, Being older means one can be more considerate. Huo Ba remarked, Huo, have you ever dated someone older? Are you really in a position to criticize? Huo Ma interjected, Well, you three are all single, haha. Huo Ma continued, Single individuals should refrain from meddling so much. Your father and I are quite satisfied with Xiao Qin. Huo Ba added, He is accomplished in his career, and not having dated before is also a plus for Xiao Yao. Huo Ma affirmed, and he's quite handsome. Huo Ba concurred, Indeed. Huo Ma continued, Look at you two. You've never even been in a relationship. One of you almost became a father, after dating just once. What gave you the right to oversee Xiao Yao's romantic life? The two engaged in a back and forth, their words growing increasingly hurtful, completely disregarding the feelings of the other three members in the group. Huo, unable to endure any longer, declared, "I am leaving the group." Huo replied, "I knew you would resort to threatening us with quitting. Go ahead and leave. You'll miss out on the gossip." Huo fell silent, frantically messaging Huo, urging him to say something. Huo was not unwilling to speak. He was simply too agitated to articulate his thoughts coherently. It was utterly outrageous. In a fit of anger, he prepared to denounce Huo and Huo. Yet, before he could compose a lengthy argument, Huo sent a message. "Although I still disapprove of Xiao Yao being with Qin Yao, we are not Xiao Yao and do not know her thoughts, so I will refrain from saying more. However, how does Xiao Yao wish to handle the current online discourse?" After sending this, Huo promptly followed up with Huo. Huo continued, "Since we are still live streaming, I cannot have Xiao Yao's manager contact her directly. Since Qin Yao is right next to you, perhaps you could inquire how he intends to address this." Huo thought to himself, so today is the day to put him through the ringer. He pocketed his phone, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath before turning his head. Leyao, having finished her conversation with Qin Yao, had now settled back against her chair and fallen asleep. Yet, despite her slumber, one might wonder why she continued to hold hands. Huo's irritation grew as he observed. At this moment, Qin Yao caught sight of Huo's gaze and looked at him with a questioning expression. Huo shot him a glare, and, after calming himself slightly, he raised his phone and nodded. Qin Yao understood. Huo opened WeChat and reiterated Huo's question to Qin Yao. Upon reading Huo's message, Qin Yao's brow did not even furrow. Having confirmed his feelings for Leyao, he had never considered concealing this truth. He had intended to wait until he and Leyao were in sync before making it public. However, he had not anticipated that several days would pass without Leyao grasping his feelings. She even directly questioned him in front of numerous fans and guests during the live stream. In that moment, Qin Yao's heart raced, and he felt somewhat helpless. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it seemed that since meeting Leyao, he had frequently encountered such helplessness. Strangely, it was not unpleasant. Rather, it brought him a sense of fulfillment in being needed. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Qin Yao provided Leyao with a clear answer. He liked her. Just moments ago, he had seen the trending topics. In just a few minutes, their names had soared to the top of the list. The first Weibo post he encountered was a clip from the live stream. As Qin Yao uttered the words, "I like you," the entire live stream momentarily went blank before being inundated with meaningless exclamations of awe and, from the audience, the viewers were genuinely bewildered. Wait, weren't they just engrossed in the drama surrounding Lu Yin and Shen Chong? Just a second ago, fans of Lu Yin were even expressing their disbelief. How had it suddenly transitioned to Qin Yao confessing his feelings? Qin Yao liked Leyao. Was this truly a confession they could hear in the live stream? Wasn't this supposed to be gossip? Were they not experts in consuming gossip? So why did Leyao still question Qin Yao about the meaning of liking someone? Furthermore, Leyao not only questioned why she liked Qin Yao, but she had also voiced her confusion after reading the comments from netizens on Weibo. The audience was dumbfounded. It seemed they had become part of the very gossip they sought to consume. Liao's fans were equally astonished. It turned out that after consuming gossip for so long, one could become the subject of it. Qin Yao's fans were even more perplexed. When had Qin Yao developed feelings for Leyao? Why had they not noticed? How had they missed the signs of their budding romance? It seemed to have begun during the last episode when they went hiking. Could it truly be that holding hands had led to love? While many netizens had indeed expressed their delight at the development, was their relationship progressing too swiftly? Moreover, had Qin Yao not previously stated that he was merely looking after his younger brother? So, in the course of caring, had he fallen in love? Huo was right beside them. Just two simple words, yet they were filled with tenderness and affection. Who could resist the urge to scream upon hearing them? Though their romantic connection had been subtle before, I had not realized it, but that did not deter my enthusiasm. Do not speak further. My mind has been utterly captivated by Qin Yao's recent declaration. This is my fervent support. Truly, I am enamored. Who can comprehend that after Qin Yao expressed his feelings? Leyao's admission of her fondness for him and their physical contact constituted a confession as well. I refuse to acknowledge otherwise. They are mutually pursuing one another. Yes, Leyao had just confessed that she was not fond of physical contact with others, except for Qin Yao. Does this not signify something? Qin Yao is unique. He is special. Furthermore, during the final evening of the first recording, Leyao had mentioned that among the guests present, only Qin Yao was her ideal type. Oh my, everyone, hurry and tune into the live stream. They are still holding hands. Upon reading this comment, netizens immediately surged into action. The production team, attuned to the audience's desires, promptly set Leyao and Yao segment as the main live stream. The camera captured an overhead view, providing a clearer perspective. At this moment, Leyao had fallen asleep, adorned with an animated eye mask, her head slightly tilted, gently swaying towards Yao as the vehicle moved. As the imminent fall of his head seemed inevitable, Yao, who had been engrossed in his phone, suddenly reached out and gently rested Liao's head on his shoulder. After doing so, Yao adjusted his posture, ensuring that Liao would be more comfortable in his slumber. The barrage of comments read, "Today, I am a screeching chicken. My goodness, are you two truly not dating? This is simply too sweet. Honestly, I am utterly obsessed with this scene. They are still holding hands, fingers intertwined. Yao, you even secretly caressed Liao's hand with your thumb." The viewers in the live stream exclaimed, unable to bear such sweetness. How could it be so delightful? Furthermore, how had they not noticed the peculiar dynamics between the two earlier? At that moment, a comment floated by, "Don't mention us." Even Huo probably did not anticipate this. Upon hearing this, the comments erupted in laughter. Indeed, when Yao confessed his feelings for Liao, Huo's face darkened. Did you all catch that? And just moments ago, his gaze was practically shooting icy arrows. It was evident that Huo was quite angry. Therefore, it seems that only Huo and Wenhui were left out of the loop, and the amused onlookers erupted in laughter. The discussion veered off topic, yet the followers of Yao and Liao remained numerous. Remarkably, no altercations broke out, and the atmosphere remained surprisingly amiable. The bus continued its journey as Liao drifted deeper into sleep, occasionally dreaming of his childhood. It was a day bathed in bright sunshine. Liao could not recall his exact age, only that he stood about the same height as Huoma's thigh. Huoma busied herself in the kitchen, and Liao, like a little shadow, trailed behind her, accompanied by the incessant noise of a machine. After what felt like an eternity, the clamor finally ceased. Huoma cheerfully announced, "All done." Liao clung to Huoma's thigh, exclaiming, "I want a drink. Hurry." Amused, Huoma retrieved a glass, poured some milk, and handed it to him, saying, "It's a bit hot. Try it and see if it tastes the same." The freshly made oatmeal milk exuded an exceptionally sweet aroma, filling the kitchen with a delightful scent of oats. Liao strolled into the living room, cradling the glass, and took a small sip. The rich milk danced upon his palate, causing him to blink in surprise. Huoma, seated across from him, furrowed her brow upon noticing his reaction, asking, "Does it not taste right?" Liao nodded slightly. Huoma, puzzled, responded, "But I follow the method you gave me." After a pause, she sighed. If Xiaoqin were here, she abruptly halted her thoughts, asking, "Shall I make you another glass?" Liao shook his head. "No need." It was then that Liao suddenly realized something and could not help but express, even though the ingredients and steps are the same. It seems that everyone's oatmeal milk tastes different. Huoma's gentle gaze lingered on him, and after a moment, she smiled and nodded. "Indeed, because we are human beings. Independent individuals, not merely programmed machines. Not just milk, but also dishes and baked goods created by different people will have distinct flavors." Liao nodded, finishing his milk and placing the glass back on the table. At that moment, he looked up and asked the kind-faced woman, "May I ask you a question?" Huoma replied, "Go ahead. What does it mean to like someone?" Suddenly, Liao was jolted awake, realizing he was resting on Yao's shoulder. Their proximity, so close that lifting his head slightly would bring his forehead to Yao's lips. Blinking slowly, Liao felt the intimacy of their position. Yet he was overwhelmed with joy, unable to sense anything else. He even wished to prolong this moment a little longer. Yin stood up and immediately witnessed the scene, his pent-up frustration erupting at that moment. Liao, startled, Liao straightened his posture. "What are you doing, second brother? You scared me." Huo smirked. "I noticed you seemed asleep, so I thought I'd wake you up with a loud call." Liao shot him a look of mild exasperation. "You are so childish." Huo chuckled. His mood significantly improved, and he opted not to hold a grudge against Liao as he exited the bus with his luggage. Once most of the guests had disembarked, Yao finally released Liao's hand, saying, "Shall we go?" Liao glanced at his hand, remaining still until Yao had gathered his belongings. Yao frowned slightly. Yao, what is the matter?" As he followed Liao off the bus, he inquired, "Have you come to a realization?" Yi Liao's gaze fell upon Qin Yao's hands, pushing 2 suitcases, his lips curving into a smile. What is it that President Qin is asking? Qin Yao's eyes met Yi Liao's, filled with mirth, causing his heart to skip a beat. Qin Yao's expression softened further. It seems you have nearly figured it out. Qin Yao looked at Huo Yin in confusion. Yi Liao sighed. I've mentioned before, I just don't like water, but I'm not afraid of it. What is there to be afraid of? Huo Yin did not probe further. Without hesitation, Qin Yao extended his hand toward Yi Liao, and they stepped onto one of the boats. Zhou Zijian instinctively glanced at Wen Xiangyue, who remained silent, casting a side glance at Wen Huai. Noticing this, Wen Huai smiled lightly. What are you waiting for? We should also board. Zhou Zijian's heart sank. He was preparing to find Song Jihan when he heard Wen Huai say, Zhou Zijian, are you not coming? Zhou Zijian was taken aback. Not only he, but other guests also turned to look. Wasn't it customary for 3 people to share a boat? The boatman at the helm, with Zhou Zijian and Wen Xiangyue seated opposite, while Wen Huai sat between them. And indeed, that was how it was arranged. However, since the small boat had 2 rows of seats facing each other, Wen Huai sat next to Wen Xiangyue, leaving Zhou Zijian to occupy the seat across from them. Observing this, Yi Liao could not help but smile. The other guests were also sorting themselves out on the shore. Li Siyuan remarked irritably, Aren't you also not sitting with Yi Liao and Qin Yao? Huo Yin retorted, That's because I have some sense. Mostly, I don't want to go over there and be fed dog food. It's distressing. Distressing. Li Siyuan scoffed. Duan Tingyin felt a chill and swiftly turned, adjusting his life jacket, smiling as he said, Never mind, Siyuan, I believe we will have many opportunities to share a boat in the future. Let us just let today be. Li Siyuan rolled his eyes, coward. The boatman rowed slowly toward the center of the lake. When the boat reached the shore, everyone realized that rather than a lakeside villa, it was more akin to a small artificial island. The island not only boasted basic living facilities, but also had several shops. Yi Liao and the group of guests resided in a villa that resembled a grand estate, complete with a spacious swimming pool. The arrangement of the villa's rooms remained as previously established. There were 2 suites on each of the 4 floors, totaling 6 suites and 12 rooms. This meant that each guest could enjoy the luxury of having their own suite during this phase. Yi Liao's gaze swept across the diverse expressions of the crowd, a smile blooming on her lips, seemingly indicating that everyone had their own thoughts on the matter. Huo Yan's eyes sparkled with interest as he turned to Yi Liao, suggesting, You shall share a suite with me. Yi Liao hesitated, instinctively wanting to decline, but before she could voice her refusal, Huo Yan continued, What is the matter? Do you not wish to share a room with me? Yi Liao pondered this for a moment and concluded that sharing a suite with Huo Yan was not a predicament, as she could easily visit Qin Yao should the need arise. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Qin Yao, catching her glance, did not oppose but instead addressed Song Jihan. Shall you share a room with me? He then turned to Li Siyuan. Alternatively, the 2 of us could also share. Song Jihan promptly replied, Let's be the pair. Li Siyuan, unable to contest Song Jihan's decision, tightened his jaw slightly. Duan Tingyin cleared his throat and sighed. Then who shall I share with? Zhou Ge. Wen Huai. Would one of you accompany me? Zhou Zijian had selected a room with Wen Xiangyue in the previous 2 rounds, yet today, Wen Huai was present. Yi Liao suppressed a grin and whispered to Qin Yao, I believe Wen Huai would certainly not allow Zhou Ge and his wife to share a room. As if on cue, Wen Huai chuckled and declared, I shall share a suite with my mother. You have no objections, do you? This was directed at Zhou Zijian, who resignedly nodded and responded, None at all. Yi Liao's amusement grew, as she thought, even if there were objections, Zhou Ge would not dare voice them at this moment. Thus, the remaining suite was allocated to Lu Yan. After finishing her shower, she emerged to find Huo Yan on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. He remarked, I'll take a shower too. It was still early in the afternoon, with the sun blazing brightly. Upon descending the stairs, Yi Liao spotted a somewhat unfamiliar figure seated on the living room sofa. As he noticed her, he greeted her with a wave. Duan Tingyin had changed out of his dress and removed his exaggerated makeup, now clad in simple casual wear that accentuated his handsome features. Yi Liao shook her head. Unable to suppress her thoughts, he asked quite dashing. Her curiosity about how Li Siyuan ended up in an online relationship with him lingered, though she knew better than to inquire directly. Seated comfortably, Yi Liao opened her notes on her phone. Just as she settled in, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the room. Bewildered, she wondered what was amiss. Duan Tingyin straightened slightly, and at that moment, frantic footsteps approached, accompanied by Shun Chang's panicked voice. Quick! Stop Li Siyuan! Duan Tingyan turned slowly to look at him. Shen Chong, panting, explained, he is going to find his manager. Duan Tingyan replied nonchalantly, if he wishes to find his manager, so be it. But then a sudden realization struck him. He wouldn't he know that his manager is my friend? Would he? Shen Chong nodded repeatedly, his face awash with urgency as he hurriedly clarified. I didn't he know he was unaware of this. The moment those words escaped Shen Chong's lips, Leyao expression shifted dramatically, and he clenched his fists, charging downstairs. Shen Chong sensed the gravity of the situation and hastily followed. Duan Tingyan slapped his forehead in exasperation. Why are you still standing there? Leyao glanced at Shen Chong and then at the two retreating figures, her mind racing. Is Leyao really confronting his manager over this? I must intervene. In a parallel moment, Qin Yao freshly emerged from his shower, and Huo, with shampoo still in his hair, froze in their tracks. Without a second thought, Qin Yao seized his phone and dashed downstairs. Huo, disregarding his hair, rushed to rinse off the suds. Given Liao's tone, it was evident that Leyao was extremely agitated. Impulsiveness could lead to unfortunate outcomes. He needed to act swiftly. Meanwhile, Leyao had bolted out of the villa, sprinting towards the area where the staff congregated. Duan Tingyan had already dashed away, disappearing in an instant. As Leyao ran, she contemplated her stamina, soon realizing she was fatigued after just a few strides, prompting her to slow to a brisk walk. She pulled out her phone to review her notes, and upon reading them, she suddenly grasped the situation. This is merely a misunderstanding. Leyao, please don't act rashly. Approaching the staff's rest area, she could already hear the cacophony of voices. Just as she was about to continue running, she heard Qin Yao calling, Yao Yao, let us go together. He quickly caught up, taking her hand and urging her forward. As he tightened his grip, he gently asked, are you tired? Shall I carry you? At this moment, carrying me is not an option, Leyao replied, shaking her head vigorously as they continued their dash. Qin Yao's gaze fell upon their intertwined hands, a small smile gracing his lips, and suddenly, the urgency seemed to wane. The staff's resting area was conveniently close to the filming location, not far from the villa. As they neared, the noise grew ever louder. A male voice cut through the chaos. Leyao, how could I possibly deceive you? I am your cousin. I would never trick you. This was clearly Tao Ran, Leyao's cousin and manager. Upon their arrival, Leyao and Qin Yao witnessed the unfolding scene, and Leyao gasped in shock. That punch looks painful, especially landing squarely on the nose. Her brow furrowed as she observed Tao Ran, who was retreating in fear, exclaiming, it's not that. With so many people around, how could I explain myself? I told you before, if you're going to hit someone, avoid the face. Leyao's eyes were ablaze with anger as he kicked at Tao Ran's leg, shouting, I'm venting my frustration. If you have the guts, let go of me. Leyao exchanged a worried glance with Qin Yao. He is clearly still upset. Should we intervene? Before she could finish her thought, Liao's attention was drawn to the camera crew, who were hastily dodging the commotion. What are they doing? Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. It seems that ever since the incident with Xia Yang and Yu Bai, the camera crew has learned to adapt, just as Tao Ran sighed in relief. He noticed Leyao charging at him once more, and his face paled in fear. In a frantic attempt to escape, he began to circle around the car, pleading, Leyao, stop. If you have the stamina, keep running. Leyao, filled with determination, retorted, I refuse to believe your endurance can match mine. This spectacle was too amusing for anyone to resist. Leaning against Qin Yao, Leyao laughed heartily, thoroughly entertained. Duan Tingyan stood still, suggesting, why not just stop running and let Leyao vent his frustrations on you? Tao Ran, as if he had heard something amusing, erupted in anger. Damn it. What does your mess have to do with me? I haven't deceived Leyao. It is you who deceived me alongside him. Gasping for breath, Tao Ran added, promise me you won't hit me after you hear my explanation, and then I'll tell you. Leyao sneered, continuing his pursuit. Tao Ran hurriedly ran ahead, but soon realized the footsteps behind him had ceased. He instinctively looked up to see Leyao chasing him from the opposite direction. If I had known he was the Tingting you mentioned, how could I possibly have given him the director's contact information? If it weren't for your exaggerated reaction during the live broadcast, Leyao, infuriated, punched his cousin in the stomach, and you still dare to speak. I've said it many times, he was my former online romantic interest. And stop mentioning the name Tingting. Song Jahan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Tingting? Huo couldn't contain himself and burst into laughter. Leyao was already in fits of giggles. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao and Huo Yin exchanged glances at Leyao. Huo Yin slightly frowned. So this was indeed a misunderstanding? Just as he was about to look up again, he noticed that Qin Yao was also gazing at Leyao. Wait, didn't Qin Yao just turn to look at Leyao simultaneously with him? Huo Yan's heart skipped a beat, and before he could ponder further, he heard Leyao sigh deeply. Leyao, unable to resist, took out his phone. After a brief glance, he laughed aloud again. Leyao had calmed down a bit, but remained seated on his cousin. Tao Ran lay flat on the ground, resigned, and ceased struggling. If you're genuinely angry, just hit me. But I'm truly innocent in this matter. Had I known he was the Ting you referred to, can you please be quiet? Leyao, humiliated and enraged, retorted, Do I seem eager to hear your explanation? Tao Ran fell silent, feigning death on the ground. Duan Tingyan stared at Leyao for a few seconds and suddenly understood. Other guests began to arrive one after another, with Wen Xiangyue and Lu Yin being the last, leaving them somewhat bewildered upon hearing this exchange. Song Jihan smirked. Isn't it obvious? It's a classic case of an ex trying to win back their partner. Leyao glanced at Song Jihan. Your terminology is quite professional. Suddenly realizing something, Liao's lips curled into a smile as he quietly asked, So, is that you? The others looked on in confusion. What was Song Jihan? They turned to observe him, only to see his face contorted in displeasure. Just then, Wen Huai whispered, So you haven't pursued Zhang Qiran yet? Liao bit his lip, struggling to suppress his laughter. The others caught on and also tried to stifle their grins. They couldn't laugh. Song Jihan was too formidable. If they mocked him openly, he'd hold a grudge forever. Eventually, with a light laugh from Liao, the others could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. Duan Tingyan felt helpless. It was clear that the matter could no longer be concealed, and it would be better to have a candid discussion with Leyao. Duan Tingyan spoke without deliberately lowering his voice, and the laughter from the guests momentarily halted. Huh, are we leaving already? Liao suddenly panicked. What about us if you leave? He turned to see the camera crew catching up. Liao sighed in relief and grabbed Qin Yao's hand. Let us go to the director. Qin Yao chuckled and nodded. Upon hearing that Liao was heading to the director, the other guests followed suit. After all, this matter was too murky, and they needed clarity. The director's tent was nearby, and as the group approached, they inadvertently displaced much of the staff. Liao and Qin Yao positioned themselves next to the director, securing the best vantage point. Liao watched with excitement. Leyao doesn't play games often, so his skills are quite lacking. On that day, one of his teammates was particularly foul-mouthed, hurling insults at him. Though Leyao could tolerate being criticized for his poor gameplay, he couldn't stand the insults directed at his family, leading to a heated exchange of insults. Thinking of this, Liao couldn't help but smile. Indeed, I will be confused too. Sitting beside Liao, Qin Yao squeezed his hand. Liao turned to him, puzzled. What is that for? Huo Yin thought to himself. Why can't he learn from Wen Huai and sit between them? What's wrong? Liao finally asked. Qin Yao replied, Nothing, just keep watching. Qin Yao and Huo Yin understood the situation better, especially since Liao occasionally provided commentary. Though Duan Tingyan was usually busy with work, his passion for gaming meant he often played, even when not streaming. Leyao was a classic case of a poor player with a strong desire to play. After befriending each other in the gaming world, their interactions naturally increased, culminating in regular gaming sessions and even scheduling future games after finishing one. Like many gaming couples, they exchanged contact information, gifted each other skins, entered into a couple relationship, and ultimately confirmed their romantic involvement. At this point, Zhou Zijin couldn't help but ask. So both were infatuated and liked each other, yet neither had the courage to inquire about the other's sexual orientation. Liao nodded exactly. They not only failed to ask about orientation, but didn't even inquire about gender. How frightening. To be honest, considering that, Leyao might even be scarier than my second brother. Qin Yao couldn't help but smile. Huo Yin remarked, Liao, how audacious of you. So, they ended up together without knowing each other's gender? Shen Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. Liao laughed. If they hadn't been together, how could they have become exes? Song Jihan's voice was tinged with melancholy. What a pity. Liao turned to him, intrigued. What do you mean, what a pity? The other guests couldn't help but laugh again. However, it was rather strange. If they were indeed together, they must have exchanged their real names, right? Lu Yin inquired. Didn't they realize something was off after knowing each other's names? Song Jihan suddenly glanced at Liao, and the others quickly understood. That made sense. Leyao face flushed with anger. I am not an actor. Why would I pay attention to voice actors? You mentioned to me that you were a voice actor and had conversed with me in a male voice, but at that moment, I did not think much of it. I assumed that Leyao, after holding back for a long time, indignantly remarked, "It's not as if there aren't boys' names that sound like girls. And there are many girls' names that appear masculine." Consequently, Duan Tingyin looked at Leyao and, after a pause, covered his face with his hand. "No wonder you have always called me Ting Ting." Upon hearing this, the guests could hardly contain their amusement. What a significant misunderstanding this turned out to be. Zhou Zijian sighed. Everyone could not help but nod in agreement. Leyao sighed heavily, suddenly realizing something, and abruptly turned to look at Qin Yao. Qin Yao, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" Leyao inquired, "Do you all remember what happened on the last night of the first episode during the Truth or Dare game?" Song Jihan interjected, "Are you referring to the part where you said your ideal type was President Qin?" Leyao, rarely caught off guard, retorted angrily, "No. It was after I expressed my sexual orientation that Leyao seemed to avoid me all night. He did not even dare to meet my gaze." Song Jihan raised an eyebrow. "What does that have to do with anything?" The timeline suddenly unraveled. Song Jihan nodded in realization. No wonder he acted like he was on edge during the first episode's recording. Laughter erupted once more. Meanwhile, the live broadcast continued, with two individuals seated face to face beneath the pavilion. Upon hearing this statement, the guests' eyes widened in surprise. Are they reconciling? Leyao, what are you hesitating for? If you still have feelings, just agree. Yes, indeed. Leyao turned his head, his gaze falling upon the shimmering surface of the lake. Damn it. Even if you did not intentionally deceive me, I am still very angry. Very angry. With that exclamation, Leyao stormed off. Duan Tingyin clutched his chest, his face a mixture of pain and melancholy. Click. Leyao heard the sound of Song Jihan fidgeting with his fingers. Everyone. Huyen. What? When did you two get together? I do not agree. Chapter 82. I just found out the summer breeze, infused with heat and mingled with the mist from the lake, brushed against us, still stifling. The sun shone brightly, and as he ran, the boy's hair danced in the light, dazzlingly radiant. At this moment, Qin Yao suddenly felt his heart pounding like a drum. He could still hear Huyen's exasperated voice from a distance. When did they get together? How did that happen? How old is Leyao? Has Qin Yao really taken my brother away? I do not agree. I absolutely do not agree. Leyao smiled and nodded. Yes. Regardless of his second brother. He is simply jealous. Yin nearly fainted upon hearing those words. Jealous of what? What does he have to be jealous of? His disagreement with Leyao and Qin Yao being together had nothing to do with jealousy. Unfortunately, Yin was the only one at the scene who expressed his righteous indignation, while the other guests merely wore expressions of amusement, enjoying the spectacle. How intriguing. Yin could not resist leaning over to ask Yin, when did Leyao and Qin Yao get together? Wasn't Leyao in a daze just now in the car? Did they miss something again? Yin was also eager to inquire about this. He had merely gone upstairs to take a shower and came down shortly after. Nothing had happened in the meantime, nor had he heard any of Leyao's other thoughts. How did Leyao suddenly come to a realization? Yin furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a long time. Zhou Zijian was about to offer some advice to Yin when Huai stepped forward. Yin tilted his head in confusion. When Huai placed a hand on his shoulder, his gaze shifting to Zhou Zijian, and calmly stated, "Now you should be able to empathize with me, right?" When Xiang Yue, Zhou Zijian. Yin glanced at Wen Huai, then at Zhou Zijian and Wen Xiang Yue. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Song Jihan burst into laughter. Lu Yin and Shun Chong struggled to suppress their laughter, and just as they were about to succeed, a hidden burst of laughter erupted from behind them. A staff member, having finally adjusted his expression, unexpectedly met Yin and Wen Huai's gaze. The next second, the staff member broke character. Once he laughed out loud, others joined in, and a chorus of merriment ensued. Song Jihan and the others could no longer hold back, and the scene was suddenly filled with cheerful laughter. Indeed, who says there is no true empathy in this world? Here it is. At that moment, how could Yin not understand Wen Huai's feelings back then? Watching everyone laugh more heartily, Yin clenched his jaw. Damn it, I'm going to report you all and have you arrested. In response to Yin was another wave of laughter. Some staff even teased, "Do you want me to lend you my phone?" The group continued to revel in their joy, completely disregarding Yin's feelings. Upon reaching the living room, Leyao released Qin Yao's hand, reclined on the sofa, and could not help but chuckle. Teacher Gosher must be infuriated by me. The more Leyao thought about it, the more amusing it became, and she grabbed a pillow to hug it tightly, continuing to laugh. Qin Yao's gaze fell on Liao's face, and, after a few seconds, he reluctantly diverted his attention, sitting beside her and posing a question. So, Yao, when did we get together? I just found out. Upon hearing this question, Liao's laughter paused, and she sat up straight, turning to look at Qin Yao, her brow slightly furrowed. President Qin, if you ask like that, does it mean you're not planning to be with me? Liao's tone was serious, and Qin Yao instantly recognized her genuine confusion. Qin Yao sighed inwardly, his gaze softening, and he smiled. I want to be with you very much, which is why I want to clarify. I am simply curious as to how you suddenly came to this realization. Upon hearing Qin Yao's words, the livestream's comments erupted once more. Netizens and numerous fans were equally perplexed and bewildered. Indeed, they had been watching the live stream continuously. Even after arriving at the villa, Leyao had not spent any time alone with Qin Yao. How did they get together? Moreover, it seemed from Qin Yao's words that he himself was unclear about when he and Leyao became a couple. This was intriguing. Thus, Leyao not only made a unilateral announcement, but also declared her relationship with Qin Yao unilaterally, who engages in such peculiar courtship. Liao's situation was even more bizarre than Li Siyuan's online romance, where he did not inquire about the other person's gender. Speaking of Li Siyuan, the comments section erupted into another heated discussion. Do not mention it. My mind is truly a jumble right now. Who could argue otherwise? Just when I had not finished digesting one piece of gossip, another one pops up, and I am utterly befuddled. However, when it comes to Li Siyuan, I truly cannot hold back. Online dating is one thing, considering that many people do it in contemporary society. But the two of them engaged in online romance without inquiring about each other's orientation or gender. I must say, you all are being too outrageous. Ha ha ha. I cannot take it anymore. I'm going to laugh until I vomit. Directly congratulating my husband on acquiring a new title. Ting ting, oh my god, ting ting. This is truly hilarious. Goodness, counting up, I just realized we have consumed so much gossip today. Indeed, it is true. The netizens counted and calculated, and the result was indeed astonishing. As everyone let their guard down, Leyao asked Qin Yao what it meant to like someone, and why netizens claimed he liked Qin Yao. One must ponder, is there any other dating show that has produced as many successful couples as ours? They seem too apathetic to even pretend. If they wanted to stir up trouble, they would do so directly. Song Jahan, Teacher Gosher, I am referring to you. Leyao, do you have something to say? Speak up, please, I implore you. Could it be that they have just recently become a couple? A full half-minute had passed since Qin Yao posed his question. A cup of water was handed to Leyao, who took a sip and smiled, saying, I'd already thought it through when I got off the car. Qin Yao, who was about to pour himself some water, paused at this remark, suddenly recalling what Leyao had said when he got out of the car. At that moment, Leyao mentioned he was contemplating, and Qin Yao had asked if he had come to a conclusion. Qin Yao tightened his grip around the water cup momentarily before relaxing with a smile, realizing that Leyao had figured things out quite early. He had sensed something amiss at that time, but Qin Yao dared not dwell on it, as patience required time, and he could not afford to exhaust his reserves too soon. Fortunately, Leyao did not keep him waiting for long. Qin Yao set down his cup, tilted his head slightly, and in a soft tone asked, So, are we in a boyfriend relationship now? His voice was barely above a whisper, deliberately lowered, with the final note lightly brushing against Liao's heart like a delicate hook. Liao bit his lip and politely extended his hand to Qin Yao, saying, Hello, boyfriend. Qin Yao's gaze fell on Liao's outstretched hand, and he leisurely took it, shaking hands with the fair-skinned youth. In a moment of distraction, Leyao almost dropped his cup, but Qin Yao's other hand swiftly steadied it. He then placed the cup on the tea table, wrapped one arm around Liao's waist, and drew him into an embrace. Their chests pressed together. The distance between them was almost non-existent. Liao's chin rested against Qin Yao's neck, and with a slight turn of his head, Liao's lips could almost graze his face. Liao remained still, sensing how tense the person in his arms was. Qin Yao chuckled softly and explained, Yao, I am very happy. So happy, in fact, that I could not help but embrace you in front of countless cameras. The summer heat was intense. Even with the air conditioning on indoors, Qin Yao's warmth was palpable. Leyao closed his eyes, feeling as though the void within him had finally been filled. This sensation was extraordinary, an amalgamation of emotions that even made his nose tingle. with tears welling in his eyes. Suddenly, Leyao recalled the dream he had while in the car. The dream had not concluded, but upon disembarking, he recalled the explanation he had not heard in the dream. Mother Hua had said that liking someone sometimes means wanting to possess them, and, at other times, it means letting go. Liking is a simple sentiment, but also a complex emotion. However, it cannot be denied that liking is one of humanity's most pure and beautiful feelings. Regardless of the form it takes, it incites a desire to be close, to actively miss the other person. Just as Leyao always yearned for another taste of the oatmeal milk that Qin Yao had made. Their embrace lingered, long enough for the barrage of comments in the live stream to erupt in multiple rounds of excitement. It continued long enough for someone to push open the villa door, yet they remained oblivious. Until Li Siyuan's exaggerated voice cut through. "What on earth are you two doing?" Qin Yao was the first to release his hold. Surprisingly, Leyao did not rise. Instead, he gently nuzzled his head against Qin Yao's neck and casually remarked, "Just hugging, didn't you see?" Li Siyuan stood at the villa entrance, his mind momentarily frozen. Hugging? Huh. His bewildered expression was so entertaining that the live stream audience could not contain their laughter. Ha 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 ha. No way. Li Siyuan, you can't still be oblivious to what's happening. The conversation between artists and their managers is not meant for public disclosure. Hence the cameraman captured the scene from a distance. Just then, another astonished voice chimed in. "What are you two doing?" The doctor had merely provided a simple treatment, applying an ice pack and advising him to keep it on. What was going on? Hadn't these two just been enjoying the spectacle? How had they ended up in an embrace so quickly? However, Li Siyuan did not head upstairs, but instead sat down on the nearby sofa. Perfect timing. Hadn't Leyao and the others been enjoying the excitement? Now it was his turn to witness Liao's delight. A smile adorned Li Siyuan's face. After a brief silence, Duan Tingyan took out his phone, asking, "Where is everyone? Do they know? Should I send a message?" At that moment, Leyao took the initiative to push Qin Yao away. Qin Yao looked on in confusion as Leyao quietly thought to himself, "Never mind. Considering they just had a falling out over love, it's best not to provoke them further." Just as he reached the door, Hui Yin chimed in. "What do you mean by you being in a relationship? Didn't you just start dating?" Moreover, what had Leyao done to provoke Li Siyuan? It seemed there was nothing amiss. Realizing Hui Yin's gaze upon him, Qin Yao was the first to glance back. Hui Yin shot him a fierce glare. At that moment, other guests began to trickle in. Li Siyuan, keenly perceptive, turned to look at Song Jihan. Receiving his silent plea, Song Jihan spoke up. "You don't know how to browse the internet yourself?" Li Siyuan replied, "While I am indeed unafraid of online criticism, and I trust in my resilience, that's not the issue." Li Siyuan's face shifted through a spectrum of colors, a sight to behold. The live stream audience erupted in laughter at this spectacle, particularly Li Siyuan's fans, who were the loudest. Li Siyuan feared that netizens would remember this incident and continue to tease him. Indeed, that turned out to be the case. Not only did the fans remember, but now the entire internet did as well. Witnessing Li Siyuan's increasingly animated expression, fans could no longer hold back. "Ha ha ha. Li Siyuan, are you regretting it now? Surely you must have cursed Tingting. Ha 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 ha. Can we not mention Tingting? I can't help but laugh every time." I advise you fans to watch your words. Lest Li Siyuan retaliates like a boxer. The netizens and fans paid no mind to the main parties involved, reveling in their amusement, while the atmosphere inside the villa grew unexpectedly quiet, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Zhou Jijian felt he could no longer remain seated and proposed to head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Wen Xiangyue offered to assist, but was stopped by Wen Huai, who remarked, "Speaking of which, when I first met Zhou Jijian, he claimed to be skilled in the culinary arts. Yet after all these years, I have yet to taste a single dish. Let me finally witness his prowess today." When Xiangyue fell silent, Leyao could not help but chuckle. The other guests were equally unreserved, each bearing a smile on their faces. However, considering that they relied on Zhou Zijian for sustenance each episode, and had even been the first to partake in the culinary creations of his stepfather, they laughed with a certain cautiousness. Zhou Zijian dared not refuse, quickly assuring, "Rest assured, I'll take care of it today." Wen Huai remained non-committal. Yet, Wen Huai could comfortably direct Zhou Zijian, a privilege not afforded to the other guests. Duan Tingyan was the first to rise, saying, "I'll go help as well." Approaching Song Jihan, he glanced at Li Siyuan and asked, "Are you coming?" Song Jihan stood up, nodded, and followed him into the kitchen. The last remark was directed toward Lu Yan. Lu Yan's face flushed crimson. Casting a furtive glance at the camera, yet she couldn't resist instinctively nodding. Instantly, 3 more individuals populated the kitchen. Qin Yao turned to Yi Leyao, expressing, "I'll go help too." Yi Leyao nodded, preparing to accompany Qin Yao. At that moment, Huiyin suddenly grasped Yi Liao's arm, saying, "Wait." Yi Liao looked puzzled. Huiyin shot a displeased glance at Qin Yao, stating, "I need to discuss something with him. You can go help on your own." Qin Yao chuckled, "All right." With that, he too entered the kitchen. "If you have something to say, just say it quickly. Why the formal tone? Could it be that second brother, seeing me in a relationship, wishes to pursue one himself?" Huiyin. As Qin Yao opened the refrigerator, he couldn't resist a light chuckle. Huiyin let out a heavy snort. He had no interest in romance. He simply couldn't stand seeing Qin Yao beside Yi Liao. Additionally, could the incessant messages in the group chat please cease? Huiyin took out his phone, opened the group chat, and began to contend with the inquiries from Hui Dad and Hui Mom. Yi Liao waited patiently for a while, yet Huiyin remained silent, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Second brother said he wanted to chat, but why is he preoccupied with his phone? Hui Dad and Hui Mom urged Huiyin to let Yi Liao go, as they wished to see her converse with Xiao Qin. However, Huiyin objected. Not only did he refuse, but he also directly muted the group notifications. Then he wrapped an arm around Yi Liao's shoulders, saying, "Let us go play cards." Yi Liao was utterly bewildered. At that moment, when Hui beckoned to Yi Liao, "Come on, let us play cards." "Yi Liao, what is happening?" Yi Liao found herself seated opposite Wen Xiang Yue, flanked by Huiyin and Wen Hui, and the 4 of them truly began to play cards together. The scene appeared oddly harmonious amidst its strangeness. Song Jihan glanced at Qin Yao, smiling silently. Zhou Zijian swallowed hard, unable to muster any teasing remarks about himself, and similarly chose silence. Shen Chong pondered for a moment. Although everyone seemed amiable, his manager had previously cautioned him to speak less. Moreover, he had nearly caused a mishap by inadvertently revealing too much, so he too remained taciturn. Li Siyuan turned to observe Qin Yao, but Qin Yao did not even glance in his direction. At that moment, Duan Tingyin cleared his throat, stating, "I just checked the trending topics." He continued, "The trending news claims that Yi Liao and Qin Yao are together." Li Siyuan exclaimed in shock, "What?" His voice was loud enough for those outside the kitchen to hear. Li Siyuan quickly covered his mouth, then chuckled. "When did this happen?" "That's wonderful." Song Jihan handed the chopped vegetables to Zhou Zijian, nodding, "Indeed. But it seems irrelevant to you, the single dog." Duan Tingyian's gaze sharpened as he looked at Li Siyuan. "Siyuan, that's not possible. Get lost." Li Siyuan's expression turned furious. Duan Tingyin pursed his lips, sighing in silence. Li Siyuan then glared at Song Jihan, "As if you're not a single dog yourself. Among us, only brother Zhou, Qin Yao, Shun Chong, and Lu Yan are confirmed couples, right?" As the last word left his lips, Shun Chong's smile instantly brightened, yes. The moment he spoke, his expression changed. Simultaneously, a shriek erupted from the kitchen. "Shun Chong, how dare you say such things?" Chapter 83. A sudden rift despite the live stream currently lacking any sensational content. And even the fans newly shipped Qin Yi being forced to split into 2 groups. One in the living room playing cards, and the other in the kitchen cooking, resulting in a rather mundane spectacle. The viewership remained unwavering. The barrage of comments was fervently alive. "Ah, Huiyin, tell me why you're keeping Yi Liao here. Can't you let her cook with Qin Yao instead?" "Exactly. I want to see the couple cook together." "Huiyin, are you jealous?" "You must be jealous." "Ha ha. How could Huiyin not be jealous? After all, his brother just turned 18 and found such an excellent partner in Qin Yao, while Huiyin's ex. Cough cough. Let us not mention A. If you keep bringing her up, Huiyin will really get angry. I truly didn't mean to mention A. I hope Huiyin won't be upset with me for bringing her up. I'm sorry, Huiyin. I won't mention her again." The netizens couldn't help but burst into laughter. Okay, so this is how you fans play, huh?" "Not at all. Hey, wait. Why is Li Siyuan heading to the kitchen?" Whenever there was even a slight stir among the guests, the comments erupted with excitement, fearing they might miss out on another juicy tidbit. However, amidst their laughter, they suddenly heard Shun Chong's jubilant affirmation, and the laughter ceased abruptly. The next moment, Lu Yan's scream echoed throughout the live stream, with a flurry of question marks flooding the comments. "Huh? Shen Chong, what did you just agree to?" Li Siyuan claimed there were only 3 couples among them, and Shen Chong said yes. So, was this a direct admission of his relationship with Lu Yan? Huh? Did he just out himself? How thrilling. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god, is that something I can hear? Ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore. Shen Chong, be more mindful. How could you fall into such an obvious conversational trap? The laughter from the netizens was uproarious, and the other guests reacted swiftly. Leyao even forgot to place her cards down, swiftly rising to head toward the kitchen. Lu Yin stood frozen, her face betraying the words complete disaster. Shen Chong, still clutching a green onion, stood rigid, his gaze meeting Lu Yin's, feeling a wave of guilt. Flustered, he averted his eyes, opening his mouth as if to explain, but the words failed to materialize. At that moment, Hui Yin and when Xiang Yue approached, Hui Yin scanned the kitchen's occupants, inquiring what happened. The expressions of those in the kitchen varied. Among them, Lu Yin and Shun Chong appeared particularly distressed, indicating that they were the main subjects of concern. Leyao suddenly had an epiphany, her eyes lighting up. With Lu Yin so agitated, could it be that Shun Chong just let something slip? Qin Yao's gaze landed on Leyao, a slight smile gracing his lips. Leyao had indeed guessed correctly. He surveyed the other attendees. Lisa Yuan's expression was complex as he glanced at Lu Yin, then at Shun Chong, realizing he might have misspoken, and for once, a hint of embarrassment crossed his features. Duan Tianyi's gaze remained focused on Lsun, unable to restrain himself as he spoke up to explain. He did not intend to offend. Lsun tends to speak impulsively when his temper flares. Duan Tianyi cleared his throat and fell silent. Lyo, observing the situation, began to piece together the puzzle. So Lsun inadvertently set a trap for Shnh, who then unwittingly stepped into it. It seems my conjecture was correct. Lyo felt confident in his assessment, yet uncertain whether he sought validation or harbored other intentions. With damp hands, Qnyo softly said, "Wait a moment." Lyo's hand froze midair. Qnyo dried his hands quickly and grasped Lyo's hand. I smiled finally grasped Lyo's lips. The audience erupted. "Ah, we are witnessing this. How utterly shameless. Are you two really this brazen? Lu Yin and Shnh are right beside you." Indeed, Huo Yin is also watching. Qnyo, oblivious to the audience's comments, would not distance himself from Lyo even if he had seen them. As Lyo stood beside him, Qnyo leaned slightly closer, whispering the recent events into Lyo's ear, lowering his voice. The proximity allowed Lyo to feel Qnyo's breath against his ear, sending tingles down his spine. After hearing the entire story, Lyo could no longer suppress his smile, which rose uncontrollably. So, Lsun unintentionally dug a pit for Shnh, who then fell into it without a clue. Unable to contain his amusement, Lyo turned his head, resting it on Qnyo's shoulder, bursting into laughter. Huo Yin, catching Lyo's unrestrained joy, guessed what had transpired. Just as he intended to join in the laughter, he noticed Lyo and Qnyo leaning closely together. His eyelids twitched, and without a second thought, he strode toward them, asking, "What are you two discussing?" Lyo was still laughing, completely unaware of Huo Yin's approach. Initially, Qnyo merely held Lyo's hand, but upon noticing Huo Yin's advance, he released Lyo's hand and wrapped his arm around Lyo's shoulders, pulling him slightly closer. The gesture was conspicuous, especially in front of Huo Yin, a blatant provocation. The fans in the live stream screamed once more. Qnyo, aren't you being a tad too bold? Ha ha ha, but I love it. This is the kind of drama I live for. Bring on more. Yes, seeing a couple openly in love is simply delightful. If only Huo Yin would stop interfering. Ah, is that what you think? Why do I want to see Huo Yin's reaction? Ha ha ha, you are so mischievous. Redirecting their gaze back to the screen, Huo Yin witnessed Qnyo's subtle maneuver, and his forehead twitched with anger. It was evident that he was furious. The viewers erupted in laughter even louder. Huo Yin could no longer contain himself, glaring. Qnyo, what are you still doing here? Suddenly, Shnh interjected, his gaze coolly fixed on Shnh and Lu Yin, asking, "What are you planning to do next?" Lyo stifled his laughter and lifted his head from Qnyo's embrace. Huo Yin halted, directing his attention toward the main parties involved. Shnh remained frozen, still clutching the scallion, looking dazed. Wn Xinju stood beside Lu Yin, gently supporting her, and upon hearing Shhn's words, pondered, "Actually, it's my fault." Lsun suddenly spoke, his expression somewhat awkward as he explained. I was just joking. Should I help clarify? Indeed, if LSUN were to step in and declare that it was merely an innocent jest, the matter could be smoothed over. It all depends on Liu Yin's next move. By this point, Liu Yin had calmed considerably. She exhaled deeply before looking at LSUN, smiling. No need. It has nothing to do with you. LSUN was taken aback. Then he heard Ch softly say, I didn't conceal it well. Don't shoulder all the blame. Liu Yin sighed at Ch's remark, pressing her fingers against her temples, murmuring, even if there was a mistake, it is our shared fault. We concealed it from the fans. However, Liu Yin suddenly smiled brightly. It's actually quite good that it's out in the open today. Isn't it? Upon hearing her words, all the guests exchanged incredulous glances. Ch trembled slightly. So Liu Yin intends to admit it directly? Leyao was also taken aback, but quickly reasoned. However, I think admitting it now is quite favorable. After all, earlier today, Ch was like an open book. Although some fans remained in denial, the public's perception is astute, and viewers have already caught on. Coupled with Ch's earlier comment, if they were to deny their relationship now, it would truly be treating the audience and fans like fools. Although acknowledging their romance may temporarily impact their respective careers, such consequences are not long-lasting, and they might even garner goodwill from casual onlookers. Leyao considered this thoroughly and smiled, saying, I also believe it's a good time to come forward. His words elicited suppressed laughter from all the guests present. The audience in the live stream nearly burst into fits of laughter. Oh, Leyao, is that how you speak? Do you underestimate my capacity for gossip? Although this revelation isn't entirely surprising to me, as I had already caught wind of it this afternoon. Yes, even if Liu Yin and Ch choose not to confirm it now, we can all see through it. I wonder how Liu Yin's fans are feeling right now. With this thought, mischievous viewers began to comment on Liu Yin's fans. Upon seeing this, the mischievous viewers laughed even harder. Didn't you say this afternoon that you didn't believe it? Surely you can't still be in denial now. I told you. Just follow us for the gossip. Every scoop is guaranteed. However, don't be too disheartened, dear fans. While you may have lost a beloved, you've gained a brother-in-law. Haha, don't be too harsh. Understanding that Liu Yin's fans were heartbroken, the viewers quickly offered consolation. Indeed, it's far better than being caught and still denying it, right? Plus, Liu Yin is genuinely in love. Her reactions clearly show her affection for Ch. And Ch truly cares for Liu Yin. How could he fall into LSUN's verbal trap if he weren't so smitten? Who could argue with that? Wait, a thought just struck me. Doesn't this mean our travel variety show has now formed 3 couples? Not just 3. There are also 2 pursuing partners in a chase after love scenario. This remark instantly resonated with countless viewers and netizens, echoing the sentiment. So your show is really not a dating show? You should just rename it Let S Go on a Date. I think it's a splendid idea. The atmosphere of the bullet screen was harmonious and cheerful, and the filming site exuded a relaxed and pleasant vibe. Qin Yao followed closely behind Leyao and said to Liu Yin, Yao is right. There is no more suitable time than today. Upon hearing Qin Yao's affectionate address, Huiyan's expression shifted. What? Who allowed you to call him Yao? Even I, as his elder brother, have never addressed him like that. Qin Yao is truly excessive. Qin Yao simply pursed his lips and remained silent, unable to contain herself. Leyao tilted her head and looked at Huiyan. I enjoy hearing President Qin call me that. Is there a problem? Huiyan's face turned ashen in an instant. He was just about to confront Leyao when Zhou Zijian, having approached unbeknownst to him, intervened. All right, they are still discussing serious matters, Zhou Zijian remarked. Song Jihan chuckled at this farce, turning to Liu Yin and incisively stated, See, this is why the audience may lack the energy to indulge in your romantic drama. Liu Yin could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Upon seeing Liu Yin smile, Shun Chong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Realizing that the day's events were behind them, he quickly approached Liu Yin. All right, please put down that green onion you are holding. Liu Yin could no longer bear the sight. How long would Shun Chong continue to clutch that green onion? Shun Chong's face flushed, and he hurriedly set it down. Then I will contact my manager, and you will contact yours. Liu Yin shot a helpless glare at Shun Chong, finding it all rather simple. Shun Chong gazed at Liu Yin for several seconds, his eyes suddenly reddening as he reached out to embrace her tightly. Good. I am so upset. I will contact my manager right now. The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he became, tears streaming down his face. The other guests were taken aback. Why is he crying? Zhou Zijin couldn't help but ask. Shen Chong, growing increasingly fearful, choked out. You scared me. I thought it was over. I finally managed to pursue her, and if Liu Yin were to break up with me over this, over such a trivial matter, how could Liu Yin possibly break up with you? When Xiang Yue asked, bemused, Zhou Zijian added reassuringly, it's all right. It's all in the past now. Just issue a statement. Leyao observed Shun Chong and then glanced at the somewhat dazed Liu Yin. Sighing, you still lack a sense of security. Qin Yao looked at Leyao. Liu Yin trembled slightly, gazing at Leyao in astonishment. Lack of security? To be honest, Liu Yin had not anticipated that Shun Chong would shed tears over this incident. For celebrities, concealing their romantic relationships is quite common. Thus, after entering the industry, Liu Yin had never considered publicly revealing her relationship with Shun Chong, even contemplating keeping it a secret indefinitely. She had never taken Shun Chong's feelings into account. Now, seeing him cry so heartbrokenly, she suddenly realized that she had not provided him with sufficient security. This was why Shun Chong had stood there in silence for so long after saying something wrong, forgetting even to put down the green onion in his hand, and why he had cried out in relief upon her, suggesting they go public. Liu Yan's eyes suddenly reddened. I'm sorry. You did nothing wrong. Shin Chong abruptly released Liu Yan, his eyes still red, but his tone very serious. It's not your fault. I feel much better now. Let us go find the manager. With that, Shin Chong took Liu Yan's hand, disregarding the other guests, and led her swiftly toward the villa's exit. Only after they had run far away did laughter fill the villa. Shin Chong had just debuted, and with few fans, their acceptance of his public relationship was very positive. However, Liu Yan, having debuted as an idol, had a much larger fan base than Shin Chong. Upon seeing her post, many fans struggled to accept it, with some even exclaiming they would unfollow her. Yet, these comments did not linger in the trending section for long. As netizens soon noticed, the guests of Together We Travel began to retweet Liu Yan and Shun Chong's posts. Leyao commented on her retweet, congratulations. Can we enjoy some sweet treats tonight? Qin Yao promptly retweeted Liao's post. Fans exclaimed their joy. Qin Yao, don't be too clever. Leyao retweeted Liu Yan's announcement, and you just retweeted Liao's. Your intentions are too obvious. However, upon reflection, given that the couple had just confirmed their relationship today, it was indeed quite normal. Huo Yin directly retweeted Qin Yao's post, accompanying it with an enraged emoji and a sarcastic caption. Who are we preparing to feast upon? This elicited laughter from netizens. Clearly, the second brother is not very pleased with Qin Yao. Qin Yao, keep it up. I support you and Leyao. Upon reading this, netizens couldn't help but cheer again. Isn't today, as gossip a bit too delightful? They even felt happier than the main parties. Lisa Yuan also retweeted Liu Yan's post, simply adding, congratulations and my apologies. This not only conveyed his well wishes for Liu Yan and Shun Chong, but also expressed his regret. Duan Tingyan promptly followed suit, retweeting Li Siyuan's post with a similar comment. Congratulations to you both. I just wonder when I will hear you congratulate my cat. Netizens could hardly contain their amusement. Clearly, the road to winning her back is long. Ting Tong, take your time. Remember to inform us once you succeed. After the laughter subsided, netizens began to inquire. What is the status of teacher Go Shi? Someone suggested. Let us send someone to inquire on teacher Go Shi's Weibo. Everyone chimed in. On the count of 3, let us laugh together. It was evident that teacher Go Shi had made little progress. The filming of the 4th episode spanned 3 continuous days, during which the 11 guests maintained their popularity on live streams, Weibo, and other platforms. In the blink of an eye, the recording of the 4th episode concluded. Huo Yan, with a cold expression, declared, no. Leyao furrowed her brow. Second brother, why don't you like Qin Yao? Huo Yan replied, I don't dislike him. I just don't like you being with him. Leyao thought to herself, you are rather sincere. After placing their luggage, the two still held tightly to each other's hands. As night fell and the streetlights cast elongated shadows of the pair, Leyao suddenly felt an aversion to leaving and could not help but sigh. I wonder what madness my second brother is up to. Leyao nodded repeatedly. Qin Yao then asked, your university semester is starting soon, right? Leyao responded, yes. There is still a little over a week left. Shall I accompany you to your enrollment when the time comes? Qin Yao inquired. Leyao, Head A is embarking. Nodded without hesitation. All right. A sudden breeze swept across the lake, creating ripples on the tranquil surface. Leyao slightly tilted her head, suddenly feeling the warmth of Qin Yao's palm. She looked down at his hand and then raised her gaze to smile at him. Qin Yao swallowed hard, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Just then, Huiyan's voice echoed from the cabin. Leyao, hurry up. Leyao let out a soft hum and lifted her head, intending to inform Qin Yao that she was leaving when a pair of hands suddenly covered her eyes. Leyao blinked, and the next moment, she felt a gentle touch on her forehead, brief yet intimate. Let's go. Send me a message when you get home. Qin Yao released his hand from covering Liao's eyes, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Unable to resist, Liao reached up to touch her forehead. Huiyan's voice echoed once more. It was only then that Liao waved at Qin Yao, saying, I'm leaving now. Qin Yao nodded, As she boarded the sightseeing boat, the wind over the lake intensified, brushing against Liao's face with a refreshing coolness. Yet, even this did not dissipate the warmth lingering on her cheeks. The boat soon set off, and, as Huiyan contemplated how to engage Liao in conversation, he suddenly heard her inner voice laced with regret. Why did Mr. Qin only kiss my forehead? Huiyan exclaimed, What? He dared to kiss your forehead? When did that happen? I didn't see it. Qin Yao, that old fox, was utterly outrageous. Chapter 84. Meeting the parents throughout the remainder of the journey. Huiyan refrained from uttering another word to Liao, his fingers incessantly tapping on his phone as he sat across from her. Liao paid him no mind, engrossed in conversation with Qin Yao. It was not until the plane was about to take off that Liao sent her final message to Qin Yao and activated airplane mode. Reflecting on their chat history, she felt a twinge of nostalgia. Sigh, it's only been a short while since parting with Mr. Qin, yet why do I suddenly miss him? In the business class seat beside her, Huiyan thought, I can't stand it. I truly can't. They've only been together for 3 days. And she's already yearning for Qin Yao? Liao was clearly more infatuated than he was. Huiyan continued to fervently type in the family group chat. But before he could finish his lengthy message, a flight attendant approached to remind him to turn off his phone. Reluctantly, Huiyan complied, seething at the thought of Liao continuing her association with Qin Yao. During the brief 2-hour flight, he experienced a long-forgotten dream. Or perhaps it was not a dream at all. He found himself once more on that familiar balcony. This time, Liao entered with great excitement, barely glancing at the neatly arranged oatmeal and milk, and headed straight for the bedroom. The man, freshly emerged from the shower and, standing in the dressing area, was entirely unclothed and preparing to dress. His cheeks flushed visibly, and he quickly turned away, donning his bathrobe, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, Why did you come in so suddenly? Liao tilted her head and replied, So you think I shouldn't have entered unannounced? Should I apologize? The man paused, a flicker of helplessness crossing his features. He covered his heated face with his hand, calming himself for several seconds before responding, It's fine. It's not your fault. I should have informed you beforehand. Just remember to knock before entering next time. Liao acknowledged, Okay, I'll remember to knock next time. The man nodded, intending to mention that the milk was ready, but was interrupted when Liao posed a question. I have one question. What is it? He asked. Liao's eyes sparkled with sincerity and straightforwardness as she inquired, Could you remove your bathrobe? I've noticed your physique is quite impressive. May I see it once more? The man froze, his body stiffening as he stood still, even his neck flushed with a lovely hue. Huiyan, now standing, noticed the corner of Liao's mouth curl up and casually asked, What's wrong? Liao stood and shook her head. Moments later, she smiled and said, I just thought of something amusing. What is it? Huiyan inquired. The man seemed to remain silent for an eternity. Long enough for Liao to see the blush on his face gradually fade, until her patience waned, and she considered stepping out for milk. Finally, he murmured, Have you seen anyone else's physique? Liao replied without hesitation, Yes, I have. This time, the man did not blush further. His deep-set eyes locked onto Liao's, harboring a complex emotion that she could not decipher at the time. Ultimately, he did not acquiesce to her request to see his physique. However, Liao later realized that the emotions reflected in his gaze were those of displeasure, jealousy, intermingled with an unmistakable sense of helplessness. Arriving home at midnight, Liao was taken aback to see several individuals in the living room. Is today a special occasion? It's one thing for third brother to be here, but why is eldest brother also present? And why are mom and dad still awake at this hour? Upon hearing this, the entire family turned their gaze toward Huo, who stood behind Leyao. Mama smiled, "Come, let's have some soup." After a hearty meal, Leyao felt drowsy and bid farewell to the others before making her way upstairs. Half an hour later, a thought emerged in Liao's mind. It's so late. I'll send a message to Mr. Qin, then I'll go to sleep. As she contemplated this, her thoughts faded into silence. Only then did the family meeting of the Huo household commence in earnest. Huo was the first to speak. "Regardless of your opinions, I absolutely disagree." Huo followed. "I concur. Leyao is still quite young, even younger than I am. What does she know about love?" "Eldest brother, you agree, don't you?" Huo presented his arguments cogently, quickly garnering nods of approval from both Huo and Huo. "Indeed, why should such an innocent individual be entangled in the affairs of the Qin family?" Huo scoffed. Huo Papa and Huo Mama exchanged glances but remained silent. After Huo stated his position, he refrained from further comments, while Huo and Huo continued to enumerate their objections. The more they listened, the sleepier Huo Papa and Huo Mama became. Just as Huo prepared to present another argument, Huo Mama could no longer contain herself and interrupted. "All right, since you all disagree, why not discuss it directly with Xiaoyao?" Huo Papa added, "The matter of love is inherently one between two individuals. I believe Xiaoyao's happiness is what matters. However, since you all have such strong opinions, why not have a candid conversation with him and hear his thoughts?" Huo and Huo exchanged glances, and Huo promptly replied, "Okay." After a moment of contemplation, Huo spoke, "But every time I converse with Leyao, he always, instantly, all eyes turn toward him." "Always what?" Huo suddenly realized. "Always brings up Su Rue to provoke you, right?" Huo retorted, "Can't you just keep your mouth shut?" Huo chuckled. Not only did Leyao enjoy using this matter to tease Huo, but every member of the family relished the opportunity to do so. Even Huo's fans often brought it up, relishing in the chance to poke fun at him. Huo Papa and Huo Mama couldn't help but chuckle with delight. Yet, upon receiving Huo's piercing glare, Huo Papa tempered his amusement. "As for the conversation, that's something you all must handle yourselves. After all, your mother and I are not opposed." "Exactly," Huo Mama affirmed. "You all should figure it out. It's quite late. Your father and I shall retire for the night." With that, Huo Papa and Huo Mama ascended the stairs. Huo, bewildered, murmured, "Who?" Huo called out to Huo, who was preparing to rise, "Brother, you ought to manage this matter as well. It cannot be solely left to him and Huo to persuade Leyao, can it?" Huo paused momentarily, standing still in contemplation before stating, "Very well. I shall speak with Xiaoyao tomorrow morning." Huo and Huo instantly beamed with delight. Splendid. With the inclusion of the negotiation expert Huo, what could possibly lead to their failure? They would undoubtedly prevail. The three brothers remarkably reached a consensus regarding this matter. Meanwhile, the slumbering Leyao remained blissfully unaware that his three elder brothers had formed a covert team, poised to embark on a mission of persuasion. In this deep sleep, Leyao found another fragment of memory. However, this time, the character in his dream was not Qin Yao, but rather the entire Huo family. In his recollection, Leyao was of modest height, yet Huo, Huo, and Huo were comparable to their current statures. Concealed in the courtyard of the Huo family villa's swimming pool, Leyao felt secure at a distance, far enough from the pool that instilled fear in him, yet close enough to observe the entire Huo family. On this snowy night, a blanket of white lay thick upon the grass. In such a wintry setting, the family gathered around to enjoy barbecue. Huo Ba and Huo Ma sat closely together, indulging in food while engaging in conversation. Huo sat upright, a laptop before him, while Huo appeared fatigued, reclining on a lounge chair wrapped in a heavy blanket. Huo occupied the edge, playing games and conversing with Huo. At this distance, Leyao could certainly hear them, but for reasons unknown, every word was indistinct. As he listened, his eyelids grew heavy, and just as the meaning began to blur, he heard Huo Ba's astonished voice. "When did a child arrive in our garden?" Huo Ma gasped. "A child? Wasn't it snowing all night?" Huo Ba scooped up Leyao, brushing off the snowflakes that had accumulated on him, and felt his forehead before hastily rushing into the villa, exclaiming, "Quick, call a doctor. He is still alive. Leyao, inadaze." Sensed the Huo family in a flurry of chaos, yet his eyelids remained firmly shut. Cradled in Huo Ba's arms, he felt an extraordinary warmth, a sensation he had never experienced before. As the morning sunlight filtered through the curtain's seams, it gradually illuminated Liao's face. His long lashes seemed damp, clinging together. It wasn't until the owner of those lashes stirred slightly that the tears finally released their grip. Liao opened his eyes, suddenly aware that he had been dreaming continuously of late. Yet upon waking, he invariably discarded these dreams. His subconscious seemed to be signaling that these matters were inconsequential. Why were they inconsequential? Before he could delve deeper into this thought, his subconscious preemptively shielded him from the inquiry. Liao gradually blinked, then abruptly sat up. Qin Zong. Did Qin Zong send me a message? Simultaneously, in the dining room below, Huiyan slammed his hand on the table. See? He just woke up, and he is already babbling about Qin Yao. How can you all claim Liao isn't lovesick? Huoba sipped his porridge. It's quite normal. I was the same when your mother and I were courting. Huoma smiled tenderly. If he woke up without thinking of Qin Yao, that would be a problem. Huiyan scoffed and turned to Hu Jing. Brother, don't forget later. After finishing a document, Hu Jing nodded. Huoma then looked at Huiyan, suddenly recalling a question. By the way, why do you so fervently oppose Xiao Yao being with Qin Yao? Huiyan paused. Why do you ask that? Huizhe puzzled. Added, aren't we all against Liao being with Qin Yao? Not quite, Huoma replied, in our family. The one who least wants Xiao Yao and Qin Yao together is you, Huoba nodded in agreement. Indeed. Although Hu Jing and Huizhe also opposed the pairing, their demeanor was markedly less intense than Huiyan's. Huoma abruptly suggested, you aren't truly jealous, are you? Due to your own failures, you cannot bear to see another success? Huiyan's expression darkened. How could that be? In truth, this question had crossed Huiyan's mind. Yet the conclusion he reached left him astounded. He believed that Yao's association with Qin Yao posed a danger. But what kind of danger could Yao possibly face? Being embroiled in the Qin family's troubles? What troubles could the Qin family have? Besides, with their family around, who could harm Liao? Huiyan found himself perplexed, and thus refrained from voicing his concerns, simply stating, in any case, I do not want them together. Isn't that being unreasonable? Huoma shot him a glare. Just then, Liao overheard. Who is being unreasonable? He approached with a smile. I'm so happy today. Huiyan's eyelids twitched. Hu Jing glanced at Huizhe. Huizhe cleared his throat, ready to inquire if Liao was so cheerful due to a romantic relationship. Only to hear Liao exclaim, it feels like our family hasn't gathered for breakfast together in ages. I'm truly delighted. Huizhe covered his face with his hand. He had just intended to jest about Liao's joy stemming from a relationship. How could he think so poorly of Liao? Shame flooded Huizhe's heart, and the words he had prepared evaporated, leaving him to exchange an encouraging glance with Hu Jing and Huiyan. Liao had yet to utter a word, and Huizhe was already retreating. Looking at Hu Jing, who had been processing company matters on his tablet, he hesitated before setting it down and inviting Liao. Come, sit with us for breakfast. Huiyan exclaimed, no way, even you, brother, are backing down? Liao responded affirmatively, settling next to Huizhe. The Hu family's breakfast catered to everyone's tastes. Knowing that Liao enjoyed milk in the morning, Huoma had prepared a cup of oatmeal milk that he had previously mentioned. Each person's oatmeal milk tasted unique. Huoma's version was less sweet than Qin Yao's, but equally delightful. After finishing a cup of milk, Liao leisurely reached for a steamed bun. Huiyan took a sip of porridge and cast a glance at Hu Jing. Was it time to speak up now? If he didn't tea, what if Liao finished breakfast and announced he was going to meet Qin Yao? Hu Jing, more patient than Huiyan, waited until Liao had finished a bun and 2 dumplings before clearing his throat. Xiao Yao. Just then, Hu Jing's phone rang from his side. Huiyan instantly tensed. Liao looked up at the opportune moment. What does Big Brother want? The phone rang for 3 seconds before Hu Jing said, I need to take this call. It's important. Huiyan's fist clenched tightly. It wasn't just a heart-to-heart with Liao. Why were there so many interruptions? Frustrated, Huiyan gulped down the remaining porridge in his bowl. Meanwhile, Hu Jing had already begun conversing with the person on the other end. His voice, though low in timbre, was exceptionally pleasant to hear. However, he paid no heed to Liao's concerns. After a while, Liao felt a heaviness in his mind. He couldn't help but exclaim, I must say, my elder brother is quite impressive. Huizhe glanced at Huiyan before quickly shifting his gaze to Hu Jing, who was evidently taken aback by Liao's sudden praise. A flicker of discomfort passing across his face. On the other end of the phone, the assistant presented 2 proposed flight routes for analysis. Huo Jing pondered for a moment and decided, let us go with the first one. I am more familiar with this route, and it should be safer. Initially dazed, Liao's eyes widened upon hearing this. Flight route? He elongated his tone, and the entire family turned their attention toward him. With a furrowed brow, Liao mused internally, why do I feel like this part of the plot is quite significant? Huo Jing paused momentarily. The assistant's voice continued on the line. But after a prolonged silence, without Huo Jing's response, the assistant could not help but inquire, Huozong? Huo Jing stood up, carrying his phone, and walked to the backyard. Whispering, please hold on a moment. At that moment, Liao had already pulled out his phone, skillfully opening the Notes app. Found it, he exclaimed. The route my brother chose indeed has issues. However, the description is rather vague. It merely states that a typhoon will be making a turn a few days later. Passing directly through this route, not only has the shipment encountered problems, but several crew members aboard the transport vessel have gone missing. Upon hearing this, the family's hearts sank. Huo Jing ended the call and nodded, correct. Yet, after hearing Liao's words, Huo Jing hesitated. While there was insurance for the goods, and they could be reordered, the disappearance of crew members posed a life-threatening risk. Though Huo Jing was uncertain if the situation Liao mentioned would indeed transpire, he decided to err on the side of caution. I will have them hold off for now. Huo Ban nodded in agreement. This is the safest approach. It would only delay us by about a week, and we can bear this minor loss. Huo Jing nodded. The father and son quickly reached a consensus. Meanwhile, Liao was still pondering. So how do I subtly remind my brother? What if he really goes with this route? Just then, Huo Ma's voice broke in. Upon hearing this, Liao let out a sigh of relief. You startle me. Thankfully, my brother changed his mind. Now I have nothing to worry about. This is wonderful. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but glance at Liao. He had finished his breakfast and was now pouring himself a glass of milk, taking a generous sip with his eyes crinkling in delight. Huo Jing observed Liao for several seconds, feeling a sudden softness in his heart. Although Liao had only recently turned 18, he was indeed an adult. His younger brother was growing up and would inevitably fall in love. Rather than gamble on an unknown man's character, it was better to accept Liao's relationship with Qin Yao. After all, they knew Qin Yao relatively well. If Liao were ever mistreated, they could collectively seek justice. Thus, it was settled. Wait, that's it. Brother, how can you just let this go? Huo Yin frequently cast glances at Huo Jing, who continued to ignore his gaze. It wasn't until Liao finished his meal and went upstairs to change that Huo Jing finally spoke again. Clearing his throat, he asked, what is it? Huo Yin replied, all right, he sees it now. Huo Jing is preparing to play dumb. Huo Yin then turned to Huo Zhe. Huo Zhe coughed lightly. Second brother, you know. If it weren't for Liao, my team would surely be in disarray. He had also given it serious thought. While Qin Yao was indeed a bit older than Liao, a mature man would know how to cherish someone. Moreover, when Huo Zhe initially aimed to establish a team, Liao was the first to support him. So why should he oppose Liao's romantic pursuits? If Liao found out, he would undoubtedly be hurt. Huo Yin exclaimed, you are truly unreliable. Huo Ma, witnessing the scene, felt a headache coming on. So why are you so adamant about this? Now, aside from Huo Yin, the entire family was in favor of this union. Huo Yin certainly could not voice his true feelings. Suddenly, a ridiculous and bold conjecture flashed through his mind. He looked at Huo Ma, his lips pressed together tightly. While filming this variety show, I discovered something. All eyes turned to him. Huo Ba asked, what did you find? Huo Yin pondered for 2 seconds before deciding to share his suspicion. I suspect that Qin Yao can hear Liao's thoughts. Just then, Liao's excited voice echoed from upstairs. Inviting me to his mother's birthday party? Does this mean I will be meeting the parents so soon? Huo Yin gritted his teeth. Look at this. What kind of situation is this? Chapter 85. You're a bit bad. The family's gaze fell upon Huo Yin. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, saying, no way. Absolutely not, allowing Liao to go. Huo Ma suddenly interrupted. What did you just say? Huo Yin replied, I said absolutely not. The previous sentence, Huo Ma insisted. As her words settled, the entire living room fell into a sudden silence. Huo Zhe was the first to express his shock. Impossible. Didn't we say that only our family could hear Liao's thoughts? Huo Yin shot him a glance. The reason we reached that conclusion was that we had not previously discovered any evidence that others could hear Liao's thoughts. Huo Jing also found it hard to believe and looked at Huo Yin. So do you have evidence now? Huo Yin nodded. He took out his phone and shared the meticulously organized video in the family group chat. You can all take a look for yourselves. The other four members of the family pulled out their phones, and soon the living room was filled with the sound of the video playing. Huo Yan's edited video was comprehensive, covering everything from the first to the fourth episode. After watching, the family fell into a prolonged silence. Eventually, it was Huo Ma who spoke first. This matter is not trivial. Rather than speculating here, we should confirm it with Xiaoqin. Huo ba ekud huo mo sentiments. Cernesting. How about we wait until the birthday party? We have also received an invitation, and we can casually ask Xiaoqin about it then, which won't seem too deliberate. Huo Ma nodded in agreement. Hui Jing and Hui Zhe had no objections either. Only Hui Yin frowned. So now that you know Qin Yao can hear Yi Leyao as thoughts, you still won't stop their relationship? And why must we attend that birthday party? Do you truly plan to let Yi Leyao meet the parents? It seemed that Hui Yin still could not accept Qin Yao for the time being. However, whether he accepted it or not, it was beyond their control. Huo Ma stood up with a sigh, feeling resigned not to waste any more breath arguing with Hui Yin. As she stood, Huo Ba followed suit. Hui Jing checked his watch and said, I have a meeting to attend. Huo Yin looked at Huo Zhe, who patted his second brother's shoulder. Second brother, the younger brother must grow up eventually. I think you need not worry so much. Huo Yin clenched his jaw. Am I worrying unnecessarily? Huo Zhe coughed twice and casually fabricated an excuse, stating that Ning Su had sent him a message indicating he had uncovered some information. And he quickly departed. In the blink of an eye, the expansive living room was left with only Hui Yin. Huo Yin rose from his seat, only to sit back down almost immediately. No, he absolutely could not allow Yi Leyao to attend the birthday banquet unimpeded. He needed to devise a plan. Yet, as he pondered, 5 days slipped by without a solution, with the next day marking the birthday celebration of Qin Yao's mother. Huo Yin remained at a loss for how to prevent Yi Leyao from attending. In the afternoon, apart from Yi Leyao, who was still in a performance class, and Huo Zhe, who had yet to return home, the two brothers, Hui Jing and Hui Yin, were present. Huo Ma was the first to inquire of Hui Yin. Have you thought of a way after 5 days? Hui Yin replied curtly. Huo Ba chimed in, why not just accompany us? If you have any grievances, you can confront Qin Yao on the spot. Huo Ma nodded in agreement. That makes perfect sense. Huo Yin retorted, they are hosting the banquet tomorrow. Causing trouble on the day of the event is hardly prudent. Huo Ba chuckled. So you are aware that you would be instigating trouble. Hui Jing earnestly added, Little Yao is happily in love. Yet you not only disapprove, but also wish for him to break up with Qin Yao. That is indeed instigating trouble. Just as Huo Yin was about to argue with Hui Jing's phone suddenly rang. He answered the call. Hello? Hui Yin huffed, preparing to give the family the silent treatment. As he stood to ascend the stairs, he heard Huo Jing's voice behind him. A typhoon? Huo Yin paused in his tracks, and both Huo Ba and Huo Ma turned their attention to Hui Jing. Hui Jing's expression turned serious, and after a long moment, his furrowed brow relaxed. Okay, I understand. Huo Ba had already switched on the news, and the weather segment was reporting the latest on the typhoon. Observing the projected path of the typhoon, it mirrored the shipping route that had been planned just days prior. The family couldn't help but express their astonishment. Indeed, a typhoon had diverted its course. They were fortunate to have heeded Yi Leyao's advice earlier. Huo Ma sighed in relief and remarked to Hui Jing, It seems you ought to express your gratitude to Little Yao. Huo Jing nodded earnestly, acknowledging the need to properly thank Yi Leyao. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, I shall transfer a sum of pocket money to Little Yao. Being in love requires financial support. Hui Yan's eyelids flickered heavily. Why didn't I receive any financial support from you during my romantic pursuits? He added, besides, how does Yi Leyao need money for his relationship with Qin Yao? Is Qin Yao planning to spend Yi Leyao's money? Then they should break up immediately. You should refrain from speaking further. Are you suggesting that after receiving financial support, you would use it to help raise someone else's child? Huo Ma asked sincerely. Huo Yin retorted I. He noticed Huo Zhe's excited expression. Huo Ba queried, what delightful news have you received? I found it. Huo Zhe exclaimed animatedly, his tone laced with indignation. Not only did I uncover evidence of Li Qi's match fixing, but I also caught an insider. The family was taken aback by his revelation. One instance of Li Qi was already problematic, yet there was an insider embedded within the team. Who could possibly harbor such a nefarious intent to sabotage Huo Zhe's team? Huo Ba and Huo Ma promptly began examining the evidence, their alarm growing with each revelation. If I recall correctly, this assistant has been with you for quite some time. Hui Jing remarked. Huo Zhe nodded, realizing that his most trusted assistant had been planted by someone else. Fortunately, their strategic preparations for the previous season had been minimal. relying solely on their capabilities to win matches, thus preventing any detrimental impact on their performance. Once they reviewed all the evidence, Huo solemnly inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Huo responded without hesitation, a fierce glint in his eyes. "Naturally, they will all face consequences." Though Huo typically appeared affable, this matter had crossed a line. He was no soft target to be easily dismissed. After hearing his declaration, Huo and Huo nodded in agreement. Huo advised, "You should first deal with the assistant and Leyao, but what about the mastermind behind this?" He then produced a dossier, placing it before Huo, which contained a man's information, with the name Gu Song inscribed beneath a 3-inch photograph. It was at this moment that a perplexed voice interrupted. What is it that presents a challenge for me?" Upon entering, Leyao overheard the remark, his curiosity piqued. "Is there also Gu Song? That name sounds somewhat familiar." He pondered. Huo hastily tucked away the dossier and cleared his throat. "It's nothing." Leyao changed into his indoor shoes and stepped inside, his gaze landing on Huo, tilting his head slightly. "Third brother is lying." Leyao quickly nodded and pulled out his phone. It was a message from Qin Yao. "I've arrived home. Are you coming to pick me up tomorrow?" "No need. I will accompany Huo and Huo." Leyao replied. Huo let out a sigh of relief, signaling to the others. Huo contemplated before speaking. "Little Yao, I've instructed my assistant to transfer 5 million to you. It should arrive by tomorrow. Is this perhaps a reward for my hard work in class?" Leyao musit. Huo thought to himself, certainly not, but it could indeed be seen as a reward for Leyao. After all, without Leyao's involvement, the losses from the business alone would have amounted to over 100 million. Realizing this, Huo cleared his throat. "Just accept it. You have earned it." Leyao nodded eagerly. "All right, my savings have increased." For a moment, Leyao felt particularly joyous. He gleefully checked his bank balance before setting his phone down. However, what did Third Brother mean by that remark earlier? Huo's eyelids twitched, and without a second thought, he declared, "I will transfer 10 million to you tomorrow." Leyao's eyes widened in surprise, and the others exchanged glances. Huo fixed Huo with a glare. "You truly have money. Do not tell me this sum is also meant for Leyao's romantic endeavors." Huo chuckled, secretly pleased with the direction of the conversation. Clearing his throat, he added, "You are about to start school soon. Will you be living at home or moving out?" Leyao had not considered this question. "I am not certain." He had grown accustomed to living at home, but the distance to school was considerable, making daily commutes cumbersome. After some thought, Leyao concluded this is doable. Thus, the matter was settled. Throughout this exchange, Huo attempted numerous times to dissuade Leyao from attending the banquet, but found no opportune moment. Even after dinner that night, as Leyao ascended the stairs to sleep, Huo still could not bring himself to voice his concerns. Huo found this peculiar and inquired before heading upstairs, "Why didn't you say anything to prevent little Yao from attending the banquet?" Huo remained silent. After a prolonged silence, one that led Huo to believe he intended to ascend the stairs without uttering a word, Huo finally spoke in a deep voice. "I do not wish for Leyao to go, yet for reasons unbeknownst to me, I feel I should not prevent him from doing so." His words were vague and peculiar, leaving not only Huo perplexed but also everyone else present. "I find your second brother rather odd lately," Huo remarked as she linked her arm with Huo's and proceeded upstairs. Huo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I share that sentiment. Perhaps it is time for him to experience romance. Once he does, he may cease his incessant murmuring." Huo and Huo followed suit, rising to join them. Huo gritted his teeth in annoyance. "Huo, cease your daily fabrications about me." Huo chose to disregard Huo's words. The following day, the family rose early, setting forth towards the Qin residence. During the journey, Huo suddenly recalled something and inquired of Leyao. "Today should be your first visit to the Qin family, correct?" Leyao nodded. "Then remember to let Qin Yao show you around properly." Huo smiled, casting a sidelong glance at Huo, whose expression was notably grim. "If convenient, do remember to take your second brother along." Leyao turned to observe Huo, unable to suppress a mental exclamation. "Why does my second brother look so sour? Did he not sleep well last night?" The others struggled to contain their amusement. Indeed, it appeared he had not rested well. However, no further comment were made to avoid provoking Huo's ire. An hour later, the family arrived at the Qin family's ancestral home. Qin Yao stood at the entrance to greet the guests. Upon sighting Huo's vehicle, his eyes brightened, and he hastened towards them. Since the conclusion of the 4th filming session, Leyao had not seen Qin Yao for a full 5 days. Seeing him now filled Leyao with joy, prompting her to run towards him, dressed in a silver suit that accentuated his tall figure. Qin Yao's deep-set eyes crinkled with happiness upon meeting Leyao, and he reached out to embrace her as she approached, feeling the familiar warmth of Qin Yao's embrace. Leyao could not help but smile broadly. Mr. Qin. Qin Yao responded affirmatively, taking her hand and gently wiping the sweat from her brow with a handkerchief. His expression tender. Why are you running? Are you not tired? Leyao shook her head. I am happy. I am not tired. Huoyan, overhearing this, felt speechless. Leyao was indeed infatuated. As the Huo family approached, Qin Yao did not release Liao's hand, greeting each member of the family with ease. At that moment, a deep masculine voice resonated. Is this little Yao? Leyao turned her head to see a man who bore resemblance to Qin Yao. The man smiled, and upon noticing Liao's gaze, his smile broadened. Leyao recognized him. Is he Mr. Qin's father? He looks so familiar. I believe I've seen him before. Politely, she greeted him. Hello, Uncle Qin. Qin Hongxi returned her greeting with a smile, then took 2 sizable red envelopes from his assistant and offered them to Leyao. Her eyes widened in surprise. What is this? Qin Hongxi explained with a smile. A gift for our first meeting. My wife is currently occupied, so I am delivering her red envelope as well. Leyao glanced at Qin Yao, then at Huo Ba and Huo Ma. Receiving such substantial red envelopes upon their first encounter indicated that Qin's father held Leyao in high regard. Huo Ba and Huo Ma nodded subtly, signaling her to accept. However, Leyao hesitated, seeking Qin Yao's opinion. Should I accept this? Is it appropriate to accept? Qin Yao found her question amusing and took the 2 envelopes. Placing them in her hands, take them. Leyao then smiled at Qin Hongxi. Thank you, Uncle Qin. Internally, she mused. They're so heavy. What could be inside? Surely not a chest of money? Qin Yao, overhearing, took the 2 envelopes back, saying, let me carry those for you. Leyao nodded vigorously, quickly handing the envelopes to Qin Yao. Their interaction did not go unnoticed by the others. Qin Hongxi's eyes sparkled with joy, while Huo Ba and Huo Ma exchanged meaningful glances. It seemed Huoyan's earlier observations were indeed accurate. Even the most familiar of couples could not fully grasp Liao's thoughts with mere glances. Qin Yao, it appeared, could hear Liao's unspoken feelings. After a brief exchange among the elders, Qin Hongxi turned to Qin Yao. All right, take little Yao inside for a tour. I can manage here. Qin Yao nodded, bidding farewell to the Huo family as he led Leyao inside. Watching the pair retreat, Huoze elbowed Huoyan and whispered, Second brother, are you not going to follow them? Huoyan felt quite vexed. Huoze wanted to laugh, but feared provoking his elder brother, so he suppressed his amusement. As Leyao accompanied Qin Yao into the villa, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with the surroundings and could not help but voice her thoughts. Mr. Qin, have I been to your home before? Qin Yao replied, I do not believe so. Leyao mused, yet I feel an odd sense of familiarity here. She then inquired, by the way, where is your mother? Qin Yao's brow furrowed slightly before he replied, she is likely chatting with my uncle. Do not mind her. Shall I take you to my room to rest for a bit? Leyao sensed something unusual, but chose not to press further, following Qin Yao upstairs. The Qin villa spanned 4 floors. The first floor served as a common area. The second housed Qin's parents' quarters, while Qin Yao's room occupied the 3rd floor. A spacious suite complete with a large balcony. As they reached the door, Leyao felt an unexpected pang in her heart. Upon entering, her gaze fell upon the expansive balcony, adorned with blooming roses, with bees flitting among the blossoms. A gentle breeze wafted in, carrying a delightful fragrance. Leyao lingered at the threshold until Qin Yao, puzzled, asked, Yao Yao, why are you not coming in? If a sun lounger were placed out there, it would surely be delightful to bask in the sun, Leyao remarked. Qin Yao's gaze followed hers to the sun-drenched balcony, a slight smile gracing his lips. Would you like to sit there for a while? I can fetch you some milk. Liao's eyes sparkled at the mention of milk. You have milk? Indeed. Qin Yao confirmed. Knowing Leyao would come, he had prepared oat milk in advance. Leyao gleefully moved 2 chairs outside, settling in a shaded area as she patiently awaited Qin Yao's return with the milk. For some reason, she felt a long-lost excitement bubbling within her, as if she had been eagerly anticipating this day. Qin Yao did not keep her waiting long, soon returning with a cup of cold oat milk and sitting beside her. Leyao took a generous sip, her eyes closing in satisfaction. Delicious. Qin Yao's gaze rested on the smile gracing Yi Liao's lips, his eyes filled with warmth. After she had consumed nearly half the milk, Yi Liao suddenly recalled something and asked, "Mr. Qin, do you not need to attend to any matters?" Qin Yao nodded. "At present, there is nothing requiring my attention, though I may need to engage in some socializing later." Leyao smiled. "Why does it feel like you said that with some reluctance?" Qin Yao turned his head, his profound gaze fixated on Yi Liyao. It was only when Yi Liyao, belatedly aware, slightly averted his eyes in embarrassment that he heard Qin Yao softly say, "Do you not know why I am reluctant?" Yi Liyao chilled his face with the milk cup, feeling his heart rate quicken slightly, yet he maintained his composure. "I don't know. President Qin, please enlighten me." The boy's eyes widened slightly, his long lashes fluttering like delicate brushes, brushing against the heart of Qin Yao, evoking a slight tickle. Qin Yao's Adam's apple moved slightly as he helplessly remarked, "Yao Yao, you are a bit mischievous." Yi Liao's lips curled into a wide smile, leaning half of his body against Qin Yao. "Really not going to tell me?" His fluffy hair brushed against Qin Yao's neck, and with a slight tilt of his head, Qin Yao could graze his cheek against the boy's soft locks. In fact, Qin Yao did just that. The soft strands glided over his cheek, and finally, Qin Yao placed a gentle kiss on the crown of his head. "Because of you," Qin Yao stated. Yi Liyao suddenly looked up, his face filled with anticipation. Qin Yao suddenly realized he could not directly gaze into Yi Liao's eyes. Even a mere glance made his heart race. He slightly shifted his gaze away, falling silent. Yet Yi Liyao would not let it go. "What is it?" "President Qin, tell me. I didn't hear clearly just now. Please repeat it." Qin Yao replied. "I want to say. Come on. Indao insisted. No." Yi Liyao straightened up, his fluffy head moving away from Qin Yao's shoulder. "I'm going to get angry." Qin Yao pondered for a moment. "Shall I pour you another cup of milk?" Yi Liyao couldn't help but laugh. "So your way of apologizing is pouring me milk? Will you accept it?" Qin Yao chuckled. The boy before him was indeed easy to appease. Yi Liyao glanced at his empty cup, blinking. "Then add a hug, and I will forgive you." Qin Yao took Yi Liao's empty cup, stood up, and suddenly leaned down. Yi Liyao felt a warm brush against his forehead, and the next moment, Qin Yao had already stepped into the room. "Deal." Yi Liyao sprang up. "President Qin, you only kissed my forehead." "Humph. Clearly you said on WeChat yesterday that you would kiss me. But what happened?" "You only kissed my forehead. Next time, I'll wear a hat." In the kitchen, Qin Yao couldn't help but laugh at this remark. At the same moment, standing at the entrance of the third floor, Chu Qing suddenly noticed that Huiyan's expression had turned quite grim. Huozhe pursed his lips, wanting to laugh but suppressing it. Chu Qing, seeing this, couldn't hold back. "Are you okay? Why does your face look so awful?" Huiyan maintained a serious expression, shaking his head. "I'm fine." Chu Qing observed him, unconvinced that he appeared fine, but refrained from asking further, knocking on the door. "Cousin, that idiot related to me by blood wants to see you." After patiently waiting for 2 seconds, Yi Liyao opened the door. Chu Qing saw Yi Liyao and instantly greeted him with a radiant smile. "Long time no see." Yi Liyao looked at the 3 individuals and asked Chu Qing, "Idiot related to you by blood?" Chu Qing grinned. "That would be my biological father." At that moment, Qin Yao approached with the milk, first handing it to Yi Liyao before addressing Chu Qing. "You want to see him?" Chu Qing replied. "I want to see my aunt, but..." He shrugged, leaving the rest unsaid. Qin Yao nodded, then looked at Yi Liyao. "My mother should also be there. Would you like to join me?" Huiyan's brows instantly furrowed. Yi Liyao should not go. Qin Yao nodded. "All right." Yi Liyao, confusit, intergested, wait. "Weren't you asking if I wanted to go? I haven't spoken yet." "I'll go." Huiyan opened his mouth, ultimately saying nothing, merely glaring at Qin Yao. Qin Yao thought for a moment and candidly stated, "My mother might not be as warm to you as my father is." Yi Liyao was momentarily taken aback. "Why? Could it be that Annie harbors homophobia? What kind of statement is that?" Qin Yao felt a chuckle rising, but upon hearing Yi Liao's words, the heavy burden in his heart lightened slightly, explaining, "No, rather, she simply does not like me much, so she wants to be very warm towards you." Yi Liyao blinked slowly. "President Qin's mother does not like President Qin? Then I should wish Annie a happy birthday, right?" Yi Liyao stated. "After all, I'm not in a romantic relationship with Annie. As long as President Qin likes me, that's enough." Yi Liyao beamit. Qin Yao felt a sudden pang in his heart. Huiyan and Huozhe both sighed inwardly. At that moment, Huozhe finally understood why Huiyan insisted that Yi Liyao was love-struck. Looking at it now, it indeed resembled that. Since Leyao wished to go, the others could not object. Huoyin and Huozhe suggested they join as well. Thus, the four descended the stairs towards the reception room on the first floor. Before they even entered, Leyao overheard two voices conversing. A female voice asked, "Guyu is not." Another female voice replied, "Indeed. Xiaoyu is still young, no rush." A male voice continued, "Yes, I plan to wait until he settles down, then let him retire from showbiz. Just like your Qin Yao, and join the Qin Corporation." Upon hearing this, Liyao's brows furrowed. Guyu? Xiaoyu? Why does that name sound so familiar? The next moment, as Qin Yao led Leyao into the reception room, Liyao's gaze first landed on the man sitting opposite the woman. With just one glance, Leyao recognized him. Gu Song. Why do I know his name? Who is Guyu? The next moment, Leyao recalled. So it's them. Thus, the despicable antagonist Guyu from that novel I detest is actually Chu Cheng's half-brother, another cousin of President Qin. Liyao's brows tightened suddenly, and he felt as if a veil had been lifted. Qin Yao, Huoyin, and Huozhe all turned to look at Leyao in unison. What is happening? Why does this language feel somewhat niche, leaving them momentarily confused? Could a graduate student provide an explanation? Chapter 86. The show begins as the three were still in mental turmoil. They heard Liyao's voice continue. Over the years, Gu Song has had numerous lovers, but he has never married. Until half a year ago, when he met his current sweetheart Han Wei. They became acquainted for merely a month before hastily obtaining a marriage certificate. Leyao pursed his lips. Gu Song himself is not a good person. Neither is Han Wei, who is of the same ilk, nor is Guyu, who has been influenced by him since childhood. Just 2 months after Gu Song married Han Wei, Guyu got involved with her. If I recall correctly, this incident caused quite a stir in the original text. After all, President Qin's family also has an entertainment company, so quite a few entertainment reporters were present today, and the protagonist Wei Qing happened to catch them in the act, accompanied by a reporter, and soon those photos spread online. Despicable antagonist Guyu is also a somewhat well-known small artist, and in order to further his acting career, their family even pushed a hapless soul to take the blame. They're all trash. I detest them. It was at that moment that Gu Song's voice rang out. Oh, Xiao Yao is here. Come sit down. Gu Song was the first to notice the arrival of Qin Yao and his companions. He smiled and waved at Qin Yao, then turned his gaze toward Leyao and the others, offering them a faint smile. The woman engaged in conversation with him was his elder sister, Gu Rou, who happened to be Qin Yao's mother. Upon noticing their presence, she also turned to look at them. Her attention initially focused on Leyao, whom she scrutinized for a moment before calmly saying, "Come and sit." At that very instant, Qin Yao suddenly realized that Huoyin and Huozhe were also observing Leyao. A wave of confusion washed over him. His abrupt glance at Leyao was prompted by the sound of her thoughts. Could it be that Huoyin and Huozhe were also capable of such perception? Qin Yao was startled, but he dismissed the thought for the moment, suppressing his curiosity. He took Liao's hand and leaned closer, whispering, "If you don't wish to go in, I can take you away now." Liao quickly shook her head, though she indeed harbored no fondness for Gu Song. She had come all this way. How could she leave now? Moreover, how did Qin Zong know of her disdain for Gu Song? Was this what they referred to as a telepathic connection? Liao felt elated and smiled at Qin Yao, saying, "Let's go." Behind them, Huoyin and Huozhe simultaneously sighed inwardly. What a ridiculous notion of telepathy. The reason Qin Yao was aware of her discontent stemmed entirely from his ability to hear her thoughts. If one were to make such a claim, then Huoyin and Huozhe could also be said to share a telepathic bond with Liao. In fact, it could be argued that their entire family could. So what made Qin Yao so special? It was rare for Huozhe and Huoyin to be in such complete agreement. Once they confirmed that Liao felt no reluctance, Qin Yao nodded slightly and led her forward. The sight of the two whispering together in close proximity appeared to Gu Rou in an entirely different light. As soon as Qin Yao approached, she could not contain herself and reprimanded. "Why are you so slow to come in? Do you not wish to meet your uncle?" Upon hearing this, Huoyin and Huozhe frowned simultaneously. Liao's eyes widened in disbelief. While I may not be particularly eager to meet Gu Song, we certainly have not been dawdling, have we? Moreover, she thought, should she not be addressing Qin Zong as her mother? Why speak to him in such a tone? Even Liao, who is usually oblivious to emotional nuances, could acutely sense the disdain in Gu Rou's voice at that moment. It was then that Leyao finally grasped the meaning behind Qin Yao's earlier remark that his mother might not be as warm toward her as his father. Leyao concluded, "So, Qin Zong's mother does not favor him?" Huo Yin and Huo Zhe subtly nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was one of the reasons Huo Yin opposed the relationship between Leyao and Qin Yao, although it was quite impolite to say so. Huo Yin believed Gu Rou was rather mentally unstable. Leyao tilted her head to glance at Qin Yao, only to discover that his expression remained utterly unperturbed. He gazed at her with gentle, focused eyes, as if ready to whisk her away at the slightest indication of discomfort from her. For reasons unknown, Leyao felt a sudden pang of distress in her heart. At this moment, repressed memories flooded back to her mind, as if a dam had burst. She recalled the original text description of Gu Rou, a woman who favors her nephew Gu Yu, distrusts her husband Qin Hongxi, and despises her own son Qin Yao for his defiance. With each word she read, her heart ached lightly. It was no wonder Qin Yao wore such an expression of resignation. He had even made decisions on her behalf before introducing her to Gu Rou, concerned that she might face discomfort but still wanting to present her to his father. Yet, what discomfort could Leyao possibly feel? Gu Rou was not her mother. She could not be so easily disheartened by a few words from her. It was Qin Yao who was truly affected. At that moment, Qin Yao's brow finally furrowed as he prepared to speak, only to find Leyao suddenly declare, "I truly do not wish to meet Gu Song. If that is the case, aunt, I shall take Qin Zong away now." With that, Leyao offered no opportunity for anyone to respond, pulling Qin Yao along and signaling to her two brothers, "Let's go." Huo Yin and Huo Zhe understood her cue and turned away in unison, eager to avoid any further pleasantries with Gu Rou. Huo Zhe even feared that he might inadvertently point a finger at Gu Song and insult him. By the time the four reached the door of the reception room, Gu Rou seemed to have finally registered the situation, raising her voice in anger. "Whose child are you? Who allowed you to speak while I was addressing my son? If you are so disrespectful, I request that you leave my home at once." Upon hearing this, Leyao quickened her pace, but Qin Yao suddenly halted. "Qin Zong?" He turned, his face cold as he regarded Gu Rou, his voice laced with frost. "I must remind you once more that this is the Qin family estate, and there is no mention of the Gu surname here. If anyone is to be asked to leave, it should be me requesting you both to exit." Liao's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. Huo Yin and Huo Zhe were equally stunned. Wait, did Qin Yao just say he would ask his mother to leave the Qin family? Hadn't it been stated that despite the discord between Qin Yao and his mother, they maintained a semblance of peace? Moreover, was today not Gu Rou's birthday? The Qin family was hosting a celebration for her. Could they truly ask her to leave on such an occasion? Huo Zhe exchanged glances with Huo Yin, his emotions a complex swirl. Huo Yin felt even more conflicted. He had come along precisely because he feared Gu Rou, with her questionable mental state, would create difficulties for Qin Yao and, by extension, for Leyao. He was concerned for her well-being. Well, it appeared that Huo's parents had been correct. Qin Yao would indeed protect Leyao. Gu Rou was evidently caught off guard by Qin Yao's tone, her grip on the teacup tightening as if she might drop it at any moment. Gu Song quickly stepped forward, taking the cup from Gu Rou's hand, and furrowed his brow at Qin Yao. "Xiao Yao, how can you speak to your mother like that? You know her health is not well." Gu Song was momentarily taken aback by Qin Yao's retort, and with the other attendees being younger generations, he felt his pride wounded, his expression darkening. "Xiao Yao, what has gotten into you?" At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Huo Yin and Huo Zhe exchanged glances, realizing their parents must have heard Liao's thoughts and hurried over. Qin Yao remained silent, his expression composed. Qin Hongxi did not inquire about Qin Yao, his deep gaze settling on Gu Song. Gu Song's expression turned peculiar as he met Qin Hongxi's gaze for a few seconds, feeling inexplicably guilty but unwilling to let his frustration go. He spoke in a low voice, "Brother-in-law, this child Xiao Yao is becoming increasingly unruly. Do you know what he just said? He told me to take my sister and leave the Qin family." Qin Hongxi's expression remained unchanged, and he turned his attention away from Gu Song to Gu Rou, his voice as calm as ever, yet carrying an unmistakable chill. "You promised me yesterday that you would get along well with Xiao Yao. Have you already gone back on your word?" Leyao was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? Qin uncle is not supporting Gu Rou? Aren't they supposed to be a couple?" Yao gently squeezed Liao's hand and suddenly leaned closer to his ear, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. My father has always wanted to divorce her, but she has been dragging her feet. The reason for this birthday banquet is that my father wishes to use this opportunity to announce the impending divorce. However, Guo and Gusong are clearly unaware, which is why they are here trying to assert their elder's authority. Liao's eyes widened as he instantly comprehended the situation. So, does that mean Uncle Qin is here to support us? Qin Yao chuckled softly. If you do not wish to get along with Xiao Yao, then there is nothing more for us to discuss, Qin Hongxi stated. Guo's body trembled violently as she incredulously looked at Qin Hongxi. How could I not get along with him? His uncle wanted to see him and specifically called him over, but he dawdled and even lingered at the door, reluctant to come in. All I said was that if he didn't want to enter, he could leave. He is Yi Luyao, Xiao Yao's boyfriend. Qin Hongxi interrupted Guo. Guo's expression shifted slightly as she bit her lip and averted her gaze. I know he is Xiao Yao's boyfriend, but I'm still his mother. Moreover, I did not say anything out of line. I simply suggested that if he didn't want to come in, he could leave. What you said was for me to get out? Yi Leyao suddenly interjected, interrupting Guo. He would not stand for such indignities. He held grudges openly and spoke his mind. Both Hoba and Homa's expressions changed simultaneously. Qin Hongxi's demeanor grew even more severe. Guo did not expect Yi Leyao to interrupt her so suddenly. She shot him a fierce glare and was about to continue defending herself when Qin Hongxi's voice rang out sharply. Enough. Butler, escort them out. Upon hearing this, both Guo and Gusong's faces changed dramatically. Yi Leyao was equally astonished as he glanced at Qin Hongxi, then at Qin Yao. Wait, are they seriously being thrown out? But if Gusong leaves, how will he witness his own son being cuckolded? Yi Leyao felt a twinge of regret at this thought. The whole family shared in this sentiment. Indeed, witnessing one's own son being unfaithful is truly exhilarating. It would be best if it did not leave. Brother-in-law, Guo, infuriated, stood up trembling. Do you remember what day it is today? Guo could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face. Qin Hongxi, have you made up your mind to divorce me? Gusong, hearing this, felt his eyelids jump and quickly spoke up. Sister, please stop causing a scene. Can't you see brother-in-law is angry? Hurry and apologize. Yi Leyao found it unbelievable. Is Gusong really trying to distance himself from this? How shameless can he be? Qin Yao suddenly squeezed Yi Luyao's hand. Just as Yi Luyao was about to inquire, he heard Guo's tones soften unexpectedly. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry. Yi Luyao's pupils dilated in astonishment. Is Guo actually apologizing? She must have been pressured by Gusong. Qin Yao, unable to endure any longer, softly said to Yi Luyao, let us step outside for a moment. Yi Luyao ceased his questions and, before leaving, cast a glance at Qin Hongxi's expression, noticing it had grown even more sullen, as if a storm was brewing. Once Qin Yao and Yi Luyao exited, the whole family naturally followed suit, not wishing to linger. Upon leaving the parlor, they discovered the courtyard was as lively as ever. Guests clustered in groups, chatting and laughing, completely unaware of the discord that had just unfolded in the parlor. After Mr. and Mrs. Ho emerged, they led their 3 sons away. Yi Luyao accompanied Qin Yao to the garden, where the climbing roses bloomed vibrantly. Qin Yao took Yi Luyao's hand and seated him on a wicker chair. As soon as they sat down, before Yi Luyao could speak, Qin Yao inquired with concern, Are you all right? Did I scare you? Yi Luyao quickly shook his head. No, I was just a bit surprised. He then asked, What about you, Mr. Qin? Are you feeling all right? Qin Yao tilted his head slightly, his gaze landing on Yi Luyao's face, where he discerned the concern in his eyes. A warm sensation enveloped his heart, and after a moment, he nodded slightly. I feel a bit unwell. Yi Luyao fluttered his eyelashes. Really? I didn't notice you looked unwell. I only saw you seemed a bit unhappy. Qin Yao was suddenly amused, realizing he could not hide anything from Yi Luyao. He had long ceased to feel unwell. He was merely upset by Guo's harsh words toward Yi Luyao. Qin Yao elaborated, I have grown accustomed to her attitude, so I do not find it distressing. However, hearing you doubt me does genuinely make me feel a bit hurt. Yi Luyao chuckled. Shall I comfort you then? Just as Qin Yao was about to ask how Yi Luyao intended to comfort him, he suddenly saw the boy's enlarged features, and the next moment, he felt Yi Luyao's lips gently brush against his. A refreshing breeze wafted by, carrying a sweet fragrance. Qin Yao's ears turned a noticeable shade of red. Yi Luyao's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Qin Yao. Then he reached out, curiously touching Qin Yao's earlobe. Qin Yao instinctively recoiled, but did not escape her grasp. The warmth of his earlobe was gently rubbed by Liao's cool fingers, turning the delicate skin increasingly crimson. If you don't let go, I might retaliate, Liao said in a hushed voice. Liao asked. Go ahead and retaliate, Liao replied. Why are you looking forward to it? Liao was completely overwhelmed, covering his slightly flushed face with his hands. Meanwhile, Liao pouted slightly, patiently waiting for a response. When no retaliation came, he expressed mild dissatisfaction. Aren't you going to retaliate? Yao Yao. Yao responded with a tone of exasperation. Liao straightened up. All right. I didn't expect Mr. Qin to still be quite innocent at 24. In the distance, the Ho family members mused. Should we move a bit further away? Mrs. Ho decisively suggested. Let us go. Luckily, the Qin family's villa is spacious. Otherwise, they would truly be at a loss for where to go. However, they could not stray too far, as Leyao had mentioned that the main event today involved someone being caught in the act, and they certainly did not want to miss out on the excitement. Leyao refrained from teasing Qin Yao any further. After a moment of calm, Qin Yao began to simply explain his parents' current relationship to Leyao. Qin Hongxi and Gu Rou's marriage was a union of families, primarily driven by Qin Hongxi's unilateral desires. Long before marrying Qin Hongxi, Gu Rou had already ranked everyone in her heart. Gu Song was always her first priority, followed by the Gu family, and then the other members of the Gu family. As for Qin Hongxi and Qin Yao, they had perpetually been relegated to the back of her mind. Qin Hongxi had recognized this early on. He had attempted to confess his feelings to Gu Rou and had complied with her every wish. Unfortunately, after years of effort, he did not manage to change her perspective in the slightest. Yet, Qin Hongxi could not let go until 8 years ago, when he inadvertently discovered that Gu Rou had secretly transferred the Qin family's assets to Gu Song behind his back. It was at that moment that Qin Hongxi truly lost hope in Gu Rou. Since then, he had begun preparing for a divorce from her. However, at this moment, it was Gu Rou who was anxious. No matter what conditions Qin Hongxi proposed, Gu Rou was adamant about not getting a divorce, even going so far as to threaten Qin Hongxi. As Qin Yao recounted this, he shook his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet Leyao instinctively completed his thought. She even threatened Uncle Qin. Leyao spoke in a declarative tone. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Yao's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception, Yao Yao. 8 years ago, when Qin Yao was merely 16, Gu Rou threatened Qin Hongxi, stating that if he insisted on a divorce, she would ruin Qin Yao's future. The person Qin Hongxi owed the most in his life was Qin Yao. It was his stubbornness that led him to insist on having Qin Yao. He believed that the bond formed between him and Gu Rou would elicit her affection towards him and their child. However, he never anticipated that his Na'vi notion would almost obliterate the young Qin Yao as well. Upon hearing this, Leyao felt a pang of concern. What happened to you when you were a child? Qin Yao had no intention of hiding the truth from Leyao. When I was 5, I nearly froze to death. Liao's pupils constricted sharply, her tone rising in shock. What? Qin Yao gently patted Liao's back, embracing her as he softly reassured her. I said, I nearly did. It was partly my fault. As a child, I could not comprehend why she did not like me. So from the moment I began to form memories, I endeavored to please her. I complied with Gu Rou's whims, even indulging in some rather excessive demands, believing that if I obeyed, she would take notice of me and come to love me. Yet, that was not the case. Not all mothers love their children, and Gu Rou was one of them. Thus, regardless of how well young Qin Yao performed or how many awards he garnered, he remained invisible in Gu Rou's eyes. At that time, Xu Cheng's mother had not yet divorced Gu Song, but Gu Song had already fathered an illegitimate child, Gu Yu. Gu Rou's affections were primarily directed towards Xu Cheng, with Gu Yu following closely behind. As Gu Song was unable to attend to Gu Yu, Gu Rou voluntarily offered to care for him. To amuse Gu Yu, she even went so far as to make the mere 5-year-old Qin Yao serve as a little servant. The most outrageous incident occurred when Gu Rou instructed Qin Yao to lie on the ground and pretend to be a puppy, allowing Gu Yu to ride on his back as if he were a general. That year, Qin Yao was 5 years old, an age at which a child has already developed a sense of dignity. When Qin Yao refused, Gu Rou stripped him of his down jacket and locked him outside alone in the heavy snowfall for reflection. Liao's heart raced. Then I already said I was fine. Qin Yao's breath was warm against Liao's ear. I'm not a fool. I was already 5 years old, although I still didn't understand why my mother disliked me. I wouldn't stay outside forever. Many years later, I can no longer recall his appearance, but thanks to him, I learned an important lesson. Leyao gently pushed Qin Yao away, raising her gaze to meet his eyes. After learning to love myself, Qin Yao completely freed himself from Gu Rou's constraints, embraced his imperfections, and began to cultivate independence, gradually maturing. Fortunately, despite his misfortunes, Qin Yao was also fortunate. After this ordeal, Qin Hongxi could no longer entrust Qin Yao to Gu Rou. Regardless of how busy he was with work, he made every effort to personally care for Qin Yao. The maternal love that Qin Yao lacked was something Qin Hongxi tirelessly endeavored to compensate for with paternal affection. Under Qin Hongxi's protection, Qin Yao grew up, distancing himself from Gu Rou. Thus, when Gu Rou threatened to ruin Qin Yao, Qin Hongxi became fearful and compromised. Years later, the young Qin Yao had long been carried away from that snowy night, yet Qin Hongxi remained ensnared in the memories of that fateful evening. Qin Yao smiled. The Gu family enterprise is on the brink of collapse, prompting their urgency. Hence Gu Song incited Gu Rou to approach my father and me with goodwill. Gu Rou and Gu Song believed that if they were amicable towards Qin Hongxi, the Qin family would aid them through their crisis, even going so far as to prepare to have Gu Yu join the Qin family business. To this end, Gu Song had already begun to manipulate various projects involving Qin Yao. He believed that as long as Qin Yao made a mistake, they would have their opportunity. Despite Qin Yao's cautiousness, he still fell into their trap. Speaking of which, I must thank Yi Leyao. Thank you, Yao Yao. Qin Yao gently rested his head on Yi Leyao's shoulder. Yi Leyao, puzzled, inwitted, hey meme, what am I being thanked for? There was no need for Yi Leyao to grasp the intricacies, nor did Qin Yao offer any clarification. He simply held her tighter. As the two conversed a bit longer, Yi Leyao suddenly recalled something. Hey, what time is it now? She pulled out her phone and, upon seeing the time, sprang to her feet. It's almost time for the confrontation. Qin Yao paused momentarily, just as he contemplated a plausible excuse. He heard Yi Leyao casually fabricate one. President Qin, I'm a bit hungry. Yi Leyao further deliberated. No, I can't just take President Qin over. I still don't know if that old rascal Gu Song has been kicked out. Oh, and Gu Rou, who dislikes President Qin, should see firsthand what kind of scoundrel they hold dear. Qin Yao found this amusing, glancing at his phone, which displayed a message from Qin Hongxi. They haven't been asked to leave yet. Try to keep Xiao Yao from encountering them. Qin Yao shook his head. That likely wouldn't be possible, as Yi Leyao was eager to witness the drama unfold. Yi Leyao nodded eagerly. Okay. The garden was not far from the villa, and as the two walked hand in hand into the hall, they coincidentally encountered the Ho family. Ho Yin was the first to inquire. Yi Leyao, where are you headed? Yi Leyao quickly waved at them. Second brother, third brother, and big brother, mom and dad. Are you hungry? Let's go grab something to eat, and we can enjoy a good show while we're at it. The Ho family struggled to suppress their smiles. Of course, they were hungry. Being hungry meant they needed to indulge in the gossip, and this was one scoop they could not miss. Let's go. Ho Yin was the first to step forward, with the rest of the Ho family hastily following suit. The Qin family's banquet had prepared a plethora of delectable dishes in the front yard. Yet Qin Yao chose not to lead everyone there. Instead, he directed them towards the back courtyard, explaining as they walked, the food in the front yard must be getting a bit cold. The chef in the courtyard has prepared other dishes, so let us go taste them. Yi Leyao, wary of the Ho family's suspicions, concocted an excuse. I'd like some oat milk. President Qin said he would make it for me. As she spoke, Yi Leyao playfully squeezed Qin Yao's fingers and winked at him. Qin Yao understood her cue and smiled. Indeed, the shortest route to the back courtyard was through the villa, so the group entered the villa. Upon reaching the living room, they unexpectedly encountered Gu Song and Gu Rou. Yi Leyao glanced at the boy following them, her eyes suddenly sparkling. The protagonist, Wei Qing. What a coincidence. Everyone has arrived. The show is about to begin. Chapter 87, A Debacle. Yi Leyao suppressed her excitement, her gaze first landing on Wei Qing, who was beside Gu Song. At first, Gu Song paid little attention to Yi Leyao and her group, continuing his conversation with Wei Qing. Xiao Yu is just a bit too playful. Being older, you should be more accommodating towards him. Wei Qing nodded, seemingly absorbing Gu Song's words. Sensing this, Gu Song relaxed and turned his head, only to find Yi Leyao and her entourage approaching, causing his eyes to brighten. What he failed to notice was the flicker of clear disdain in Wei Qing's gaze, which he made no effort to conceal even upon seeing Yi Leyao's group. Yi Leyao blinked, pondering, am I mistaken? Wei Qing seems to harbor a strong dislike for Gu Song. That can't be right. I recall in the original plot, Wei Qing held Gu Song in high regard. Why would he dislike him now? Could it be that he has finally awakened to the fact that this family is full of scoundrels? Due to Wei Qing's exceptional work performance, he was promoted by Gu Song to become his assistant 2 years later, which also caught Gu Yu's attention. Wei Qing possessed a strikingly androgynous face. Difficult to forget after just one glance. When Gu Yu first laid eyes on Wei Qing, he developed ulterior motives. However, Wei Qing was indifferent to Gu Yu's overtures. It was only after about a year that Wei Qing finally relented and established a relationship with Gu Yu. Yet, despite their relationship, Gu Yu remained incorrigible, engaging in numerous infidelities without ever being discovered by Wei Qing, as he was always careful. However, seeing the palpable disgust in Wei Qing's eyes, Leyao suddenly felt that something was amiss. Could the plot have diverged? What will happen during today as confrontation? In the midst of her thoughts, the two groups encountered one another. Upon seeing Leyao again, both Gu Rou and Gu Song exhibited complex expressions. Gu Rou despised Qin Yao even more than she did Leyao. Remembering the earlier incident involving Leyao, she realized that her place in this family had long been usurped. As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes suddenly turned red. Yet, she had just been warned by Qin Hongxi and dared not confront Qin Yao, or make things difficult for Leyao. Thus, Gu Rou decided to turn and leave, opting for the avoidance of conflict. At that moment, Gu Song unexpectedly grasped her arm, causing her brow to furrow instantly. Gu Song shot her a disapproving glance and whispered, "Sister, you can't leave now. Think of Xiaoyu." The mention of Gu Yu made Gu Rou pause. Reflecting on Gu Song's earlier words, her expression shifted several times. Although she still appeared displeased, she ultimately refrained from walking away. Gu Song believed he was speaking quietly, but his words were clearly overheard by those present. Mr. and Mrs. Huo exchanged eye rolls. Leyao silently cursed. What a shameless individual, still contemplating sending Gu Yu to the Qin group. With that, Leyao suddenly halted and smiled. Well, since you were so fond of your inept son, I hope you get to witness him putting a green hat on you later, and may you remain unperturbed. Upon hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouths involuntarily curved upwards. Qin Yao had no intention of greeting them, so he took Liao's hand and prepared to move forward. However, Gu Song was not about to let Qin Yao leave that easily. He hurriedly stepped forward and called out, "Hey Xiao Yao." Qin Yao did not even pause. In a panic, Gu Song rushed to block their path, smiling as he said, "I apologize for my earlier behavior. Please don't hold it against me." He quickly turned to Gu Rou, adding, "And you? Don't be angry with your mother. After all these years, you should understand her temperament. She never meant to upset you. So it was intentional." Leyao interjected, interrupting Gu Song. As her words fell, silence enveloped the group momentarily. Wei Qing suddenly glanced at Leyao, while the Huo family members struggled to suppress their amusement. Huo internally admonished himself not to laugh. Yet he couldn't help but chuckle. Gu Rou and Gu Song's faces turned ashen, and Gu Rou shot a fierce glare at Leyao. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Song reached out to restrain her. Huo had initially planned to find an excuse to deflect, but upon seeing Gu Rou's fury, he no longer held back, laughter peaking in volume. Ultimately, he felt joy at Gu Song's discomfort, given that Gu Song had instigated the conflict. The other members of the Huo family, initially prepared to hold back their laughter, soon joined in, unable to contain themselves any longer. Gu Song clenched his jaw. If it were just Leyao, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. But with Leyao accompanied by Qin Yao and the entire Huo family present, he refrained. Gu Song was not afraid of Leyao, nor did he feel compelled to show her any courtesy, but he could not afford to offend the Huo family at this moment. Thus, despite his fury, he swallowed his anger. Gu Rou, too, recognized that this was not the time for confrontation. She had just been warned by Qin Hongxi, and their objectives had yet to be fulfilled. The siblings stood before the group, visibly infuriated yet forced to suppress their rage. Leyao reveled in their expressions but still felt unsatisfied. It was these two who had nearly caused Qin Yao's death that snowy night. How could she not feel anger toward them? Sensing Liao's emotions, Qin Yao tightened his grip on her hand slightly. Leyao looked up, puzzled. What's wrong? Qin Yao whispered, "Don't be upset." Liao's eyes widened in astonishment. "How did you know I was upset? I must not have shown it very clearly." As expected, we share a telepathic bond." Liao's eyes sparkled, her mood instantly lifting. Observing her reaction, Qin Yao felt relieved. A gentle smile forming on his lips as he said, "Let us go. We should head to the backyard first. With that, they bypassed the still-stunned Gu Rou and Gu Song and made their way directly to the backyard. Leyao, possessing keen hearing, could still catch Gu Rou's voice of despair from the hall as they reached the backyard. How dare he speak to me like that? Why should I apologize to him? Gu Song attempted to soothe her, but there's no other way. Xiaoyao isn't a child anymore. And Qin Hongxi has made it clear that decisions regarding the Qin group rest with him. If Xiaoyao does not approve, what will become of Xiaoyu? And where has Xiaoyu gone? As Gu Song spoke, he shouted for Wei Qing, hurry, go find Xiaoyu and bring him back to me. The backyard was separated from the hall by a glass door, and from a distance, Leyao saw Wei Qing swiftly depart. Before long, Gu Rou and Gu Song approached once more. The backyard was prepared with fresh barbecued meat for the guests, featuring 2 stone tables beneath the pavilion. Not far from where the chef was grilling, Huoyan sat down, took a sip of soda, and then turned to Qin Yao, asking, are they really not clingy like a plaster? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yao followed his gaze and nodded. They are indeed clingy. However, now is not the right time to drive them away. Reflecting on this, Qin Yao glanced at Leyao before looking back at Huoyan, who felt a slight shock in his heart. Did Qin Yao also perceive that they could hear Liao's thoughts? Qin Yao did not miss the astonishment in Huoyan's eyes and nodded in understanding. It appeared that he had not misjudged. Indeed, the members of the Huo family could also hear Liao's innermost thoughts. Liao was still nearby. The group remained silent, with only Huoyan looking down, swiftly sending a WeChat message in the family group. Qin Yao has discovered it. Huoma was the first to pick up her phone to check the message, followed closely by the 3 Huo brothers. Liao was still present. Consequently, everyone suppressed their astonishment and stowed away their phones. Freshly grilled meat skewers were delivered, and Qin Yao first offered one to Leyao before distributing the rest to the others. At this moment, Gu Rou and Gu Song approached, to avoid appearing overly conspicuous. They even took a detour around the garden before coming over. What brings you here? Qin Yao inquired bluntly, not bothering with pleasantries. Gu Song and Gu Rou's expressions shifted slightly, but Gu Song, ever composed, smiled and said, Xiaoyao, we merely came to apologize. What just happened was inappropriate on my part and your mother's. Please do not hold it against me. Gu Song was taken aback when Qin Yao remained silent for an extended period after his words, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face, prompting him to nudge Gu Rou beside him. Gu Rou glanced at Gu Song, reluctant to endure this discomfort, yet thinking of Gu Yu. She finally spoke up. I was wrong earlier. I should not have shown my displeasure, but I am your mother, and you need not respond like that. Qin Yao impatiently interrupted Gu Rou, his tone frosty. If you have finished, then leave. Gu Rou faltered. Is this how you speak to me? Gu Song quickly intervened, having just advised Gu Rou to sincerely apologize to Qin Yao, only to find her changing her stance. Frustration flickered in Gu Song's eyes as he shot a fierce glare at Gu Rou. Under Gu Song's glare, Gu Rou finally regained her composure, hesitantly uttering, Xiaoyao. I'm sorry. With a determined breath, she managed to say, it is all my fault. Is that acceptable? Is this how you apologize? What an insincere apology. Qin Yao gently squeezed Liao's fingers in a gesture of comfort before turning his attention back to the 2. So, what do you wish to request from me? This pair always approached Qin Yao with such demeanor whenever they needed something, and he had grown accustomed to it over the years. Gu Rou's expression was not favorable, but this time she wisely refrained from speaking. Gu Song, noticing Qin Yao's willingness to listen, was elated and quickly began, well, Xiaoyao, you must be aware that Xiaoyu currently. Gu Song elaborated extensively, essentially seeking Qin Yao's approval to admit Gu Yu into the Qin Corporation. Leyao, uninterested, focused intently on savoring the meat skewers before him, glancing at the time afterward. Time is running short. There are only about 10 minutes left. With this thought, Leyao could not help but stand up and glance towards the villa. Upon doing so, he was momentarily taken aback. That is Wei Qing, and the one beside him is. That must be filming equipment. Liao's heart raced with excitement. So the photos capturing the affair being exposed were not merely coincidental? Before Liao could scrutinize further, Wei Qing parted ways with the man and approached the group. Seeing Wei Qing come over, Gu Song was overjoyed, quickly asking, where is Xiaoyu? Have you found him? Wei Qing glanced at the others, hesitating slightly. Not quite found him. I can't get in touch with him, but what? Gu Song's brow furrowed instantly. Qin Yao had finally mustered the patience to listen to him speak, and if he missed this opportunity, all previous efforts would be in vain. It was no wonder Gu Yu had been causing a ruckus lately, seeking to end their relationship. Wei Qing surveyed the surroundings, his expression conflicted. Gu Song, losing patience, urged, "Speak quickly." Hearing the prompt, Wei Qing finally said, "I did manage to contact Gu Yu, but he did not answer. However, as I passed by that room earlier, I heard his phone ringing coming from inside." Liao's eyes widened in realization. So Wei Qing discovered it just now. He found out, but did not enter directly. Instead, he sought out the reporters before coming to inform Gu Song and us. Liao was nearly certain that today's exposure of the affair was orchestrated by Wei Qing. But why would Wei Qing do such a thing? A bold conjecture sprouted in Liao's mind as he recalled Wei Qing's expression when looking at Gu Song. Could it be that the narrative has shifted, and Wei Qing has finally recognized Gu Yu's true nature, resolutely deciding to leave him? That would indeed be splendid. What room? Gu Song inquired. Gu Rou followed Wei Qing's gaze and replied, "That Wei is in Nanny's room, but right now." Liao's enthusiasm surged. With the phone inside, how could the person possibly escape? If they're not answering the phone, they must be busy. Upon hearing Liao's words, everyone struggled to suppress laughter. A glimmer of amusement crossed Qin Yao's eyes as he spoke. That room is currently unoccupied. There should be no one inside. If the phone is ringing from there, Qin Yao suggested, "I will have the housekeeper open the door." With that, Qin Yao rose, glancing at the eagerly anticipating Liao. "Yao, would you like to join me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Liao nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, of course." Both Huo Ba and Huo Ma stood up in unison. Huo Zhe nodded repeatedly, affirming the excitement. Yes. Witnessing an affair firsthand is far more enthralling than merely hearing the audio broadcast. Gu Song observed the throng of individuals eager to accompany them, finding it somewhat peculiar. However, since Qin Yao had not voiced any objections, he felt it was inappropriate to comment further. More importantly, he truly dared not provoke Qin Yao again. It was a rare occasion that Qin Yao had softened today. He needed to ensure Qin Yao agreed to include Gu Yu in the Qin Corporation. With this in place, their subsequent plans could commence. With that thought, Gu Song's spirits lifted remarkably. Qin Yao called the housekeeper, and soon the housekeeper arrived with a key. Observing the group assembled at the nanny's room door, the housekeeper's eyes flickered with confusion, but he refrained from questioning. "Young master, shall I open the door?" the housekeeper inquired. Gu Song urged, "Hurry and open it. Gu Yu should be inside sleeping, and we need to discuss something with him." The housekeeper did not move, but looked at Qin Yao instead. The Qin family villa was quite spacious, with the nanny's room located on the right side, conveniently connected by a small path leading to the backyard. As the group stood there, guests frequently passed by, casting curious glances at Qin Yao. After a considerable pause, Qin Yao finally nodded slightly. Liao's heart raced, anxiously watching the housekeeper's actions while keeping an eye on Wei Qing standing nearby. With a click, the door lock disengaged, and the housekeeper gently pressed the handle, pushing the door open. In fact, even as the door cracked open, the nearby security guard had already heard a discordant sound but hesitated not. Upon opening the door, he even took a step back. The maid's quarters were furnished with a modest living room. Thus, upon opening the door, no one was immediately visible. Instead, ambiguous and blushing sounds reverberated throughout the corridor. "Tell me, who is more formidable, me or my father? Speak quickly. Don't hesitate, of course. It's you who is impressive. Your father is just an old fool." One suggestive sound followed another, leaving Gu Song and Gu Rou momentarily stunned. Liao could no longer contain her laughter. "Have I made a mistake? How could that be? Isn't Gu Yu's phone still inside? Did you mishear?" Gu Song's face flushed with embarrassment. Wei Qing swiftly dialed Gu Yu's number. "I'll make another call." The next moment, a familiar ringtone emanated from the intimate room, followed closely by a soft complaint. "Who is calling you again?" At this, Gu Song recognized the voice. Wasn't that Han Wei's voice? Gu Rou also discerned it. Indeed, it was Han Wei. But how could Han Wei be here? What shocked them even more was the subsequent male voice. "Damn it, it's Wei Qing again." Every single day, Gu Song and Gu Rou's expressions shifted dramatically. "Isn't it obvious? It's your son and your wife having an affair." In an instant, before anyone could react, Wei Qing burst into the room. "Gu Yu, what are you doing?" Two piercing screams followed. It was only then that Gu Song and Gu Rou remembered, and they hurriedly entered the room. As they did, the onlookers who had been peering in naturally followed suit. Leyao, wary of entering too soon, waited until everyone had gone in before she took Qin Yao's hand and stepped inside. Upon entering, she immediately heard Gu Song's furious voice. Gu Yu, she is your stepmother. Leyao could no longer restrain herself and covered her mouth, laughing. It seems we have caught them red-handed. Qin Yao suddenly whispered. We can observe. Only then did Leyao lift her gaze. At that moment, Gu Yu and Han Wei had hastily dressed and stood together, their faces betraying panic upon realizing the influx of people. Gu Song, witnessing this scene, trembled, unable to utter another word. Faster to react than Gu Song was Wei Qing, who without a moment's hesitation slapped Gu Yu hard across the face. Gu Yu, you are a scoundrel, a beast. Gu Yu was rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. Gu Song's face was flushed with rage, and he trembled as he pointed at him. You, how dare you question me? Don't you see what kind of little rascal you are? Do you even know what you are doing? I want no explanations. Wei Qing's eyes were reddened with fury as he clenched his fists and swung at Gu Yu's face. Gu Yu instinctively dodged backwards. Wei Qing, calm down. Han Wei and I saw it all. Wei Qing shouted angrily. Don't tell me that with your clothes off, there is still nothing going on. Gu Rou, initially in shock, could no longer bear to see Wei Qing attacking, and rushed forward to grab Wei Qing. What are you doing? On what grounds do you strike him? Wei Qing shrugged off Gu Rou. What is wrong with me hitting him? He cheated right in front of me. Am I not allowed to hit him? Before she could finish, she noticed Gu Song, pale with rage, suddenly collapsed backwards. The scene erupted into chaos. Qin Yao nodded to the butler, who turned to fetch a doctor. Leyao stood behind Qin Yao, and upon seeing Gu Song faint from anger, she could no longer suppress her amusement, her lips curling into a smile. Gu Rou, alarmed at Gu Song's fainting, let out a high-pitched scream and hurried forward. Gu Song! Gu Song! Wei Qing, stop it! But at that moment, Wei Qing was beyond listening, picking up Gu Yu's belt from the ground and swinging it forcefully at Gu Yu. Gu Yu yelped in pain, running in circles while dodging. Wei Qing, are you insane? Yes, I am indeed insane, which is why I will beat you to death today. Wei Qing retorted angrily. After receiving several lashes from the belt, Gu Yu's anger ignited, and he seized the belt from Wei Qing's hand. Before he could finish, Wei Qing kicked upward powerfully, executing the motion with fluidity. The next moment, all the guests in the villa heard a chorus of anguished screams. Many male guests present could not help but gasp. Leyao could no longer contain herself, resting her head on Qin Yao's shoulder, laughing joyously. What a splendid mess we have here. The members of the Huo family shared amused expressions. The Chinese language is indeed profound. Chapter 88. The unfortunate Wei Qing's fierce kick landed just as Gu Yu crumpled to the ground, clutching himself and howling in agony. His cries were particularly piercing, drawing yet another crowd of guests within mere seconds. The newly arrived guests, oblivious to the earlier events, were taken aback upon seeing Gu Yu clutching himself while Han Wei was still adjusting her clothes. Their expressions turned significantly suggestive. This can't be what I think it is, can it? Gu Yu and this Han Wei, Gu Song's third wife. So Gu Yu is with his stepmother? A collective gasp arose from the crowd as Gu Yu lay on the ground wailing, while the guests glanced between him and the unconscious Gu Song, unable to suppress their laughter. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back a chuckle, leading to a wave of laughter and hushed discussions. After that kick, can the Gu family still have a future? Hard to say. Originally, Gu Rou had been worried about the unconscious Gu Song, but upon hearing this, she immediately lost her composure, standing up angrily and rushing toward Wei Qing. Are you crazy? How dare you? I will fight you. Wei Qing sidestepped Gu Rou, her eyes suddenly reddening. Can you blame me? If it weren't for Gu Yu's infidelity, would I be like this? As she spoke, her voice softened, revealing her deep sorrow. How can you not take the blame? Look at the mess you've created. Gu Rou glanced at the writhing Gu Yu on the ground, then at the still unconscious Gu Song. Tears streamed down her face as she panicked. What should we do now? Turning her head, she spotted Qin Yao, her eyes suddenly brightening. Leyao stepped out from behind Qin Yao, positioning herself before him. Qin Yao looked puzzled. Yao, don't say a word. Leyao whispered. If Gu Rou dares to morally bind President Qin at this moment, I will absolutely not let her off. Qin Yao was taken aback. The entire Huo family turned to look at the two. The three brothers of the Huo family wore increasingly complex expressions. How long have they been together? And they already know how to protect one another. Only Huo father and Huo mother exchanged glances, smiling in satisfaction. At this moment, Gu Rou was too frazzled to care about anything else. She hurriedly approached Qin Yao, ready to speak, when suddenly, Gu Song on the ground emitted a faint groan. Gu Rou halted, quickly turning to look at Gu Song. Gu Song, are you all right? Gu Song, red in the face and panting heavily, seemed in dire straits. Yet at least he had opened his eyes. Just then, the butler arrived with a private doctor, seeking Qin Yao's instructions. Young master. Qin Yao nodded slightly. One doctor approached to examine Gu Song, while the other went to check on Gu Yu. The crowd finally began to disperse. At this moment, Leyao, with her keen eyes, spotted the journalist who had just conversed with Wei Qing. It was unclear when the journalist had blended into the throng, but now he held two phones, one capturing photographs incessantly, while the other recorded video. Observing this, a subtle smile curved Liao's lips. With video evidence, the truth is irrefutable. It seems Gu Yu's acting career has reached its end, she thought, her spirits soaring as she turned her gaze to Gu Song, who was currently undergoing an examination. The injury Gu Yu sustained was rather delicate, preventing the doctor from conducting a thorough examination in front of the public. Instead, he advised if the pain persists intensely, it would be best to head to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. Gu Yu, tears streaming down his face from the pain, nodded vehemently, exclaiming, "I need to go to the hospital for an examination." In his agitation, he shot a glare at Wei Qing, declaring, "You wait. I will not let you off easily." Wei Qing maintained a calm demeanor, merely fixing his gaze on Gu Yu, revealing no discernible emotion. Gu Yu, disregarding Wei Qing, was assisted by the doctor as they made their way outside. Meanwhile, the doctor performed a brief assessment on Gu Song and quickly stated, "There is nothing serious. It appears to be a case of excessive emotional distress. If you feel any discomfort, it's advisable to get an X-ray at the hospital." Gu Rou, in a state of urgency, implored, "Then let us hurry and go to the hospital with Xiao Yu." At this moment, Gu Song had regained his composure and shook his head. Gu Rou was taken aback. Just as Gu Yu was being helped past Gu Song, he suddenly grasped Gu Yu's pant leg, his eyes bloodshot and voice trembling, asking, "When did this happen?" Gu Yu, racked with pain and drenched in cold sweat, reacted to Gu Song's question with a change in expression, then looked down at him. Gu Song merely held onto his pant leg, his entire body trembling. Gu Yu's lips quivered, his gaze evasive, and after a prolonged silence, he could not utter a single word. The onlookers, initially believing that both Gu Yu and Gu Song were heading to the hospital, found the situation losing its allure as the main subject had departed. However, before they could disperse, Gu Song's question echoed in the air. Instantly, the guests halted, eagerly awaiting further developments. Yet, when Gu Yu remained silent for an extended period, a sense of impatience spread among the crowd. "Speak up. Why are you not saying anything?" The only individuals privy to the exact timeline were Leyao and her companions, whose lips curled into a smirk once more. Just as Leyao was about to speak, a melodious female voice interrupted. "Are you inquiring about when he and I became involved?" The crowd turned in unison towards the source of the voice, revealing Han Wei. A flicker of surprise crossed the faces of the onlookers, including Leyao, who was taken aback. Was Han Wei doing stepping forward at this moment? With her unfaithful stepson caught red-handed by her husband, one would expect her to minimize her presence. In the next moment, members of the Huo family and Qin Yao heard Liao's excited exclamation, "I found it." Liao quickly skimmed through the related plot, her expression twisting for a fleeting moment. Wait, so Han Wei's reason for agreeing to marry Gu Song was because she had her sights set on Gu Yu from the very beginning? Upon hearing this, Qin Yao and the Huo family were astonished. What? Han Wei was interested in Gu Yu from the start? Why didn't she pursue him directly instead of taking such a convoluted route to marry Gu Song? What did she gain from marrying Gu Song? Well, hold on. To be fair, Han Wei can indeed gain quite a lot. Liao's subsequent remarks validated their assumptions. Long before Gu Song and Han Wei tied the knot, Han Wei had encountered Gu Yu. However, at that time, Gu Yu was surrounded by admirers and hardly noticed her. Although Han Wei harbored feelings for Gu Yu, she prioritized financial security, leading her to devise a plan to get closer to Gu Song. Upon reaching this juncture, Liao was struck by a revelation. Surprisingly, that was indeed a clever strategy. After marrying Gu Song, Gu Yu lasted merely 2 months before ending up in bed with Han Wei. In that time, Han Wei not only transformed into a wealthy lady, but also attained the desire of her heart. It's quite a conundrum. One might say that villains meet their match. Qin Yao and the Huo family nodded in agreement. It was indeed a challenging situation to evaluate. Han Wei, hearing these words, could only laugh. Looking down at the seated Gu Song with an air of superiority, she remarked, "Why should I feel ashamed to speak with you here? Is it only permissible for you to cheat outside, while I must refrain from enjoying myself at home?" As her words settled, Gu Song's face turned a ghastly white. "You. Moreover, I am not as fickle as you. I only had one affair with your son. Unlike you, who juggles multiple at once, wouldn't you agree?" As she spoke, Han Wei stepped closer, resting a hand lightly on Gu Yu's shoulder. Instantly, Gu Yu's complexion darkened, glaring at Han Wei. He hissed, "Are you insane?" Han Wei scoffed lightly, turning her attention back to the seated Gu Song. "Since you just asked, I shall enlighten you. It all began 2 months after our marriage." Gu Song's eyes widened in shock. The onlookers gasped collectively. "Is it that intense? They got together in just 2 months?" All eyes were fixated on the trio. Curiosity piqued. Gu Song's chest heaved with rage. Yet, what was even more shocking was Han Wei's next statement. "But I cannot be blamed. After all, your son is indeed more skilled than you." With that, Leyao could no longer contain herself, laughing uncontrollably. "Is this truly something we can witness without charge?" The laughter of the majority of the audience erupted. Though they attempted to stifle it, a cacophony of suppressed giggles soon filled the air. Gu Song, seated on the ground, struggled to breathe, appearing on the verge of fainting. The nearby doctor acted swiftly, pinching his acupoint to revive him. Gu Yu remained frozen in disbelief, staring at Han Wei, nearly questioning her sanity aloud. Han Wei, initially preparing to leave, noticed Gu Yu's gaze and flashed him a smile. "Aren't you heading to the hospital? Are you truly intent on ending your lineage?" Gu Yu's expression shifted dramatically, his sweat still damp on his brow, trembling as he raised his arm. "You, Han Wei, you are a madwoman." With those words, Gu Yu wrenched himself free from Gu Song's grasp, nearly tumbling as the doctor supported him while he hurriedly exited. At that moment, Wei Qing also turned to leave the room. Witnessing both of them depart, Gu Song could no longer contain his frustration, rising to his feet. "Stop! Who permitted you to leave?" However, as he took a step forward, darkness enveloped him. Gu Rou rushed to support Gu Song, asking, "Are you all right, Gu Song? Perhaps we should go to the hospital." Gu Rou's words were left unfinished when a series of clicking sounds suddenly erupted. Leyao was taken aback, exclaiming, "Where did so many reporters come from? Hey, they're right in our faces. Great shots, great shots." Liao's excitement was palpable. At that moment, Qin Yao produced a hat from somewhere and placed it directly on Liao's head. She quickly looked up at him, and he murmured, "There are too many reporters. It's better to wear this." Leyao smiled and nodded in agreement, but then asked, "What about you?" Qin Yao gently squeezed her hand and replied softly, "Don't worry about me. These reporters are likely brought by my father." Indeed, as soon as Qin Yao finished speaking, Leyao spotted a familiar figure approaching. The crowd of onlookers retreated completely outside, leaving only a few members of the Gu family inside. Leyao and Qin Yao stood at the door. Behind them were Huo Yin, Huo Zhe, and Huo Jing, along with Huo Ba. Inside, Gu Song remained seated on the floor, Gu Rou crouched beside him, while Gu Yu turned his back to everyone. Gu Song, without a moment's hesitation, asked, "Brother-in-law, what are you planning to do?" Gu Rou was equally bewildered. "Why are there so many reporters, Xiao Yu?" At that moment, Gu Rou's pupils widened in realization, and she stood up to ask Qin Hongxi, "Did a reporter just capture something?" Her voice trembled, and she couldn't finish her thought, but the others present had already grasped the situation. Leyao chuckled. "Of course they captured it. How could they not? The question is what Wei Qing intends to do with those photos and videos." Gu Yu was particularly agitated. "No, that can't be." The moment he uttered those words, he felt a tremor throughout his body. How could it not be? When Gu Song and Gu Rou entered, they were followed by a group of people. Who could guarantee that there were no reporters among them? And who could assure that no meddlesome individual had taken photos and posted them online? If that were the case. Gu Yu's already pale face drained of color as he quickly turned to Gu Song. "Dad, I was wrong before, but my career can't be destroyed." Although Gu Yu lacked ambition, he certainly did not wish for the scandal of his affair with his stepmother to become public knowledge. Moreover, if this incident continued to escalate, how could he ever navigate the entertainment industry again? Gu Song's expression was equally grim. The deed Gu Yu had committed today was beyond even what a beast would contemplate. Yet this disgraceful act was indeed perpetrated by his own son. More importantly, their family's company was already facing declining revenues year after year. If this scandal broke, it would severely impact their stock prices. Thus, Gu Song gritted his teeth and quickly signaled to Gu Rou, "Sister, you must think of a solution." Gu Rou's face was filled with panic. What would she possibly do? At that moment, Leyao had already taken out her phone and opened the trending topics. But she did not see any entries regarding a certain two-character male star suspected of infidelity. As the topic appeared, a wave of onlookers flooded in. Two-character male star? Who is that? Can marketing accounts stop being cryptic? Leyao glanced at the comments, her brows furrowing. That's strange. Didn't that reporter capture photos and videos? Why hasn't there been any disclosure yet? Could it be that Wei Qing really intends to use those photos and videos to barter with the Gu family? Hearing Yi Liao's words, the others from the Huo family also pulled out their phones to check. Indeed, it seemed to be a deliberate ploy by Wei Qing. At this moment, Gu Rou finally remembered that Qin Hongxi was nearby. Although she understood he might not offer assistance, she couldn't help but plead, "Hongxi, could you possibly think of a way?" Gu Yu's future absolutely could not be ruined. Qin Hongxi's expression revealed no excess emotion as he simply asked, "What kind of way?" Gu Rou gritted her teeth. At the very least, make them stop filming. Qin Hongxi stood still, remaining silent. Gu Rou felt her dignity slipping away and was about to speak again when Gu Yu suddenly exclaimed loudly, "Not yet. My situation hasn't been exposed." Yi Liao's eyelids twitched at this, and for some reason, she felt an ominous sensation wash over her, a sharp pain surging from the depths of her soul, causing her body to tremble slightly. Qin Yao immediately noticed Yi Liao's distress and hurriedly supported her, asking anxiously, Yao, what's wrong?" The Huo family members and Qin Hongxi turned their attention to her. Yi Liao looked up and met Qin Yao's concerned gaze. The piercing pain seemed to lessen at that moment, and with a few deep breaths, it finally dissipated. However, Qin Yao's brows remained tightly knit, still worried. In the next instant, Yi Liao gently pushed his hand away, steadied herself, and without hesitation, opened her Weibo account to begin a live broadcast, directing the camera toward the three members of the Gu family. The Huo family and Qin Hongxi were all bewildered by Yi Liao's sudden decision to broadcast live, especially as the camera was pointed at the Gu family's trio. Gu Yu excitedly handed his phone to Gu Rou, saying yes. "Aunt, look, this entry only mentions a two-character male star and doesn't reveal who it is. This means that as long as we casually push someone out to take the heat, we can move past this." Yi Liao's grip on her phone tightened. She glanced down at her screen, which was flooded with viewers. As the fans entered, they heard Gu Yu's statement, their screens filled with question marks. What is this? Could it be about that fresh gossip trending? No way, my gossip, are you on site? Ah, so the two-character male star is Gu Yu? Oblivious to the fact that Yi Liao's camera was aimed at him, Gu Yu continued excitedly conversing with Gu Rou, who visibly relaxed. Right, we just need to push someone out, but who can we push? Gu Rou, who had long neglected company affairs, knew little about the stars in the entertainment industry. Watching the two conspiring loudly in front of so many people, Yi Liao could only smirk at their folly. It was ironic that she hadn't thought of it sooner. The unfortunate soul that Gu Rou, Gu Yu, and Gu Song intended to sacrifice. Meanwhile, Gu Yu's mind raced, and just as he was about to suggest casually pushing someone out, Gu Rou suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Yes, your cousin." Gu Rou's voice was loud as she announced, "Your cousin Qin Yao's name is just two characters. We can." Yi Liao instinctively tightened her grip on Qin Yao's hand. At that moment, a sharp slap echoed, causing Gu Rou's face to turn sideways. Yi Liao looked down, realizing her hand had reacted before her mind, blocking the camera. She exhaled in relief. Qin Hongxi's voice was icy. "Gu Rou, I have never laid a hand on you, nor have I ever contemplated doing so." Gu Rou covered her stinging face, bewildered. Qin Hongxi's face was filled with fury. "But you truly lack humanity. For the sake of an outsider, you are actually prepared to push your own son towards the abyss." Gu Rou raised her head to glance at Qin Hongxi, startled by the fury reflected in his eyes. Flustered, she instinctively lowered her gaze and attempted to explain, "Hasn't Qin Yao already decided to withdraw from the entertainment industry? Isn't that an exaggeration? Since he no longer intends to remain in the spotlight, why not let him step out to shield Gu Yu?" Silence. Yi Liao could no longer restrain herself, disregarding the fact that her phone was still live streaming, and exclaimed in anger, "You may not like Qin Yao, but I do. And so do his fans. Why should he suffer an undeserved calamity because of you? Whoever strays should bear the consequences. Qin Yao owes him nothing." As she spoke, Yi Liao struggled to suppress her temper. Qin Yao timely embraced Yi Liao, softly saying, Yao, that's enough, please stop." Her face was suffused with indignation. "I am angry." Her exclamation, filled with fury, made Qin Yao chuckle involuntarily. Upon hearing his laughter, Liao's anger intensified. What are you laughing at? Qin Yao replied candidly. I laugh because you care for me. I laugh because you're concerned about me. This confession rendered Liao somewhat bashful, extinguishing the fire of her anger with his gentle words. She blinked in surprise. Qin Yao continued, I am truly delighted, Yao Yao. I am genuinely pleased. Leyao, potud. What is there to be happy about? Your life and career nearly suffered catastrophe just now. They cannot ruin me, Qin Yao reassured her. Liao pressed her lips together, feeling the closeness between them, their chests nearly touching. She could feel the rapid beating of Qin Yao's heart. She wanted to contradict him, but after much contemplation, she found herself lacking the words to refute him, thus resigned to silence. Believing that Liao had finally calmed down, Qin Yao embraced her more tightly. After years of entanglement, he now possessed sufficient evidence to deal a decisive blow to the Gu group, and naturally, he could also put an end to his association with Gu Rou. Qin Hongxi glanced at the assistant outside the door, who promptly stepped forward to hand him the documents. He presented the divorce agreement before Gu Rou signed it. Gu Rou was taken aback, and upon seeing the bold letters of divorce agreement, her emotions surged. Divorce again. Qin Hongxi, do you have no other means to threaten me? Is it possible you truly intend to ruin Qin Yao? Perhaps it was the first time Gu Rou tasted a hint of sweetness, so whenever Qin Hongxi broached the topic of divorce over the years, she would always respond this way. Unfortunately, Qin Yao had long since matured. He was no longer the child afraid of snowy nights. And Qin Hongxi himself was prepared to step out of that snowy night he had endured for over a decade. Weren't you just about to ruin him? Qin Hongxi said coldly. Though a man of stature, he seldom displayed such an imposing demeanor. Now, he looked down at Gu Rou as if she were an insignificant insect. Gu Rou trembled under his gaze. No, how could Qin Hongxi regard her with such eyes? In the past, whenever she uttered those words, he would always relent. Why was he not doing so this time? A sense of unprecedented panic gripped Gu Rou. Could it be that Qin Hongxi would no longer be swayed by her? That shouldn't be the case. He cherished her so dearly and adored his son. How could he not compromise? Gu Rou reassured herself to remain calm and spoke. I will not divorce you, and you must find a way to handle today as events. Qin Hongxi suddenly chuckled lightly, causing Gu Rou to freeze momentarily. He raised his hand, and the reporters ceased their photography, while bodyguards entered in succession. It's all right. If you choose not to sign, it matters little. Once the Gu group collapses, you and your dear brother will be dealt with accordingly. At those words, Gu Rou's heart plummeted. Qin Hongxi, you, Gu Rou, do not presume I lack evidence of your illicit asset transfers, nor think that the petty maneuvers of the Gu group have escaped my scrutiny. Qin Hongxi warned coldly. Upon hearing this, it was not only Gu Rou who was flustered. Gu Song also struggled to rise. Sister, brother-in-law. Unfortunately, the bodyguards did not afford them the opportunity to speak. Several bodyguards seized the three and, disregarding their fierce resistance, forcefully escorted them through the crowd, unceremoniously depositing them on the floor outside the Qin villa. The summer heat was oppressive and the ground was scorching, until their hands were blistered from the heat. Upon hearing the cries of Gu Yu and Gu Song, Gu Rou finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. This time, Qin Hongxi was genuinely intent on divorcing her. Everything was ruined. Chapter 89. You don't call the series of events transpired too rapidly. By this point, Gu Yu had yet to voice a word before being cast out, leaving him bewildered and somewhat panicked. Gu Song was equally disoriented. What should they do? He had no idea. Moreover, Gu Song was genuinely concerned about Qin Hongxi's last remark. Was he indeed preparing to strike against the Gu group? Gu Song's mind was in turmoil. As for Gu Rou, her panic escalated. The reality that Qin Hongxi was truly intent on divorcing her weighed heavily upon her, making it hard for her to breathe. Gu Rou did not wish to divorce Qin Hongxi, despite their frequent conflicts over the years due to the Gu family, where she often neglected to regard him as important. The years of interaction had led her to genuinely develop feelings for Qin Hongxi. Thus, whenever Qin Hongxi suggested divorce, her reactions were so intense that she resorted to threatening him with Qin Yao. Did Qin Hongxi truly feel the need to go this far? Was he really prepared to divorce her? Gu Rou found it absurd, and tears welled in her eyes as she laughed softly. Suddenly, Gu Yu recalled something and hurriedly took out his phone. Upon doing so, his vision darkened, and with a loud thud, he collapsed to the ground. The commotion startled both Gu Rou and Gu Song, who had been lost in thought. Gu Rou quickly wiped her tears, rushing to help Gu Yu up, anxiously asking, "Xiao Yu, are you all right? What happened?" Gu Yu had taken a hard fall, scraping his forehead against the asphalt and causing blood to flow freely. Gu Song, trembling, approached and grew more frantic. "Hospital, we need to get a driver to the hospital." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone to call the driver. Before he could dial, the secretary's call came through first. "Gu Zong, something's wrong. Grandpa Gu just collapsed." "What?" Gu Song exclaimed, the speakerphone blaring loud enough for Gu Ro to hear, her expression changing instantly. "Quick, to the hospital. Let us hurry to the hospital." At that moment, the Gu family's driver arrived late, and they rushed Gu Yu, along with the fainting Gu Song and Gu Ro, towards the hospital. As the vehicle traversed the road, the unconscious Gu Yu gradually regained consciousness. His head, bandaged in a rudimentary manner, throbbed painfully, yet he paid little heed to his own suffering. His foremost concern was to locate Gu Ro. Upon spotting her, he disregarded the blood trickling from his forehead and rushed towards her, exclaiming, "Auntie, please help me. The internet is rife with accusations branding me as scoundrel. You must hurry, contact Qin Yao. His public relations team is exceptionally skilled. If they could speak on my behalf, I'm certain my reputation could be restored." Blood streamed down from Gu Yu's forehead, trickling into his eyes, intensifying the crimson hue of his gaze. Gu Ro, observing Gu Yu's distress, felt an overwhelming sense of worry and quickly attempted to reassure him. "Xiao Yu, do not panic. I will contact Qin Yao immediately." However, just as she began to articulate her intent, she was struck by a sudden realization. Was it still possible for her to reach Qin Yao? Anxiety gripped her heart, rendering her unable to complete her thoughts. Gu Yu fixed his gaze upon her, and upon noticing her silence, his urgency escalated. "Speak. Auntie, Qin Yao is your son. Surely you can still—" But before he could finish, he faltered. Indeed, Qin Yao was Gu Ro's biological son, but would he still acknowledge her as his mother? Setting aside the fact that Qin Hongxi was already contemplating divorce from Gu Ro, it was evident that she had previously suggested to Qin Yao and Qin Hongxi that he could be used as a scapegoat to shield her from the impending storm. Gu Yu was acutely aware that this was a viable solution. After all, Qin Yao had been present at the scene, and like Gu Yu, his name consisted of two characters, making him the most suitable candidate for this role. Yet, Gu Ro could not have possibly uttered such words in front of Qin Yao and Qin Hongxi. Did she not realize how fiercely Qin Hongxi defended Qin Yao? It was as if she had lost her senses, openly suggesting this in front of him, with so many guests present to hear. Given their already strained relationship, could Qin Yao possibly lend his support after hearing such remarks? It was likely that Qin Hongxi's resolve to divorce Gu Ro was, at least in part, influenced by this incident. Moreover, the words Qin Hongxi had spoken earlier were not merely about seeking a divorce. They indicated a desire to sever all ties with the Gu family. This was not the worst of it. The most egregious act was when Qin Hongxi commanded his bodyguards to unceremoniously eject them from the premises in front of all those guests. The embarrassment he had already endured due to Gu Ro and Gu Song's indiscretion had been significant, and now, thanks to Gu Ro's actions, the Gu family had become the laughingstock of the entire social circle. The more Gu Yu pondered this situation, the angrier he became, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Gu Ro. "This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could Qin Yao possibly refuse to help me?" At this proclamation, disbelief flooded Gu Ro's eyes, and she replied, somewhat hurt, "Why should I be blamed, Xiao Yu? I have yet to blame you." Gu Yu, recalling the events leading to their departure to the Qin residence, felt his anger swell. "What did I say before we left for the Qin family? I instructed you to placate Qin Hongxi and Qin Yao. Yet did you do so? Indeed, it was all Gu Ro's fault." When they were en route to the Qin residence, Gu Song had fervently advised her to heed Qin Hongxi's words, to acquiesce to his wishes, and to avoid any confrontation. After all, Qin Hongxi had changed. He no longer held Gu Ro in the same esteem as before and would not be as compliant. However, as long as Qin Hongxi refrained from divorcing her, they remained a family. At that point, no matter what Gu Ro requested, Qin Hongxi would likely acquiesce. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Gu Ro had verbally agreed, but upon arriving at the Qin residence, she had begun to exhibit the temperament of a mistress. Having just met with Qin Yao, she had already managed to upset him. Subsequently, she had the audacity to assert that Qin Yao's reputation was inconsequential in front of Qin Hongxi. Gu Song, reflecting on this, felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. Why did he have such a foolish sister? While Gu Ro could favor Gu Yu, Why could she not feign a semblance of decorum in front of Qin Yao and Qin Hongxi? Had she merely pretended today, the outcome would have been entirely different. Now, the situation had escalated to the point where Qin Hongxi was not only seeking a divorce from Gu Rou, but Gu Yu's future was also in jeopardy. More importantly, Gu Song had no inkling of what further plans Qin Hongxi might have. Gu Rou continued to explain to Gu Yu, "Xiao Yu, I understand that you are upset, but this situation cannot solely be blamed on me." "How can it not be?" Gu Song interjected, growing increasingly incensed. "If it weren't for Gu Rou, today's events would never have spiraled into this chaos. This entire debacle is your doing." Gu Song's features contorted with rage as he glared at Gu Rou. "Whether it is Gu Yu entering the Qin group or our Gu family making a resurgence, it has all been ruined because of you." Gu Rou opened her mouth, but before she could offer an explanation, Gu Yu's scolding followed swiftly. "Auntie, do you truly believe yourself to be blameless? Just look at what you have done over the years. Our family arranged such a splendid marriage for you, yet you failed to seize the opportunity. Your son and husband now regard you as a stranger. Are you satisfied with that?" The barrage of accusations from both father and son crashed down upon Gu Rou, causing her eyes to well with tears. The reason for her anger was that she wished to vindicate Gu Song. What wrong had she committed? As for Gu Yu's predicament, Gu Rou had acted in a moment of panic, desperately wishing to assist him, and thus had recklessly made those remarks to Qin Yao. Had it not been for Gu Yu, she would not have found herself in this position. Furthermore, her initial agreement to marry the unappealing Qin Hongxi had been for the sake of the Gu family. Throughout her upbringing, both her father and mother had instilled in her that Gu Song was of paramount importance and that she must always care for him. Gu Rou had absorbed these lessons wholeheartedly. She had even married Qin Hongxi, whom she did not favor, and bore a child for the sake of Gu Song. Why then? Was Gu Song now berating her? Gu Rou sought to explain, yet neither father nor son would heed her words. Each accusation struck at her heart, culminating in Gu Song's furious declaration. "This is all your fault. What face do you have to join us in visiting father at the hospital? Leave her behind." Gu Yu shouted. The driver slammed on the brakes, and Gu Rou was unceremoniously left on the roadside. As she watched the vehicle drive away, without a shred of compassion, a sudden clarity washed over her. She had been mistaken from the very beginning. She had a loving and respectful husband and an extraordinarily talented son. Why had she allowed herself to be blinded by her own folly? Under the scorching sun, Gu Rou knelt by the roadside, weeping inconsolably. Meanwhile, at the Qin family villa, Leyao finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "I haven't ended the live stream," he exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao and the members of the Huo family turned to him. Qin Yao remarked, "It is not too late to end it now." Yet, the viewers in the live stream chat erupted in disbelief. "Goodness, Qin Yao, are you planning to betray your allies now? Oh, I must keep watching the stream. By the way, did you just embrace Leyao?" Without allowing the audience any time to react, Leyao swiftly shut down the live stream. As the screen went dark, the fans were left in anguish, lamenting, "Leyao? Why did he cue in Yo's words? Indeed, why not covertly broadcast a little longer for us? I genuinely wish to witness your embrace." Alas, the already darkened live stream is fated never to illuminate again. However, the netizens and fans did not stir for too long. After all, without Yo's live stream, they could still find amusement elsewhere today. Not long ago, trending topics revealed a male artist's infidelity, and in the next breath, they witnessed Y's self-disclosure. The netizens and fans immediately fell to their knees in gratitude for the gossip. Yet, before they could revel for a minute, they were met with Yo's mother's bewildering remarks. Her nephew was in trouble, and she pushed her own son to take the fall. Is this how a mother behaves? The netizens were incensed. Yo's fans were even more furious. Even bystanders who came to enjoy the gossip found it utterly absurd. Who would have thought there truly exists a mother who dislikes her own son? The netizens, filled with righteous indignation, could not restrain themselves from voicing their opinions online. Once they had vented enough, they could not help but exclaim, "But today, I truly ship them." Ah, who doesn't? I have always insisted that QNYO and YLYO are indeed meant to be. A light nibble signifies sweetness. A light nibble? Whose absurd name is that? Ah, not pleasant to hear. However, it carries a lovely connotation. Does this ridiculous name even have a meaning? Soon, a fan appeared to clarify. In the world of gossip, wherever there is news to share, there is YLYO and also QNYO. What does this prove? It proves that both YLYO and QNYO enjoy gossip. Thus, Combining QNYO with YLYO results in a light nibble. A nibble signifies a gentle taste of gossip. How could such a fitting name be unpleasant? After reading the fan's explanation, some netizens still express their inability to accept it. To this, the fan replied, "My apologies. There are many of us, so please allow the netizens some space." The netizens could no longer contain their laughter. YLYO, upon browsing Weibo, could not help but smile as well. Although GRU had been expelled from the QN family, today's banquet, ostensibly for GRU's birthday, continued to flourish, with even more guests arriving, leaving QNHNGX busier than ever. As the number of guests increased, it was impossible for QNHNGX to handle everything alone. As the future helmsman of the QN group, QNYO too had to engage with the guests. Before parting ways, QNYO took YLYO's hand and asked, "What if you rest in my room for a while? I have chilled milk for you in the kitchen." YLYO pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right, I can go up by myself. You go ahead and socialize." QNYO acknowledged with a sound, yet he did not release YLYO's hand. YLYO found this peculiar and looked at QNYO with curiosity. "What's wrong?" His brow slightly furrowed. "Are you not happy?" YLYO was taken aback and instinctively replied, "I am not." Suddenly, QNYO reached out and gently massaged the space between YLYO's brows. "Then why do you frown?" Passerby. Touched the spot where QNYO had just caressed. It really is furrowed, so why am I not happy?" The bewilderment on YLYO's face did not seem feigned, and QNYO felt a slight sense of relief. "Is it because you're a bit tired?" YLYO contemplated and nodded. "That could be it. After all, I had to get up quite early today." Upon hearing this, QNYO's lips curved slightly. In truth, these words should not have been spoken to YLYO at this moment, as they had only just cemented their relationship. However, YLYO's eyes suddenly widened. Marriage? QNYO pressed his lips together and continued. "I know it is too early now, but since we got together, I think about this matter constantly. However, you need not rush, nor should you hastily provide me with an answer. I will patiently await your decision." QNYO inhaled deeply, the weather bright and clear, and his smile radiantly captivating. YLYO, I must take my leave." After speaking, QNYO leaned in and gently placed a light kiss on the corner of YLYO's lips. Only after QNYO had distanced himself did YLYO succumb to the urge to touch his own lips. QNYO kissed him, and it was QNYO who took the initiative. The furrow in YLYO's brow finally relaxed, and he walked toward the villa with a beaming smile, ready to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the first-floor hall, YLYO paused. He had spotted a familiar figure. "What are you doing here?" YLYO exclaimed, instinctively approaching the boy. The boy, however, appeared unfazed. His hair was still tied up in a small bun, and upon seeing YLYO, he quickly approached, gesturing with sign language. YLYO furrowed his brow and spoke. "Is it sign language again? But I cannot understand." Before he could finish his sentence, YLYO halted. No, that was not right. The boy's hand movements were rapid, even faster than during their last meeting. Yet this time, YLYO discovered he could comprehend. He not only understood the meaning of each gesture, but also grasped the boy's inquiry. The boy signed. "The time is approaching. Have you decided what to do?" YLYO opened his mouth. "Time? What time?" The boy blinked and suddenly pointed to a location. He was indicating the backyard. Indeed, there were many people nearby, making this a poor location for conversation. Without hesitation, YLYO nodded and followed the boy towards the backyard. On their way, the boy gestured several more times. This time, YLYO understood once again. The boy said, "My name is BIY. Our last meeting was too rushed, and I think I startled you. My apologies." YLYO was uncertain why he was apologizing, but recalling their previous encounter, he asked, "So what did the note you gave me last time mean?" As they conversed, they arrived at the backyard. Upon hearing YLYO's question, BIY's round eyes widened in surprise, and he gestured. "You don't know?" YLYO shook his head, genuinely perplexed. "Should I know?" They reached the courtyard where YLYO had initially enjoyed barbecue. The head chef approached YLYO, asking what he would like to eat. YLYO shook his head and asked BIY, "Are you eating?" BIY also shook his head. YLYO told the head chef it was unnecessary, and the two took a seat in the pavilion. As noon approached, the sunlight outside grew increasingly glaring. When YLYO turned his head, he happened to see B.I.Y. gazing up at the sky. Noticing that B.I.Y. did not seem inclined to converse, Lyo refrained from urging him. In truth, Lyo was quite curious. He wondered about B.I.Y.'s identity and was perplexed by the question B.I.Y. had posed earlier. Yet, as these curiosities began to surface, they swiftly faded from his mind. Instead, Lyo recalled QNYO's earlier query regarding his unhappiness. Suddenly, Lyo's brow furrowed, and his eyes glistened with moisture. Indeed, why was he unhappy? Today he had met QNYO and savored the oat milk he had long wished for. Although GRU had not treated QNYO well, following today, she could no longer harm him. Lyo should be feeling joyous. The delightful emotions had just begun to bubble up when they were swiftly overshadowed by a profound sorrow. However, as Lyo prepared to delve into this anguish, the accumulated feelings in his mind dissipated in an instant. This sensation was curiously familiar, akin to a preordained program etched within his consciousness. Whenever he broached the subject, the data would be automatically purged. It was an odd feeling. Suddenly, Lyo sensed B.I.Y. gently tapping his shoulder. B.I.Y.'s beautiful brow was furrowed in concern as he gestured. You seem to have lost a portion of your memory. I am uncertain if it is due to that person, but you helped me in the past, and I promise to seek you out today. Therefore, I shall share everything I know, though I cannot guarantee that you will be able to recall it afterward. Pay close attention, he added. Lyo was taken aback. Amnesia? Had he truly forgotten? No, he was absolutely certain he had not lost his memory. Yet B.I.Y. did not afford him the opportunity to explain, continuing to gesture. So far, we have met 4 times, including our last encounter at the resort. During our first meeting, I was on a mission, but I failed because I developed feelings for my target. Mission? Target? Confusión Claudia de Y o S. B.I.Y. continued. In this encounter, you saved me, and I promised to assist you, but you insisted you had no need for my help and left. In our second meeting, I was still on a mission. How frustrating. Having already experienced it once, I had to go through it again, all because of you. Nevertheless, you helped me once more, for which I am grateful, and you asked me to pose a question when we next met. Lyo's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively inquired, have you found a way to save them? B.I.Y. nodded and then shook his head, due to the constraints of the world's rules. I cannot write that person's name. However, you haven't forgotten your own name, have you? Could it be that the time has been reset 4 times, causing a glitch in the program? Reset time? What did that mean? Lyo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. This sensation mirrored the pain he had experienced when GRU was about to push QNYO forward as a scapegoat, an agonizing ache emanating from the depths of his soul. Within mere seconds, a sheen of sweat broke out on Lyo's forehead, his vision blurring, making it difficult to discern B.I.Y.'s gestures. As he neared the brink of endurance, he suddenly sensed that the restrictive program binding him had loosened slightly. With this alleviation, the searing pain in his mind diminished somewhat. Steeling himself, Lyo looked up at B.I.Y. again and felt a profound, ancient memory being unlocked. In unison, they spoke. Lyo, I am not called, I am one. B.I.Y. responded, you're not called, you are one. He was the premier regulatory system of the Temporal Regulatory Bureau, designated as one. The hastily scribbled note he had handed to Lyo merged lowercase letters and the number 1, which led to the misinterpretation. When pronounced in pinyin, it becomes Lyo. He was known as one, and also as Lyo. Chapter 90. Cold and unfeeling. The Temporal Regulatory Bureau comprises numerous departments, with 1's department primarily tasked with maintaining the stability of small worlds and ensuring that the trajectories of their protagonists lead to predetermined, perfect conclusions. As the foremost system of the regulatory department, every small world under its jurisdiction achieved a flawless ending, except for the world numbered 202-31007. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the heat of the pavilion. Lyo felt a significant drop in temperature and, upon looking up, discovered that the blazing sun had been obscured by dark clouds, which piled upon one another, heralding an impending storm. B.I.Y. signed. Have you remembered? Yes, remember. B.I.Y. inquired. So will you succeed this time? When did it all begin? After much contemplation, one recalled that it should have commenced with the conclusion of the world 200-70501. The narrative of this world can be summarized in one phrase: a lucky koi living a victorious life. The protagonist of this world was Ch.Ing.Fi, yet one favored a character who met an untimely demise mid-story, YFN. All regulatory systems possess absolute control over the small worlds they oversee. They can correct chaotic plots or amend predetermined narratives. The former rewards the regulatory system with points from the Master God system, while the latter deducts points based on the severity of the plot's collapse. Points serve as currency within the system space. When points accumulate to a certain degree, the regulatory system gains the opportunity to choose between continuing under the supervision of the Master God system or relinquishing its identity to become a human in the small world. One had amassed points long ago, though he could not recall the exact number of digits in his point total. He had an abundance of points, yet he chose to forego the option of becoming human. The management system of the regulatory department, Chi, once queried one as to why he did not select humanity. Humans are not weak, she responded after a moment's pause, smiling. Your perception of them as fragile beings stems from your lack of experience in the vibrant and multifaceted life they lead. And you have yet to encounter the most exquisite emotions in the world. One's tone remained unwavering. I indeed do not comprehend why the strong abandon all they possess to become insignificant beings. However, I am certain that I do not wish to experience such a life. Chi appeared surprised. So you have never visited the human world in your true form? One shook his head. Systems lack a physical form. They are merely a series of data, an immense collection of data. Yet, the Master God system endows all systems with the ability to acquire corporeality. By visiting the points marketplace and spending several hundred to several thousand points, they can redeem a tangible form of their choosing. For instance, System 2 found cats adorable, so he exchanged points for a feline form. One had seen it, a plump orange cat adorned with 2 jingling bells beneath its tail. Each time Chi encountered 2, she would ask, "Aren't you going to consider being neutered?" Every time, 2 would bristle in response, "Chi, how many times must I emphasize that I am a system? Besides, my bells are quite beautiful." Whenever I visit a small world, many humans compliment me, and other cats, especially females, often approach me favorably, even though my orientation is not toward cats. As their banter continued, 2 would pull one aside. "Tell me, how splendid are these bells? Why does she insist on having me neutered? You must weigh in." Unable to resist, one glanced at the 2 round, jingling bells and inquired, "Do you ever utilize those bells?" 2's eyes widened in astonishment. Autumn was momentarily taken aback. Is this even a question one can ask? Anger surged within 2. Yet realizing that one was oblivious, he chose not to pursue the matter further, instead biting his teeth in indignation and exclaiming, "Of course, I have no use for it. I have emphasized numerous times that my sexual orientation is not feline." One retorted, then just cut it off. 2 was left speechless. "Huh?" Autumn instinctively covered her mouth. One continued, "Useless things are merely burdens. Thus, I believe you should sever it." That conversation concluded with 2 seething with rage and Autumn's unabashed laughter. One remained perplexed as to why 2 would not utilize his own bell, yet was unwilling to part with it. However, he had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. His daily routine was rather straightforward. Monitor the small world, conclude its narrative, seal it away, and then depart for another realm. Yet, this incident planted a seed of doubt within one's programming, lingering until he took over the world of 200-70501. During an oversight of the narrative, he inadvertently observed 2 stray cats frolicking in the garden. It was there that he encountered a young Yifan. At that time, Yifan was merely a primary school student, traversing this park daily on his way to and from school. One was then observing from a divine perspective the 2 stray cats grooming each other when a filthy little Yifan, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, approached. Though one was not well versed in feline behavior, he understood that any creature would instinctively shy away from unfamiliar beings. Yet these 2 cats did not. Not only did they remain, but upon hearing Yifan's voice, they stood up and approached him, nuzzling against his pant legs. The dirty little boy squatted down and gently stroked the cats' heads, rubbing their chins, ultimately retrieving pre-prepared cat food from his backpack to feed them. One was suddenly curious. What did the cats feel like? Why did the little Yifan display joy while the kittens purred contentedly? The answers to these questions seemed simple. All one needed to do was exchange points for a body to experience it all. Yet he refrained. To obtain a body merely for petting cats felt excessive. And more importantly, once he exchanged for a body, 5 years would have to pass in the timeline of the Temporal Bureau before he could acquire another. One found it lacking in value. After all, while a body could not be readily exchanged, he, as data, could effortlessly morph into myriad forms without physicality, be it a small creature, an odd object, or even a human. Thus, one afternoon of surveillance, one whimsically crafted a virtual persona to observe little Yi Fan feeding the cats in the garden. He maintained a considerable distance. Although Yi Fan could see him, as long as he did not approach, he would remain unaware of one's true nature. Viewing Yi Fan from this angle while he fed the cats provided a novel experience. Consequently, one returned daily for several days. On the final day, Friday, little Yi Fan suddenly addressed him, "Little brother, do you also like cats?" Months later, a sudden snowstorm claimed the life of a small tabby. The following day, little Yi Fan brought home the remaining calico in his backpack. After a heated argument, Yi Fan's family ultimately decided to keep the little cat. Yi Fan was overjoyed. As for the deceased tabby, Yi Fan buried it in the park. The calico found a home, bringing joy to both Yi Fan and the cat. However, one did not share in their elation, for this meant he could no longer observe the kittens through his virtual form. Yet, one did not dwell on this for long. Subsequently, while overseeing narratives, he would often glance at Yi Fan, observing him with his new feline companion. The little cat thrived in its newfound comfort away from the streets. Until the year Yi Fan was in 6th grade, one calm and unanticipated night, the calico suddenly succumbed to heart disease. Yi Fan was unaware of the cause of the cat's demise. He only knew that upon awakening the next day, the calico's body had grown stiff. It was one who scanned the cat's body and concluded that it had died suddenly from a heart condition. One felt a twinge of regret. Yet the incident did not deeply affect him. Conversely, little Yi Fan felt as though the sky had collapsed, weeping for an entire day over the loss of his cat, which adversely impacted his entrance examination for junior high. After the examination, one witnessed Yi Fan burying the calico in the same park as before. Why not simply dispose of the remains? 2. Embodying the image of an orange cat, seemed to furrow his brow upon hearing this question. After a lengthy pause, he replied, "Perhaps it is due to sorrow?" One was puzzled. 2 continued, "The departure of life signifies an everlasting absence. Perhaps that child you mentioned felt too heartbroken part with it." Then, 2 inquired, "By the way, does he still have cats?" One responded, "No longer." Ever since the calico's passing, Yi Fan had ceased to keep any cats. Following that, one seldom visited Yi Fan, yet as the overseer of the world, he would occasionally catch glimpses of Yi Fan's updates. For instance, Yi Fan consistently ranked at the top of his exams. Furthermore, he gained admission to their city's key high school. Tragically, just a day before Yi Fan's college entrance examination, he met with an untimely demise in a car accident. The provincial top scorer, who should have been Yi Fan, fell into the hands of the protagonist of the small world, Cheng Fei. It was the first time one felt a dissonance in the course of events. To seek clarification, he specifically approached Autumn, asking, "Why must Yi Fan die?" Autumn's persona embodied humanity. She was a mature and insightful woman, not conventionally beautiful, yet possessing an overall grace. After listening to one's question, she furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating for a considerable time before responding, "1. Do you have feeling for this child?" Without hesitation, one shook his head. He was the regulatory system, merely bored with the narrative and observing Yi Fan out of curiosity, perhaps due to the frequency of his observations. He had developed a notable impression of Yi Fan and felt a slight twinge of regret at his death. Autumn stated, Yi Fan's death was predestined. Only through his demise could Cheng Fei attain fortune and become the provincial top scorer, thereby ensuring the narrative's coherence. One listened, perplexed. Is it all merely to maintain narrative consistency? Autumn affirmed. But Yi Fan is not a villain, one countered. That is not reasonable. One opened his mouth, intending to defend Yi Fan and extol his virtues. Yet he soon realized a troubling question. Why was he so entangled in Yi Fan's death? Autumn's beautiful black eyes fixed upon one. She asked, "Do you not wish for Yi Fan to live?" One replied, "He is not the antagonist. In the small world, only villains should perish. This is unjust." Autumn suddenly chuckled. One was bewildered. Autumn remarked, "I am delighted. I never expected our cold and unfeeling one system would be incensed by the death of a supporting character. I must hasten to share this with 2. One clarified, "I am not angry, and please refrain from describing me as cold and unfeeling." Autumn was already excitedly sharing this revelation with 2, entirely disregarding one's explanation. After notifying 2, Autumn turned to one with a smile. "So, do you wish to save him?" One frowned. "Why would I save him?" The excitement in Autumn's eyes gradually faded, her astonishment evident. "So you still do not understand?" At this moment, two excitedly rushed over, exclaiming, "Is our emotionless first system finally beginning to comprehend feelings?" One calmly replied, "Please refrain from describing me as emotionless. It is rather impolite." Two, unable to contain a laugh, remarked, "It seems he still doesn't understand." Autumn then inquired, "So one, are you interested in exploring the realm of emotions?" The flow of time in the Time and Space Bureau differed from that of the small worlds. Within the brief conversation, the story of 200700501 had reached its conclusion. While one had been chatting with Autumn, he, being a system, could manage numerous tasks simultaneously. Observing the small world approaching its perfect ending, one confirmed the conclusion on the system panel. A new prompt appeared. The conclusion of the 2007050 one small world has been completed. Please confirm with the monitoring system. Upon confirmation, this world will be immediately sealed. Sealing the world implies that its timeline will no longer be restarted. The world will continue to operate according to its natural laws until the next narrative requiring oversight arises, at which point it will be restarted. However, even upon restarting, the sealed narrative is not permitted to be reopened. This means that if one confirmed the sealing of the world now, Yifan's death would forever remain unchanged. For the first time, one hesitated. "Why are you hesitating?" Autumn asked. Two also turned to look at him. One stared at the confirmation panel for quite some time before finally asking, "I don't know." He was unsure why he hesitated, and even more perplexed as to why he felt regret over Yifan's death. Suddenly, Two leaned closer to Autumn and whispered, "What's with him? How can he be so clueless?" Autumn pondered. "Do you wish to restart the timeline and alter Yifan's fate?" For the first time, one did not retort with a question, but instead asked, "Why would I want to do that?" Two immediately responded, "Indeed, you are beginning to understand emotions." One frowned. Autumn contemplated for a moment before stating, "Upon completion of the small world's narrative, there is a 3-day period for confirmation. Before this period ends, would you like to understand the reason?" "How would I do that? Restart the timeline?" One inquired. "No, I will send you to the next world," Autumn replied. "This is a narrative that has never been initiated. I once pressed the pause button. I am uncertain whether my actions will help you grasp emotions, but I believe the time has come." One did not comprehend the meaning of Autumn's words, and Two was equally puzzled. Autumn continued, "However, in this world, one, you cannot use a virtual body, nor can you observe this world from a godlike perspective. You must personally experience it." "Experience?" One questioned, perplexed. "Yes, experience human life. Experience human emotions, using your original self to engage directly," Autumn affirmed. "Moreover, you need to interact with every character in this world, including supporting and antagonistic roles." One was further confused. "I understand engaging with supporting characters, but why must I interact with the villains? Aren't they the bad ones?" Autumn shook his head, smiling as he said, "One, not everyone in the world is purely black or white, and not all villains are malevolent. You must comprehend this for yourself." Upon finishing his statement, Autumn relinquished the permissions for the 2023107 world. "Go exchange for a body and personally experience human life," he urged, heeding Autumn's advice. One exchanged for a body in the Points Mall. Instead of choosing an adult form, he selected the body of a 5-year-old child, its appearance randomly generated. Thus, he entered the 2023107 world. Walking and speaking in a human body for the first time was an entirely new experience. One spent a day studying himself and those around him before deciding to seek out the protagonists of this world. After all, Autumn had informed him that this world was a fusion of multiple narrative lines, indicating that there was more than one protagonist. Having overseen many such worlds before, he assumed this world would present no challenges. On the second day, one sought out Su Rue. At that time, Su Rue had just entered the entertainment industry, and when one approached, he found Su Rue sitting alone outside his apartment, in tears. Standing at a distance, one recalled Autumn's admonitions and moved closer to Su Rue. Yet, before he could reach him, Su Rue's cold voice rang out. "What do you want, brat?" One was momentarily taken aback and replied, "I get lost." Sorridi tortiv. His eyes filled with disdain as he wiped away his tears, adding, "Annoying little brat." One froze in place. He wished to explain that he was not a brat, but the overseer of this world. However, Su Rue refused him the opportunity to explain, turning and walking away. Watching him leave, one felt even more confused. This did not make sense. The monitoring system could see the fates of all individuals within the small world, and one was well aware of Su Rue's eventual outcome. At the conclusion, Su Rue had a child he adored dearly. So how could he possibly dislike children? One was baffled and decided to observe Su Rue again the next day. Initially, one intended to go directly to Su Rue's home, but then he recalled the laws of this world and opted to wait at Su Rue's doorstep instead. I'm not stalking you. I know you live here and came specifically to find you, he explained. Were you to look for me? Get away from my door. Otherwise, I will call security. So one attempted to communicate further, but Su Rue continued to refuse to engage, even hurling insults at him. One was bewildered. Why was this happening? Was Su Rue merely in a bad mood? It was certainly possible, but that did not justify his rudeness. Besides, wasn't Su Rue depicted as the most good-natured protagonist in the narrative? Once again, one sensed an incongruity, yet he was not ready to leave just yet. He wished to remain and observe. Thus, he witnessed Su Rue unjustly venting his anger on his assistant, splashing a cup of scalding water on the unfortunate aide. He observed Su Rue's dissatisfaction with a collaborating artist, secretly hiring trolls to tarnish the artist's reputation. He even saw Su Rue kick a stray cat that crossed his path. Only after Su Rue departed did one reveal himself. He picked up the injured cat, which was bleeding, and took it to the local animal hospital. The doctor inquired where the cat had come from, and one truthfully replied that he had found it. The doctor then asked how the cat had been injured, to which one explained that someone had kicked it. The doctor's brow furrowed as he asked if one had any money. One shook his head. The doctor sighed, but did not abandon the cat due to one's lack of funds. One watched as the doctor examined the cat, performed surgery, and ultimately placed it in a cage for treatment. After some contemplation, one decided let it be adopted by someone else. He was merely a system here to experience human emotions. He had no time to care for a kitten. Yet, after this incident, for some inexplicable reason, he suddenly felt disinclined to continue following Su Rue. He recalled Autumn's words, that not all villains are truly bad, and that he should seek to understand these antagonistic characters. Thus, he resolved to observe the villains instead. Nevertheless, being a villain comes with its own inherent dangers. In the previous small worlds, villains were invariably the most perilous characters. Moreover, in this peculiar realm, these antagonists seemed to reside together, almost as if they were family. Thus, with a sense of caution, I refrained from approaching them recklessly. Upon exiting the pet hospital, a flurry of snow began to fall from the sky like goose feathers. I stealthily infiltrated the Huo residence, taking refuge amidst the flower bushes as night descended. The entire Huo family was home that evening. I observed them joyfully skewering meat together. Huo Ba helped Huo Ma tie on her apron. Huo Jing set aside his computer to assist with the dishes, and Huo Zhe incessantly pestered Huo Yan with various questions. Although Huo Yan was somewhat troubled by his role and not particularly knowledgeable about the matters of the team, he patiently helped Huo Zhe reach out to friends. With a barbecue grill set up, the family gathered around to enjoy their feast. The skewers sizzled over the flames, the oil crackling as a medley of spices was added, releasing an enticing aroma. I instinctively swallowed. Following this subconscious gesture, I quickly realized that I must be craving barbecue. What does barbecue taste like? I pondered, uncertain, yet I'd seen countless individuals in various small worlds express their fondness for it. I resolved to try it myself when the opportunity arose. As the snow continued to fall heavily that night, the Huo family engaged in trivial conversations, their laughter ringing out. I found it difficult to comprehend the source of their joy. Gradually, my eyelids grew heavy, and I realized that I had likely dozed off. This sensation was quite extraordinary. However, since acquiring a human body, I had indeed experienced many sensations that had previously eluded my understanding. I thought that perhaps sleeping was not so bad after all, especially since I struggled to grasp the conversations of the Huo family. I decided to take a nap, hoping that upon awakening, they might discuss a topic I could comprehend more readily. Yet, it seemed I had slept for an unusually long time. When morning arrived and the sky brightened, Huo Ba went outside to tend to his flowers and stumbled upon a child encircled by snow in the flower bushes. Startled, he exclaimed. My consciousness was jolted awake. Feeling Huo Ba scoop me up, I found the embrace to be incredibly warm and devoid of malice. So I did not resist as he carried me into the warmth of the house. Su Rue had spoken harshly to me upon our first encounter and had not been pleasant during our second meeting either. Thus, I was curious to see how these villains would react to my unconscious form. Chapter 91. The greatest villain, the steward hurriedly fetched clean clothes and a blanket. Huo Ma cradled the child in her arms and began to remove his thin outer coat. However, as she was doing so, she paused in disbelief. Was this child truly discovered in the snow? Huo Ba replied, of course. Huo Ma then inquired, but how is he still warm? Huo Ba was taken aback. Warm? Regardless, she insisted, quickly, call a doctor. The family doctor arrived promptly. Upon receiving me, he trembled slightly. It was below 10 degrees last night. How could this child be found in the snow? Huo Ba briefly recounted the circumstances of my discovery, adding, but he should be fine now. How can this be? The doctor remarked, reaching out to touch my face. The warmth was palpable. I indeed seemed to be without issue. The doctor's brows furrowed. He is genuinely warm. After completing a thorough examination of my heartbeat and pulse, the doctor was astonished. There really doesn't seem to be any problem. Then what is he? Huo Ma whispered. The doctor pondered for a moment before stating, he appears to be merely asleep. But how did he end up in the garden? Huo Ba and Huo Ma exchanged glances, both evidently curious about this very question. The Huo family estate was expansive, and its location was not in the bustling city center. The entire villa community housed only a few residences. Besides the Huo family, there were only 3 other households, all of which they knew well. Yet none had reported a child of this age. Nevertheless, Huo Ba took it upon himself to inquire at each house. As for me, still in a state of unconsciousness, the doctor conducted a comprehensive examination, ultimately concluding that I had no significant issues and was likely just very tired. There were more words left unspoken by the doctor, but Huo Ba and Huo Ma understood. It was only I, in my stupor, who grasped half of the situation. The more I pondered, the more perplexed I became. In this world, the Huo family were all villains, and I was certain I had not misplaced myself. Yet, their actions toward me did not align with what one would expect for villains. They did not ignore a stranger in need, nor did they cast me aside as a burden. Once it was confirmed that I was unharmed, Huo Ba and Huo Ma instructed the steward to carry me for a bath. The warm water cascaded over me. A sensation of immense comfort enveloped my being. I had begun to feel less sleepy, yet for some reason, the warmth of the water lulled me back into drowsiness. As the steward bathed me, Huo Ba and Huo Ma remained nearby, watching and conversing. Huo Ma remarked, what a poor child. Huo Ba nodded. Though he seems physically well, he appears quite thin. One wonders how long he has been wandering outside. Is it possible he was abducted and escaped? Huo Ma questioned. Huo Ba replied, that is indeed a possibility. Let him sleep a little longer. If he doesn't awaken soon, we should rouse him to eat something. Huo Ma agreed, adding, given the freezing temperatures outside, it would be best for him to stay with us for the time being. At this point, I understood that the couple intended to keep me. But why would they wish to do so? I had overseen many small worlds, several of which bore similarities to the setting of 202-31007. In those worlds, the benevolent protagonists always took the initiative to aid those in need. However, the individuals whom the protagonists assisted were rarely ordinary. Those secondary characters, when faced with misfortune, encountered kind protagonists, and upon regaining their fortunes, they repaid the protagonists 100-fold. With the support of these secondary characters, the protagonist's strength, social standing, or wealth would undergo a significant transformation. In other words, the protagonist's endeavors and lives would ascend to new heights, thereby propelling the narrative forward. Yet, I was not an essential supporting character within the storyline. Even if the entire Huo family rescued and aided me, I would not extend a hand to any of them. Yet, Huo Ba and Huo Ma still chose to save me. I found this utterly baffling. After the steward completed my bath, Huo Ma personally dressed me in fresh clothes, and soon I was nestled into a warm, dry bed. Outside, the heavy snow continued to fall, while inside, the atmosphere was tranquil and warm, infused with a faint, pleasant fragrance from the bedding. I felt I should not simply succumb to slumber, yet my body was undeniably at ease. The system itself does not experience fatigue. Only my human body does. The weariness of the past few days dissipated entirely, and so I quickly succumbed to deep sleep once more. During a moment of repose for the human body, one reverted to the role of overseer, embarking on a leisurely exploration of the entire Huo household. Huo Ba and Huo Ma were early risers, and only after they had bathed one and tucked him snugly in a bed did the clock strike 7. As they descended the staircase, the 3 other mischievous brothers of the Huo family began to awaken in succession. Upon hearing that Huo Ba had found a child in the garden, Huo Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. How old is the child? 5 years old, replied Huo Ma. With no hesitation, Huo Ba delivered a playful punch to Huo Zhe's head. Huo Zhe clutched his head, wailing in protest, while the other 3 could not suppress their laughter. Yosha, if your brain is malfunctioning, go get it treated. How could I ever have given birth to such a wayward child? Huo Ba exclaimed in exasperation. Yosha. with tears welling in his eyes, protested. But that's how it's written in novels, TV shows, and anime. This is a reasonable assumption. By heavens, I must give you a good thrashing today. Huo Ba was beside himself with fury, chasing Huo Zhe in circles around the living room. Observing this scene unfold, one inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, they were all villains. How could they maintain a facade of harmony? The tension in the air today felt just right, contrasting sharply with the pretense he had witnessed last night. As Huo Zhe continued to howl while being pinned to the ground by Huo Ba, one felt an unprecedented sense of ease. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If last night was merely a ruse, then when Huo Ba and Huo Ma said they would keep him, could it be that they had ulterior motives? Huo Ma had mentioned child trafficking. Was it possible they intended to fatten him up for sale? One glanced at his own human form. This face, conjured spontaneously, was undeniably quite adorable, with delicate features resembling that of a doll. Even if Huo Ba and Huo Ma truly intended to sell him, one had means to extricate himself. Yet, for reasons unknown, the mere thought of such a possibility stirred within him an inexplicable emotion. This feeling felt familiar, reminiscent of the day Yi Fan perished. Yet it was subtly different. Upon reflection, this sentiment resembled the disquiet he experienced when witnessing Su Rue kick a kitten. He couldn't quite articulate it, but it was not one of joy. Rather, it left him feeling uneasy, to the point where he wished to leave the Huo residence. He donned a down jacket, resting on the bedside, and prepared to depart. However, just as he reached for the window, the door to the guest room swung open. "Oh, you're awake?" It was Huo Yan, his voice laced with surprise, followed by the query, "Aren't you cold walking barefoot?" Initially, one had intended to take flight through the window, but with Huo Yan's arrival, he found himself unable to escape. Huo Yan rushed forward, scooping one into his arms with a broad smile, using one hand to lift him while the other playfully pinched one's cheeks. So adorable. "How about you join my next film as a child actor?" One merely stared at him in silence. Huo Yan scrutinized him and, puzzled, asked, "You can't speak?" Still, one remained mute. Huo Yan, intrigued, exclaimed in surprise and quickly carried one downstairs. One cast his gaze downward, realizing that escape was no longer an option. Huo Yan, hurrying down the stairs, completely forgot to put shoes on him. "No, Mom, that's not important." Huo Yan insisted in haste. "How can it not be important? What if he catches a chill?" Huo Ma retorted, already on her way to find socks. Then came Huo Yan's declaration. "I think he is mute." Huo Ma froze in place, and the rest of the Huo family turned their attention to one in unison. "Mute?" Huo Ba echoed, astonished. Huo Jing frowned. "I'll call the doctor." By this time, Huo Zhe had gathered around and scrutinized one closely, breaking into a grin. "But he is so cute. Can I hold him?" Huo Yan refused. Huo Zhe reached out again. One pursed his lips, feigning ignorance. Huo Zhe looked disappointed. "Second brother, please let me hold him." Huo Yan remained obstinate, and Huo Zhe, like a relentless echo, circled around Huo Yan and one. Frustrated, Huo Yan was about to snap when one suddenly realized that Huo Zhe bore no visible injuries. This was perplexing. Had he not just been pinned down by Huo Ba? Was their bickering merely child's play? One found this astonishing and extended a hand towards Huo Zhe. Huo Zhe's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Hey, the little mute wants to be held." At this moment, Huo Yan could no longer refuse and reluctantly handed one over to Huo Zhe. The instant Huo Zhe took one in his arms, he abruptly tossed him into the air. One's pupils dilated. What was this villain doing? Before he could ascend, Huo Zhe swiftly caught him, grinning as he asked, "How was that? Was it fun to be lifted high?" One scanned Huo Zhe's body once more, confirming that he bore no injuries, concluding that perhaps Huo Zhe was simply a bit daft. Huo Ma shot a disapproving glance at Huo Zhe. "Don't frighten him." Huo Zhe chuckled. "I'm just teasing him," as he settled onto the sofa, still holding the bewildered one, and inquired, "Was it fun? You can't really be mute, can you? A mute as cute as you?" One replied, "I am not." The words that tumbled from his lips sounded soft and delicate. Huo Zhe rejoiced. "You can talk." Huo Yan suddenly appeared displeased. "Why didn't you speak when I was holding you?" Huo Jing remarked, "Then it seems the doctor need not come." At this moment, Huo Ba and Huo Ma also approached one. Huo Ba asked, "Whose child are you?" Huo Ma smiled broadly. "Are you hungry? Auntie has already instructed the kitchen to prepare congee for you. It will be ready shortly." Upon hearing the mention of congee, one's guard went up as he glanced at Huo Ma. He thought to himself, surely they intend to fatten him up for sale. Nevertheless, he felt a tinge of curiosity towards human food. The system did not require sustenance, yet his body did. After several days, he found himself quite famished. He nodded in response to Huo Ma. Huo Ma clasped her hands to her face, exclaiming, "Oh my, he is so adorable. Even cuter than the three brothers when they were little." The three brothers protested. Huo, no need to compare. Huo Ma, undeterred, swiftly took one from Huo's arms and led him to the dining room. The chef had already brought out the congee and other dishes. Huo Ma placed one at the table, smiling as she served him congee while adding generous portions of vegetables to his plate. "Be careful, it's hot. Can you eat by yourself?" One nodded. After a moment's contemplation, he expressed his gratitude. Although they might have ulterior motives, they were also providing him with food. One was a system of impeccable manners. The congee Huo Ma served was a bowl of vegetable and lean meat porridge, with the minced meat and greens simmered to tenderness. Remembering how humans in his previous small world used spoons to eat porridge, he attempted to mimic them by scooping a spoonful. Just as he was about to bring it to his mouth, Huo Ma hurriedly stopped him. One looked up at her, his eyes filled with confusion. Huo Ma chuckled. "You claimed you could eat by yourself, yet you don't know to blow on it first?" With that, she took the spoon from his hand, blew gently on the congee to ensure it wouldn't scald him, and then offered the spoon to one. He glanced down at the congee by his mouth, feeling a peculiar sensation. Despite being an omnipotent system, why did he still require someone to feed him? He insisted on feeding himself. With no other option, Huo Ma handed him the spoon again, cautioning him repeatedly to be careful of the heat. He nodded. This time, he refrained from recklessly scooping a large mouthful and instead took small bites with the spoon. As the soft and tender congee touched his lips, its fragrant aroma quickly spread across his palate. His eyes widened slightly, realizing the congee tasted this delightful. He enjoyed it immensely. The small bowl of congee soon reached the bottom. Observing this, Huo Ma was quite pleased and asked, "Would you like some milk?" He nodded. Huo Ma brought him a glass of sweet milk. Initially, the taste of the milk felt somewhat strange, but soon he detected its sweetness. He liked this milk. Thus, for breakfast, he finished a bowl of congee, drank a glass of milk, and even enjoyed an entire donut while listening to Huo Ma's gentle voice. After consuming all this, he suddenly hiccuped uncontrollably. He had never hiccuped before and was momentarily stunned. Huo Ma noticed his bewilderment and leaned in to ask, "What's wrong?" After a moment of thought, he replied, "I hiccuped." Huo Ma chuckled. "You've eaten too much. It's fine. Let those three brothers take you for a walk to help with digestion." He looked up. Huo Yin and Huo were already approaching him. Huo placed a hat on his head, while Huo Yin wrapped a scarf around his neck. "Let us go for a stroll in the garden," Huo Yin suggested. He thought to himself that he was likely about to be sold. However, the inexplicable emotion he had felt earlier had dissipated. The donut congee and sweet milk were all delightful, and he could temporarily overlook their intentions. He got off the chair, and Huo and Huo Yin took his hands, one on each side. He wondered if they feared he would run away. Although he was indeed prepared to flee, it was not the right moment. Once outside, the temperature dropped sharply. Huo remarked, "So you slept in the flower bushes last night?" He considered nodding, but suddenly recalled that if a normal human slept outside in the snow for a night, they would surely perish. Thus, he corrected himself, saying no, just for a little while. Huo Yin inquired, "Then how did you come to our home? Did you climb over the wall?" He certainly flew in, but chose to remain silent. Huo and Huo Yin exchanged glances, and Huo asked, "Where are your parents?" Upon hearing this, both brothers were momentarily taken aback. "Sell you?" Huo was perplexed. "Why would we sell you?" Huo Yin was equally confused. "What on earth are you thinking? Why would we sell you?" He opted for silence. He still could not mask his emotions, and his clear eyes conveyed a profound message. "Isn't it so?" Huo Yin laughed, and Huo burst into hearty laughter. Huo Ba explained, "Indeed, this morning we asked around, and no one reported a missing child. So we contacted you to take a look." He stared at the police, feeling somewhat dazed. The antagonistic family had called the police? Were they reporting themselves? No, that didn't make sense. The police had now approached him, and the lead officer squatted down, smiling as he asked, "Little friend, do you remember your parents' phone number?" He understood now. The antagonistic family hadn't called the police to report themselves. They intended to help him find his family. Therefore, his earlier assumption that they would sell him was unfounded. He was puzzled by this revelation, glancing at Huo Ma standing nearby. If he was not afraid of being sold, how could he fear the police? He was merely curious as to why the antagonistic family had not sold him. Their actions were entirely different from those of typical antagonists, almost resembling the protagonists from novels. His brow furrowed slightly. It was then that he recalled Chio's words. Not everyone in this world is purely black or white, nor are all antagonists inherently evil. The entire Huo family was antagonistic, yet they did not fit the traditional mold of villains. On the seventh day, in the world of 202-31007, he grasped this truth. The police ultimately did not extract any information, as he was lost in thought and had remained silent throughout. The officers speculated that the child might be somewhat withdrawn, unwilling to speak, and thus did not press him further. Meanwhile, Huoyin and Huo shared his earlier remark from the garden as a joke with the police and Huoba and Huoma. Consequently, Huoba took him to the police station once more. He tilted his head at Huoba, still perplexed. Having overseen many worlds, he understood that one of the most significant emotions in humanity is love, which bears similarities to affection but is not identical. He was uncertain about the distinction. He also did not know whether this affection was akin to his fondness for milk and donuts. Nevertheless, one thing he could affirm was that the Huo family would not harm him, nor would they speak to him harshly like Su Rue. Interacting with them felt comfortable. Since he sought to comprehend human emotions, he decided to stay close to them. Thus, he truly settled in with the Huo family. Huoba and Huojing were typically busy with work, seldom at home during the day. Huoyin and Huo also had their responsibilities, leaving Huoma to spend the most time with him. Huoma prepared numerous delicious meals for him and would watch dramas and read books with him. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and the Huo family gathered once more to celebrate the new year. Huoba and Huoma rose early to prepare. Even Huojing, who usually never parted from his computer, set it aside to help in the kitchen. They prepared an enormous feast, and the family joyously shared the meal. In the afternoon, Huo and Huoyin took him to play in the snow, and after enjoying the New Year's Eve dinner, they went to watch fireworks. Each experience was novel for him, and undeniably, he relished all of it. However, upon waking from slumber, he suddenly felt unwell, realizing his head was spinning and his body felt heavy. He quickly grasped that he had caught a cold. Dragging his sluggish body downstairs, he informed Huoma of his condition. Undoubtedly, this was the most regretful decision he had made since arriving at the Huo household. After disclosing his fever, Huoma promptly summoned a doctor. The doctor assured her it was nothing serious but prescribed medication. He despised taking medicine. The pills were bitter and unpleasant, and there was a dark, viscous liquid. Huoma claimed that drinking this liquid would quickly alleviate his throat pain, but he found it utterly unpalatable, akin to poison, and was unwilling to consume it. Similar situations had arisen before. After all, as a newcomer to humanity, many foods were novel to him, and while he enjoyed many, there were also numerous items he could not accept. For instance, he refused to eat bitter melon, scallions, ginger, and garlic. Whenever he expressed his dislike, Huoma would refrain from forcing him to eat. However, this time was different. Madame Huo unexpectedly altered her usual demeanor and insisted that one take the medicine. One understood that Madame Huo was acting in his best interest. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a deep discontent. These sentiments, however, were unvoiced. It was not due to any constraints, but rather the realization that should he articulate these thoughts, the Huo family would uncover their villainous identities. Within these small worlds, only the protagonists possess the ability to glimpse their futures. The antagonists are devoid of this privilege. Even if the protagonists were to learn of their fates, their predetermined destinies would remain unchanged. Conversely, the futures of the antagonists are susceptible to alteration. To ensure that the narrative unfolds towards its conclusion, they must remain oblivious to their ultimate fates. With this thought, one's discontent deepened. Seizing the moment when Mr. and Mrs. Huo were distracted, he departed without hesitation. Having interacted with the antagonistic Huo family for an ample duration, it was time for one to explore other characters. Who should he engage with this time? Perhaps he would seek out the most formidable antagonist in this realm. He recalled the name Qin Yao. Before meeting Qin Yao, one exchanged some points at the data marketplace to restore his human form to health. After completing this, he prepared to stealthily infiltrate Qin Yao's residence. Yet, being the most formidable antagonist in the 202-31007 small world, one was uncertain of Qin Yao's true nature. Thus, prior to clandestinely approaching the great antagonist, he perused Qin Yao's profile within the small world. Qin Yao, male, 23 years of age. Abandoned by his parents since childhood, his personality became twisted, obsessive, and ruthless. Upon reaching adulthood, he coveted the protagonist, clashing with him repeatedly, ultimately meeting his demise in a car accident after a series of defeats. As one read this, he felt a surge of caution. Having lived in a human world for half a month, he was no longer the Na-V system devoid of understanding of human nature. The term ruthless seemed rather severe. Indeed, not all antagonists are as amicable as the Huo family. Qin Yao's demeanor was reminiscent of the antagonists one had previously encountered. Therefore, this time, he resolved to observe Qin Yao from a distance rather than confront him directly. The villa belonging to Qin Yao was even more expansive than that of the Huo family. Utilizing his invisibility, one wandered around the vicinity of the Qin residence before taking a deep breath and soaring towards Qin Yao's room. He landed directly on Qin Yao's balcony. Upon touching down, he was momentarily taken aback. The expansive floor-to-ceiling balcony was blanketed with a thick layer of snow. In a shaded corner that basked in no sunlight, there stood a plump snowman. The snowman wore a hat, adorned with a red scarf, and had a carrot for a nose, holding a basket filled with a few candies. One's gaze lingered on the snowman, nearly unable to tear his eyes away. How delightful this snowman was, he mused. He had come to observe the formidable antagonist Qin Yao, not to admire a snowman. However, why would the great antagonist create a snowman on his own balcony? Filled with curiosity, he prepared to step indoors. Yet, he found himself unable to enter. In the frigid winter with snow falling, the balcony was unsealed, allowing the snowflakes to drift inside. However, it was inconceivable that Qin Yao would leave the floor-to-ceiling window of his bedroom ajar. Thus, even while invisible, one, now possessing a human form, found himself unable to gain entry, unless he relinquished his human body, which would leave it susceptible to the harsh cold and illness. With no other options, one crouched down before the glass door, stealthily observing the interior. However, after scanning the space, he found no sign of Qin Yao. Was he not home? Hastily, one checked Qin Yao's coordinates. Indeed, he was not at home. At this hour, Qin Yao was at the office. Yet, as he waited, his gaze inevitably drifted back to the snowman beside him. At 10 in the morning, the winter sun, lacking warmth, cast its light upon the balcony. Standing next to the snowman, one gently prodded its plump body and poked its carrot nose. The sensation of the snow was remarkably peculiar. Initially it felt cold, but after holding it for a brief moment, it would melt into a puddle of water. During his stay at the Huo residence, the three young antagonists had taken one to play in the snow. However, their activities had revolved around snowball fights, running, and jumping. While such merriment was enjoyable, they lacked the skill to mold snow, even struggling to form proper snowballs. Unlike this plump snowman, whose head was round and body pleasantly rotund, complemented by its beady eyes, rendering it irresistibly endearing. The morning sun was not particularly intense, but by afternoon, it began to warm, causing the snow on the outermost layer of the balcony to melt. Concerned that the snowman might be exposed to the sun, one deliberately positioned himself in a shaded spot. Throughout the afternoon, he sat outside Qin Yao's balcony, shielding the snowman from the sun while attempting to craft a small snowman of his own. This was a novel experience for one, and although he initially fumbled, he soon found his rhythm, being the most exceptional system. After a few failed attempts, he gradually honed his skills. Thus, by the end of the afternoon, the area outside Qin Yao's balcony was adorned with an array of snowmen of varying sizes, until he heard a melodious male voice proclaim, "Just delivered dinner to the study. I will not be coming down today." The man's voice trailed off abruptly. In the next moment, the glass door to the balcony was pulled open from within. One suddenly realized he had lingered too long. In an instant, a wave of inexplicable panic washed over him, and he even felt a flush creeping to his cheeks. Why was this happening? Then it dawned on him. Of course, he was invisible. The great antagonist could not see him. With a sigh of relief, he glanced up to quickly assess the young man. Dressed in a black suit that he had yet to remove, the flowing lines accentuated his almost perfect physique. One cast a brief glance before focusing on his facial features. To his astonishment, the formidable antagonist did not possess the fearsome countenance he had anticipated. Upon closer inspection, he quickly concluded that this antagonist was remarkably handsome, indeed, extraordinarily so. More importantly, there was no trace of malice upon his face. Observing him intently, one perceived an expression akin to that of the Huo family, suggesting a disposition that appeared quite amicable. However, one dared not approach Qin Yao unprepared. After all, he was the most formidable antagonist in this small world. What if this was merely a family? Indeed, individuals often exhibit different facets of themselves in varied company. For instance, Su Rue behaved differently in public than in private. One feared that Qin Yao might be similar, so he decided to sneak into Qin Yao's room for a more thorough observation. At that moment, The butler's voice echoed from the doorway. No one has come up all day. Qin Yao's gaze fell upon the somewhat disordered footprints on the balcony, his brow slightly furrowing. Once he confirmed that Qin Yao was not observing him, one cautiously took flight, ensuring he had the right angle before swiftly darting into the room beside Qin Yao. He moved with the swiftness of a gust of wind. The butler inquired, "Young master, what is the matter?" Qin Yao's gaze swept across the room, and after several seconds, he turned his head again, his eyes landing on the assortment of snowmen, both tall and short. He smiled gently and said, "It's fine. Please continue with your tasks." Although the butler was puzzled, he refrained from asking further questions and exited the room. As night gradually fell, Qin Yao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly admiring the row of snowmen on the balcony. After a long while, he suddenly walked outside, observing his actions. I quickly realized that while his body had indeed become invisible, he had forgotten to restore his snowman and the footprints in the snow to their original state. Qin Yao was the formidable antagonist in this small world, and having stared outside for so long, I felt a renewed sense of vigilance. Could he have already discovered my presence? If so, what was he doing? He had clearly noticed me, yet chose not to expose my existence, instead helping to cover my tracks. This scene felt eerily familiar. In a small world I had once overseen, there was an antagonist who was a deranged murderer. Upon discovering the protagonist's trail, he did not immediately raise an alarm. Instead, he waited for the protagonist to fall into a trap he had meticulously prepared. The thought sent an inexplicable surge of fear through me. No, I was a system. I had no reason to fear such occurrences. Yet now, possessing a human body, a mere 5-year-old child, I felt the trepidation associated with this physical form. I floated in midair, acutely aware of my body trembling slightly. Indeed, the great antagonist was far more terrifying than the ordinary antagonists. I had to act quickly. If this body continued to shake, I would be unable to observe Qin Yao properly. I hastily exited the human body and tucked myself into the system's storage space. After completing this, I sensed the trembling within me cease, yet for reasons unknown, a lingering unease remained. Was this the sensation of fear? It was quite uncomfortable. Should I continue observing the antagonist for another night and depart the following day? I made my decision and resumed my surveillance of Qin Yao from a watchful perspective. What was he smiling about? My system felt increasingly troubled. The deranged murderer had also smiled before entering his room, suggesting that Qin Yao shared this trait. It was only then that I recalled the description of Qin Yao, twisted and obsessive. But I quickly regained my composure. I was a system, not a human. Even if Qin Yao was a significant antagonist, what threat could a mere antagonist in a small world pose to me? Despite this reasoning, I felt a tinge of anxiety. I could not focus entirely on observing Qin Yao, so I diverted my attention to Chiu. Unbeknownst to me, Qin Yao had intended to change clothes in his bedroom, but for some reason, he hesitated and instead took his garments to the cloakroom. The passage of time in the main system space differed from that in the small world. Chiu, curious, asked what happened. I pondered for a moment before responding. Although I do not yet have a thorough understanding of human emotions, I have grasped the concept of fear. Chiu was baffled. How could I feel fear in a world that posed no threat to the system? Yet, I had no time to explain as I swiftly departed again. When I redirected my focus to Qin Yao's room, it was already the following morning. I looked over to see Qin Yao heating fresh milk. It had only been a day since I last tasted sweet milk, and I already craved its flavor. However, recalling Qin Yao's smile from the previous night, I cautiously kept my distance, observing from afar. The young man wore a simple white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing his well-defined muscular arms. He heated the milk and then poured the soaked oats into the blender. Once the machine ceased its operation, he extracted the oats and placed them in the pot with the hot milk to simmer for a while. Although the indoor warmth of winter made it comfortable, I could still see steam rising from the mixture of milk and oats. As it approached boiling point, Qin Yao turned off the heat. The oat milk was ready. Yet instead of pouring it into a cup, he returned it to the blender. After blending the oats once more until their rich aroma infused the milk, Qin Yao finally poured the finished oat milk into a glass. The quantity was just enough to fill 2 cups. I mused that if I were still in a human body, I would be unable to resist swallowing in anticipation. At that moment, I felt a sense of relief that I was not inhabiting a human form. Having prepared 2 cups of milk, Qin Yao carried them into the living room, placing both on a coffee table. He sat on the sofa, lifting 1 cup to drink while simultaneously attending to files on his computer. I moved closer, curious about the documents he was handling. However, as I watched, my attention was irresistibly drawn to the oat milk in Qin Yao's hand. What did oat milk taste like? I had never tasted it, but it must be delightful, considering that sweet milk was already delicious. What was he doing with the milk? After glancing at the content, I found it uninteresting, and my gaze unwittingly returned to Qin Yao's milk cup. By this time, he had finished one cup, placing the empty glass on the coffee table, yet he did not reach for the other cup. Why not? I pondered. I waited patiently for nearly an hour, but Qin Yao never made a move toward the second cup. Was it because the milk had grown cold? Yet cold milk could still be enjoyable. I could not continue watching. Furthermore, Qin Yao's behavior seemed peculiar. In my experience, antagonists were typically commanding and preferred to delegate tasks rather than engage in them personally. I did not expect Qin Yao, this ruthless antagonist, to be akin to the Huo family, entering the kitchen and preparing milk like Huo's mother. Having observed him for half a day, I found no sign of unusual behavior. My observations yielded little, and I could not help but wonder whether Qin Yao's emotions were unusually stable. Typically, antagonists exhibited less patience. Yet from last night until now, aside from that strange smile, he had shown no signs of impatience or displeasure. I even witnessed him discussing the script with the writer, who had become quite irate and lashed out in the chat, even cursing Qin Yao. However, upon reading those words, Qin Yao did not even frown, merely typing a response to the writer to analyze the unreasonable aspects of that plot point. Before long, the writer apologized, acknowledging his poor temper and asking Qin Yao not to take offense. Qin Yao replied, "It is merely a discussion about the plot. I am not angry." Upon encountering this scene, one cannot help but be astonished. Is Qin Yao not the antagonist? Do not villains typically erupt in fury at the slightest provocation? Why then, does Qin Yao remain unperturbed by the scorn directed at him? This perplexity rendered the observer somewhat confounded. However, he discerned that further contemplation of the arch-villain held little merit. Thus he resolved to divert his attention to other protagonists and supporting characters. His next subject of observation was Zhang Qiran. At this juncture, Zhang Qiran had just embarked on his career, with 3 years remaining until he would encounter his destined partner, the protagonist. As he approached, he chanced upon Zhang Qiran hastily exiting a variety show recording venue. After a moment's reflection, he reverted to the appearance of his 5-year-old self. Upon doing so, he blinked and nodded, affirming his understanding. Zhang Qiran exhaled a sigh of relief and flashed a smile at him. "Could you assist me in getting there? I am rather anxious to purchase some medicine." The observer scanned Zhang Qiran's physique and inquired, "But you are not ill. Why seek a pharmacy?" Upon hearing the question, Zhang Qiran's cheeks flushed crimson. After several seconds of hesitation, he whispered, "I fear he may catch a cold. Please, little friend, do help me. If you guide me there, I'll treat you to KFC afterwards, all right? I am not a bad person. I merely need your assistance. It's my fault for being so flustered and forgetting my phone." Unfamiliar with KFC, the observer expressed his desire for oat milk instead. Zhang Qiran readily agreed. Very well. Thus, he accompanied Zhang Qiran to the pharmacy. It turned out he wished to procure medicine for a supporting character he had secretly admired in his childhood, named Song Jihan. Regrettably, Zhang Qiran's eagerness to deliver the medication would be in vain, as Song Jihan would promptly discard it into the trash. The observer silently shook his head, opting not to comment further. They swiftly located the pharmacy, and after Zhang Qiran procured the medicine, he guided the observer to a nearby convenience store, where he purchased a bottle of oat milk for him. Moreover, he slipped 2 red bills into the observer's hand, smiling as he said, "Thank you, little friend." The observer glanced at the bottle of oat milk and the $200 bills in his hand, a smile breaking upon his face. It seemed not all protagonists were devoid of kindness. Zhang Qiran was indeed a good soul. After stowing the bills, he finally uncapped the oat milk and took a sip. The flavor was pleasant, yet he could not shake the impression that it paled in comparison to the milk prepared by Qin Yao. Observing the time, he resolved to visit the lair of the arch-villain once more. Should he still feel trepidation, he would refrain from returning in the future. He flew directly to the balcony outside Qin Yao's room. The snowman he had constructed the previous evening had noticeably melted under the sun's rays, leaving only a few small snowmen adjacent to the larger one intact. Crouching down, he could not resist shaping 2 more snowmen before lifting his gaze indoors. To his astonishment, the floor-to-ceiling window was inexplicably unlocked today. There lay the additional cup of oat milk from the morning. In that moment, he gained an intuitive understanding of what it meant to be conflicted. His emotions were indeed a tangle, as he yearned to sneak a taste of the oat milk, yet hesitated to do so. Having already ventured into Qin Yao's room, to pilfer another's milk would be exceedingly impolite, yet the aroma of that milk was undeniably enticing. Even from several meters away, he could detect the sweet fragrance of milk enveloped in oats. Suddenly, he heard the gurgle of his human stomach. He was hungry. Cautiously, he took a step back. No, he absolutely must not surreptitiously drink someone else's milk. He was a principled system. He rendered himself invisible once more and positioned himself opposite the oat milk. Observing the untouched cup on the living room coffee table, he raised an eyebrow but remained silent, merely approaching to lift the cup, feigning regret as he remarked, "It appears I made too much milk this morning, and no stray cats came to drink it. Best to dispose of it." His pupils widened in realization. So, it was intended for the stray cats. But wait, why close the floor-to-ceiling window today if it was for them? Indeed, this arch-villain was rather cunning. Did I not open the window today? Qin Yao suddenly placed a hand to his forehead, appearing somewhat pained. It seems I misunderstood the little kitty. The observer gasped. So it truly was meant for the stray cats. He had misjudged Qin Yao. Yet, how could he let that milk go to waste? Such a large cup. He swallowed hard, attempting to stifle the sound. Though the noise was faint, Qin Yao's movement stilled. In the next moment, he chuckled softly. Ultimately, the morning's oat milk was discarded. Throughout that night, the observer was filled with regret. Had he known the milk was for the stray cats, he would have indulged. What shame to let it go. Would Qin Yao prepare more milk for the stray cats the following day? He was uncertain, yet he found himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of tomorrow. Simultaneously, he pondered why Qin Yao would prepare milk for stray cats. Did he harbor affection for them? The observer's thoughts drifted to Yifan. He mused that those who care for stray cats cannot be entirely bad, leaving him uncertain of Qin Yao's moral standing. After all, just the night prior, Qin Yao had displayed that eerie yet somewhat terrifying smile. Nonetheless, he could ascertain Qin Yao's intentions the next day by observing whether he continued to provide milk. As dawn approached, the observer's body suddenly grew weary, and he succumbed to sleep for a brief period. Upon reopening his eyes, he was greeted by the rich aroma of oat milk. His eyes widened with excitement. Qin Yao had made milk. A smile graced his lips as he dashed towards the kitchen, so caught up in his joy that he forgot he had rendered himself visible the night before. Thus, when he appeared in the kitchen, he was met with Qin Yao's smiling inquiry. "Are you the child who went missing from the Huo family?" "Excuse me?" The assistant coughed twice, suggesting it was merely the nonsensical babble of a child. Mr. Huo also mentioned that this child was rather reticent and had an affinity for sweet treats. Qin Yao lowered his gaze and nodded, indicating his understanding. He instructed someone to keep an eye on the child, directing that if they found him, they should promptly contact the Huo family. Qin Yao's room was located on the third floor, yet there were no traces within. Even the surveillance camera on the balcony had failed to capture any glimpse of him. Despite the audacity and absurdity of this conjecture, Qin Yao felt an exhilarating joy. After 18 long years, he had finally uncovered a hint regarding that person. Thus, upon waking the following morning, he took the time to prepare 2 cups of oat milk. Unfortunately, the first day yielded no results. This led to the conversation from the previous night and the preparation of oat milk that morning. Qin Yao scrutinized the individual before him. His features were exquisitely delicate, reminiscent of a doll displayed in a shop window. Yet this visage did not align with Qin Yao's memories, leaving him with a sense of regret. Observing the individual, he noted the palpable confusion written across his eyes. Qin Yao suppressed his feelings of regret and extended a cup of milk to him. The milk, fragrant with the scent of oats, filled the air, enveloping the other in its sweetness. The individual instinctively swallowed, yet being the most advanced system, his rationality prevailed, and he hesitated to reach for the milk. Instead, taking a cautious step back, he remained silent. Qin Yao observed the expression on his face and noted the unmasked wariness in his clear eyes. With a sudden smile, he lifted another cup of milk and took a sip before saying, "It's quite delicious. Do give it a try." The individual still did not take it. After a moment as thought, Qin Yao set his cup aside and ventured into the living room with his own milk. As before, he seated himself and began attending to his work on the computer, but today, he occasionally glanced at the individual. The latter stood frozen in place, somewhat dazed. Realizing the peculiarity of Qin Yao's reaction, a stranger had suddenly appeared in his home, yet Qin Yao exhibited no surprise whatsoever. He even seemed to know about his prior visit to the Huo family. How did he acquire such information? Did the antagonist possess a system as well? That was implausible. In this world, only the regulatory system existed alongside the protagonist's supportive system. The individual swiftly checked for any supportive systems in the same realm, but found none. He exhaled in relief, only to be struck by a thought regarding the Huo family. Was Qin Yao informed by them? Even if he knew of the individual's prior residence at the Huo household, why was he utterly unfazed by the child's presence in his room? Even Mr. Huo had inquired about his origin, yet Qin Yao showed no curiosity. Suddenly, an idea struck the individual, his eyes widening slightly as he gazed at the aromatic oat milk before him. He took a small step forward and asked, "Do you believe in the existence of monsters in this world?" The question was abrupt and lacked context. Qin Yao paused in his typing, looking up at him. What prompts such a question? The room fell silent. After several seconds, the sound of laughter echoed, as though Qin Yao had struck a comedic nerve, causing him to chuckle softly, his entire being trembling with mirth. The individual furrowed his brow, feeling unexpectedly offended. This emotion was novel to him, eliciting a mix of intrigue and displeasure. He pressed his lips together, his gaze falling upon the cup of milk in his hand. The cup felt pleasantly warm, and having scanned it earlier, he found no issues. Should he take a sip? Although uncertain of the antagonist's intentions, the milk was innocent, and Qin Yao's demeanor hardly suggested malice. Thus, amidst Qin Yao's laughter, the individual raised the cup, taking a small sip of the oat milk. The finely blended oats melded seamlessly into the milk, creating a smooth texture that lingered delightfully on his palate. His eyes widened in surprise. It was delicious, surpassing even the sweet milk prepared by Mama Huo. He relished the flavor, allowing his previous discontent to dissipate. At that moment, Qin Yao's laughter subsided. The youth's voice, still laced with humor, said gently, "I apologize. I merely did not expect the system to believe in spirits, hence my surprise." The individual was about to assert his disbelief, but suddenly froze, forgetting the milk altogether, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Qin Yao. How do you know? At that moment, Qin Yao had set aside his computer, observing the individual from a distance, a knowing smile upon his lips. "So you truly are a system. Did you fly to my balcony?" he inquired. The individual's brow furrowed. This antagonist was indeed extraordinary. How could he possess such knowledge about systems? He hesitated, astonished, and asked, "Have you encountered other systems?" That was impossible. In a regulated world, no system was permitted to inhabit an antagonist's host. Qin Yao regarded him and nodded slightly. "Yes, one aided me in my childhood, and I wish to express my gratitude personally. However, this was highly unusual." The individual's brow furrowed slightly. "When did you meet him?" Qin Yao remained silent for a long moment. The individual, growing impatient, carried his milk toward Qin Yao, disregarding the potential danger of approaching the antagonist. He seated himself on the sofa opposite Qin Yao and repeated his inquiry. "When did you meet the system?" Qin Yao's brow seemed to crease momentarily, and he offered a faint smile. "Would it cause any adverse effects if I told you?" After a pause, he continued, "Over the years, I have sought to understand the system, yet I found no information. My knowledge of you is limited to human conjectures. Despite being conjectures, he guessed that they did not descend en masse into their world, surely adhering to a set of rules." Thus, the individual remarked, "If he revealed his identity or intervened in any manner before you, then he has violated the rules. However, merely appearing before you, without further action, would not constitute a severe infraction, and the penalty would be minor." Qin Yao received the answer he sought, nodding slightly, almost without hesitation. "Then I cannot tell you." The individual was astonished. "But didn't you just say you wish to thank him?" "As long as it isn't a serious violation, yes," Qin Yao affirmed. "But I believe my gratitude pales in comparison to his potential punishment." The individual gazed at Qin Yao, realizing for the first time that he might need to upgrade his processor. Why did he comprehend each of Qin Yao's statements? Yet when combined, they eluded his understanding. The system's violation in appearing in this world was inherently a fault of the system. Thus, it was only natural for it to accept punishment. But why would Qin Yao willingly forego the opportunity to express his gratitude in person, choosing instead to avoid any punishment? Is this what Huo refers to as human emotion? It is indeed quite intricate. The temperature of the milk cup in his hand gradually diminished. He lifted it and took a generous sip. The sweet flavor glided down his tongue, causing his furrowed brow to unfurl completely. "I confess my lack of understanding." After a moment's hesitation, I spoke. "I am certain that thus far No system akin to yours has emerged in this world. If what you assert is true, then this system would indeed face consequences. However, the penalties imposed on systems are not particularly severe. At most, it would be deprived of one meal. I continued, yet I remained perplexed. His punishment is his own affair. Why would you relinquish this rare and precious opportunity for a meeting? Leyao had already lowered his head to attend to documents. Upon hearing my voice, he lifted his gaze, clearly perceiving all the confusion etched upon my face. May I inquire about your age? Leyao suddenly asked. I pondered for a moment before replying. Our perception of time differs from yours. If calculated according to your timeline, I swiftly derived an accurate figure. Surprising even myself, 1,001 years. Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. I felt somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny, lowering my head to sip the milk and murmured, Our system is distinct from yours. Our age is. I felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although 1,001 years is not particularly significant, that number does seem rather substantial. How old is the antagonist before me? 23 years. Noticing my displeasure, a faint smile flickered in Yao's eyes as he shifted the topic. I heard from Huo that you have a penchant for sweets. Would you care for some cake? I pressed my lips together and remained silent. Yao took the liberty of making the decision for me, dialing the butler. Before long, a cake arrived at the door. Yao instructed the servant to place the cake at the entrance, personally stepping out to retrieve it before setting it before me. It was a chocolate-flavored cake, and even from a distance, the sweet aroma wafted towards me. Yao offered me a spoon, smiling as he said, Would you like to try? I hesitated momentarily, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of the dessert, accepting the spoon. The cake, with its soft texture, was enveloped in a crisp layer of milk chocolate, with a layer of jam nestled inside. After taking a bite, I could not resist and scooped a larger spoonful into my mouth. Before long, the entire piece of cake had vanished in my stomach. Now satiated and in good spirits, I no longer fretted over my age and nodded in affirmation. Observing this, Yao exhaled softly and inquired, Are all systems like you? I, puzzled, replied. Yao did not mince words. Are they all as oblivious to emotions as you? I responded, I do not completely lack understanding. Rather, I struggle to comprehend why I do not wish to see. I almost revealed Yi Fan's matter, quickly applying the brakes and casting a wary glance at Yao. This formidable antagonist was a far cry from the villains I had previously envisioned. He was remarkably gentle. Where could one find a villain who spoke with such tenderness? I nearly fell into his trap. Thus, without hesitation, I enveloped my human form in a layer of programming. Upon triggering specific keywords, the remaining discourse would be automatically obscured. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief and begin, Not all systems share my attributes. I have come to this world to learn about emotions. Yao nodded, understanding. He then remarked, In that case, I believe you should call the Huo family. I expressed my confusion. Why? Yao smiled. He noted that the little system's journey of learning was still quite distant. Though he was reluctant to assume the role of a teacher, he could not resist offering a gentle reminder, because they have been searching for you for 2 days now, and they are quite worried. My confusion deepened. Why would they be concerned about me? I am not related to the Huo family. I merely stayed with them to understand the antagonist, as per Chio's instructions. After half a month's interactions, while I did not possess complete knowledge of them, I had learned enough to decide to leave the Huo family, and it was not solely due to the medication. Yao appeared taken aback. You left their home merely because they made you take medicine? My attractive brows knitted together in a pitiful frown as I uttered words I had never spoken before. That medicine did not seem suitable for humans. It resembled poison. A system, nearly succumbed to it. Yao could not help but chuckle. Then I must express my gratitude to them for administering the medicine. Otherwise, I doubt I would ever have the chance to learn about systems or glean any fragments of information about him. I pondered for a moment, deeming it acceptable, and nodded. Very well, but regarding my identity, rest assured, I will not disclose it, Yao assured. I gazed at him, inexplicably feeling that this young man would not deceive me, and thus I nodded in agreement. With half a cup of oat milk remaining, I sat on the sofa, sipping it slowly. Once finished, I politely placed the milk cup and cake plate in the kitchen. Just as I was contemplating whether to wash my cup and plate, Yao returned after making the call, and upon seeing me, he said, Just leave them there. I will handle the washing. Yao had already donned an apron and gloves, then inquired, Is it about emotional matters? I nodded slightly. I wished to comprehend this swiftly. as the main storyline of this world was about to commence. Without hesitation, Qin Yao said, "Very well, but could you agree to one request of mine?" I opened my mouth. Qin Yao interrupted, "Do not worry. I will not make it too difficult for you." Only then did I respond. "Then please share what you have in mind." The young man before me was exceedingly gentle. I had fallen into traps far too many times, and I had become a cautious system. Qin Yao contemplated for a moment, and, after a lengthy pause, he finally said, "Perhaps not." I was once again perplexed. "Why not? If you seek my assistance in locating that system, I would not mind." Qin Yao shook his head, smiling. "No need." I inquired, "Why?" Qin Yao reflected on the promise he had just made to me and explained, "Because I wish for him to remain well, even if the cost is never seeing each other again." I felt increasingly bewildered and asked again, "Why?" Qin Yao considered for a moment. The little system before him still lacked a foundational understanding. Within moments, he had washed the milk cup and plate. Qin Yao removed his apron and gloves, returning with a tablet, which he handed to me. "Why not take a look at a romantic drama?" I stared at him in confusion. Qin Yao smiled. Emotions are the most intricate of phenomena, and many require personal comprehension. Romantic dramas serve as the most accessible means to explore them. "By the way, what is your name?" I accepted the tablet and replied, "One." Qin Yao mused. "Is that a number? I find that name unappealing." "How about calling you E?" I furrow my brow. "That sounds rather peculiar." Qin Yao commented, "I agree, and it resembles E a bit. Then let us call you Yao Yao." I asked, "Why not simply call me One?" "Do you not like the name Yao Yao?" Qin Yao queried. I replied, "It is not that I dislike it. It simply feels rather strange. Moreover, what is even more perplexing is why, upon being questioned by Qin Yao, I immediately divulged my name to him. With this question lingering in my mind, I opened the idle drama on the tablet. This was my first experience watching a television series from the human world. I must admit, it was indeed quite captivating. I clutched the tablet, nearly unable to part with it. Had it not been for the cacophony emanating from downstairs, I might not have even noticed what was happening. I wondered as Qin Yao sat across from me on the sofa, engrossed in his computer. Upon hearing my unvoiced thoughts, Qin Yao remarked, "It must be the whole family arriving." No sooner had he spoken than the front door was forcefully swung open, revealing Huo Yan, his face a mask of fury. "Qin Yao, you must return my brother to me." Turning my gaze, I saw Huo Yan and Huo Zhe standing at the entrance. Both brothers appeared breathless, clearly having rushed up the stairs rather than waiting for the elevator. Upon hearing Huo Yan's declaration, I felt a wave of confusion wash over me. "Who is your brother?" As my question hung in the air, Qin Yao could not suppress a chuckle. Huo Yan and Huo Zhe exchanged incredulous, wounded glances. "Wait a minute, little brat. You have been living in our home for half a month, and you still claim you are not our brother?" I furrowed my brow and explained, "But I am not your brother." Before I could free myself from Huo Yan's grasp, I heard Qin Yao speak again. Just as I was about to respond, Huo Yan suddenly raised his voice. "What did you just call him?" Huo Zhe's voice grew louder. "You know his name?" Qin Yao's smile was gentle as he replied, "Yes, Yao Yao told me." At that moment, I managed to wriggle free from Huo Yan's embrace and stood before the two stunned brothers, my small face serious as I declared, "While I am grateful for your family's hospitality over the past half-month, I'm not your brother, and furthermore, I am older than you." Huo Yan slowly bent down to meet my gaze. "You? Older than us?" Huo Zhe took a deep breath, choosing to overlook the age issue. His focus instead on the name. Hurt and anger laced his words as he questioned, "Why did you tell Qin Yao your name, but not us? Is he treating you better than we do?" I was taken aback. Why did it seem as though Huo Zhe was on the verge of tears? And Huo Yan appeared to be angry. Yet why? I had merely stated the truth. Why did they react so emotionally? I turned to look at Qin Yao. Huo Yan's irritation intensified. "Why are you still looking at him? You weren't just swayed by a piece of cake, were you?" "Y earnestly explain. No. He prefers milk over cake." Huo Zhe reached out again, lifting me into his arms. "Mr. Qin, let's just wait." "Hold on." Both Qin Yao and I spoke in unison. Qin Yao nodded, indeed. Huo Zhe's expression turned sorrowful. "Mom thought you were missing. She couldn't sleep at all last night, worrying about you. How could you do this?" Faced with their accusations, I felt increasingly at a loss. I did not know how to articulate my thoughts, let alone explain, and so I sought Qin Yao's gaze for help. Sighing softly, Qin Yao asked, "Do your aunt and uncle know?" Huo Yan shot a glare at Qin Yao. "They're on their way." Huo Zhe muttered under his breath, casting a suspicious glance at Qin Yao. "What kind of spell did you cast on him? He comes for just one day, and doesn't he want to leave?" Qin Yao stepped forward, reaching out to me. Hesitating, I extended my hand. He rescued me from Huo Zai's hold and set me back on the ground, stating, "It seems you must tell them the truth." I frowned. What if I don't? I was a system. My identity could not simply be revealed to anyone. It was not something to be shared so casually. Qin Yao replied, "If you remain silent, they will be heartbroken." My brow furrowed even more tightly. Had I not entered human society and lived as one among them, I would have easily dismissed their feelings. Yet, at this moment, those words felt impossible to utter. During my stay with the Huo family over the past half-month, aside from the last day when Huo Ma insisted I take my medicine, they had treated me exceptionally well. Not only Huo Ma, but also Huo Ba and the three little rascals of the Huo family. They were all kind to me. Yet, like Qin Yao, they were also antagonists. Had it not been for Qin Yao's prior knowledge of the system's existence, I would never have intended to share such thoughts with him. What should I do now? Perhaps I should simply exchange for amnesia potion in the Points Mall? Just as I prepared to head to the mall, Qin Yao spoke again. "This is an excellent opportunity for you to comprehend emotions." I paused mid-motion. Qin Yao continued, "Are you going to tell them?" I hesitated. It seemed there was no real harm in revealing my identity as a system to them. This world was not a high-risk one. It lacked the capability to capture systems. As long as I refrained from divulging plot details, the narrative trajectory of this world would remain unchanged. Even if the plot were to be altered, I could always reset the timeline. Though doing so would cost me a considerable amount of points, I had plenty of points to spare. 20 minutes later, Huo Ba, Huo Ma, and Huo Jing arrived at Qin's residence. Upon seeing me safe and sound, Huo Ma's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. I was at a loss for how to handle such an emotional moment, standing frozen in place as she embraced me. Qin Yao stood a short distance away, watching the scene unfold with a smile in his eyes, not intervening. Having promised to assist the little system, every similar situation I encountered henceforth would be invaluable experience for it to learn to navigate on its own. Once Huo Ma had regained her composure, the group settled down. I, still accustomed to expressing my thoughts plainly, did not anticipate that my words would mirror those of Huo Yin and Huo Zai just moments prior. The trio was met with shock and confusion, their expressions not dissimilar from the brothers. Even Huo Yin and Huo Zai, who had heard the same words before, displayed lingering resentment. Huo Yin turned away in anger, while Huo Zai let out a heavy huff. Huo Jing furrowed his brow in concern. I felt increasingly bewildered, unsure why the Huo family was reacting so vehemently, and I looked at Qin Yao for guidance. He offered me a reassuring glance. Finally, Huo Ba broke the silence, asking, "Why?" I opened my mouth, wanting to convey that they had done nothing wrong. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of my tongue, I found myself unable to voice them. Perhaps it was the hurt in Huo Ma's eyes that made me realize that bluntly stating the reason might inflict pain upon them, leading me to turn to Qin Yao for help. A faint smile crossed Qin Yao's face. Understanding that the next step was beyond my capacity to manage, he spoke up. "This is a long story. Let me explain." Huo Ba and Huo Ma turned their attention to Qin Yao. After pondering for a moment, he decided to articulate the truth as clearly and concisely as possible. Thus, he organized his thoughts and revealed my true identity. In truth, explaining my identity was quite simple. However, after Qin Yao's explanation, the credibility of his words seemed lacking. Upon hearing that I was a system who had come to the human world merely to learn about human emotions, both Huo Yin and Huo Zai scoffed in unison. Huo Zai remarked, "I never expected there to be someone in this world even more eccentric than myself. It's simply absurd." Huo Yin, unabashed, added, "Qin Yao, surely you didn't fabricate that remark to deceive Yao Yao?" Huo Ba, Huo, Inquit, Yao Yao. Huo Zai clarified, "That is his name." Huo Ma, suddenly wearing an expression of hurt, glanced at him. "You haven't even shared your name with us." For some inexplicable reason, at that moment, he felt an unusual reluctance to meet Huo Ma's gaze. Although she wasn't angry with him, he could not bring himself to look her in the eye. He could only lower his head slightly and defend himself in a soft voice. "Yao Yao is not my name. It is Qin Yao who finds that name pleasing and thus calls me that." Qin Yao chuckled and posed a piercing question. "Uncle Huo, Aunt Lin, you checked the surveillance footage after Yao Yao went missing, right?" Upon hearing this, Huo Ba and Huo Ma froze in place. Huo Ba looked at Qin Yao, and Qin Yao continued, "On the day Yao Yao arrived at my home, I had someone review the surveillance footage. I can assure you that none of the cameras at the Qin family ancestral home captured his presence, yet he appeared on my balcony." Qin Yao then asked, "How did Yao Yao end up at your house?" This question left not only Huo Ba and Huo Ma stunned, but even the three brothers of the Huo family were taken aback. Yes, How did he come to be at their residence? Initially, the Huo family was also perplexed. They had checked the surveillance themselves, and there was no trace of him in the footage from the cameras surrounding the villa. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air, suddenly appearing in the Huo family's garden, where he was then embraced by Huo Ba. They had contemplated this conundrum, but the conclusions they reached were never substantiated. Moreover, they had promptly reported the incident, believing that eventually they would help him find his family. Even if they couldn't, the Huo family was certainly capable of adopting another child, so they did not dwell on it further. Until yesterday, when he inexplicably vanished from the Huo household, they could not locate any surveillance footage related to him. In fact, when Huo Ba and Huo Ma approached the police to report the child who had appeared at their home half a month earlier, they were met with the incredulous response, "What child? You reported this half a month ago?" Numerous questions confronted them, forcing them to face the reality of the situation. Huo Ba still found it hard to believe, so Yao truly is. Yao, can you fly? Qin Yao suddenly smiled at him. He contemplated for a moment and then nodded. Thus, in front of everyone, he flew into the air. He moved gracefully, circling around the entire living room on the first floor. Watching his silhouette, Qin Yao felt a twinge of nostalgia. They never belonged to our world, and thus our world would naturally leave no trace of them, as if they were the freest winds in the wilderness, unrestrained. Perhaps throughout their lives, humanity would never discover a means to keep them close. So why not allow them to be free from the very beginning? Therefore, Qin Yao had never harbored the illusion of reuniting with the system that had once aided him, despite the absurdity and incredibility of the truth. Witnessing Yao soar before them, the Huo family chose to believe. Even as Huo Ma departed, she earnestly grasped Yao's hand, cautioning him that while it was commendable to learn human emotions, he must not be deceived. After all, there were countless humans in this world, and not all of them were good. Some might harbor ill intentions towards him, and he needed to be cautious and learn to discern. If he was ever uncertain, he could inquire of them or ask Qin Yao, for they would never harm him. Such sentiments were expressed not only by Huo Ma, but also by Huo Ba and Huo Jing. Even the still somewhat awkward Huo Yin and Huo Zhe conveyed similar thoughts to Yao. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Yao had already grasped this principle long before meeting them. However, he had no intention of revealing this to them. He merely nodded to indicate his understanding. Before their departure, he earnestly thanked them. From that day forth, Yao resided in Qin Yao's home. However, describing it as living in Qin Yao's house is somewhat misleading, as Yao only visited in the evenings. Throughout the day, he either dined at the Huo residence or observed other supporting characters outside. Being the most exceptional system in the regulatory department, he adapted quickly, even to the social intricacies he had never known before. In just half a month, he had observed many supporting characters. He soon discerned that each character's disposition differed from the descriptions he had been provided in the narrative. Humanity itself is a complex amalgamation. The essence of an individual's character cannot be encapsulated in mere lines of text. To truly understand a person, one must engage in prolonged interaction and observation. In simpler terms, it requires time. Although Yao's understanding of the other supporting characters and the protagonist remained somewhat shallow, he had become well acquainted with Qin Yao's work schedule. Sometimes he arrived a few minutes early, but more often than not, he arrived precisely on time. After Qin Yao was late once, he told Yao that if he arrived early in the future, he need not wait for him and could simply enter through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Yet, the courteous Yao insisted he could not enter Qin Yao's home uninvited, so he stubbornly remained on the balcony, waiting for Qin Yao to open the door for him. After mentioning it once, seeing Yao's persistence, Qin Yao did not bring it up again. Since discovering Yao's fondness for oat milk, Qin Yao began preparing a cup for him on the days he visited. Yao was delighted. As spring gradually approached, the floor-to-ceiling windows of the balcony remained perpetually open. One evening, as Yao flew to the balcony, he was about to enter to find Qin Yao when he suddenly noticed some changes in the balcony's arrangement. The snowman from winter had long since melted, and in its place was a small tea table accompanied by a rocking chair. The sunniest spot on the balcony was now adorned with a profusion of blooming flowers. Yao recognized these flowers. Humans referred to them as roses, though they were actually varieties of Chinese roses. Hearing the commotion from the balcony, Qin Yao emerged with a cup of oat milk and a small chocolate cake. Placing them on the tea table, he asked Yao, "What do you think?" Yao's eyes widened slightly. "Is this for me?" Qin Yao nodded with a smile. "Yes." Yao replied honestly, "I like it. It's beautiful." Qin Yao chuckled. "That's good to hear. He then inquired, "By the way, have you been busy lately?" Yao nodded, as he had been observing the protagonist, who was currently abroad, and flying back and forth required some time. At that moment, he cleverly deduced that Qin Yao's question was loaded with meaning. So he smiled and asked, "Is there something specific you wish to discuss?" Qin Yao laughed. "It seems you're getting to know me better." Yao smiled and climbed onto the rocking chair, finding the height just right. Sitting there, he sipped his milk and asked, "What is it? What do you want to know?" Taking a bite of the cake, his cheeks puffed up, he added, "I recently flew abroad." Qin Yao was astonished. "You still want to learn about foreigners?" Yao thought to himself, of course not. But he could not divulge this to Qin Yao. After all, the character he had been observing recently seemed to be Qin Yao's cousin. So he replied, "Then I will visit Huiyin tomorrow. He's been filming lately." Qin Yao nodded. "Coincidentally, I need to go to the set tomorrow as well. I'll take you with me." He nodded slightly, agreeing without hesitation. Ever since he decided to stay at Qinyo's home, Qinyo had prepared a spacious bedroom for him right next to his own. Although the room lacked a large balcony, it featured a bay window, and given his current modest physique, he enjoyed lying on the window seat to sleep. However, this evening, he preferred the chaise lounge outside on the balcony. When Qinyo emerged from his study, he found him swaying gently on the lounge. A flicker of amusement crossed his eyes, and suddenly recalling something, he approached briskly. "Did you take a shower today?" He furrowed his brow. "I am a system. I do not require bathing. Besides, I absolutely detest water." When he resided at the Huo family's house, had it not been for the butler assisting him daily, he would never have bathed on his own. Qinyo chuckled helplessly. "Yet you previously stated that your current form is human. Human bodies require nourishment, rest, and, of course, bathing." He pressed his lips together. "But I can redeem a cleaning agent from the point store." Qinyo was aware of the cleaning agent he mentioned, which had the capability for one-click cleansing. But what about his time at the Huo residence? Qinyo suddenly inquired. "Are you perhaps afraid to bathe alone?" He immediately retorted, "Of course not. I am an omnipotent system. How could I possibly fear bathing?" "Then go wash," Qinyo suggested. He shook his head no. Qinyo smiled. "I will assist you." He hesitated, though he indeed had a strong aversion to water and felt a twinge of concern. The sensation of warm water flowing over his body was undeniably pleasant. Allowing Qinyo to help him seemed acceptable. He nodded slightly. Qinyo smiled and turned to the bathroom to run warm water for him. In reality, Qinyo was merely filling the bathtub and handing him towels and clothes from the side. He was the first exceptionally independent system, fully capable of bathing himself. Yet perhaps due to being a system, he had an innate resistance to water since his inception. It was not that he feared water. He simply disliked it. Thus, he found comfort in Qinyo's presence beside him. After a soothing soak in the warm water, he felt a bit dazed, ultimately requiring Qinyo to lift him from the tub. Drowsily, he sensed it was Qinyo and did not struggle, only murmuring softly, "I didn't get wet." Qinyo chuckled gently. The young man's voice was tender, as if whispering in his ear, which provided him great reassurance. "You did not get wet. Sleep now." And so he drifted off to sleep. The following morning, after consuming the oatmeal milk prepared by Qinyo, he accompanied him to the film set. Seizing the opportunity before Huo arrived, he informed Qinyo that he would take a stroll. Qinyo nodded, not hindering him. However, his assistant appeared somewhat concerned, repeatedly questioning Qinyo. "Are you sure you don't want to send someone to accompany him?" Qinyo smiled, fully aware that he was a system, thus harboring no worries. Yet others were oblivious. To them, he was merely a 5-year-old child, and allowing him to wander alone on set seemed unwise. The assistant felt helpless, but with Qinyo's assurance, there was little he could do. Meanwhile, he maneuvered through the crowd on set. Soon, he evaded the throng, sensing that the supporting character he wished to meet was nearby. It felt as though he only needed to turn a corner. With a dull thud, he furrowed his brow, realizing his forehead had collided with someone's body. In the next moment, a sharp voice rang out. "Where did this child come from? Do you even know?" He felt himself lifted into the air, though this time it was not by his own volition, but rather by another's hand. His brow knitted tightly. Before he could struggle, another male voice interjected. "YBI, put him down." He glanced up at the man before him, his brow furrowing further. He recognized YBI. He had not anticipated encountering this supporting character on the way to find Zhn. YBI was not an easy individual to deal with. In fact, because of him, Qinyo had incurred significant losses. YBI glared at those behind him, snorting heavily. S-ing-hn. You truly enjoy playing the good guy, wherever you go. S-ing-zhn's voice emerged from behind, warm and gentle, enhanced by a hint of mirth. YBI, he is merely a child. There is no need for you to be harsh with him. Which of your eyes saw me wanting to be harsh with him? At that moment, he felt his collar loosen. However, YBI did not place him on the ground, but instead released him mid-air. He reacted swiftly, knowing he could protect himself from harm. Yet another hand was quicker. S-ing-zhn caught him from behind. Hey, little one, are you all right? Upon catching him, S-ing-zhn gently set him down. He raised an eyebrow. Then, as if realizing something, a flicker of surprise crossed his face before transforming into a warm smile. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you know me? He nodded. S-ing-zhn's smile widened. So, you are my little fan? He shook his head. S-ing-zhn's expression instantly shifted, his smile fading dramatically. Then, I shall not pretend in front of you. Witnessing his abrupt change in demeanor, he thought to himself, this is the true nature of S-ing-zhn. Nevertheless, he felt that his disposition was not entirely unpleasant. Thus, he spoke, you need not pretend. S-ing-zhn smirked slightly, seemingly unprepared to engage in further conversation with a mere child, and instead ruffled his hair. What do you care whether I pretend or not? I helped you out of a bind. Shouldn't you thank me? He replied, thank you. S-ing-zhn smiled again. This time, he discerned that the smile was genuine. S-ing-zhn continued, which family do you belong to? Why are you wandering around our set? Before he could respond, S-ing-zhn continued, I really don't want to deal with you. A little kid is genuinely troublesome. However, if I ignore you and someone else sees, they might say, I present one face to you and another behind your back, which is quite a hassle. Had I known, I wouldn't have established this troublesome persona in the first place. Why did I agree with my agent? Even he, with his emotional detachment as a system, could perceive that S-ing-zhn was in a particularly foul mood. Despite this, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, squatting down to lift him once more. Come, let us find your parents. He frowned slightly, disliking S-ing-zhn's smile. He opened his mouth, wishing to express something, but the restrictions he had imposed upon himself prevented him from speaking. In this world, every character within the narrative had their predetermined conclusion. As a regulatory system, he could not interfere with anyone's fate. Thus, even knowing that S-ing-zhn, who held him, was not a villain, he could not meddle in his life. Over the ensuing 6 months, he observed many protagonists and supporting characters. Among them were the supporting characters ZHU, ZGN, and W in Shinju, as well as the protagonists Leyao and SH and CHing. All four were genuinely good individuals, consistent with the narrative descriptions he was familiar with. Naturally, there are also those with stark contrasts, such as the protagonist HOWI, who was wholly unworthy of ending X. Then there was LB, who, by human standards, could only be described as a scoundrel. As one gradually observed an increasing number of individuals, his understanding of humanity, as articulated by Chioko, deepened. Humanity is undeniably intricate, yet among these complex beings, some possess an especially endearing charm. Soon, autumn yielded to winter, and the main storyline of 2023-1007 was poised to commence. One suddenly realized that he had developed a profound aversion to the impending narrative. Chapter 95. Restarting time the day before New Year's Eve. A heavy snowfall blanketed the landscape. Upon awakening, one discovered an expanse of white outside. Even his cherished lounge chair was buried beneath a thick layer of snow. At this moment, Leyao was on the balcony, clearing the snow. Hearing movement inside, he opened the floor-to-ceiling window and smiled at one, saying, It seems we'll have to enjoy our milk indoors today, instead of immediately fetching the milk. One stepped outside to assist Leyao in clearing the snow from the lounge chair. As they worked, one couldn't resist crafting a small snowman. Leyao gaze, unbeknownst to him, drifted towards the snowman in one's hands, and he chuckled, Shall we build a larger one? One eagerly nodded yes. Together, they diligently constructed a larger snowman in a sunless corner. Leyao adorned it with a scarf and other decorations, creating a snowman reminiscent of the previous year. One delightedly circled the snowman, occasionally scooping up handfuls of snow to smooth its uneven surfaces, while Leyao leaned nearby, watching him with a gentle smile. Suddenly, Leyao remarked, It seems you haven't grown at all this year. He furrowed his brow slightly, then offered a resigned smile. One puzzled asked, "What's wrong?" Despite having spent a year with humanity and grasping the majority of their expressions and gestures, he still found himself perplexed by Qin Yao's complex and wistful smile. Qin Yao explained, "I just feel a bit of a lack of accomplishment." One replied, "Hmm?" As Qin Yao crouched down to meet his gaze, he continued, "I've been feeding you milk for over a year, yet you're still this small. I've been earnest in nurturing you, yet you haven't grown at all." One contemplated sharing that he was a system and inherently incapable of growth, his development restricted to data upgrades. However, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue before he swallowed them. Over the past year, one had come to understand that some of his remarks could be rather disheartening. Thus, he contemplated for a moment and earnestly stated, "I can grow too." Qin Yao, puzzled, asked him. Seizing the moment of his confusion, one swiftly exchanged points in the points mall for a growth potion. All biological entities exchanged in the points mall would not grow naturally, yet the 5-year exchange rule led many systems to lose their novelty. To prevent a collective protest from the systems, the points mall introduced growth and reverse growth potions. As their names suggest, one allows for growth while the other reverts it. Qin Yao's pupils widened slightly. "What did you drink?" Before he could finish his sentence, one's 5-year-old form began to grow taller. In mere seconds, he reached approximately 1.8 meters. Observing his suddenly broadened perspective, one felt a tad disoriented. After confirming that his clothes had also adjusted to his new size, he breathed a sigh of relief and looked down at Qin Yao. Qin Yao remained crouched, slightly tilting his head back, his deep gaze fixed unwaveringly upon one's face. One, thrilled by his reaction, exclaimed, "How about that? Now that I've grown, don't I look good?" Qin Yao slowly rose. His gaze, always gentle, often carried a hint of mirth. At that moment, his eyes remained warm, yet a crimson hue filled his eye sockets, hinting at a reservoir of unshed tears and a myriad of complex emotions. One, unable to comprehend his expression, inquired, "What's wrong?" Qin Yao stood still for a long moment before shaking his head and softly uttering 2 words. One could not catch them. As Qin Yao turned his head, one seemed to witness a crystalline tear slip down his cheek. One asked, "What's wrong, Qin Yao? Are you unhappy that I've grown?" Qin Yao replied, "I'm very happy." It was precisely this overwhelming joy that had brought him to tears. He had prepared himself for a lifetime without seeing the system. Yet at that moment, he realized that he had already been reunited with him. One wished to inquire further, but Qin Yao retreated indoors. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a cup of oat milk. Taking the milk, one scrutinized Qin Yao's expression and asked, "What was that about just now?" He found it hard to believe Qin Yao's assertion. If he truly felt joy, why would he cry? Qin Yao gazed into one's innocent eyes, pondering before saying, "You know, there are many kinds of tears." One blinked. "So, you were crying out of happiness?" Qin Yao nodded. One's smile broadened. "So you're this happy that I've grown?" "Of course." Qin Yao's gaze lingered on one's face with a near-obsessive affection. That was why he wept with joy. Qin Yao then asked Yao Yao, "Besides one and Yao Yao, do you have another name?" One took a sip of milk and shook his head no. Qin Yao pondered for a moment. "Why not give yourself a name?" One responded, "How should I name myself? I don't know how to choose a name. Why don't you help me think of one?" Qin Yao studied one for a while before suggesting, "How about we call you Yao Yao? It sounds similar to your name." "But what?" One inquired. Qin Yao thought to himself that the name felt too intimate, and he selfishly wished for no one else to call him Yao Yao. Thus, Qin Yao proposed, "Let us add a character before Yao Yao. Your name, one, sounds like Lin Pinyin. How about we call you Leyao?" One repeated the name twice, beaming widely great. "I think Leyao sounds wonderful." Qin Yao, observing his radiant smile, felt a surge of happiness. He sincerely wished for Lu Yao's lifelong joy and freedom. The following day, one visited the Huo family. When they saw the suddenly grown one, they were initially taken aback but quickly accepted him as he was. Huo even praised one, stating he was more handsome than the 3 Huo brothers. This incited protests from Huo Yin and Huo Zhe, who unanimously urged Huo not to flatter them, as they too could feel vexed. One found it amusing and laughed as he sat on the sofa. As the frigid winter faded, spring and summer followed closely behind. However, this year's spring and summer lacked the delightful comfort of the previous years. One observed you by signing a contract, entering the project team that Qin Yao regarded highly, becoming the male lead. He witnessed He and Su Rue arguing, and after their breakup, Su Rue discovered she was pregnant. Without hesitation, she reached out to Huo Yin. Huo Yin and Su Rue grew increasingly close, solidifying their relationship. only for Huiyan to become thoroughly intoxicated, leading Su Rue to escort him to a hotel. One also noticed Huo Ma's cousin stealing her wedding ring, which eventually reappeared on the finger of Huo Ba's cousin, with whom he had lost contact for many years. Huo Ma and Huo Ba engaged in a fierce argument, marking the first time in decades of marriage that such a vehement dispute occurred between them. Meanwhile, Qin Yao's new variety show faced its own set of complications. Just as the first episode commenced filming, one of the artists was embroiled in a scandal. Was it a matter of waiting too long? Upon entering, Qin Yao hastily apologized. "Sorry, Yao Yao, I've been incredibly busy lately." Yao Yao remained silent, staring blankly at the cup in his hand. "What is this?" he finally asked. The other person quietly explained, "You've been so busy that I thought I would try making milk myself." Qin Yao's expression softened as he smiled and sat beside Yao Yao, gently inquiring, "Is it good?" Yao Yao shook his head, admitting it paled in comparison to what Qin Yao made. "May I have a taste?" Qin Yao asked. His interest piqued as he looked at the cup Yao Yao held. Nodding slightly, Yao Yao was about to rise to pour some for Qin Yao when he was suddenly stopped. Qin Yao took the cup from him and drank the warm milk in one gulp. Yao Yao blinked in surprise, wondering why Qin Yao would drink the milk he had made. "But it's not as delicious as yours," Yao Yao admitted, acknowledging that Qin Yao's milk was indeed the finest. Qin Yao then stood up, declaring, "All right, I will make some for you right now." Despite Yao Yao's milk still being plentiful, Qin Yao poured it into a cup and placed it in the refrigerator before beginning to prepare Yao Yao's milk. Though Yao Yao had witnessed Qin Yao make milk numerous times, he found the scene particularly pleasing to the eye. A subtle thought crossed his mind. He wished time could remain suspended in that moment. Yet, he knew he could not halt time, and so it continued to march forward. The pre-written plots unfolded one after another. Just before a crucial match, the main player of Huazei's team was suspended. Qin Yao's variety show continued to face scandals, prompting investors to withdraw their funding. Hua Jing's assistant was dismissed for leaking his private schedule, and soon after, a significant shipment of goods from Huo Corporation was caught in a typhoon, leading to severe losses and turmoil within the company. Both Qin Yao and the entire Huo family became increasingly busy, resulting in Yao Yao spending less and less time with them. It was not that Yao Yao lacked time. Rather, he found himself hesitant to meet them. The Huo family remained as warm as ever towards him, despite having just quarreled. Huo Ba and Huo Ma would don smiles the moment Yao Yao arrived, even feigning that nothing had transpired when he inquired. They wished to shield Yao Yao from worry, choosing silence over disclosure. Little did they know, Yao Yao was acutely aware of everything. As a monitoring system, he was privy to all. However, at that moment, Yao Yao was no longer an oblivious entity concerning human emotions. He refrained from questioning them, instead reducing his appearances before them. Even his visits to Qin Yao became infrequent. Yet Qin Yao continued to prepare a cup of oat milk for him each day before hastily departing. After Qin Yao left, Yao Yao would sit in his recliner, savoring the milk slowly. The following day, he would visit the Huo family, spending time with Huo Ma or the three brothers. Yet despite these visits, everyone's storylines continued to unfold uninterrupted. On the last day of August, under a radiant sun, Yao Yao arrived on the balcony. When Qin Yao stepped out with the milk, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. "You finally came," he exclaimed. Yao Yao replied, "I come every day." After taking a sip of milk, he suddenly found it lacking sweetness, unable to suppress an underlying bitterness. "I've been a bit busy," he admitted. Qin Yao gazed at him silently, and after a long pause, he asked, "Are you planning to leave?" Yao Yao looked at him in confusion. Qin Yao appeared somewhat anxious, averting his gaze when Yao Yao looked his way. "I just want to say, if you're leaving, could you come say goodbye?" Yao Yao tightened his lips, pondering, do humans really cherish farewells? Qin Yao lowered his eyes slightly, casting a shadow beneath his lashes that concealed days of fatigue. In that moment, Yao Yao realized he could not decipher Qin Yao's emotions. After a long silence, Qin Yao finally spoke. "I can't speak for others, but I do." Yao Yao pressed for clarification. "Why?" Although Qin Yao's voice held a semblance of mirth, Yao Yao sensed the smile lacked true joy. "Because I want to know the exact day of our farewell to hold onto a memory of the future." Yao Yao remained perplexed. Yet he understood all too well that Qin Yao would not have a future. His own existence would come to an end that very day. Once Qin Yao finished the milk, he took Yao Yao's cup to wash. "You must tell me when you leave, all right?" he insisted. "Okay," Yao Yao replied, marking his first experience of deceit. Qin Yao quickly tidied up and prepared to leave, and As he opened the door, Leyao suddenly grasped his hand. Though Leyao generally disliked physical contact with humans due to its strangeness, he felt no aversion in that instant. He opened his mouth, attempting to speak. What? Qin Yao asked. Leyao repeated himself. Qin Yao regarded him quietly before laughing. Leyao, why are you silent when you speak? Are you playing a game of charades? In that moment, Leyao suddenly recalled the program he had imposed on himself, which muted any words that might reveal the truth. This was a safeguard, yet it bound him deeply at that instant. Leyao pressed his lips tightly together, unable to utter the words that would beg Qin Yao to stay. For the first time, he felt a pang in his heart. Yet he could not comprehend why, as a system, he would experience pain. Eventually, Qin Yao departed. Leyao stood on the balcony, watching his figure fade from view until he could see him no longer. Throughout that day, Leyao remained on the balcony of Qin Yao's home. The morning sun shone brightly, but shortly after noon, dark clouds gathered. Fierce winds swept leaves and debris across the balcony, striking Leyao's face. Heavy raindrops began to pelt the already sodden earth. Leyao's clothes were soaked, yet he did not move an inch. On the third day, someone finally arrived at the house. However, it was not Qin Yao but Qin Hongxi. He instructed the servants to pack away all of Qin Yao's belongings, leaving the balcony untouched. Leyao stood invisibly on the balcony, observing the bustling activity below. When he finally flew away from the balcony, he noticed new decorations adorning the villa, recognizing them as the white silk used for human funerals. Qin Yao was gone. Leyao chose not to look for him. Instead, he went to the Huo family. By this time, Huo Ba and Huo Ma had divorced, and the whole corporation was rapidly declining. Both had moved out of the Huo family villa. I first visited Huo Ba, who had sustained an injury to his arm during a fire, and it has yet to recover fully. His home felt desolate. I wandered around, only to find him seated in a dark corner. After contemplating for a moment, I chose to remain concealed and proceeded to see Huo Ma. Her condition was even worse. She sat silently on the sofa, tears streaming down her face. I wanted to comfort her, but inadvertently bumped into the edge of the table, producing a sound that was painfully jarring, momentarily making me forget to breathe. Huo Ma's voice broke the silence. Is that you, Leyao? Have you come? I remained silent. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without my response, she let out a soft sigh, almost to herself. Perhaps it is better that you do not come, for if you do not, he will remain unaware of Qin Yao. At this point, Huo Ma's tears began to fall uncontrollably. I heard her whisper, how could this happen? Why did such a thing occur? Indeed, I too yearned to understand why this had transpired. The truth of Qin Yao's death pierced me like a sharp blade, leaving me in profound pain. I fled the 20231007 world, pressing the pause button on it as I exited. Instantly, I encountered Chio and Tu. Has the story concluded? Tu inquired. Chio had already accessed the storyline progress, her expression momentarily startled. You won? I replied. I exchanged for a pause extension in the points mall. Both the 20070501 and 20231007 worlds have been extended by 2 years. Chio and Tu were both taken aback. Tu questioned, what do you intend to do with such a long extension? I replied, devoid of emotion, I desire a vacation. Chio furrowed her brow slightly. The Time and Space Bureau permits system vacations, and their breaks are rather lengthy. However, I was different. Since my inception, I had never taken a moment as respite. I resembled a machine oblivious to fatigue. Now, this machine declared its wish for a holiday. Chio, observing my tightly knit brows, suddenly realized, it seems you have begun to grasp certain emotions unique to humanity. I did not deny this. Tu, somewhat perplexed, remarked, understanding human emotions is a good thing. Yet your expression. Chio intervened, preventing Tu from continuing. I offered no explanation and swiftly submitted my vacation request, then entered my system's space to slumber. For the system, sleeping equates to reorganizing data. I am an advanced system, requiring minimal time to arrange my information. Yet this time, I spent a full 2 years without leaving my system space. I repeatedly cleansed my data, as if purging the negative information would restore my joy. The time flow in the Time and Space Bureau was slow, yet after this protracted 2-year period, I still could not find happiness. On the final day of my vacation, I exited my system space. Upon arriving at the Time and Space Bureau, I encountered Tu. Where did you spend your 2 years of vacation? He asked. I remained silent. Tu leaned closer. Was it enjoyable? I continued to be mute. He then leaped onto my shoulder. Can you groom me? Finally, I turned my head to glance at him. His orange cat persona was irresistibly endearing, prompting me to embrace him and stroke his fur. Tu appeared quite content, even exposing his belly. Just then, Chiu approached and witnessed this scene. She laughed. "You never used to do such things, so now you—" "I do not comprehend," I responded. Chiu gazed at me quietly. I lowered my head, my voice tinged with sadness. I have thoroughly cleansed that data. Logically, I should no longer feel sorrow. Yet, why do I still feel this way? Tu halted his belly-up antics. Chiu regarded me, finally letting out a sigh. 1. I cannot provide you with the answers you seek. Your confusion stems from the 200-70501 world, deepening in the 202-31007 world. Thus, I believe you need to seek answers in both worlds. Tu recalled a saying. Is it not that the one who ties the bell must also untie it? Chiu smiled. You could say that. I lifted my gaze to Chiu. She merely stared into my sorrowful eyes and asked, "Do you still wish to go?" After a long pause, I nodded. I sought to understand why I felt such profound sadness. Consequently, I rebooted the pause 202-31007 world. My first destination was Huo Ma's home. Although 2 years had passed in the Time and Space Bureau, time had not flowed in the paused microcosm. Before departing, I visited various bubble tea shops and convenience stores to purchase copious amounts of oat milk, consuming them one by one, and ultimately appeared at Huo Ma's home just as the sun was setting. Upon seeing me after such a long absence, her eyes lit up, and a long-missed smile graced her face. Leyao, you have not visited in ages. I nodded and gently halted her as she attempted to prepare a grand meal for me, politely requesting, "Could you please make me a cup of oat milk?" Huo Ma gazed at me quietly for a long while before tenderly nodding in agreement. Following my instructions step by step, she prepared a cup of oat milk. Regrettably, it still did not possess the familiar taste. Nonetheless, I could not deny that it was delicious. Before departing, I posed a question to Huo Ma. What does it mean to like someone? After a prolonged contemplation, she replied, the definition of liking varies for each person. But for me, it signifies closeness and the desire to always be with that person. I nodded thoughtfully, assisting Huo Ma in washing the cup before bidding farewell. She accompanied me to the door, and just as my figure began to fade from view, Huo Ma called out, Leyao, take good care of yourself. Tears welled in her eyes as she smiled and nodded. Since our first meeting, she had genuinely cherished this child. Huo Ma. Regardless of whether I was a system or something else, her affection for me remained unwavering, and she wished for my well-being. I subsequently proceeded to the Qin household. Qin Yao's balcony remained unchanged. I settled onto my lounge chair and suddenly noticed droplets of water still clinging to the rose leaves nearby, the surroundings impeccably clean, as if someone had been diligently tidying up. Just then, I heard the bedroom door behind me creak open, and an unexpected figure emerged. Qin Hongxi looked at me and then broke into a smile. Are you named Leyao? I observed Qin Hongxi in merely a few days. This middle-aged man's hair had turned gray. I nodded yes. Leyao was the name Qin Yao had given me. Qin Hongxi smiled again. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. While sorting through Xiao Yao's belongings, I discovered a letter addressed to you. As he spoke, he turned back into the bedroom. Moments later, he returned with the letter in hand, extending it toward me. Here, if it troubles you. Without a moment's hesitation, I reached out to take the letter and said, thank you. Smiled, his gaze lingering on the roses and the lounge chair on the balcony before finally shifting. He said, I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you. He left the sentence unfinished, simply adding, before he departed, Qin Yao mentioned that you enjoy oat milk. He urged me to prepare a cup for you if you came to see him again. Would you like some now? Although he had already consumed a considerable amount of oat milk today, upon hearing Qin Hongxi's words, he nodded in agreement. Yes. Qin Hongxi then turned to prepare the milk. He opened the letter, which contained a simple message. Thank you, Yao Yao. I hope you live a joyful and carefree life. He stared at the brief line for a long time before suddenly smiling. How foolish. After all, he was a system. How could he not be carefree? Just then, Qin Hongxi emerged with the milk and noticed the letter in his hand. He said, he truly wished for your happiness, so do not sorrow over his departure. He accepted the milk and glanced up at Qin Hongxi. His eyes were red, as if he had just cried. Now that he was closer, he could see clearly that not only was his hair gray, but even his eyebrows had turned white. It was evident that he had suffered the greatest blow, yet he was still comforting himself. Thank you, he said. Qin Hongxi smiled again and continued, I buried him in the most beautiful cemetery. He loved basking in the sun. So the sunlight there is abundant. If you have the time, would you visit him? Yes, he replied. After finishing the oat milk, he left. However, he did not go to see Qin Yao because every thought of it brought him sadness. Instead, he chose to observe the storylines of other characters. He witnessed Huo Yan being framed by He Shi and Su Rui, ultimately retreating from the scene. He saw Huo Zai's team descending into chaos, culminating in disarray, and the entire Huo Corporation's building collapsing, with Huo Jing standing in despair on the rooftop. As the Huo family crumbled, the conclusion of this world was also approaching. At that moment, 2 years had passed since Qin Yao's passing. Suddenly, he felt an urge to visit Qin Yao. On a sunny day, he bought a bouquet of flowers and went to the cemetery that Qin Hongxi had mentioned. Just as Qin Hongxi described, the sunlight at the cemetery was indeed splendid. He basked in the sun and placed the flowers on the ground. He stood quietly for a long time, his gaze wandering over Qin Yao's photograph before he suddenly smiled. "Qin Yao, I have come to see you," he said. "Though I still struggle to comprehend human emotions, I believe I must genuinely care for you all, whether it's you, Huo Ba, Huo Ma, Huo Jing, Huo Yin, Huo Zai, and your father, who is also a wonderful person. You should not have met such a fate. Therefore, I have decided to change your ending." He knelt down, reaching out to touch Qin Yao's photograph, smiling as he said, "Qin Yao, you'll be all right." He sat before the tombstone, intermittently speaking to Qin Yao. Although he was well aware that his words would not reach Qin Yao, he still spoke. "Are you Zhang Qiran?" he asked. He did not inquire about whom he had come to see, as he had already seen the name Song Jihan inscribed on the tombstone. Zhang Qiran nodded, but did not say anything further. As he turned to leave, Zhang Qiran suddenly spoke. "Actually, I don't understand." His footsteps paused. Zhang Qiran seemed to be questioning himself or perhaps others, his voice trembling. "I don't understand why someone as good as Song Jihan had to die." Zhang Qiran broke into tears, exclaiming, "He was truly a wonderful person, and I liked him so much." But the last words came out softly, yet he still heard them clearly. "But he lived too burdensomely. I did not stop him. It is all my fault." He raised his head to watch the sun sink below the horizon. "It is not your fault," he reassured. "None of them are to blame. The fault lies with the predetermined narrative of this world." Thus, for the first time since his inception, he reset time. He first restarted the timeline of the world on May 1st, 2007, altering Yi Fan's predetermined demise. Then, without hesitation, he reset the timeline of October 7th, 2023. However, he did not anticipate the arduous and lengthy path that lay ahead. Chapter 96. I Like You is the most exceptional regulatory system of the Time and Space Bureau. Modifying the narrative lines of Small Worlds was not a challenge for him. When altering Yi Fan's storyline in the 200-70501 world, he made minimal interventions, refraining from altering the main plot of the protagonist while separating Yi Fan's life from that of the protagonist. In the original narrative, Yi Fan and the protagonist's lives intersected in a wavy line. Before high school, Yi Fan and the protagonist had no interactions, and during their 3 years in high school, their encounters were scarce. Their relationship could hardly be classified as friendship. They were merely acquaintances. Thus, he decided to modify the plot so that Yi Fan and the protagonist would attend the same school, allowing Yi Fan to be admitted to a key high school in the neighboring province due to his outstanding performance in the entrance examination. With this alteration, Yi Fan's entire high school experience would no longer intersect with the protagonists. The once intersecting narrative lines now became parallel. Subsequently, he crafted a winning program for the protagonist, Cheng Fei, before his college entrance examination scores were released. In the original plot, Yi Fan's unexpected death prior to the examination resulted in Cheng Fei becoming the provincial top scorer. After his modifications, the narrative shifted to the original provincial top scorer being unable to adapt to the examination environment and opting out, allowing Cheng Fei to naturally secure the title as the provincial top scorer. As for the student who opted out, it was none other than him. The narrative line of the 200-70501 world was not particularly complex, featuring only one protagonist, so he completed the modifications swiftly. The protagonist, Cheng Fei, emerged victorious and reached the pinnacle of his life, bringing the narrative of the small world to a close. Finally, he glanced at Yi Fan. By now, Yi Fan had graduated from graduate school and was dating a beautiful and lively girl. "And if you don't want to scoop the litter, just leave it to me, okay?" The girl teased, tugging at Yi Fan's arm without letting go. Yi Fan stood still for a moment before breaking into a helpless smile. "All right," even from a distance. He could hear the girl's joyous laughter. His lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Afterward, he exited the 200-70501 world, and this time, without any hesitation. He confirmed on the system panel. For the first time, no rewards appeared on his system panel. The system panel notified, deducting 500 system points. He paid it no mind, and the next moment, he restarted the timeline of the 2023107 world. However, unlike the 200705001 world, the 2023107 world was a blend of multiple narrative lines, making it exceedingly time-consuming and labor-intensive to modify its plot. Therefore, this time, he did not enter the small world, but monitored the various narrative lines from the perspective of the surveillance system, ready to make timely adjustments and interventions. Upon entering this world, he did not pause for a moment. Huo Yan's downfall and the backlash he faced stemmed from his affection for Passerby A. It was his misplaced trust in her that led to his being ensnared by her, and he's sure. Thus, one directly altered the fact that Huo Yan had affections for Passerby A. The reason Huo Zai's team faced dissolution was due to an excess of unstable elements within it. Consequently, one decisively barred these individuals from joining Huo Zai's team. The discord leading to the potential divorce of Huo's parents was naturally linked to Huo's father's long uncontacted cousin. As for the cargo belonging to Huo Jing, it was even simpler. As a regulatory system, one inherently knew which shipping route was the safest, thus discreetly substituting the captain's predetermined course. The situation with Qin Yao was also manageable. By preemptively releasing compromising information about you by and the variety show guests, a flawless resolution could be achieved. Having accomplished all this, one finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, there remained a month until the conclusion of Qin Yao's storyline. After a 2-year interval, one found himself once again on Qin Yao's balcony. The familiar chair and coffee table from his memories were absent. Instead, the balcony was adorned with numerous flower pots, vibrant roses blooming profusely. From a distance, one caught a waft of their rich fragrance. He stood on the balcony, glancing left and right, prodding at a flower bud and shooing away the bees buzzing nearby before hesitantly turning to inspect the room behind him. At that moment, Qin Yao was not home, and the floor-to-ceiling windows were unlocked, allowing one to enter with a mere push. After a fierce internal struggle, one ultimately refrained from opening the window. He was a polite system, despite his familiarity with Qin Yao. That was from a previous timeline. In this newly initiated timeline, Qin Yao did not even recognize him. One remained quietly outside, observing for a considerable duration until dusk descended and the sound of a car horn echoed from below, prompting him to conceal himself. He did not depart. It had been a long time since he had seen Qin Yao, and he wished to catch a glimpse of him. The sound of a doorknob turning echoed, and in the next moment, the entire room illuminated. One's gaze immediately fell upon Qin Yao's face. At that moment, he bore a slight furrow in his brow, one hand clutching his phone while the other unfastened his suit jacket. Qin Yao exhibited remarkable poise. Whether preparing oatmeal milk or undressing, his movements were exquisitely pleasing to the eye. One's gaze lingered on Qin Yao as he proceeded into the bedroom, eventually stopping before the wardrobe. After exchanging a few words with someone on the phone, Qin Yao ended the call. He then opened the wardrobe door, retrieving a set of pajamas. One blinked in surprise. Surely, Qin Yao was not preparing to change? Before he could react, he witnessed Qin Yao's elegant fingers resting on the buttons of his shirt, deftly unfastening one button, then another. As the buttons continued to come undone, one finally averted his gaze. Decency forbids prying. He was an exceedingly polite system. He must not gaze indiscriminately. Thus, he turned away entirely, crouching beneath the blooming flowers on the balcony, reaching out to poke at the rose buds. The roses on Qin Yao's balcony were all nurtured by his own hands. Considering this, it had been quite a while since one had received roses grown by Qin Yao. He decided to pluck just one. Just one. Surely, Qin Yao would not be displeased. One carefully picked a blooming Luo Shun. The pinkish-white blossoms were larger than a fist, and as he leaned in to inhale their fragrance, his nostrils filled with their rich aroma. A smile graced his lips, and his mood lightened considerably, yet an inexplicable sense of guilt crept in, prompting him to hastily depart before Qin Yao emerged from the room. The flower he had surreptitiously plucked, one cherished, and placed into his system space. Unbeknownst to him, scarcely had he departed when the floor-to-ceiling window was pushed open from the inside by Qin Yao. The young man stood before the roses he had cultivated, staring at the bare stem for a long while. One's second destination was the Huo residence. Due to his modifications to the storyline in this timeline, Huo Yan had not fallen for Passerby A. Huo's team operated smoothly, and Huo's father and mother remained blissfully in love. One stayed hidden. He did not approach closely, merely standing in the familiar backyard of the Huo family, observing the joyous reunion of the family within. One thought, this is quite satisfactory. As long as the Huo family and Qin Yao are well, he felt reassured. For the following month, one busied himself running between the two households. In the mornings, he would first visit Qin Yao, and when Qin Yao left, he would go to see Huo's mother. Occasionally, he would also check in on Huo's father and Huo Jing at the family company, and, if time permitted, he would even fly to the set to observe Huo Yin and Huo. However, this sequence would sometimes be disrupted. For example, on a day when Qin Yao had not returned home the previous night, one opted to visit Huo's mother first instead of Qin Yao. By evening, as Qin Yao neared home, one returned to his balcony. He noticed that many of the flowers on Qin Yao's balcony had withered since he last visited. The rose blooming period lasted only about a week to a fortnight, and as this batch of buds finished blooming, another batch was already preparing to open. One remembered that Qin Yao was quite adept at caring for roses. He typically did not allow wilted flowers to remain on the stems. After a brief contemplation, he picked up the nearby gardening shears and carefully began to trim the dead blooms from the branches. However, just as he was halfway through, he heard the sound of a car outside, prompting him to hastily set down the shears and once again conceal himself. Moments later, Qin Yao's front door swung open, and since the balcony faced directly towards the entrance, one immediately spotted Qin Yao. According to Qin Yao's usual habit, he would typically go to change clothes first. Yet today, he deviated from routine, heading straight for the balcony. One blinked, following Qin Yao's gaze to see the pile of wilted flowers left on the balcony floor. One thought, oh no, he forgot to clear the wilted flowers. He quickly turned to observe Qin Yao. As one became increasingly attuned to human emotions, he expected to see confusion, shock, or anger on Qin Yao's face. However, to one's astonishment, he did not perceive any of these emotions. Instead, Qin Yao smiled. He gazed at the heap of roses that had been cut and fallen to the ground and smiled. One was baffled by the reason for Qin Yao's laughter. He was utterly perplexed as to why Qin Yao would find amusement in this. Surely, he was not laughing at himself? Feeling anxious and somewhat guilty, one swiftly fled. The following day, even after Qin Yao had returned home from work, one did not dare to revisit Qin Yao's balcony. He could not help but ponder whether Qin Yao was angry. After all, he had only secretly plucked one flower and trimmed the wilted ones. Surely he had not caused a mishap? One was uncertain. He circled the Qin family villa twice before stealthily returning to Qin Yao's balcony in the dead of night. Qin Yao was already asleep, but to one's surprise, the floor-to-ceiling window remained ajar. After much hesitation, he still refrained from entering, turning instead to inspect the roses. The wilted roses had all been trimmed by Qin Yao, leaving only a dozen or so freshly bloomed roses on the branches. One could not resist the urge to smile, and just as he prepared to leave, his gaze shifted and suddenly fell upon a white note. He picked it up, and the words inscribed read, "If you like them, feel free to pluck a few more next time." One's pupils dilated in shock. Qin Yao not only discovered that he had secretly trimmed flowers for him, but also that he had stealthily picked his roses. When did he realize this? One's face suddenly flushed. The note felt like a hot potato, and he discarded it. In the following days, one refrained from visiting Qin Yao's balcony. It was not that he did not wish to go, but rather he found himself too occupied, as he suddenly realized the narrative of this small world had unraveled. First, Su Rue underwent an abortion at the hospital. Then he had found a new love. Next, it was the unexpected passing of Huo Ba's long-estranged cousin, followed by the sudden resignation of Huo Jing's assistant. Most astonishing of all was Huo, who had just assembled a competitive team for a season, yet abruptly announced its dissolution. One felt overwhelmed and perplexed each day. Why had the narrative suddenly begun to collapse? The protagonists, who were meant to be entangled forever, had severed ties, and supporting characters who were not supposed to die were heading toward fatal conclusions. One found himself hesitant about allowing the story to continue. Thus, he promptly paused time. After departing from the small world, he hurried to find Xiao and informed her of the situation. He questioned, "So, is it my modifications that caused the problem?" "Of course there's an issue. A significant one," Tu exclaimed. "Indeed, while each narrative thread you modified appeared sound independently, did you consider that the narrative lines of the world 20231007 would intersect?" One furrowed his brows and explained, "I had contemplated this. Thus, the Huo family acquired a stray cat. One earnestly shared all his modifications with Xiao and Tu. Upon hearing it, both sighed in unison. Tu exclaimed, "How on earth did you achieve that top rank? I believe I should be the first in the Time and Space Management Bureau." Xiao smiled at Tu and remarked, "It's normal for one not to have modified the plot." Tu grumbled under his breath, but fell silent. Xiao posed a question. "One, what do you think they are?" With a flick of her hand, the entire Huo family and Qin Yao appeared in this realm. Countless scenes flowed by and finally settled on their smiling faces. One gazed at their smiles for a prolonged moment before turning back to Xiao, asking why she posed such a question. If you view them as mere data, then indeed their data-driven lives can be modified at will. But what if they are sentient beings, possessing cells, thoughts, and wisdom? Xiao inquired. An indescribable sensation surged within one, causing his brow to furrow once more. If they are sentient beings, their lives should not be controlled by anyone, let alone modified by me at will. However, if I choose not to alter the narrative, I understand, Xiao said gently, her voice imbued with a soothing quality. Therefore, you cannot approach it this way. You must allow them to make reasonable changes themselves. While Xiao did not provide one with specific advice, he soon comprehended. The narrative lines visible to the system essentially represent the course of a human life. Some lives are predetermined, while many others are replete with uncertainties. Thus, to alter their lives, it cannot solely be one's unilateral intervention. Those whose lives are being changed must also make their own choices. After briefly organizing his thoughts, one restarted the timeline for the second time. This time, he chose not to observe all narrative lines from a monitoring perspective. Instead, he opted to become a host system, segmenting his data into 6 parts, representing the entire Huo family and Qin Yao. Before each significant event, one would actively remind them. In this second restart of the timeline, with one's assistance, the entire Huo family was able to see the true nature of those around them, successfully avoiding their originally tragic fates, except for Qin Yao. One had calculated the precise moment when the truck would collide, down to the very second, yet the vehicle still careened uncontrollably toward Qin Yao. One had never felt so helpless. Amid the pouring rain, he cradled the bloodied Qin Yao, collapsing to the ground. The warmth in his arms faded drop by drop, and one found himself trembling. Qin Yao, you cannot sleep, Qin Yao. One called out desperately. Raindrops struck Qin Yao's face, and with great effort, he opened his eyes to gaze at the young man holding him. Suddenly, Qin Yao smiled. One recalled how, during the first timeline restart, Qin Yao had smiled that same way while looking at the pile of withered flowers he had cut, though the system lacked a heart. He felt a jolt in his chest. Qin Yao, this, he stammered, coughing up blood. Qin Yao's smile remained high for so long. I seem to still not know your name. Do not speak. One cried anxiously, He wanted to say he had exchanged for a life potion in the point shop, but he could not administer it to Qin Yao. Each time he attempted to use it, a cold notification appeared, indicating an incorrect target. How could it be incorrect? One merely wished to save Qin Yao. Why could he not save him? One, what is your name? Qin Yao continued to ask. His bloodless lips were once again stained red, piercing one's eyes with agony. Beneath the relentless downpour, one choked on his words. Leyao. Qin Yao, my name is Leyao. Qin Yao's smile widened, and he suddenly raised his hand, the coolness of his fingertip brushing against one's eye corner. His voice lost its vitality. Do not cry, Leyao. Your name is beautiful. The last warmth of his fingertip faded entirely, his limp arm dropping, signaling the end of his life. Qin Yao died in one's embrace. Where had the error occurred? In the days that followed, one pondered this question repeatedly. The entire Huo family thrived, and even many supporting characters avoided grim endings. Yet why had Qin Yao still perished? One was perplexed. For the next 2 years, he searched for answers in the world of 202-31007. One day, while leaving Qin Yao's grave, one heard the sound of Baiyu weeping. Perhaps hearing is not the right term. It was more accurate to say one sensed the fluctuations of the Baiyu system. This fluctuation indicated that the assistance system was in crisis and urgently required the oversight system's help. The assistance system is a lower-tier system compared to the oversight system. Their task is to host a subject and aid them in completing their missions. Yet, why would a system with typically uncomplicated tasks suddenly seek assistance? Without hesitation, one rushed to Baiyu's location. Even before he made his appearance, he heard Baiyu's desperate cries. Please, oversight system, save him. I beg you to help me save him. Looking over, he discovered the man in Baiyu's arms, barely clinging to life, was indeed Baiyu's mission target. What happened? One inquired. Bai Yu quickly explained, I made an error. I miscalculated the timing of the crisis's emergence, which is why. Why do you look so grim? Before Bai Yu could finish, he noticed the oversight system's face had turned exceptionally dark, like a storm cloud looming over a city, causing his system to struggle to function. Bai Yu softly explained, I am aware that I have committed a grave mistake. However, it was my oversight that jeopardized the host's life. Thus, I implore you, before he could finish his sentence, Bai Yu was startled to find 500 bottles of life potions appearing in his system space. Bai Yu was taken aback and uttered, You, please give them to him. Overwhelmed with joy, Bai Yu wept, Thank you. How can I repay you? The response was, I require no assistance from you. After leaving this statement, the speaker departed. The narrative of this world was nearing its conclusion, necessitating an immediate pause in the storyline. Upon exiting the small world, Bai Yu exchanged credits in the shop for an extension of 1 month's pause. During this month, he tirelessly replayed all the events that transpired after the second timeline reset. 10 minutes before the pause countdown ended, Bai Yu finally comprehended that Qin Yao was fundamentally different from Yifan. In the setting of the small world dated 200-70501, Yifan's death was not essential. However, in the setting of the small world dated 202-31007, Qin Yao's death was imperative. Yifan's demise merely presented the protagonist with an opportunity. Hence, as long as someone could allow the protagonist Cheng Fei to achieve effortless success, the plot could continue to unfold. Therefore, Bai Yu substituted Yifan and relinquished the college entrance examination, enabling Cheng Fei to emerge as the provincial top scorer. This plotline bore no inconsistencies, and the temporal agency would not deem it unreasonable, allowing the small world-esque narrative to progress toward its conclusion. Yet, Qin Yao's death was mandatory, a plotline closely monitored by the temporal agency and one that could not afford any errors. This indicated that at this juncture, Qin Yao's demise was unavoidable. But why? Was it solely because Qin Yao held the role of the primary antagonist in this world? With this question lingering, Bai Yu sought out Xiao. After a prolonged silence, Xiao finally nodded, Yes, that is the rule of this small world. The regulatory system can alter any plot, but the rules remain unchangeable. Bai Yu felt a tremor throughout his being, gazing at Xiao in disbelief. Then Xiao met his gaze. A trace of sorrow in her eyes that Bai Yu could not decipher. Bai Yu, let it go. He shook his head. He could not abandon it. Having finally grasped the essence of emotions and having cultivated feelings of affection, why should he relinquish them? During the month spent repeatedly watching the second timeline reset, Bai Yu ultimately understood why Qin Yao's death in his arms had caused him such profound sorrow. It turned out that he harbored feelings for Qin Yao. Thus, he had no justification for not saving Qin Yao. It was his own selfish desire. After a considerable time had passed, the second entity suddenly appeared, remarking unexpectedly, I never imagined that the top regulatory system of the temporal agency would possess such selfishness. Xiao looked at him, her gaze lowering for a long moment. In the third timeline reset, Bai Yu no longer transformed into a system. On a sunny afternoon, he materialized directly onto Qin Yao's balcony. At that moment, Qin Yao was in his study, handling documents. Hearing the commotion from the balcony, he stepped out in confusion. Bai Yu stood against the light, plucking the most exquisite rose for himself. Qin Yao stared at him, dazed, before breaking into a familiar smile, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Qin Yao spoke huskily, Hello. What is your name? Bai Yu looked at the rose in his hand and smiled gently. Yi Leyao. Yi is a surname of immense significance to me, and Leyao is a name bestowed upon me by my beloved. Qin Yao's tear-brimmed gaze lingered on him, and after a long pause, a single tear rolled down his cheek. So you have a beloved? His tone was soft, yet Yi Leyao discerned a profound sense of regret and loss within it. Without hesitation, Yi Leyao quickened his steps to embrace Qin Yao. Qin Yao's body stiffened momentarily, and their first embrace was reminiscent of that rainy day, where Qin Yao lay bloodied in his arms, and Yi Leyao felt his warmth fade away, eventually growing cold and rigid. The second embrace was in the present. Though the man's embrace remained tense, it radiated a reassuring warmth. A smile gradually spread across Yi Luyao's face as he nuzzled his head against Qin Yao's neck, asking, Qin Yao, do you like me? 3 resets, 3 reunions. He was no longer the system oblivious to emotions. It was perhaps his late-blooming feelings that led him to misinterpret Qin Yao's smile upon their first meeting. or the expression on Qin Yao's face when he smiled at the wilted flowers during the first reset. He also failed to comprehend why others, upon obtaining their systems, often thought they were encountering ghosts, while only Qin Yao smiled and said, "You've finally come to find me." Leyao could not recall when or where he had encountered Qin Yao, yet he was certain that Qin Yao had indeed seen him. This answer might only reveal itself when Leyao ultimately alters the conclusion of Qin Yao's death. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Leyao had an abundance of time. Suddenly, a pair of hands lifted him into a deep embrace. Leyao heard Qin Yao's slightly trembling voice whisper in his ear, "I like you." Qin Yao spoke with solemnity, "I like you, Leyao." On the day of their reunion, Leyao revealed his identity to Qin Yao in its entirety. After 3 resets, Leyao had grasped the method for altering the destinies of other supporting characters, granting them the agency to make their own choices. The trajectories of their lives, shaped by the supporting characters, were acknowledged and deemed rational by the main system. Thus, the primary objective of Leyao during the 3rd reset was singular, to change the predetermined outcome of Qin Yao's death. However, Leyao could not disclose his true intentions directly to Qin Yao, so he concealed the plot regarding Qin Yao's impending death and only shared the fates of the other characters. After listening to Leyao's account, Qin Yao pondered for a long time before asking, "So, your purpose in seeking me out is to assist us?" Leyao nodded, "Yes." Qin Yao's gaze toward Leyao shifted, suddenly tinged with a hint of resentment. Leyao was taken aback, blinking in surprise, and confirmed he had not misinterpreted the expression before asking, "Why do you look like that?" Despite already being a system that had studied human emotions, the intricacies of human feelings remained exceedingly complex. When faced with confusion, Leyao often pondered alone. Yet, whenever he encountered Qin Yao, he could not help but directly inquire, for Qin Yao had promised him that he could ask questions at any time. Leyao grew increasingly perplexed, even slightly anxious. Why was Qin Yao displeased? Just a moment ago, Qin Yao had embraced him with excitement. How could he suddenly? Leyao's beautiful brows furrowed in thought, an unsettling hypothesis forming in his mind. Previously, Mama Hua had mentioned to him that human affection manifests in various forms. Some forms of affection are enduring, known as love, while others are fleeting, akin to a flower blooming briefly before vanishing. This is termed novelty. Have you grown tired of my novelty? Before Leyao could finish his thought, Qin Yao's hand unexpectedly reached out. The young man's palm was large and warm, swiftly enveloping Lyo's hand within its embrace. His fingers delicately caressed Lyo's, then intertwined with his, fingers locked in a tender grip. Lyo felt a slight tickle from the gentle caress, instinctively retracting his fingers just a bit, only to be firmly grasped again by Qnyo. This sensation was peculiar, yet surprisingly pleasant. Lyo ceased to struggle, gazing at Qnyo with a hint of confusion. Qnyo sighed softly to himself. Though he was uncertain why Lyo appeared so bewildered or why he had seemingly forgotten the words spoken earlier, the unease was evident on his face. Qnyo had initially intended to tease him further, hoping to provoke a bit of self-pity from Lyo. Yet it was he who found himself unable to continue. With a low, husky voice imbued with warmth, he declared, "How could I ever tire of you?" He swallowed hard, uttering 2 deeply affectionate names. Lyo, I like you very much. His heart sank slightly as he continued. I was upset earlier because you mentioned that your presence here was not solely for me. I felt a pang of jealousy. Lyo felt as though a small brush swept over his heart. When Qnyo called him Lyo, his heart fluttered, and upon hearing Qnyo profess his feelings, it raced uncontrollably. The sound of his heartbeat echoed in the serene balcony, distinctly audible. Lyo pressed his lips together, murmuring an affirmative. Qnyo chuckled. I seemed to... Before he could finish, Lyo instinctively covered his lips with his hand, exclaiming, "No more." The slanted rays of the setting sun illuminated the youth's cheek, casting a soft glow akin to the hues of twilight. Lyo's voice trembled ever so slightly. You mustn't tease me any longer. Qnyo's smile widened as he nodded without hesitation. All right. It was not until the sun had fully dipped below the horizon that the warmth of Lyo's flushed cheeks began to wane. That evening, under Lyo's verbal guidance, Qnyo prepared a cup of oatmeal milk for him. The rich, creamy milk glided smoothly over his palate. the familiar flavor causing Lyo to squint his eyes in satisfaction. Observing his reaction, Qnyo inquired, "Is it delicious?" Lyo replied, "Yes, it's delightful," and after a brief pause, added, "I truly enjoy the milk you make for me." Qnyo chuckled, "If you like it, shall I make it for you, every day?" Lyo nodded in agreement. Yes. He was confident that Qnyo would keep his word, including altering the fates of those around him. Although this matter had no direct relation to Qnyo, he unreservedly acquiesced to Lyo's wishes and even devised a comprehensive plan the following day. Qnyo noticed the hint of doubt in Lyo's eyes. He smiled gently, sitting close to Lyo, and suggested, "Shall we give it a try?" Lyo asked, "How do we try?" Surprised, he added, "So you mean?" "Yes." Qnyo affirmed without hesitation. Seeing Qnyo's unwavering confidence, Lyo temporarily set aside his uncertainties. He thought, even if Qnyo were to falter tomorrow, he would still be there to support him. If necessary, he could always write a system program to implant the truth of Ru into Huo's mind. After all, he had successfully done so during the second-time reset, and he was certain he would not err again. One must admit, Lyo's considerations were indeed thorough. Regrettably, being a system that had only recently grasped human emotions, he was still less experienced than Qnyo in matters of complexity. Thus, the following day, Lyo accompanied Qnyo to the Hu household, where he imparted a profound lesson to the naive little system. As for Lyo, Qnyo introduced him with a smile. "This is Lyo, my assistant." Lyo received Qnyo's cue and smoothly responded, "Yes, I'm Qnziang's assistant." "Hello, Hao Zingye." Hu Jiang gave a slight nod, not probing further, and ushered the two into the Hu residence. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings of the Hu family and the warm welcome from Hu B and Hu M, Lyo experienced a fleeting sense of nostalgia. His eyes welling with emotion, almost painful to bear. Fearing that his feelings might be perceived by the couple, he forcefully suppressed his emotions. Lyo was seated in the living room, where Hu B and Hu M warmly entertained him. They engaged him in conversation while inquiring about his age and life. He responded, sharing only the fabricated identity he had concocted with Qnyo the previous evening. Hu B and Hu M showed no suspicion, nodding along as they listened. As their conversation drew to a close, Hu M couldn't help but say, "I don't know why, but from the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an immense fondness for you. That's why I wanted to chat a bit more. You don't mind, do you?" Lyo felt a swell of emotion in his heart, smiling as he shook his head, "Of course not." He felt no discomfort or offense. Rather, he found this sentiment to be a long-lost joy. He genuinely liked it. Upon seeing a stranger in the house, Huoyan paused momentarily before cheerfully asking Hu M, "Whose child is this? He looks somewhat familiar." Hu M laughed at this. Even the second one finds him familiar. "Huh?" Hu B teased. "Why don't you take a guess?" Huoyan stepped closer, standing opposite Lyo, scrutinizing him for a while before shaking his head. "I truly can't recall. Mom and Dad, please don't keep me in suspense. Introduce him." Thus, Hu M affectionately took Lyo's hand, formally introducing him to Huoyan. After hearing Hu M's words, Huoyan furrowed his brow. "Well, that's strange. I shouldn't have met him before, yet he seems familiar." Hu B and Hu M both chuckled. Hu B remarked, "I've never met Lyo, but for some reason, I feel an instant connection." Hu M nodded, "Indeed. I even feel inclined to adopt Lyo as my godson." The family conversed happily together. In contrast, Ru stood nearby, his expression darkening. However, he could not directly interrupt their conversation and could only clear his throat twice to catch Huoyan's attention. Yet, Huoyan was engrossed in discussing Lyo's work, completely oblivious to Ru's coughs. This caused Ru's expression to sour even further. Others remained unaware. But Lyo, being a system, noticed. For some reason, he felt an urge to laugh. At that moment, he understood the meaning behind Qnyo's words from the previous day. This was what it meant to make someone uncomfortable while enjoying the spectacle. Lyo found this sensation delightful, bringing him immense comfort as a system, prompting him to engage more enthusiastically in the conversation. His cheerfulness only served to exacerbate Ru's frustration, causing him to cough so violently that it seemed he might choke, yet they paid him no mind. Huoyan even quietly complained, "Is anyone in our family unwell? Mom, why don't you give him a few days off? He has been coughing incessantly." What if he spread something to Lyo? In that instant, Ru's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. As a system witnessing someone else's discomfort for the first time, Lyo couldn't help but laugh. Just then, Qnyo and Hu Jing descended the stairs, and upon seeing the smile on Lyo's face, Qnyo's lips curved upwards as well. Jingza cast a pensive glance at Su Rue. Su Rue had been standing by for nearly 10 minutes, and only then did Huo recall his presence. Su Rue felt utterly humiliated, even more so by Huoyan's earlier remark. Yet, he could not simply turn away. He could only look at Huoyan with tearful, pleading eyes. Huoyan, feeling a surge of compassion, hurriedly approached and grasped Su Rue's hand, apologizing, "I am truly sorry. Xiaohui, it was my fault. I was simply overwhelmed with joy upon seeing Xiaoyao." Leyao struggled to suppress a smile, biting his lip in an effort to maintain composure. How impolite. It was entirely unbecoming. As a system imbued with courtesy, how could he openly laugh in front of others? However, stifling his laughter proved exceedingly difficult. Just then, as Qin Yao descended the stairs, Leyao rushed towards him. Qin Yao, taken by surprise at Liao's approach, instinctively reached out to embrace him. The two shared a warm hug. Leyao buried his face in Qin Yao's neck, shaking with laughter, while concealing his mirth as best as he could. Except for Qin Yao, no one else noticed Liao's laughter. Thus, to Huoba, Huoma, and Huojing, the scene appeared as though Leyao was in tears. Huojing's brow furrowed immediately. What is wrong? Huoba and Huoma, already focused on Su Rue, turned their attention at the sound of his voice. What happened to Xiaoyao? Huoma asked anxiously as she hurried closer. Huoba followed suit. He seemed fine just moments ago. What has transpired? Has he encountered some distress? Qin Yao replied, no, he is happy. However, he could not undermine Liao's family. So he gently wrapped his arm around Liao's waist, frowning. I don't know. He suddenly rushed over. His voice grew urgent. Yao, what is the matter? Who has upset you? Huoyan had been consoling Su Rue, but interjected, no one. He seemed fine just now. Xiaoyao, what is wrong? As Huoyan attempted to approach, Su Rue clung to his arm. Yenge. Huoyan found himself in a quandary. Leyao felt even more conflicted. He was genuinely laughing. Why wouldn't Qin Yao assist in clarifying? In the next moment, Leyao felt a gentle pinch at his waist. It was slightly ticklish, and he quickly realized that Qin Yao was being playful. Though uncertain of Qin Yao's true intentions, Leyao complied, nestling deeper into Qin Yao's embrace. Then, Leyao heard Huoba and Huoma grow increasingly anxious. Even Huojing inquired, is something wrong? Should we call a doctor? Qin Yao affirmed yes. Consequently, Huoba and Huoma swiftly contacted the family doctor. Seeing this, Huoyan lost interest in comforting Su Rue and merely patted Su Rue's hand, saying, Xiao Rue, please try to understand. Su Rue thought, understand what? This isn't my first visit. Ignoring him was one thing, but who exactly was this Leyao? Why did even Huoyan show such concern for him? A wave of intense imbalance surged within Su Rue. Without further thought, he exclaimed, of course I understand. It's just that he is already an adult, yet he still acts like a child. Does he dislike me? Which is why he behaves this way. As soon as the words left his lips, Huoyan's brow immediately knitted in concern. The entire Huo family fell silent. Qin Yao leaned closer to Leyao, whispering, can you pretend to cry? Leyao, of course, could not, and he was unsure of Qin Yao's intent. However, he complied, even worried about his acting skills. Wu, I am not throwing a tantrum. I do not dislike him. Wu, who is he? I don't even know him. I truly feel unwell. The effectiveness of his performance astonished even Leyao himself, as tears streamed down his face, his eyes turning red. Huoma, who had already taken a liking to this seemingly obedient child, felt a surge of anger upon hearing Su Rue's provocative remark. How dare he utter such shameless words? Seeing Leyao cry so heart-wrenchingly made Huoma's heart ache, and her eyes began to glisten with tears as she gently reassured him. I understand. Xiaoyao, please don't cry. Huoba, too, perceived the deeper implications of Su Rue's words, but as Su Rue was a guest, he refrained from scolding him directly, instead shooting an angry glare at Huoyan. Huojing's expression turned cold as he asked, who are you? Why are you in my home? Su Rue's face flushed with anger. Although Leyao was crying, he found it utterly amusing. Haha, it was truly hilarious that Huojing would question Su Rue's identity. Yi Liao's body began to tremble with laughter, though his tears flowed more freely. Huo Yan, initially concerned for Su Rui, now glanced at him with a hint of resentment upon witnessing Yi Liao's distress. Yet, Su Rui was still his boyfriend. So, Huo Yan merely frowned slightly and withdrew his hand from Su Rui's grasp, introducing, "Dad, Mom, brother, this is Su Rui. He is." As soon as Huo Yan mentioned Su Rui's name, the expressions of the entire Huo family shifted dramatically. Huo Ba's face hardened into silence. Huo Jing averted his gaze, and Huo Ma did not even glance at Su Rui. Their reactions were strikingly evident, as if the word dislike was inscribed on their faces. How could Su Rui endure such treatment? With that, he turned and walked away. Huo Yan furrowed his brow, feeling that Su Rui was being unreasonable. Yet he recognized that his earlier negligence had led to Su Rui's cold reception. Thus, he grasped Su Rui's arm, attempting to explain, "Xiao Rui, please let me clarify." Yi Liao, prompted by Qin Yao, began to wail even louder. Huo Yan paused, lowering his voice. "Please understand, Xiao Yao is still a child." Su Rui seethed with frustration. Is there even a child who stands at 1.80 meters? Moreover, he appears to be an adult. At that moment, Huo Ma suddenly interjected, "Wait, let Su Rui come over and sit." Huo Yan quickly reassured, "Xiao Rui, please don't be angry. Do it for me." Su Rui gritted his teeth, unable to suppress his ire. However, he knew he could not leave. If he were to sever ties with the Huo family, his relationship with Huo Yan would also come to an end, and he could not afford to jeopardize his child's well-being. Thus, he reluctantly responded, "Fine, Yinge. I can endure it for your sake." Su Rui stayed, and soon the housekeeper arrived with the doctor. Upon entering, the housekeeper explained, "Dr. Lin is on leave today due to personal matters. Only Dr. He is available." Dr. He was the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who usually attended to Huo Ma's health. Upon hearing this, Huo Ma quickly stated, "Then let Dr. He take a look at Xiao Yao first. If necessary, we can take him to the hospital later." Dr. He nodded and approached Yi Liao. At this moment, Yi Liao's acting was beginning to falter. As Dr. He checked Yi Liao's pulse, he inquired, "Where do you feel unwell?" Yi Liao pondered for a moment and casually fabricated, "I have a headache." Dr. He contemplated for a moment before stating, "The pulse shows no significant issues." Yi Liao bit her lip, a tear cascading down her cheek. "I don't know, but it doesn't hurt as much now." Qin Yao replied, "As long as it doesn't hurt, I will take Yao Yao to the hospital for a thorough examination later." Dr. He nodded and approached Su Rui. Su Rui was momentarily bewildered. Why was he being examined? Before he could refuse, Huo Yan had already grasped his hand. "It's best to let Dr. He take a look. You just had a major episode, so it would ease my mind." Su Rui wanted to insist it was unnecessary, but before he could voice it, Doctor, he had already felt his pulse. Su Rui's heart raced. He was a man, and due to the peculiarities of his anatomy, he had unexpectedly become pregnant. Even during his initial hospital visit, it had taken considerable effort to confirm his pregnancy. Surely, traditional Chinese medicine could not detect any abnormalities merely by feeling the pulse. Could it? Su Rui attempted to reassure himself, yet anxiety gnawed at him. Moments later, Dr. He released his hand and stated, "Everything is fine. Just maintain a positive state of mind if you are pregnant." Su Rui exhaled in relief, only to hear Dr. He continue, "The child is 4 months along, and there are no issues. You needn't worry." Su Rui's expression stiffened. Huo Yan looked even more bewildered. "What do you mean 4 months? I thought it was 2. Yi Liao nearly laughed. The entire Huo family's gaze fell upon Su Rui. Dr. He remarked, "What 2 months? This pulse clearly indicates 4 months. It is stable. However, I must admit this is the first time I've encountered a male pregnancy, but as long as one is pregnant, the pulse remains similar. I cannot be mistaken." Huo Yan stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. "No, that cannot be. My Su Rui you." Qin Yao interjected, "What is wrong? Is the timeline inconsistent?" "Not just inconsistent. It was a full 2 months early." Su Rui became increasingly flustered. How could a traditional Chinese doctor suddenly appear? And why was he examining Su Rui's pulse? Hadn't the doctor himself stated it was his first time examining a pregnant man? How could he be so certain his diagnosis was correct? He was deceiving him. "It's only been 2 months. I haven't lied to you, Yinge. This child is yours." Su Rui hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, Dr. He could no longer remain composed, his brow furrowing as he sternly replied, "Sir, how can you question my professionalism? My family has practiced traditional Chinese medicine for generations, and I am the 17th in line. I graduated with a doctorate in traditional Chinese medicine from Capital Medical University and have practiced for over 20 years without a misdiagnosis. If I say you are 4 months pregnant, then it is 4 months. There is absolutely no error. Su Rui's chest heaved with indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? I was examined at the hospital. It cannot be mistaken. Besides, I would never lie to Yin Ge. Doctor, he became even more incensed and began to explain, with great authority, why Su Rui's child was 4 months along instead of 2. Throughout the entire exchange, the whole family remained silent, with Leyao and Yao enjoying the spectacle. As for Huoyan, he stood there utterly shattered. Leyao, for reasons unknown, suddenly recalled a phrase she had previously encountered and whispered to Yao. Look at Huoyan, he seems like he is about to shatter. Yao's eyes sparkled with amusement as he leaned closer to her, discovering abruptly that he has become a caretaker is indeed quite distressing, so you mustn't laugh out loud. Leyao nodded earnestly. All right, I will keep my laughter to myself. The farcical scene concluded with Su Rui conceding to the well-reasoned doctor. He in storming out of the Huo residence, while Huoyan did not pursue him, for he was weeping inconsolably. Huoyan Subat, it is not Mina. Ha, it's not my child, ha ha ha. Huo Ma found his crying somewhat embarrassing and turned her head away. Huo Ba sighed deeply. Such a commotion. Huo Jing then addressed Qin Yao and Leyao. I apologize for the spectacle. Leyao quickly replied, it's quite all right, but doesn't he need some comfort? He appears to be in a rather poor state. Huo Ma sighed again, no need to worry about him. As for you, Xiao Yao, why not stay for dinner tonight? Leyao indeed craved Huo Ma's cooking, so without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Shortly after that day, news of Huoyan and Su Rui's breakup spread. Following this incident, Leyao, ever eager to learn, suddenly found herself engrossed in the unfolding drama. Qin Yao noticed her newfound enthusiasm and ensured that wherever there was gossip, there was also Leyao and himself. Naturally, both of them were involved. Qin Yao was only slightly displeased with the growing bond between Leyao and Huoyan. He had expressed his jealousy to Leyao on multiple occasions, but each time, she would reassure him, I do not harbor feelings for Huoyan. I merely see him as. Leyao faltered it. What exactly did she consider Huoyan and his family? She had never truly contemplated this question. Observing her perplexed expression, Qin Yao's jealousy dissipated. In truth, he had long discerned the place Huoyan's family held in Liao's heart. Even the Huo family had expressed to Qin Yao on several occasions their desire for Leyao to remain with them indefinitely. Unfortunately, her naivety in matters of emotion was evident. Perhaps if she were not so oblivious, she might have already been swept away by the entire Huo family. With a touch of selfishness, Qin Yao chose not to clarify this relationship for her, deciding instead to let Leyao gradually come to her own understanding. Even if she were to become upset with him later, he would accept it. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was late August. Qin Yao gazed at the note and sighed helplessly. All right, his little system had indeed been taken away. However, Qin Yao felt no concern, for he and Leyao were already in sync. After attending to matters at the company, which extended into the afternoon, he recalled that Leyao had yet to drink her milk. Therefore, he prepared a cup at the office, placed it in a thermos, and set off to fetch her from the Huo residence. To his surprise, upon arriving, Huo Ma informed him that she had not arranged for Leyao to come over, as she had visited Huo Yan in the morning and was currently at the film set with him. Qin Yao frowned slightly, thanked Huo Ma, and instructed the driver to head to the film set. He did not dwell on why Leyao would lie to him. He merely found it amusing that his little system had learned to deceive him. However, this amusement did not last long. Upon arriving at Huoyan's film set, he effortlessly made his way to Huoyan's dressing room without needing directions. Before he could approach, he overheard Huoyan's furious voice. What do you mean? To save Qin Yao, you must take his place and get hit by a car? I refused to agree. Qin Yao froze, his body stiffening. Qin Yao silently took 2 steps forward, and Liao's voice closely followed. Huoyan, I have already explained to you. My purpose in coming to your world is twofold. First, to alter your fate. Second, to change Qin Yao's fate. I have already accomplished the first goal, and now I must save Qin Yao. I am not stopping you from saving Qin Yao. I just disapprove of your foolish idea. Huoyan exclaimed. Since you know that Qin Yao is destined to be struck by a truck, why can't you and he leave in advance? As long as you both do not appear in that place, wouldn't you both be safe? Qin Yao slowly approached the door of the makeup room. The door was not tightly shut, leaving a small gap. He saw Huoyan with his back to Leyao, who sat on the sofa with her head slightly lowered. rendering her expression indistinguishable. After a long while, Liao's hoarse voice emerged from within. No. What? Huyen questioned. Leyao replied. Even if we avoid the street where the truck appears, we cannot evade the predetermined outcome of Qin Yao's death. Huyen stiffened, gazing at Liao in disbelief. How is that possible? Liao suddenly smiled, but the smile appeared particularly pale. Because I have tried twice before. Huyen stared at Liao. His eyes filled with incredulity. What do you mean? What do you mean by having tried twice? Liao chose not to conceal any further. When you first saw me, did you not ask if you had met me before? We indeed crossed paths during the 2 previous time resets, as well as in the timeline of my first arrival in this world. Having restarted time so many times, the most profound emotions Liao understood were sorrow and heartbreak. These were the feelings he despised the most. By the 3rd time resetting the timeline, Liao decided to employ this method to save Qin Yao. Since Qin Yao's death was an unalterable fate, as long as there was a death of Qin Yao at this moment, the regulatory system would not classify it as a plot error. Thus, during the 3rd time reset, Liao edited a program for himself, allowing the main system's monitoring program to recognize him as the Qin Yao of the world 202310007. To avoid detection by the main system's oversight, Liao sealed most of his abilities, presenting himself more like a human. Only in this way could he truly replace Qin Yao at the moment of his demise without being deemed a plot error. This was why Liao appeared directly before Qin Yao after this event reset. He wished to accompany Qin Yao as much as possible over the next 2 months. Not because Qin Yao liked Liao, but because Liao cherished Qin Yao. The regulatory system could not predict what would occur after his death. So he chose to leave behind a series of the most beautiful memories before his passing. With reddened eyes, Liao choked out, Huyen, I beg you, please help me. As a system, despite having comprehended human emotions, Liao was still not human. Therefore, even in his sorrow, devoid of the performance inherent to the point system, he could not shed tears. Only his beautiful eyes were tinged with a sorrowful hue. Huyen silently locked eyes with Liao. After a long moment, he shook his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. I cannot do it, Xiaoyao. Although I lack my previous memories, over the past 2 months, I have come to regard you as a brother. I certainly understand your desire to save Qin Yao, but how can you be sure that if you die in his stead, he will remain safe? Huyen's question was almost cruel. Liao asserted, my calculations will not be erroneous. This was the one certainty he held. And what is the probability of you surviving? Huyen inquired again. Liao fell silent. Huyen did not speak further. Silence stretched infinitely within the makeup room. Outside, Qin Yao rose to leave. Their conversation had reached an impasse. Despite all the servants of the Qin family and Qin Hongxi being aware of Liao's existence, he still preferred to traverse Qin Yao's balcony. It was already late at night, and Qin Yao's room had been plunged into darkness. After the last season's blooms had withered, new buds had begun to unfurl over the past few days. Suddenly, Liao recalled the last timeline, where after Qin Yao's departure, these flowers were still tended to, albeit by Qin Hongxi instead of Qin Yao. Yet, Qin Hongxi did not care for them for long. The impact of Qin Yao's death was too great for him, and within 2 years, Qin Hongxi passed away. Ultimately, the balcony filled with roses perished during a frigid blizzard after the Qin family mansion lost its 2 masters. Liao was unsure why this memory surfaced, but he could not suppress his sorrow. The roses, now unattended, mirrored the impending day of reckoning. Suddenly, the lights in the room behind him flickered on. Qin Yao extended a glass of milk toward Liao. Liao lowered his gaze slightly, accepting the warm milk, and pondered, I thought you were asleep. Did I not promise you? Qin Yao smiled. I would make you a glass of milk every day. Even if it's late and I should be sleeping, I still have to prepare your milk, right? Liao felt a sudden sting in his eyes, his heart swelling with emotion. For a fleeting moment, he sensed something welling up in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. After taking a sip of milk, he earnestly said, Thank you, President Qin. Qin Yao unexpectedly reached out, ruffling Liao's hair. Silly. Liao replied seriously, I am not foolish. Did I not tell you before? I am the top-ranked regulatory system of the Time and Space Regulatory Bureau. Qin Yao chuckled softly, responding with a gentle hum. Yet inwardly, he thought, how foolish my little system. How could a system consider the lives and deaths of others before its own well-being? It could very well choose to live freely, avoiding such burdensome thoughts, yet it chose to remain by his side. His little system honored its promise. and thus Qin Yao would also uphold the promise made in his childhood. Just before the out-of-control truck collided, Leyao managed to push Qin Yao out of harm's way. However, in the next instant, Leyao felt his vision flip, being forcefully thrust aside. The screeching of tires against the pavement pierced the air, followed by a deafening crash. The torrential rain blurred his sight, and Leyao felt his heart momentarily stop. When he looked up again, Qin Yao lay in a pool of blood. The icy raindrops relentlessly fell, stripping away the vitality from his body. Liao's voice was hoarse and desperate. Qin Yao. He had lost Qin Yao once more. Liao staggered forward, frantically cradling Qin Yao in his arms. Qin Yao lay on his back, coughing up a pool of blood. Yao, don't speak. Don't speak. I will find a way. I will find a way to save you. Uncertain of what blurred his vision, Liao could barely discern Qin Yao's face. I will find a way. But the program affixed to Liao was now unbound, and he began to exchange for potions in the point shop once more. Yet, just like before, the most effective potions could not be used on Qin Yao, whose body continued to grow colder. How could this be? How could this be? Liao's voice trembled as he lowered his head, only to discover warm tears cascading from his eyes. The system, it seems, is capable of shedding tears as well. Qin Yao made an effort to curl his lips into a semblance of a smile, extending his hand to gently wipe away the tears from Liao's eyes, whispering, "Do not cry, please." Yet Liao wept uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Why? Why can I never save you?" Qin Yao shook his head with a soft smile. Gazing earnestly at Liao, his voice barely above a whisper, "You have already saved me, Yao Yao. You have come to see me once more, and so this time, it is my turn to honor our promise." Confusion clouded Liao's mind. All he could perceive was the crescendo of his own sobs. He clung to Qin Yao, his heart wrenched, pleading, "You cannot die. Qin Yao, you must not die. Please promise me, do not leave me." Qin Yao remained silent, summoning the last remnants of his strength to once more brush away the tears from Liao's eyes. Yet the tears were too abundant, and Qin Yao's strength waned. His once beautiful hand, now stained with blood, fell lifelessly to his side. Surrounding figures seemed to draw near. Liao heard Huo Yan calling for him to release his grip. "Let go. Little Yao Yao, the doctor is here. The doctor has arrived." Liao shook his head helplessly, speech failing him as he opened his mouth only to release more cries of despair. It is too late to save him. The rain that day fell with relentless ferocity, each drop striking him like a dagger to the heart. Qin Yao was gone once more, once again perishing in Liao's embrace. 2 days later, the Qin family held a grand funeral for Qin Yao. Liao was absent, as if he had vanished entirely, even though a family could not locate him. It was then that Huo Yan recalled Liao's words from days prior. Liao had claimed to be a system, tasked with saving them and Qin Yao. But now that Qin Yao was dead, what of Liao? Had he departed? Huo Yan was engulfed in regret, lamenting that he should not have spoken so definitively that day. He ought to have stayed and brainstormed with Liao. Yet, if even Liao could not conceive a better plan, could he truly devise one to save Qin Yao? Huo Yan was lost in confusion, burdened with self-reproach from that day forward. It was his fault. If only he had engaged in a deeper conversation with Liao that day. Perhaps together they could have devised a solution to save Qin Yao. A life was at stake. How could Huo Yan have uttered such words to Liao? Liao only wished to save Qin Yao. He was not at fault. But Huo Yan too wished to save Liao, and more than anything, he could not bear to witness Qin Yao's demise. How had it come to this? Unbeknownst to him, Huo Yan's psyche began to twist and unravel. A gifted actor, he excelled at concealing his emotions, ensuring that no one noticed his turmoil. Only with the arrival of night did he shed his family.Ⅲ sitting by the edge of his bed in a pitch-black room, repeatedly questioning himself as to why he had failed to save Qin Yao. He found himself teetering on the brink of despair, wishing fervently that if only Liao did not harbor feelings for Qin Yao. Yes, if only Liao's affections did not lie with Qin Yao, the latter's death would not haunt him. Each time this thought crossed his mind, Huo Yan was jolted into a cold sweat. How could he entertain such notions? He fully understood Qin Yao's significance to Liao. How could he think otherwise? The more Huo Yan pondered, the deeper his self-loathing grew, leading to a troubling inclination towards self-harm. He was the first to notice Huo Yan's distress and promptly informed his parents. However, Liao did not accompany Huo Yan to the hospital. By this time, Huo's mother had learned the entire sequence of events. Looking at Liao with eyes brimming with compassion, "Little Yao Yao, Do you blame him? Yi Leyao, taken aback, replied, how could I? Hua Yin regarded him as a brother, and in Yi Liao's heart, he had long considered them family. He shook his head, stating earnestly, I blame no one. It is simply that he could not foresee a solution that would satisfy all, and thus I must accept today's outcome. Yi Leyao did not linger long with the Huo family. He had other matters to attend to. This time, his objective was particularly clear. He sought out Qiu directly, inquiring how he could save Qin Yao. Recognizing the determination in Yi Liao's eyes, Qiu did not withhold the truth this time. There is indeed a way. But once you save Qin Yao, you may never be together again. Yi Leyao listened quietly to Qiu's proposal before breaking into a smile. No, we can be together. Qiu regarded him with confusion. What do you intend to do? By this time, half a year had passed since Qin Yao's death. The assistance system Baiyu had also arrived in the 202-3-1007 world. Yi Leyao approached him directly. Upon their reunion, Baiyu was irate, exclaiming, what on earth are you doing? Your constant resetting of this world's timeline has hindered my ability to complete my tasks. Wait, Baiyu, Yi Leyao interjected. What is the origin of your name? Baiyu paused, furrowing his brow. Why do you ask that? Yi Leyao replied, I am now called Yi Leyao, a name bestowed upon me by my beloved. You were originally not named this. You were called the 325 system. Baiyu fell silent for a moment before murmuring. My host once said that every time I spoke to him, I did so with a tenderness akin to feathers, teasing his heart. Thus, he initially called me Little Yu, later adding a surname. And so, I became Baiyu. Yi Leyao remarked, you harbor feelings for your host. Baiyu exploded in indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm a system. How could I possibly? The thought lingered unspoken on his lips, and he turned away, muttering, systems cannot develop feelings for humans. Why can't systems like humans? Yi Leyao inquired. I do like humans. Baiyu stared at him in astonishment. You. Yi Leyao smiled brightly. I once grappled with this very question, but Qin Yao said that at the core, humans are merely organisms composed of cells, and I, as a system, am fundamentally just a string of data. He is cells, I am data, we are inherently a pair. A succinct statement, yet profoundly resonant. Baiyu gazed at Yi Leyao, bewildered, finally asking, why are you telling me this? I wish to enlist your assistance. Yi Leyao replied with a smile, for I shall assist you in return. I will extract all narrative lines related to your tasks, and upon the completion of this task, you shall no longer have to repeat them. Furthermore, I will alter the flow of time for you. Yi Leyao stated. Baiyu was taken aback. The narrative lines of the small world can be independent of the small world itself. He quickly checked. Indeed, there's a precedent for this. But it requires a substantial amount of points, does it not? Also, what purpose do you have in changing the flow of time? Baiyu bombarded him with questions. This will cost even more points, right? He looked at Yi Leyao in confusion. Why would you do this? Oh, I see. For the sake of that human who named you, prodigy, Yi Leyao affirmed. Once the narrative lines of the small world are made independent, the storyline of that task will no longer be subject to the regulatory system. In other words, that particular timeline will no longer be reset by me. This task line still belongs to the world of 202-31007, which means that this task line will converge with the timeline of 202-31007 in the future. Yi Leyao hopes that on the day the timelines align, Baiyu will come to awaken him. Baiyu inquires, so, have you found a solution this time? Yi Leyao replies, yes, the next time will be the final time for the time restart. Baiyu further asks, what should I tell you then? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Leyao casually edits a program. You should ask me, 1. Have you found a way to save Qin Yao? Baiyu nods earnestly, all right? I will remember. Yi Leyao swiftly departs. He redeems a task line separation in the points mall, separating Baiyu's task timeline from the world of 202-31007. And then he purchases a pause extension. The system points mall features a communication forum. Each day, the products sold in the points mall are publicly announced anonymously. On this day, the points mall suddenly reveals a new announcement. 1 minute ago, 1,000 bottles of the pause potion were redeemed. The alert prompts a flurry of reactions from numerous systems. 1,000 bottles? Huh. Which system is this? I remember not long ago, a system redeemed 5,000 bottles of life potions, right? 5,000 bottles of life potions? My goodness, how wealthy they are. Jealousy burns in my eyes. Those 5,000 bottles cost a whopping 500 million points. But my focus is on the fact that one bottle can save 100 people. Did they redeem 5,000 bottles to save the world? If it's come to saving the world, this realm must be on the brink of collapse. It's possible. especially since 1,000 bottles of pause potions were just redeemed. They must be trying to find a way to save this world. Which system has caused this mess? Can I at least catch a glimpse of the spectacle? The system forum buzzes with fervent discussion. Meanwhile, two furrows their brow in concern. 1,000 bottles of pause potions could pause time for 1,000 years. What exactly is one planning? Xiao shakes her head. Two leaps onto her, looking up in confusion. You don't know either? Xiao replies, I don't know, but I can roughly guess what he intends to do. Her gaze falls upon the paused world of 2023107. And after a long pause, she states he wants to synchronize the time flow of the world of 2023107 with that of the main system. Upon hearing this, two is taken aback. Huh? Has one gone mad? In our main system, 1 hour equals a year in the world of 2023107. To align their time flow, how many points would that require? Billions, hundreds of billions, trillions wouldn't suffice. Is one out of their mind? Xiao remains silent as a data panel illuminates before them, displaying Liao's figure. At this moment, System 1 has begun to traverse various worlds, striving to accumulate points as swiftly as possible. 2 notices that he is overseeing 10 worlds at once and can't help but curse under their breath, then asks, what exactly did you say to him? It's obvious. To have the main system acknowledge the plot, true death is a necessity, 2 mutters. Even for systems, true death is required. However, systems differ from cellular organisms. When cellular organisms die, their cells cannot regenerate. Systems, on the other hand, can recover as long as they are meticulously cared for after their data disappears. Yet, this process is time-consuming. It could take 1 or 2 years at best, or even over a decade at worst. At this realization, 2 suddenly understands. So 1 aims to restore things so he can see that Leyao again? That's why he wants to synchronize the time flow of the world of 2023107 with that of our main system. Xiao nods. The reason Xiao informed Leyao that after saving Leyao, they could not meet again is due to the issue of time. The time required to restore shattered data is lengthy. Even with Xiao and 2's assistance, it would take at least 2 years. In the world of 2023107, let alone 2 years, even after 3 hours, Leyao could very well have aged and passed away. Indeed, as Xiao has stated, after saving Leyao, one would never be able to meet him again. Yet who could have anticipated that one would contemplate altering the flow of time? 2 lets out a heavy sigh. But at this rate, even if he oversees 10 worlds at once, he won't earn enough points in the short term. Xiao nods in agreement. 2 sighs again, forget it. I'll lend him a hand. Xiao looks at him in surprise. 2 scoffs. Don't look at me like that. I just think that for one system to do this alone could take countless years, which is exhausting. Besides, I have plenty of points and, currently, I have no need for them, so I can give him all my points. Upon hearing this, Xiao can't help but laugh. Why are you so willing to help him? 2 scoffs twice. After a long pause, he finally replies, because 1 helped me a long time ago. Xiao inquires, But 2 falls silent. Back when 2 was newly created by the main system, he was not yet a regulatory system. At that time, 1 was already the envied top system of the main system. During a task, 2 accidentally made a fatal error, nearly causing a small world to collapse. It was 1 who rushed in time to stabilize that small world. Afterward, 2 expressed gratitude to 1, vowing to repay him. Do you know what 1 said then? 2 asked Xiao. Xiao chuckles softly. I can guess. He must have said something like he has many points. 2 scoffs. It was even more outrageous than that. He said that if I don't make mistakes in future tasks, it will be the best repayment to the regulatory system. What do you think? Is he being unreasonable? Xiao laughs. Absolutely unreasonable. Satisfied, 2 nods. Then shortly thereafter adds, but I can understand. After all, 1 didn't grasp the concept of emotions back then. Now that he does, he has completely fallen for it. 2 says this in a teasing tone. Yet, once the words are spoken, neither Xiao nor he can muster a laugh. They both understand that the path 1 has chosen is destined to be solitary and prolonged. Hence, 2 wishes to assist him. For several decades afterward, the Point System Forum would annually witness an anonymous announcement. 1 minute ago, 1,000 bottles of the pause potion were redeemed. In the initial years, each time this announcement appeared, it would captivate countless systems. They were curious about which system had committed such a grand disaster to redeem so many pause potions every year. Yet, no matter how curious they were, they remained oblivious to the system behind it. In recent years, however, systems have begun to hear rumors that System 1, ranked first in the Time-Space Regulatory Bureau, has recently fallen into poverty. To what extent? Haven't you heard that he had a dispute with the main system's regulatory system over 1 point? This incident was actually a minor issue. The main system's regulatory system is an old system, and precisely because it is an old system, it is somewhat antiquated, stubbornly refusing to replace its system processor, which occasionally leads to operational errors. This time, they shortchanged 1 by 1 point. However, 1 point really doesn't amount to much, so most of the time, systems are too lazy to trouble the main system's regulatory system. Unexpectedly, the situation escalated over such a trivial matter as a single point in the system. Furthermore, it was claimed that the main system failed to provide a resolution or compensation plan, prompting the individual to threaten a strike alongside the second. In recent years, the more seasoned systems have increasingly favored taking leave, while the less experienced ones have caused their fair share of troubles. Many of these predicaments were resolved collaboratively by the first and second systems. Should they choose to strike together, it would indeed present a significant challenge for the Space-Time Bureau. Ultimately, the main system had no choice but to grant the first a double compensation, amounting to 2 points. Upon hearing this, many systems found themselves in a state of amusement. Was it truly worth causing such a ruckus over merely 2 points? Indeed, it was perplexing. Logically, the first system was not in dire need of a few points. Could it be that it was simply too stingy? Soon, other systems emerged to defend the first. The first is not stingy at all. Indeed, he previously gifted me 100 bottles of life potions. Upon receiving this information, the other systems were taken aback. So, the system that purchased 5,000 bottles of life potions was the first? Unbelievable. It could indeed be the first, as no other system possesses such a wealth of points. What was the first truly aiming for? None of the systems had the answer. The only two who knew were those that had assisted the first in laboring over the years. After yet another round of supervision concluded, the second system could no longer endure. I can't take it anymore. I need to rest for a while. Leyao, won't you take a break? The second had grown accustomed to addressing the first as Leyao. Leyao replied, No, thank you. You go ahead and rest while I proceed to the next world. With a sigh, the second refrained from insisting, knowing it would be of no use. The two systems quickly parted ways, and Leyao took a deep breath before venturing into the next world. Upon arriving in this small world, Leyao eagerly accessed the data, but before he could finish reviewing the plotline, he found himself momentarily stunned. The identifier for this small world was 202-31007. Leyao distinctly felt his heart begin to race. Wasn't the 202-31007 world paused by him? How could this be? Wait, it could indeed be possible. The flow of time in small worlds differs from that of the main system, and thus the timelines of the system's tasks can be quite varied. Some tasks may exist within the same small world, yet belong to entirely different periods. This task was set 18 years prior, when Qin Yao had just turned 5 years old. So this was the first encounter between Qin Yao and himself. Leyao hesitated not at all. Swiftly making his way towards Qin Yao, he flew rapidly, snowflakes swirling around him like sharp blades, stinging his face, yet he seemed oblivious to the discomfort. It was not until he reached the requisite path leading to the Qin family villa that he spotted a small figure in the snow. 5-year-old Qin Yao, clad in a thin sweater, shivered in the cold wind, clutching his tiny form as he trudged forward, step by step. As he drew nearer, Leyao could even hear Qin Yao encouraging himself with laughter. Hurry, hurry, and I won't feel cold. I am the best, the very best child. Liao's eyes grew misty. In the next moment, young Qin Yao unexpectedly stumbled and fell onto the icy snow, landing in a most unfortunate manner. Liao's heart tightened, and he rushed forward, intending to help the small child up when he suddenly heard a muffled sob. Wah, I'm the child that mommy doesn't like. Why? Why doesn't my mommy like me? Leyao could no longer hold back. He exchanged points for a down jacket and wrapped Qin Yao snugly in it. Surprised by the sudden embrace, young Qin Yao, in the sub-zero temperatures, found the moisture on his eyelashes had already frozen. He choked out, Big brother. Why do you say that? They all say it's because I'm not good enough that my mommy. Leyao, carrying Qin Yao on his back, interjected, Qin Yao, she doesn't like you. No matter how well you do, she will never like you. Do you understand? Young Qin Yao nestled against Liao's back, feeling an unexpected warmth, but he still did not comprehend. Why? Because you cannot expect someone who does not like you to suddenly change their feelings. It is futile. Instead, you should learn to love yourself well, Leyao advised. Young Qin Yao appeared perplexed. Love myself? But want to make my mommy. You must not. Leyao interrupted him, softening his tone slightly. Focus on loving yourself. Do not seek her approval. You must become your own person. Young Qingyao replied. You make it sound so complicated, I don't understand. Leyao smiled gently. You will understand in the future. You are a clever child. You will surely comprehend. Young Qingyao nodded and inquired. Then who will like me? Children are often the most starved for love. Leyao pondered for a moment before responding. Many people will like you. Like who? Young Qingyao pressed for details. Leyao replied, for instance, your father, your friends, your classmates, your teachers, and as he spoke, his voice softened further. And by the way, me? Young Qinyao's eyes widened. Big brother, you like me too? Young Qingyao questioned, why? Am I not worthy of your affection now? Leyao chuckled and set Qingyao down, crouching to meet his gaze. It must be said that Qingyao had always been remarkably handsome. Thus, Leyao sincerely stated, you are indeed worthy of my affection now. But my fondness for you is not merely an admiration for beauty. Young Qingyao appeared even more bewildered. Then what kind of affection is that? When you grow up? I will tell you, Leyao responded. Young Qinyao's eyes sparkled. So we will meet again? Leyao nodded. Yes, I will come to find you in the future. Young Qingyao eagerly asked, when? Leyao replied, in another 18 years. Young Qingyao questioned, you won't deceive me, will you? I would never deceive you. Leyao assured him. Young Qingyao beamed, feeling entirely warm now. He grasped Liao's hand. Then when I grow up, I will protect you, big brother. Leyao regarded him. Young Qingyao continued, I will grow up well, ensuring that you suffer no harm. Leyao suddenly recalled the words Qingyao had spoken during the third time reset, while lying in his embrace. Qingyao had indeed fulfilled that promise. He had truly protected himself. Liao's eyes grew misty as he gently crouched down and embraced Qingyao. All right, thank you. However, I must tell you something. What is it? Qingyao inquired. Leyao smiled. I am a system, so I do not require your protection. Young Qingyao furrowed his brow, unable to grasp the concept of a system, nor the meaning behind Liao's words at that moment. He wished to say more to Leyao, but Leyao declared that time had run out. Leyao landed on that familiar balcony, placing Qingyao down gently. Qingyao, I will come to find you. Do not forget me. Young Qingyao remained in a stunned state from the recent events, gazing at Leyao without blinking, unable to utter a single word until Leyao vanished from sight. How did he know my name? Young Qingyao remained puzzled. The clouds in the sky continued to gather. Bai turned his head to glance at Leyao, who remained seated, and communicated through sign language. It's going to rain. Everything should come to an end. Chapter 99. You promised me, observing the smile on Leyao's lips. Bai blinked and inquired, what do you plan to do next? Bai chuckled softly and nodded. The regulation of the system by the Time and Space Bureau was not particularly stringent. One might even say it was exceptionally lenient. Even the system's desire to detach from the main system and venture into the human world was permitted. However, correspondingly, the system had to pay a certain price. The main system would first strip the system of all its abilities, for in the eyes of the vast majority of the human world, the systems represented an undeniably advanced civilization. This regulation by the main system was intended to maintain the harmony and stability of the smaller worlds. Nevertheless, this was secondary. After all, having chosen to live as humans, they indeed should no longer possess extraordinary attributes that exceeded this world. Some chose to relinquish their arms, others their memories. Yet the vast majority of systems did not opt to forfeit their sight. Bai gestured. The inability to speak is truly inconsequential. As long as I can stay by my host's side, I find great joy in that. Leyao recalled the man he had encountered several times and nodded sincerely. Noticing this, Bai asked again, will you succeed this time? Leyao smiled and replied, yes, I certainly will. Throughout the prolonged working hours at the Time and Space Bureau, even when utterly exhausted, Leyao never ceased his efforts. He had been waiting for this day. Prior to this moment, Leyao had made ample preparations, for this was his final opportunity. To ensure the main system recognized Leyao as Qingyao, he selected the timeline for the fourth time restart to be 13 years prior. Leyao utilized a shrinking potion to transform himself into a 5-year-old child and implanted memories into the members of the Huo family, becoming their adopted son, Leyao. Additionally, to minimize the impact of the first 3 restarts on the Huo family and Qingyao, and to prevent Qingyao from recognizing him, Leyao sealed off parts of Qinyao's memories, obscuring his recollection of Leyao's appearance. A program was employed to block Leyao's own memories, leaving only a program key for Baiyu to retrieve in the future. The moment Leyao possessed the memories of his transmigration, the narrative of the fourth time restart commenced. After a prolonged period of oppressive silence, the rain finally began to fall, and not far off. A few individuals were caught off guard by the downpour, letting out startled exclamations. Everything unfolded in an orderly manner according to Leyao's plan. Yet, as with all matters, unexpected occurrences arose. Leyao's gaze fell upon Huoyin, who was hastily approaching with an umbrella, and he smiled, saying, Baiyu, thank you. Baiyu shook his head and gestured, I shall take my leave now. His beloved had arrived. Leyao nodded, watching as the two figures departed. He tilted his head back and blinked. I was just waiting for you to come pick me up, second brother. Huoyin huffed. Do you want me to pick you up, or do you want Leyao to? Leyao smiled without responding. Huoyin said no more, shaking off the droplets from his umbrella. Let us go. Leyao is still busy. In truth, Leyao had already finished his tasks. But Huoyin harbored a dislike for him, and, upon witnessing the torrential rain, felt increasingly unsettled, prompting him to intercept Leyao and personally come to fetch Leyao. Leyao did not hesitate, nodding and rising. All right. Huoyin held the umbrella, leading Leyao toward the villa, inquiring as they walked. The boy you were just chatting with, is he the one from the resort? It is he. Leyao will confirm it. Huoyin pressed on. Did you ask him why he sought you out that day? Leyao replied, I did. He said he is my fan, and the note he wrote that day contained a line from an anime. Leyao observed him. Isn't it pouring? Must we leave now? Of course, Huoyin asserted, his intuition urging him that they needed to depart immediately with Leyao. Leyao nodded, filing silent. Huoyin, after waiting a considerable time, noticed Leyao's persistent tranquility and glanced at him in surprise. What is it? Leyao, his face adorned with a smile, looked up slightly. What is the matter, second brother? Huoyin frowned. Something felt amiss. Ordinarily, Leyao relished arguing with him. Yet today he remained unusually quiet. Huoyin sensed something was off, but could not pinpoint the issue, leaving him in contemplative silence. Observing Leyao, his expression appeared as usual, giving no indication of abnormality. Could it be that he was merely overthinking? As the two entered, Leyao and the Huo family members hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Leyao, Leyao's lips curled involuntarily into a smile, without a second thought. He leaped into Leyao embrace. Leyao instinctively caught Leyao, astonished. Yao? Leyao chuckled softly, whispering, What's wrong? Don't you want to hug me? Huoyin, the entire Huo family, and the surrounding guests turned their gazes toward the two, under the watchful eyes of all. Yao's ears flushed visibly, and he cleared his throat awkwardly. Yao? Leyao found it amusing, clinging to Yao and refusing to let go. Huoyan's eyelids twitched, but Huozhe timely restrained him, preventing him from intervening. Huoma then chimed in, Such a lovely bond. It truly is enviable. The surrounding guests chuckled in response. Indeed. All right, let the youth have their moment. We shall find another place to continue our conversation. The guests quickly dispersed, and Huoba and Huoma entwined their arms and departed. Huozhe tugged at Huoyin, who glared at Yao in frustration before addressing Leyao. I'll give you 5 more minutes. Hurry up and come over. We are leaving. Leyao nodded repeatedly. Understood. You go ahead, second brother. His time was limited, and he wished to converse with Yao while he still could. Just as he caught sight of Huoba and Huoma, he heard Huoba say, All right, everyone is here. Let us go. Huoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Go where? Huoma, unwilling to listen, quickly instructed Huozhe. Hurry, take your second brother away before he truly confronts Shaoqin. Huo nodded promptly, understood. However, Huoba and Huojing were quick, each grabbing one of Huoyan's arms. We've told you repeatedly not to interfere with Xiao Yao's romantic affairs. You, my child, are as stubborn as a mule, Huoba admonished sternly. Huoyan retorted, How have I become the mule? Wait, don't drag me away. Regardless of Huoyan's struggles, Huoba and Huojing refused to relent. With Huozhe assisting from behind, Huoyan found himself no match for the 3 men of the Huo family, being dragged and shoved into the car. The others quickly followed suit, and Huoma declared, Drive. Ignoring Huoyan's protests, the Huo family's extended luxury vehicle slowly departed from the Qin family villa. On the other side, once all the guests had left, only Leyao and Yao remained in the hall. At that moment, Leyao had buried his head in Yao's embrace, while outside, the torrential rain continued to fall, the cacophony of raindrops striking the ground relentless. Leyao wished to cover his ears, but did not want to release his grip around Qin Yao, and thus could only nuzzle against his neck to express his discontent. Qin Yao discerned the subtle shift in Liao's emotions and promptly inquired, "What troubles you? Do you not enjoy rainy days?" Liao responded with a muted affirmation. Qin Yao reached out, tousling Liao's hair, and then gently placed his warm palm over Liao's ear. Taken aback momentarily, Liao soon smiled and asked, "How did you know what I was thinking?" Qin Yao chuckled without uttering a word. The two nestled close together, and Liao called out, "Qin Zong." Qin Yao replied softly, "What is it?" Liao laughed. "It's nothing, I just wanted to call you." Qin Yao probed further. "So what was bothering you just now?" Surprised by Qin Yao's sensitivity, Liao shifted slightly from his embrace, tilting his head up to scrutinize Qin Yao. Qin Yao lowered his gaze, meeting the sparkling depths of Liao's eyes. He swallowed hard and softly asked, "Is it something you cannot share with me?" Liao remained silent, simply gazing at Qin Yao as though etching his likeness into his memory. In truth, Liao had the capability to do just that. During his years at the Time and Space Bureau, whenever he missed Qin Yao, he would create a model of him using data. As the most exceptional system in the Bureau, the models he crafted were undoubtedly flawless. However, none could compare to the real Qin Yao. Thus, he had only created a model once, and for the subsequent centuries, he refrained from doing so again, instead repeatedly reviewing the scant data available about Qin Yao whenever he felt a pang of longing. The data regarding Qin Yao was minimal compared to the vast repository Liao possessed. He had lost count of how many times he had perused it, but fortunately, he no longer needed to, for at this moment, Qin Yao was right beside him. Even if they were to part temporarily, it would only be for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, Liao tilted his head slightly, pressing his lips against Qin Yao's. Qin Yao's eyes widened momentarily as he breathed, "Yao Yao." He tightened his grip on Liao's hand, preparing to speak, when abruptly he recalled Chu Cheng's voice. "Brother, Grandpa is..." Chu Cheng rushed over, breathless. "Grandpa is not well." Qin Yao quickly turned to Liao. "Yao Yao Qin Zong, you should go," Liao interjected. "Just have a driver take me." His gaze lingered on Qin Yao's face, almost hungrily. "Qin Zong, you must hurry." Qin Yao studied Liao, noting that the youthful visage before him remained unchanged. Even the look directed at him bore no signs of alteration. Yet, inexplicably, Qin Yao felt that Liao had transformed. He could not articulate the source of this change, but it stirred a sense of unease within him. "I do not wish to leave you, Yao Yao." Before Liao could respond, Qin Hongxi approached swiftly. "Qin Yao, we just received news from the hospital about your grandfather." As he spoke, Qin Hongxi glanced at Liao, offering a smile. "If you do not wish to go, that is acceptable." Yet Liao insisted, "Qin Yao, go." This was the first time since their acquaintance that Qin Yao heard Liao call his name. Liao nodded, smiling, "All right." Chu Cheng urged Qin Yao once more. Only then did Qin Yao follow Qin Hongxi and Chu Cheng away, watching the three depart. A smile slowly crept across Liao's lips. After regaining his memories, Liao's abilities had also returned, and he had long known that the whole family had already left. Now, the Qin family was also preparing to depart, prompting the guests present to disperse as well. Liao ascended the stairs to Qin Yao's room. The rain poured down, drenching the roses and causing them to lean precariously. Liao stepped onto the balcony, snipped a bouquet of flowers with scissors, and skillfully found a vase in Qin Yao's room to arrange the blossoms. He then retrieved the remaining oat milk from the refrigerator, knowing Liao enjoyed it. Qin Yao had prepared plenty. Sipping the oat milk slowly, Liao subsequently washed the cup in the kitchen. Next, he entered Qin Yao's study. The computer remained powered on, and after a moment's thought, Liao installed a small program on it. Having completed these tasks, time had nearly run out. Liao rose and descended the stairs, grabbing an umbrella prepared for the guests before heading out. At that moment, the butler approached abruptly. "Young Master Yi, where are you going?" The butler's brow furrowed. "I shall escort you." Liao shook his head. "No need, I can manage on my own." He politely declined the butler's offer and stepped into the rain with his umbrella. In mere seconds, he had walked several dozen meters away. The butler's frown deepened, sensing something amiss. Yet before he could ponder further, he suddenly froze. Wait, why was he standing here in a daze? The butler shook his head in confusion and hurried back to work, with Qin Hongxi needing to rush to the hospital. He had no time to attend to the remaining guests, thus leaving that responsibility to the butler. Many guests lingered, and the butler could not afford to be lax. Countless luxury cars departed from the Qin villa, passing by Leyao, yet none discerned his figure amidst the downpour. As the rain obscured the sky, Leyao quickened his pace. Before long, he arrived at the intersection. The heavy rain rendered the streets sparsely populated, with only a few cars rushing by. The Qin family's vehicle was smoothly navigating the road to the left when, without warning, the car came to a halt. Qin Hongxi was taken aback. What happened? The driver replied, "The engine has suddenly stalled. Please wait a moment. I will check." Chu Cheng, seated beside Qin Yao, frowned. How could it stall so abruptly? In that instant, Qin Yao's heart raced, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Chu Cheng turned his head, startled. "Cousin, are you all right?" Simultaneously, within the Huo family's vehicle, Huoyan, who had been silently reconciling with reality, suddenly sat upright. "No, stop the car. Stop." The entire family turned to him, bewildered. Huo father and Huo mother exchanged perplexed glances. Huoyan's eyes were bloodshot. "I can't hear it. I can't hear Liao's thoughts anymore. No, we must go back. To that fork in the road. Quickly. We must hurry. It will be too late if we delay." The family instantly grasped the urgency. Why had they ceased to hear Liao's thoughts? An inexplicable dread enveloped the Huo family, silencing any dissent. They had to go to that fork in the road. It was imperative they had to go at once. Qin Yao. The sound of piercing horns filled the air as Qin Yao dashed from the car. Chu Cheng, observing Qin Yao's unusual behavior, was perplexed. What is happening? Why did he suddenly get out? Qin Hongxi was equally confused but did not question further. He simply grabbed an umbrella and followed suit. Inside the car, only the driver and Chu Cheng remained, exchanging glances. "I'll go see what's happening," Chu Cheng declared, seizing an umbrella before exiting the vehicle and quickly following after them. Qin Yao ran swiftly, and as he approached, he finally discerned the figure standing at the intersection, Leyao. The raindrops fell recklessly, drenching him to the bone. Yet, Qin Yao seemed oblivious to the downpour, desperately racing towards Leyao. He was unaware of the reason for his urgency. He simply knew he had to reach him, for he must protect Leyao. But what would unfold next? He suddenly recalled that during the third timeline reset, Qin Yao had acted similarly. Despite Leyao having meticulously prepared everything, diverting Qin Yao's attention. He had arrived early at this crossroad. Just as a large truck came barreling towards them, Qin Yao had appeared from behind and pushed Leyao away. It was only much later, when Leyao began to search through his data for records of Qin Yao, that he discovered Qin Yao had known all along. On the day Leyao spoke with Huoyan, Qin Yao had been waiting outside the door. However, at that time, Leyao had sealed most of his abilities, rendering him completely unaware of Qin Yao's presence. But today was different. Qin Yao lunged forward, drenched and trembling, holding Leyao tightly. His voice quavered as he exclaimed, "Leyao, what are you doing?" "Why?" Leyao harbored a disdain for water and an even greater aversion to rain. Yet he did not mind being enveloped by the drenched Qin Yao at that moment. The umbrella slipped from Liao's grasp as he clung to Qin Yao, almost reverently kissing the corner of his lips. "Qin Yao, can you promise me one thing?" Qin Yao trembled all over. His memories were sealed by Leyao, leaving him uncertain of what was to come. Yet his intuition urged him not to agree. "No, I cannot promise, Leyao. I will not agree to anything. You cannot leave me." Qin Yao's voice was hoarse, tears streaming down his cheeks as he shook his head vigorously, his eyes bloodshot as he gazed intently at Leyao. "Leyao, what am I waiting for? You are right here beside me. Why would I?" Before he could finish his thought, Leyao gently pushed him away. No matter how hard Qin Yao tried, he could no longer hold onto Leyao. It was as if an invisible hand was relentlessly pushing him backward. As Qin Yao was forced away from Leyao, an overwhelming panic engulfed him, nearly driving him to the brink of despair. "Leyao, what are you doing? What do you intend to do?" The sound of tires screeching harshly against the pavement pierced the air as an out-of-control truck sped towards Leyao. Qin Yao's eyes widened in terror as he screamed, "Leyao, get away, quickly!" Before he could finish his plea, a deafening crash echoed. Qin Yao watched helplessly as Liao's body lifted like a delicate butterfly, only to plummet swiftly thereafter. "No!" Qin Yao roared. The hand that had shielded him finally fell away as he dashed towards Leyao. "Leyao! Leyao!" He cradled Leyao in his arms, blood pooling in the rain-soaked ground. Leyao suddenly felt warmth, struggling to open his eyes to meet Qin Yao's blood-red gaze. "Leyao! Qin Yao!" Liao's voice was faint, as if carried from a distant horizon, smiling gently at him as he enunciated, "Qin Yao, you must wait for me. Please wait for me, all right?" Qin Yao held Leyao tightly, weeping like a child. "All right, I promise you, Leyao. You must promise me, too, that you won't come to harm. You will be safe." But before he could finish his sentence, Qin Yao felt an unexpected lightness. Liao's body began to turn transparent, like bubbles, threatened to be scattered by the relentless rain. "Leyao?" Qin Yao's voice trembled as he watched his feet fade away, then his body, until even Liao's fingers became transparent, until he could see him no longer. Leyao vanished. "Leyao?" Qin Yao called out in desperation, repeating Liao's name over and over. In the next moment, the memories that had been sealed suddenly flooded back. Qin Yao remembered. It was Leyao. But why had Leyao disappeared? Qin Hongxi and Chu Cheng arrived in haste. "Qin Yao, cousin." Rain pelted down on Qin Yao, each drop causing him pain. He heard nothing, remaining in the embrace he had formed, kneeling on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. He had waited 18 years, only for the one he cherished to vanish once more before his eyes. Simultaneously, at the Time and Space Bureau, Xiao and Tu hurriedly stuffed a cluster of data into a massive computer. Tu, exhausted, gasped for breath. "Is this sufficient?" Xiao sighed in relief. "Yes, now we just wait." One had labored for centuries, finally gathering enough points to align the time flow of the world 202-31007 with that of the main system. Now, all that remained was to see if this human named Qin Yao would honor the agreement and await the revival of one. Chapter 100. Welcome home. The torrential rain fell with increasing ferocity. Tires screeched as they abruptly halted, and Huoyan, disregarding the downpour, hurriedly approached Qin Yao and the others. The icy raindrops pelted him painfully, obscuring his vision with a hazy veil. Huoyan's steps faltered as a strange, yet familiar memory surged upon him like a tidal wave. Huozhe followed closely behind Huoyan, noticing his hesitation and instinctively asking, "Second brother, wait for me." "Why?" Huodad and Huomom's movements froze, while Huojing murmured in disbelief, "This is impossible." Not just Qin Yao, the entire Huo family recalled. They remembered the 4 encounters during the 4 resets, understanding Liao's identity and purpose. Huoyan felt as though his heart was being gripped by an invisible, colossal hand, causing him immense pain that rendered his breathing arduous. Torrential raindrops mixed with sweat flowed into his eyes as Huoyan numbly approached Qin Yao. Qin Yao knelt on the ground, maintaining his position. Beside him, Qin Hongxi and Chu Cheng repeatedly called his name, but he remained oblivious. It was only when Huoyan slowly drew near, separated by countless rain-soaked droplets, that he hoarsely inquired, "Qin Yao, where is Xiao Yao?" Qin Yao, with bloodshot eyes, stared blankly at Huoyan. As the downpour diminished and the curtain of rain became clearer, Huoyan finally saw Qin Yao's red-rimmed eyes as he uttered, "Leyao, he took my place." The remainder of Qin Yao's words lodged in his throat like a boulder as he crouched on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "He is gone. Leyao is gone." Huomom could no longer contain her tears, which streamed down her face. The surroundings echoed with cries. Huoyan suddenly raised his head to gaze at the sky. The thick clouds had begun to disperse, and the rain gradually lessened. A gust of wind swept through, completely clearing the clouds. The rain ceased, and the sky brightened. Huoyan smiled faintly. "In the end, we cannot stop him." Qin Yao remained kneeling, frozen in his previous stance. Huoyan abruptly stepped forward, forcefully pulling Qin Yao up from the ground. "Qin Yao, you must remember, Xiao Yao's departure was for you. He left for your sake. From now on, you must gather your strength." Qin Yao's eyes throbbed painfully as tears streamed down his face without his awareness. He stared blankly at Huoyan. After a long while, a stream of hot tears cascaded down once more. Indeed, the journey had been arduous and exhausting for Leyao. He had finally managed to alter the course of the day as outcome, granting himself a brand new beginning. Why should Qin Yao not cherish this? Leyao had endured so much. Now, all Leyao desired was a moment of respite. He should not feel sorrow. Rather, he ought to rejoice for Leyao. With reddened eyes, Qin Yao nodded incessantly, tears falling chaotically with his movements. Qin Yao declared, "I will wait for him. I have been waiting since I was 5 years old for Leyao to arrive, and I have waited 18 years to meet, know, and understand him. Now, I will continue to wait for Leyao to return and love me once more. After all, waiting is the thing I have excelled at since childhood." Upon encountering this news, Netizens were momentarily taken aback. 3 absentees? How could we possibly be missing 3 guests from such a limited roster? A minority of netizens found the news difficult to accept, yet the majority began to speculate on which 3 guests might be absent from the recording. One guest? Could it be Song Jihan? And the reasoning was evident. Everyone knew that recently, teacher Goshi had been in a tumultuous pursuit of love. Supporters of Song Jihan reasoned that perhaps teacher Goshi was absent for love. Upon hearing this perspective, many netizens found it quite plausible. Thus, they began to analyze who the remaining absentees might be. Another netizen nominated Leyao. It was evident that the last candidate must be Liu Yan. Upon reaching this conclusion, netizens could not help but laugh. So, merely due to such trivial matters, these 3 were to miss the recording? It must be said, they are all rather sensitive individuals. However, it mattered little. Even in their absence, my joy would not diminish as long as I was present to witness the spectacle. The netizens engaged in lively discussions, and as the 5th episode recording commenced, they eagerly tuned into the live broadcast. Yet, upon viewing, the netizens were left dumbfounded. Wait, Song Jihan had not withdrawn from the recording? Leyao and Liu Yan were also present? So who exactly was absent? Soon, all the regular guests appeared, followed by the flying guests. Leyao. Where's my Leyao? Where's Qin Yao? My grand Qin Yao is missing. So our beloved couple is absent? How could this be? Not only was my beloved couple missing, but even Huo Yan was not present. The netizens reacted fervently, creating a stir in the comment section. At that moment, a bystander innocently inquired, could it be that these 3 are also facing difficulties? Upon encountering such remarks, fans and netizens could no longer remain composed. What nonsense is this? This sentiment garnered overwhelming support from the majority of netizens. Indeed, even if they were to falter, it should be on their own terms. Otherwise, what justification is there for claiming they have failed? Huo Yan's Weibo post was straightforward. Leyao has gone to school. He is a university student. As for me, I have filming to attend to. One statement clarified Leyao's situation, while the other addressed his own. Upon reading this, netizens collectively exhaled in relief. They had almost forgotten. It appeared that Leyao had indeed just begun his freshman year. Academics take precedence. Academics take precedence. Fans were very understanding. However, with Leyao attending school and Huo Yan busy filming, what of Qin Yao? The following day, Qin Yao's manager released a statement on his behalf. Due to the passing of a family member, Qin Yao will indefinitely suspend all public appearances. Upon receiving such news, fans and netizens were taken aback. It was indeed due to this reason. It was certainly understandable. Consequently, fans and netizens left messages wishing for Qin Yao's swift recovery and to look forward. Countless comments flooded the internet, yet Qin Yao did not read a single one. On the 3rd day following Leyao's departure, Qin Yao and Qin Hongxi took care of the affairs concerning Old Master Gu and Gu Rou. On the day Old Master Gu fell gravely ill, Gu Song and Gu Yu had a fierce dispute with Gu Rou, leading them to abandon her on the roadside. By the time they reached the hospital, Old Master Gu's vital signs had stabilized. Yet upon awakening, he inquired about Gu Rou's whereabouts, having waited in vain. Gu Song was initially reluctant to seek her out, but only after Old Master Gu's wrath did he prepare to send someone to fetch her. However, before he could step outside to make the call, the driver rushed into the ward, exclaiming, "Bad news, Mr. Gu. The young lady has been in a car accident." Lying in a hospital bed, Old Master Gu felt his mind buzzing. In his agitation, his vision darkened, and he fainted. This fainting spell would render him unable to open his eyes again. As for Gu Rou, after being cast aside by her younger brother and nephew, she suffered a significant blow, wandering aimlessly along the road for some time. In a moment of distraction, she wandered into the rushing traffic. By the time she was brought to the hospital, her condition was dire. After a day and night of emergency treatment, she ultimately joined Old Master Gu in passing. Though in Qin Yao's heart, Gu Rou had long ceased to be his mother, the sudden loss of Leyao, coupled with the news of Gu Rou and Old Master Gu's demise, left him feeling as though a piece of his heart had been excised. In just 3 days, Qin Hongxi appeared to have aged several years. At the time of Gu Rou's death, Qin Hongxi had still not divorced her. Thus the Qin family arranged for her funeral. On the day of the burial, Qin Hongxi asked Qin Yao, "Will you go to see her off?" After a moment's thought, Qin Yao replied, "Let us go." Despite their lost affection, Gu Rou had nonetheless brought him into this world. Regardless of past grievances, after her passing, all would be forgiven. As for the Gu family, Qin Yao stated, It needs to be dealt with. Qin Hongxi nodded. It should have been addressed long ago. Their previous restraint was merely out of respect for old Master Gu. While Gu Rou had treated Qin Yao poorly and had little fondness for Qin Hongxi, old Master Gu had always been relatively kind and reasonable toward Qin Yao. Unfortunately, in recent years, old Master Gu's health had deteriorated, allowing Gu Song to seize control of the entire Gu family. With both of them gone now, Qin Hongxi felt unshackled in his actions. A month later, numerous scandals surrounding Gu Yu surfaced, leading to his utter disgrace. Following closely, Gu Song was exposed for financial crimes, resulting in a stock market crash for the Gu family and the impending collapse of the Gu group. Everything transpired as if it were meant to be, flowing smoothly in succession. With the arrival of October, the autumn breeze ushered in a familiar season. After a long absence, the regular guests approached to greet one another. As Zhou Zijin drew near, he frowned, saying, "I can't shake the feeling that Xiao Qin has lost quite a bit of weight." When Xiang Yue scrutinized Qin Yao for a considerable time before nodding, "He has lost weight. Has Xiao Qin been busy lately?" Qin Yao offered them a faint smile a bit. The group exchanged pleasantries until Lu Yin suddenly inquired, "Hey, why haven't we seen Leyao around? So busy?" Li Siyuan fronut. Qin Yao nodded yes. Li Siyuan seemed poised to say more when Song Jihan abruptly placed a hand on his shoulder. Li Siyuan looked at him with confusion. Instantly, Li Siyuan's face flushed. "No. Song Jihan, which I of you saw me getting along well with that scoundrel." Li Siyuan was enraged, unleashing a torrent of invectives at Song Jihan. However, Song Jihan remained unperturbed, simply nodding in response to each of Li Siyuan's outbursts with a placid yes, yes, and indeed. The onlookers burst into laughter, surprised to witness a day when the usually reticent teacher Go Shi refrained from retorting. Lu Yin remarked with a sigh, while Song Jihan suddenly lifted his gaze. Lu Yin hastily shook her head, exclaiming, "No need. Song Jihan, I thank you." The laughter of the others crescendoed once more. Qin Yao joined in the merriment, yet his smile bore an undercurrent of sorrow that lingered on his face. Soon, Qin Yao seemed to sense something, forcibly suppressing the emotions that flickered in his eyes. The recording session that day concluded unusually late. The October air had begun to carry a chill, and as the final shot wrapped, applause erupted in the venue. Upon glancing at the regular guests, one could see tears glistening on their faces. One Xiang Yue, while assisting one of them in wiping away tears, remarked, all right. How old are you to still be crying? Isn't that a bit embarrassing?" Lu Yan's eyes also glistened with moisture as she cheerfully stated, "This farewell is merely temporary. We shall undoubtedly collaborate again." "Indeed," Li Siyuan concurred. "It's not as if we shall never meet again." "Why the tears?" He turned to glance at Song Jihan, who was focused on something beneath his lowered head. Li Siyuan, slightly tipsy, approached him, asking, "What are you doing?" Suddenly, Li Siyuan stood up, exclaiming, "Song Jihan." He mentioned his imminent arrival. Song Jihan smiled. The atmosphere was lively, with not just the guests but also the staff engaging in cheerful banter. Numerous staff members approached Qin Yao for photographs, and he obligingly smiled for them. Qin Yao, puzzled, took a look at the photos and felt his eyes prickle with emotion. The two stood by the dock, where Qin Yao gently covered Liao's eyes with one hand, leaning down to place a soft kiss on his forehead. The youth stood half a head shorter than Qin Yao. In the dim light, only the subtle curve of his lips could be discerned. With a throat tight with unshed tears, Qin Yao finally uttered, "Thank you." The girl waved her hand dismissively, smiling. "It's nothing. I wish you happiness." Qin Yao nodded affirmatively. Yes, they would find happiness. Even if Liao's return remained uncertain, the mere thought of him brought sweetness to Qin Yao's heart. As the staff began to disperse, the guests packed their belongings in preparation for departure. At this moment, Song Jihan suddenly approached. Qin Yao perked up slightly, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Song Jihan suggested, "Let us speak elsewhere." After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yao nodded in agreement. They found a quiet corner. Song Jihan suddenly remarked, "I have been recalling certain matters recently." A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Yao's eyes as he gazed at him, momentarily taken aback. Understanding dawned on him, and without probing further into Song Jihan's memories, he simply stated, "It is true." Song Jihan fell silent, and both remained in contemplative quietude. After a considerable pause, Song Jihan broke into a genuine smile, saying, "Then I truly owe him my gratitude. But where is he?" Qin Yao remained silent. Song Jihan gazed at him intently, and after a lengthy sigh, he softly asked, "Is that so? Will he come?" With a heartfelt sincerity, Song Jihan smiled for the first time, asking, "How can you be so certain?" Qin Yao replied, "He never deceives me, and I have promised him." Qin Yao would wait for Leyao. "All right," he affirmed. As the day drew to a close, life gradually returned to its ordinary rhythm. October swiftly passed, heralding the arrival of winter. On the last day of December, the first substantial snowfall of the year blanketed the earth. Qin Yao had already moved all the roses from the balcony into a warm room. Only a lounge chair and a small table remained on the balcony. As the night passed, snow accumulated outside. Qin Yao stepped out, wielding a small shovel to slowly clear the snow, and in a spot devoid of sunlight, he fashioned a round little snowman, mimicking Liao's manner. He extended his frostbitten fingers to poke the snowman's face. After creating 2 dimples, Qin Yao laughed and refilled them with snow. Each subsequent morning, Qin Yao would step outside to check on the snowman until the arrival of spring melted it into water. At that point, Qin Yao would rise, turn on the lights, and sit in the study. This room was the last place Leyao had occupied. Qin Yao switched on the computer, and soon, a small animated figure resembling Leyao appeared on the screen. Beside the computer, a transparent frame held a note left by Leyao, inscribed with a simple line, signed, Leyao. Watching the animated figure bounce around and open his document, Qin Yao read the text. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Qin Yao chuckled, replying, "I miss you." The animated figure responded, "You still need to sleep." Qin Yao conceded, "All right." The figure queried, "Are you just brushing me off?" Qin Yao shook his head. "No." The figure urged, "Then get up now and go to bed. You must maintain a regular schedule. I promise to return to see you soon." Qin Yao's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed at the words for a long moment before finally promising, "All right, I will keep my word, Yao Yao." At the end of the first summer since Liao's departure, Qin Yao visited the Huo family. This year, Huo Ba had entirely stepped down from the Huo Corporation. He claimed it was due to his advancing age, believing it was time to pass the responsibilities to Huo Jing. Yet, everyone understood that Liao's sudden departure had struck Huo Ba profoundly. Huo Ma awoke in fright each night, while Huo Zhe made numerous mistakes during competitions. Even the usually composed Huo Jing faltered, resulting in 2 errors on documents, which Assistant Feng managed to rectify in time. Thus, Qin Yao frequently visited the Huo household, sometimes playing chess with Huo Ba or teaching Huo Ma how to make oatmeal milk. When Huo Ma first tasted the oatmeal milk Qin Yao prepared, she marveled. "No wonder Xiao Yao loved your milk. It's truly delicious." The rest of the Huo family soon joined in the merriment. Consequently, each time Qin Yao visited thereafter, he would prepare several cups of milk first. After enjoying the milk one day, Huo Ba took Qin Yao fishing. Fishing required immense patience. One fish had taken the bait and was pulling the line deeper into the water. Qin Yao observed the taut line for an extended period before finally raising the fishing rod. "I don't know," Qin Yao found himself admitting. "Huo Ba Sai," refraining from further inquiries. Seasons changed, and another summer arrived. By this time, Qin Yao had completely withdrawn from the limelight, dedicating his days to managing various company affairs. Upon seeing 2 familiar faces, Qin Yao recalled that they had recently signed with their company. "Long time no see," Qin Yao greeted them warmly. The 2 responded in kind, and then Zhang Qiran tugged at Song Jihan's hand. Song Jihan, exasperated, replied, "Do you believe me when I say there's no one else?" Zhang Qiran shot him a glare. Unable to suppress a smile, Qin Yao chimed in, "Indeed there isn't." Zhang Qiran then inquired, "How much longer will it take?" Qin Yao remained silent, for he did not know. Yet, inexplicably, he felt that it would not be long. Thus, he replied, "It shouldn't take too much longer." Qin Yao nodded affirmatively. "All right." The Time and Space Bureau, lying in front of the colossal computer, he suddenly turned over, an idea striking him. He lifted his gaze to the computer behind him, and to his astonishment, he froze, beginning to scream. "Chiu, something terrible has happened." Startled by his exclamation, Chiu rushed over, asking, "What's wrong?" "He run away. That heartless dog system has just fled." His fury erupted as he cursed vehemently. "I've waited for him here for months, and now that he's restored, he just bolts without a word." His agitation caused him to jump about, creating a cacophony that made Chiu's ears ache. Eventually, with no other recourse, Chiu scooped up the furious orange cat, soothingly stroking its fur, managing to calm him down. At the same time, the butler inquired if Qin Yao wished to dine. He shook his head, about to express his lack of appetite, when suddenly he recalled the little program Leyao had left him. A smile crept across Qin Yao's face. "Please bring it to me shortly," he requested. The butler acknowledged and swiftly departed. Qin Yao rubbed his weary temples as he opened the door to his room. The moment he did, a faint scent of milk wafted toward him. Startled, he hastened toward the kitchen. In the half-open kitchen stood a tall figure, a boy, with a large puddle of milk at his feet, looking somewhat at a loss. Qin Yao stiffened, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at the figure before him. After a long moment, he murmured, "Yao Yao." In the next instant, he rushed forward, enveloping the boy in a tight embrace. In that fleeting moment of their bodies colliding, Qin Yao felt the void in his heart, once hollow, become whole again. The joy of regaining what he had lost enveloped him, and with a choked voice, he trembled. "It's all right. It doesn't matter, Yao Yao. The milk spilling is inconsequential. I will make it for you every single day from now on, if that is all right." Burying his face in Qin Yao's neck, Leyao inhaled the familiar scent, unable to resist the urge. He suddenly realized that as long as Qin Yao could hold him every day, the spilled milk seemed trivial. After all, in this very moment, he had already gained the most precious person. Tears welled in Leyao's eyes, as the oblivious little system to emotions shed 2 warm tears. Qin Yao's eyes brimmed with tears. "Yes," Leyao declared, "I want to leave again." Qin Yao replied, "Yes, I like you." In response, Qin Yao pressed an urgent and fervent kiss upon Leyao. The story of cells and data converging finally culminated in a perfect conclusion at this moment. The world, rife with turmoil, yet brimming with beauty,